The Political Economy of Art. Lecture 1. Among the various characteristics of the age in which we live, as compared with other ages of this not yet very experienced world, one of the most notable appears to me to be the just and wholesome contempt in which we hold poverty. I repeat, the just and wholesome contempt, though I see that some of my hearers look surprised at the expression. I assure them I use it in sincerity, and I should not have ventured to ask you to listen to me this evening, unless I had entertained a profound respect for wealth through wealth, that is to say, for of course we ought to respect neither wealth nor anything else that is false of its kind, and the distinction between real and false wealth is one of the points on which I shall have a few words presently to say to you. But true wealth I hold, as I said, in great honor, and sympathize, for the most part, with that extraordinary feeling of the present age which publicly pays this honor to riches. I cannot, however, help noticing how extraordinary it is, and how this epoch of ours differs from all bygone epochs in having no philosophical nor religious worshippers of the ragged godship of poverty. In the classical ages, not only there were people who voluntarily lived in tubs, and who used gravely to maintain the superiority of tub life to town life, but the Greeks and Latins seem to have looked on these eccentric, and I do not scruple to say absurd people, with as much respect as we do upon large capitalists and landed proprietors, so that really in those days no one could be described as purse-proud, but only as empty-purse-proud. And no less distinct than the honor which those curious Greek people pay to their conceited poor, pg 12 is the disrespectful manner in which they speak of the rich, so that one cannot listen long either to them, or to the Roman writers who imitated them, without finding oneself entangled in all sorts of plausible absurdities, hard upon being convinced of the uselessness of collecting that heavy yellow substance which we call gold, and led generally to doubt all the most established maxims of political economy, nor are matters much better in the Middle Ages. For the Greeks and Romans contented themselves with mocking at rich people, and constructing merry dialogues between Charon and Diogenes or Menippus, in which the ferryman and the cynic rejoiced together as they saw kings and rich men coming down to the shore of Acheron, in lamenting and lamentable crowds, casting their crowns into the dark waters, and searching, sometimes in vain, for the last coin out of all their treasures that could ever be of use to them. But these pagan views of the matter were indulgent, compared with those which were held in the Middle Ages, when wealth seems to have been looked upon by the best men not only as contemptible, but as criminal. The purse round the neck is, then, one of the principal signs of condemnation in the pictured Inferno, and the spirit of poverty is reverenced with subjection of heart, and faithfulness of affection, like that of a loyal knight for his lady, or a loyal subject for his queen. And truly it requires some boldness to quit ourselves of these feelings, and to confess their partiality or their error, which nevertheless we are certainly bound to do. For wealth is simply one of the greatest powers which can be entrusted to human hands, a power not indeed to be envied because it seldom makes us happy, but still less to be abdicated or despised, while in these days and in this country it has become a power all the more notable in that the possessions of a rich man are not represented as they used to be by wedges of gold or coffers of jewels, but by masses of men variously employed, over whose bodies and minds the wealth, according to its direction, exercises harmful or helpful influence, and becomes, in that alternative, mammon either of unrighteousness or of righteousness. Now it seemed to me that since, in the name you have given to this great gathering of British pictures, you recognize them PG-13 as treasuress, that is, I suppose, as part and parcel of the real wealth of the country, you might not be uninterested in tracing certain commercial questions connected with this particular form of wealth. Most persons express themselves as surprised at its quantity, not having known before to what an extent good art had been accumulated in England, and it will therefore, I should think, be held a worthy subject of consideration. What are the political interests involved in such accumulations, what kind of labor they represent, and how this labor may in general be applied and economized so as to produce the richest results. Now you must have patience with me, if in approaching the specialty of this subject, I dwell a little on certain points of general political science already known or established. For though thus, as I believe, established, some which I shall have occasion to rest arguments on are not yet by any means universally accepted, and therefore, though I will not lose time in any detailed defense of them, it is necessary that I should distinctly tell you in what form I receive and wish to argue from them, And this the more because there may perhaps be a part of my audience who have not interested themselves in political economy, as it bears on ordinary fields of labor, but may yet wish to hear in what way its principles can be applied to art. I shall therefore take leave to trespass on your patience with a few elementary statements in the outset, and with the expression of some general principles, here and there, in the course of our particular inquiry. To begin then with one of these necessary truisms, all economy, whether of states, households, or individuals, may be defined to be the art of managing labor. The world is so regulated by the laws of providence that a man's labor, well applied, is always amply sufficient to provide him during his life with all things needful to him, and not only with those, but with many pleasant objects of luxury, and yet farther, to procure him large intervals of healthful rest and serviceable leisure. And a nation's labor, well applied, is in like manner amply sufficient to provide its whole population with good food and comfortable habitation, and not with those only, but with good education besides, and objects of luxury, art treasures, pg 14 such as these you have around you now. But by those same laws of nature and providence, if the labor of the nation or of the individual be misapplied, and much more if it be insufficient, if the nation or man be indolent and unwise, suffering and want result, exactly in proportion to the indolence and improvidence, to the refusal of labor, or to the misapplication of it. Wherever you see want, or misery, or degradation, in this world about you, there, be sure, either industry has been wanting, or industry has been in error. It is not accident, it is not heaven-commanded calamity, it is not the original and inevitable evil of man's nature, which fill your streets with lamentation, and your graves with prey. It is only that when there should have been providence there has been waste, when there should have been labor there has been lasciviousness, and willfulness when there should have been subordination. Now we have warped the word economy in our English language into a meaning which it has no business whatever to bear. In our use of it, it constantly signifies merely sparing or saving. Economy of money means saving money, economy of time, sparing time, and so on. But that is a wholly barbarous use of the word, barbarous in a double sense, for it is not English and it is bad Greek. Barbarous in a treble sense, for it is not English, it is bad Greek, and it is worse sense. Economy no more means saving money than it means spending money. It means the administration of a house, its stewardship, spending or saving, that is, whether money or time or anything else, to the best possible advantage. In the simplest and clearest definition of it, economy, whether public or private, means the wise management of labor, and it means this mainly in three senses, namely, first, applying your labor rationally, secondly, preserving its produce carefully, lastly, distributing its produce seasonably. I say first, applying your labor rationally, that is, so as to obtain the most precious things you can, and the most lasting things by it, not growing oats in land where you can grow wheat, nor putting fine embroidery on a stuff that will not pg 15 wear. Secondly, preserving its produce carefully, that is to say, laying up your wheat wisely in storehouses for the time of famine, and keeping your embroidery watchfully from the moth, and lastly, distributing its produce seasonably, that is to say, being able to carry your corn at once to the place where the people are hungry, and your embroideries to the places where they are gay, so fulfilling in all ways the wise man's description, whether of the queenly housewife or queenly nation. She riseth while it is yet night, and giveth meat to her household, and a portion to her maidens. She maketh herself coverings of tapestry, her clothing is silk and purple. Strength and honour are in her clothing, and she shall rejoice in time to come. Now you will observe that in this description of the perfect economist, or mistress of a household, there is a studied expression of the balanced division of her care between the two great objects of utility and splendour. In her right hand, food and flax, for life and clothing; in her left hand, the purple and the needlework, for honour and for beauty. All perfect housewifery or national economy is known by these two divisions. Wherever either is wanting, the economy is imperfect. If the motive of pomp prevails, and the care of the national economist is directed only to the accumulation of gold, and of pictures, and of silk and marble, you know at once that the time must soon come when all these treasures shall be scattered and blasted in national ruin. If, on the contrary, the element of utility prevails, and the nation disdains to occupy itself in any wise with the arts of beauty or delight, not only a certain quantity of its energy calculated for exercise in those arts alone must be entirely wasted, which is bad economy, but also the passions connected with the utilities of property become morbidly strong, and a mean lust of accumulation merely for the sake of accumulation, or even of labour merely for the sake of labour, will banish at last the serenity and the morality of life, as completely and perhaps more ignobly than even the lavishness of pride and the lightness of pleasure. And similarly and much more visibly in private and household economy, you may judge always of its perfectness by its fair balance between the use and the pleasure of its possessions. Pg 16, you will see the wise cottager's garden trimly divided between its well-set vegetables and its fragrant flowers. You will see the good housewife taking pride in her pretty tablecloth, and her glittering shelves, no less than in her well-dressed dish and her full storeroom. The care in her countenance will alternate with gaiety, and though you will reverence her in her seriousness, you will know her best by her smile. Now, as you will have anticipated, I am going to address you, on this and our succeeding evening, chiefly on the subject of that economy which relates rather to the garden than the farmyard. I shall ask you to consider with me the kind of laws by which we shall best distribute the beds of our national garden, and raise in it the sweetest succession of trees pleasant to the sight, and in no forbidden sense to be desired to make us wise. But before proceeding to open this specialty of our subject, let me pause for a few moments to plead with you for the acceptance of that principle of government or authority which must be at the root of all economy, whether for use or for pleasure. I said a few minutes ago that a nation's labour well applied was amply sufficient to provide its whole population with good food, comfortable clothing, and pleasant luxury. But the good, instant, and constant application is everything. We must not, when our strong hands are thrown out of work, look wildly about for want of something to do with them. If ever we feel that want, it is a sign that all our household is out of order. Fancy a farmer's wife, to whom one or two of her servants should come at 12 o'clock at noon, crying that they had got nothing to do, that they did not know what to do next. And fancy still farther the said farmer's wife looking hopelessly about her rooms and yard, they being all the while considerably in disorder, not knowing where to set the spare handmaidens to work, and at last complaining bitterly that she had been obliged to give them their dinner for nothing. That's the type of the kind of political economy we practice too often in England. Would you not at once assert of such a mistress that she knew nothing of her duties? And would you not be certain, if the household were rightly managed, the mistress would be only too glad at any moment to have the help of any Pg 17 number of spare hands, that she would know in an instant what to set them to, in an instant what part of tomorrow's work might be most serviceably forwarded, what part of next month's work most wisely provided for, or what new task of some profitable kind undertaken? And when the evening came, and she dismissed her servants to their recreation or their rest, or gathered them to the reading round the work-table, under the eaves in the sunset, would you not be sure to find that none of them had been overtasked by her, just because none had been left idle? That everything had been accomplished because all had been employed, that the kindness of the mistress had aided her presence of mind, and the slight labour had been entrusted to the weak, and the formidable to the strong, and that as none had been dishonoured by inactivity, so none had been broken by toil. Now, the precise counterpart of such a household would be seen in a nation in which political economy was rightly understood. You complain of the difficulty of finding work for your men. Depend upon it, the real difficulty rather is to find men for your work. The serious question for you is not how many you have to feed, but how much you have to do. It is our inactivity, not our hunger, that ruins us. Let us never fear that our servants should have a good appetite or wealth is in their strength, not in their starvation. Look around this island of yours and see what you have to do in it. The sea roars against your harbourless cliffs, you have to build the breakwater, and dig the port of refuge. The unclean pestilence ravens in your streets, you have to bring the full stream from the hills, and to send the free winds through the thoroughfare. The famine blanches your lips and eats away your flesh, you have to dig the moor and dry the marsh, to bid the morass give forth instead of engulfing, and to wring the honey and oil out of the rock. These things and thousands such we have to do, and shall have to do constantly, on this great farm of ours, for do not suppose that it is anything else than that. Precisely the same laws of economy which apply to the cultivation of a farm or an estate apply to the cultivation of a province or of an island. Whatever rebuke you would address to the improvident master of an Pg 18 ill-managed patrimony, precisely that rebuke we should address to ourselves, so far as we leave our population in idleness and our country in disorder. What would you say to the lord of an estate who complained to you of his poverty and disabilities, and when you pointed out to him that his land was half of it overrun with weeds, and that his fences were all in ruin, and that his cattle sheds were roofless, and his labourers lying under the hedges faint for want of food, he answered to you that it would ruin him to weed his land, or to roof his sheds, that those were too costly operations for him to undertake, and that he knew not how to feed his labourers nor pay them? Would you not instantly answer that instead of ruining him to weed his fields, it would save him, that his inactivity was his destruction, and that to set his labourers to work was to feed them? Now you may add acre to acre, and estate to estate, as far as you like, but you will never reach a compass of ground which shall escape from the authority of these simple laws. The principles which are right in the administration of a few fields are right also in the administration of a great country from horizon to horizon. Idleness does not cease to be ruinous because it is extensive, nor labour to be productive because it is universal. Nay, but you reply, there is one vast difference between the nation's economy and the private man's. The farmer has full authority over his labourers. He can direct them to do what is needed to be done, whether they like it or not, and he can turn them away if they refuse to work, or impede others in their working, or are disobedient, or quarrelsome. There is this great difference. It is precisely this difference on which I wish to fix your attention, for it is precisely this difference which you have to do away with. We know the necessity of authority in farm, or in fleet, or in army, but we commonly refuse to admit it in the body of the nation. Let us consider this point a little. In the various awkward and unfortunate efforts which the French have made at the development of a social system, they have at least stated one true principle, that of fraternity or brotherhood. Do not be alarmed. They got all wrong in their experiments, because they quite forgot that this fact, pg-19 of fraternity, implied another fact quite as important, that of paternity or fatherhood. That is to say, if they were to regard the nation as one family, the condition of unity in that family consisted no less in their having a head, or a father, than in their being faithful and affectionate members, or brothers. But we must not forget this, for we have long confessed it with our lips, though we refuse to confess it in our lives. For half an hour every Sunday we expect a man in a black gown, supposed to be telling us truth, to address us as brethren, though we should be shocked at the notion of any brotherhood existing among us out of church. And we can hardly read a few sentences on any political subject, without running a chance of crossing the phrase paternal government, though we should be utterly horror-struck at the idea of governments claiming anything like a father's authority over us. Now, I believe those two formal phrases are in both instances perfectly binding and accurate, and that the image of the farm and its servants which I have hitherto used, as expressing a wholesome national organization, fails only of doing so, not because it is too domestic, but because it is not domestic enough, because the real type of a well-organized nation must be presented, not by a farm cultivated by servants who rot for hire and might be turned away if they refused to labour, but by a farm in which the master was a father, and in which all the servants were sons, which implied, therefore, in all its regulations, not merely the order of expediency, but the bonds of affection and responsibilities of relationship, and in which all acts and services were not only to be sweetened by brotherly concord, but to be enforced by fatherly authority. Observe, I do not mean in the least that we ought to place such an authority in the hands of any one person, or of any class or body of persons. But I do mean to say that as an individual who conducts himself wisely must make laws for himself which at some time or other may appear irksome or injurious, but which, precisely at the time they appear most irksome, it is most necessary he should obey, so a nation, which means to conduct itself wisely, must establish authority over pg-20 itself, vested either in kings, councils, or laws, which it must resolve to obey, even at times when the law or authority appears irksome to the body of the people, or injurious to certain masses of it. And this kind of national law has hitherto been only judicial, contented, that is, with an endeavour to prevent and punish violence and crime, but as we advance in our social knowledge, we shall endeavour to make our government paternal as well as judicial, that is, to establish such laws and authorities as may at once direct us in our occupations, protect us against our follies, and visit us in our distresses, a government which shall repress dishonesty, as now it punishes theft, which shall show how the discipline of the masses may be brought to aid the toils of peace, as discipline of the masses has hitherto knit the sinews of battle, a government which shall have its soldiers of the ploughshare as well as its soldiers of the sword, and which shall distribute more proudly its golden crosses of industri-golden as the glow of the harvest, than now it grants its bronze crosses of honor bronzed with the crimson of blood. I have not, of course, time to insist on the nature or details of government of this kind. Only I wish to plead for your several and future consideration of this one truth, that the notion of discipline and interference lies at the very root of all human progress or power, that the let alone principle is, in all things which man has to do with, the principle of death, that it is ruin to him, certain and total, if he lets his land alone, if he lets his fellow men alone, if he lets his own soul alone. That his whole life, on the contrary, must, if it is healthy life, be continually one of ploughing and pruning, rebuking and helping, governing and punishing, and that therefore it is only in the concession of some great principle of restraint and interference in national action that he can ever hope to find the secret of protection against national degradation. I believe that the masses have a right to claim education from their government, but only so far as they acknowledge the duty of yielding obedience to their government. I believe they have a right to claim employment from their governors, but only so far as they yield to the governor the direction and discipline of their labor, and it is only so far as they grant to the PG-21 men whom they may set over them the father's authority to check the childishnesses of national fancy and direct the waywardnesses of national energy, that they have a right to ask that none of their distresses should be unrelieved, none of their weaknesses unwatched, and that no grief nor nakedness nor peril should exist for them, against which the Father's hand was not outstretched, or the Father's shield uplifted. Now, I have pressed this upon you at more length than is needful or proportioned to our present purposes of inquiry, because I would not for the first time speak to you on this subject of political economy without clearly stating what I believe to be its first grand principle. But its bearing on the matter in hand is chiefly to prevent you from at once too violently dissenting from me, when what I may state to you as advisable economy in art appears to imply too much restraint or interference with the freedom of the patron or artist. We are a little apt, though on the whole a prudent nation, to act too immediately on our impulses, even in matters merely commercial, much more in those involving continual appeals to our fancies. How far, therefore, the proposed systems or restraints may be advisable, it is for you to judge, only I pray you not to be offended with them merely because they are systems and restraints. Do you at all recollect that interesting passage of Carlyle, in which he compares in this country and at this day the understood and commercial value of man and horse, and in which he wonders that the PG-22 horse, with its inferior brains and its awkward hoofiness instead of handiness, should be always worth so many tens or scores of pounds in the market, while the man, so far from always commanding his price in the market, would often be thought to confer a service on the community by simply killing himself out of their way? Well, Carlyle does not answer his own question, because he supposes we shall at once see the answer. The value of the horse consists simply in the fact of your being able to put a bridle on him. The value of the man consists precisely in the same thing. If you can bridle him, or which is better, if he can bridle himself, he will be a valuable creature directly. Otherwise, in a commercial point of view, his value is either nothing or accidental only. Only, of course, the proper bridle of man is not a leathern one. What kind of texture it is rightly made of, we find from that command, be ye not as the horse or as the mule which have no understanding, whose mouths must be held in with bit and bridle. You are not to be without the reins indeed, but they are to be of another kind. I will guide thee with mine eye. So the bridle of man is to be the eye of God, and if he rejects that guidance, then the next best for him is the horses and the mules, which have no understanding, and if he rejects that and takes the bit fairly in his teeth, then there is nothing left for him than the blood that comes out of the city, up to the horse bridles. Quitting, however, at last these general and serious laws of government, or rather bringing them down to our own business in hand, we have to consider 3 points of discipline in that particular branch of human labor which is concerned, not with procuring of food, but the expression of emotion. We have to consider respecting art, first how to apply our labor to it, then how to accumulate or preserve the results of labor, and then how to distribute them. But since in art the labor which we have to employ is the labor of a particular class of men who have special genius for the business, we have not only to consider how to apply the labor, but first of all, how to produce the laborer, and thus the question in this particular case becomes fourfold: first, how to get your man of genius, then how to employ your PG-23 man of genius, then how to accumulate and preserve his work in the greatest quantity, and lastly, how to distribute his work to the best national advantage. Let us take up these questions in succession. 1. Discovery. How are we to get our men of genius? That is to say, by what means may we produce among us at any given time the greatest quantity of effective art intellect? A wide question, you say, involving an account of all the best means of art education. Yes, but I do not mean to go into the consideration of those. I want only to state the few principles which lie at the foundation of the matter. Of these, the first is that you have always to find your artist, not to make him. You cannot manufacture him, any more than you can manufacture gold. You can find him and refine him. You dig him out as he lies nugget fashion in the mountain stream. You bring him home, and you make him into current coin or household plate, but not one grain of him can you originally produce. A certain quantity of art intellect is born annually in every nation, greater or less according to the nature and cultivation of the nation or race of men, but a perfectly fixed quantity annually, not increasable by one grain. You may lose it or you may gather it. You may let it lie loose in the ravine and buried in the sands, or you may make kings' thrones of it, and overlay temple gates with it as you choose. But the best you can do with it is always merely sifting, melting, hammering, purifying, never creating. And there is another thing notable about this artistical gold. Not only is it limited in quantity, but in use. You need not make thrones or golden gates with it unless you like, but assuredly you cannot do anything else with it. You cannot make knives of it, nor armor, nor railroads. The gold will not cut you, and it will not carry you. Put it to a mechanical use, and you destroy it at once. It is quite true that in the greatest artists, their proper artistical faculty is united with every other, and you may make use of the other faculties, and let the artistical one lie dormant. For aught I know, there may be 2 or 3 Leonardo da Vinci's employed at PG-24 this moment in your harbours and railroads, but you are not employing their Leonardesque or golden faculty there, you are only oppressing and destroying it. And the artistical gift in average men is not joined with others. Your born painter, if you do not make a painter of him, will not be a first-rate merchant or lawyer. At all events, whatever he turns out, his own special gift is unemployed by you, and in no wise helps him in that other business. So here you have a certain quantity of a particular sort of intelligence, produced for you annually by providential laws, which you can only make use of by setting it to its own proper work, and which any attempt to use otherwise involves the dead loss of so much human energy. Well then, supposing we wish to employ it, how is it to be best discovered and refined? It is easily enough discovered. To wish to employ it is to discover it. All that you need is a school of trial in every important town, in which those idle farmers' lads whom their masters never can keep out of mischief, and those stupid tailors' prentices who are always stitching the sleeves in wrong way upwards, may have a try at this other trade. Only this school of trial must not be entirely regulated by formal laws of art education, but must ultimately be the workshop of a good master painter, who will try the lads with one kind of art and another, till he finds out what they are fit for. Next, after your trial school, you want your easy and secure employment, which is the matter of chief importance. For even on the present system, the boys who have really intense art capacity generally make painters of themselves, but then the best half of their early energy is lost in the battle of life. Before a good painter can get employment, his mind has always been embittered and his genius distorted. A common mind usually stoops, in plastic chill, to whatever is asked of it, and scrapes or daubs its way complacently into public favour. But your great men quarrel with you, and you revenge yourselves by starving them for the first half of their lives. Precisely in the degree in which any painter possesses original genius, is at present the increase of moral certainty that during his early years he will PG-25 have a hard battle to fight, and that just at the time when his conceptions ought to be full and happy, his temper gentle and his hopes enthusiastic. Just at that most critical period, his heart is full of anxieties and household cares. He is chilled by disappointments and vexed by injustice. He becomes obstinate in his errors, no less than in his virtues, and the arrows of his aims are blunted, as the reeds of his trust are broken. What we mainly want, therefore, is a means of sufficient and unagitated employment, not holding out great prizes for which young painters are to scramble, but furnishing all with adequate support, and opportunity to display such power as they possess without rejection or mortification. I need not say that the best field of labor of this kind would be presented by the constant progress of public works involving various decoration, and we will presently examine what kind of public works may thus, advantageously for the nation, be in constant progress. But a more important matter even than this of steady employment is the kind of criticism with which you, the public, receive the works of the young men submitted to you. You may do much harm by indiscreet praise and by indiscreet blame, but remember, the chief harm is always done by blame. It stands to reason that a young man's work cannot be perfect. It must be more or less ignorant, it must be more or less feeble, it is likely that it may be more or less experimental, and if experimental, here and there mistaken. If therefore you allow yourself to launch out into sudden barking at the first faults you see, the probability is that you are abusing the youth for some defect naturally and inevitably belonging to that stage of his progress, and that you might just as rationally find fault with a child for not being as prudent as a privy councillor, or with a kitten for not being as grave as a cat. But there is one fault which you may be quite sure is unnecessary, and therefore a real and blamable fault, that is haste involving negligence. Whenever you see that a young man's work is either bold or slovenly, then you may attack it firmly, sure of being right. If his work is bold, it is insolent, repress his insolence. If it is slovenly, it is indolent, spur his indolence. So long as he works in that dashing or impetuous way, the pg-26 best hope for him is in your contempt, and it is only by the fact of his seeming not to seek your approbation that you may conjecture he deserves it. But if he does deserve it, be sure that you give it him, else you not only run a chance of driving him from the right road by want of encouragement, but you deprive yourselves of the happiest privilege you will ever have of rewarding his labor. For it is only the young who can receive much reward from men's praise. The old, when they are great, get too far beyond and above you to care what you think of them. You may urge them then with sympathy, and surround them then with acclamation, but they will doubt your pleasure and despise your praise. You might have cheered them in their race through the asphodel meadows of their youth. You might have brought the proud, bright scarlet into their faces, if you had but cried once to them well done, as they dashed up to the first goal of their early ambition. But now their pleasure is in memory, and their ambition is in heaven. They can be kind to you, but you never more can be kind to them. You may be fed with the fruit and fullness of their old age, but you were as the nipping blight to them in their blossoming, and your praise is only as the warm winds of autumn to the dying branches. There is one thought still, the saddest of all, bearing on this withholding of early help. It is possible in some noble natures that the warmth and the affections of childhood may remain unchilled, though unanswered, and that the old man's heart may still be capable of gladness when the long-withheld sympathy is given at last. But in these noble natures it nearly always happens that the chief motive of earthly ambition has not been to give delight to themselves, but to their parents. Every noble youth looks back, as to the chiefest joy which this world's honour ever gave him, to the moment when first he saw his father's eyes flash with pride, and his mother turn away her head lest he should take her tears for tears of sorrow. Even the lover's joy, when some worthiness of his is acknowledged before his mistress, is not so great as that, for it is not so pureth desire to exalt himself in her eyes mixes with that of giving her delight. But he does not pg-27 need to exalt himself in his parents' eyes. It is with the pure hope of giving them pleasure that he comes to tell them what he has done, or what has been said of him, and therefore he has a purer pleasure of his own, and this purest and best of rewards you keep from him if you can. You feed him in his tender youth with ashes and dishonour, and then you come to him obsequious but too late with your sharp laurel crown, the dew all dried from off its leaves, and you thrust it into his languid hand, and he looks at you wistfully. What shall he do with it? What can he do but go and lay it on his mother's grave? Thus then you see that you have to provide for your young men. First the searching or discovering school, then the calm employment, then the justice of praise. One thing more you have to do for them in preparing them for full service, namely, to make in the noble sense of the word gentlemen of them. That is to say, to take care that their minds receive such training, that in all they paint they shall see and feel the noblest things. I am sorry to say, that of all parts of an artist's education this is the most neglected among us, and that even where the natural taste and feeling of the youth have been pure and true, where there was the right stuff in him to make a gentleman of, you may too frequently discern some jarring rents in his mind, and elements of degradation in his treatment of subject, owing to want of gentle training, and of the liberal influence of literature. This is quite visible in our greatest artists, even in men like Turner and Gainsborough, while in the common grade of our second-rate painters the evil attains a pitch which is far too sadly manifest to need my dwelling upon it. Now, no branch of art economy is more important than that of making the intellect at your disposal pure as well as powerful, so that it may always gather for you the sweetest and fairest things. The same quantity of labor from the same man's hand will, according as you have trained him, produce a lovely and useful work, or a base and hurtful one, and depend upon it, whatever value it may possess by reason of the painter's skill, its chief and final value to any nation depends upon its being able to exalt and refine as well as to please. And that pg 28, the picture which most truly deserves the name of an art treasure, is that which has been painted by a good man. You cannot but see how far this would lead if I were to enlarge upon it. I must take it up as a separate subject some other time, only noticing at present that no money could be better spent by a nation than in providing a liberal and disciplined education for its painters as they advance into the critical period of their youth, and that also, a large part of their power during life depends upon the kind of subjects which you, the public, ask them for, and therefore the kind of thoughts with which you require them to be habitually familiar. I shall have more to say on this head when we come to consider what employment they should have in public buildings. There are many other points of nearly as much importance as these, to be explained with reference to the development of genius, but I should have to ask you to come and hear 6 lectures instead of 2 if I were to go into their detail. For instance, I have not spoken of the way in which you ought to look for those artificers in various manual trades, who, without possessing the order of genius which you would desire to devote to higher purposes, yet possess wit and humour and sense of colour and fancy for formal, commercially valuable as quantities of intellect, and all more or less expressible in the lower arts of ironwork, pottery, decorative sculpture, and such like. But these details, interesting as they are, I must commend to your own consideration, or leave for some future inquiry. I want just now only to set the bearings of the entire subject broadly before you, with enough of detailed illustration to make it intelligible, and therefore I must quit the first head of it here, and pass to the second, namely, how best to employ the genius we discover. A certain quantity of able hands and heads being placed at our disposal, what shall we most advisably set them upon? 2. Application. There are 3 main points the economist has to attend to in this. First, to set his men to various work, pg 29. Secondly, to easy work. Thirdly, to lasting work. I shall briefly touch on the first 2, for I want to arrest your attention on the last. I say first to various work. Supposing you have 2 men of equal power as landscape painters and both of them have an hour at your disposal, you would not set them both to paint the same piece of landscape. You would, of course, rather have 2 subjects than a repetition of one. Well, supposing them sculptors, will not the same rule hold? You naturally conclude at once that it will, but you will have hard work to convince your modern architects of that. They will put 20 men to work to carve 20 capitals, and all shall be the same. If I could show you the architects' yards in England just now, all open at once, perhaps you might see 1,000 clever men, all employed in carving the same design. Of the degradation and deathfulness to the art intellect of the country involved in such a habit, I have more or less been led to speak before now, but I have not hitherto marked its definite tendency to increase the price of work, as such. When men are employed continually in carving the same ornaments, they get into a monotonous and methodical habit of labour precisely correspondent to that in which they would break stones or paint house walls. Of course, what they do so constantly, they do easily, and if you excite them temporarily by an increase of wages, you may get much work done by them in a little time. But unless so stimulated, men condemned to a monotonous exertion, work and always, by the laws of human nature, must work only at a tranquil rate, not producing by any means a maximum result in a given time. But if you allow them to vary their designs, and thus interest their heads and hearts in what they are doing, you will find them become eager first to get their ideas expressed, and then to finish the expression of them, and the moral energy thus brought to bear on the matter quickens, and therefore cheapens, the production in a most important degree. Sir Thomas Deane, the architect of the new museum at Oxford, told me, as I passed through Oxford pg 30 on my way here, that he found that, owing to this cause alone, Capitals of various design could be executed cheaper than capitals of similar design, the amount of hand labor in each being the same by about 30%. Well, that is the first way, then, in which you will employ your intellect well, and the simple observance of this plain rule of political economy will effect a noble revolution in your architecture, such as you cannot at present so much as conceive. Then the second way in which we are to guard against waste is by setting our men to the easiest, and therefore the quickest, work which will answer the purpose. Marble, for instance, lasts quite as long as granite, and is much softer to work. Therefore, when you get hold of a good sculptor, give him marble to carve and not granite. That, you say, is obvious enough. Yes, but it is not so obvious how much of your workmen's time you waste annually in making them cut glass after it has got hard, when you ought to make them mould it while it is soft. It is not so obvious how much expense you waste in cutting diamonds and rubies, which are the hardest things you can find, into shapes that mean nothing, when the same men might be cutting sandstone and freestone into shapes that meant something. It is not so obvious how much of the artist's time in Italy you waste, by forcing them to make wretched little pictures for you out of crumbs of stone glued together at enormous cost, when the tenth of the time would make good and noble pictures for you out of watercolor. I could go on giving you almost numberless instances of this great commercial mistake, but I should only weary and confuse you. I therefore commend also this head of our subject to your own meditation, and proceed to the last I named. The last I shall task your patience with tonight. You know we are now considering how to apply our genius, and we were to do it as economists in 3 ways. To various work, to easy work, to lasting work. This lasting of the work, then, is our final question. Many of you may, perhaps, remember that Michelangelo was once commanded by Pietro de' Medici to mould a statue PG 31 out of snow, and that he obeyed the command. I am glad, and we have all reason to be glad, that such a fancy ever came into the mind of the unworthy prince, and for this cause, that Pietro de' Medici then gave, at the period of one great epoch of consummate power in the arts, the perfect, accurate, and intensest possible type of the greatest error which nations and princes can commit, respecting the power of genius entrusted to their guidance. You had there observed the strongest genius in the most perfect obedience, capable of iron independence, yet wholly submissive to the patron's will, at once the most highly accomplished and the most original, capable of doing as much as man could do, in any direction that man could ask. And its governor and guide and patron sets it to build a statue in Snowdo, put itself into the service of annihilation to make a cloud of itself, and pass away from the earth. Now this, so precisely and completely done by Pietro de' Medici, is what we are all doing, exactly in the degree in which we direct the genius under our patronage to work in more or less perishable materials. So far as we induce painters to work in fading colors, or architects to build with imperfect structure, or in any other way consult only immediate ease and cheapness in the production of what we want, to the exclusion of provident thought as to its permanence and serviceableness in after ages, so far we are forcing our Michelangelos to carve in snow. The first duty of the economist in art is to see that no intellect shall thus glitter merely in the manner of hoarfrost, but that it shall be well vitrified like a painted window, and shall be set so between shafts of stone and bands of iron, that it shall bear the sunshine upon it, and send the sunshine through it, from generation to generation. I can conceive, however, some political economist to interrupt me here, and say, if you make your art wear too well, you will soon have too much of it. You will throw your artists quite out of work. Better allow for a little wholesome evanescence beneficent destruction. Let each age provide art for itself, or we shall soon have so many good pictures that we shall not know what to do with them. PG 32. Remember, my dear hearers who are thus thinking, that political economy, like every other subject, cannot be dealt with effectively if we try to solve 2 questions at a time instead of 1. It is one question, how to get plenty of a thing, and another, whether plenty of it will be good for us. Consider these 2 matters separately, never confuse yourself by interweaving one with the other. It is one question, how to treat your fields so as to get a good harvest, another, whether you wish to have a good harvest, or would rather like to keep up the price of corn. It is one question, how to graft your trees so as to grow most apples, and quite another, whether having such a heap of apples in the storeroom will not make them all rot. Now therefore that we are talking only about grafting and growing, Pray do not vex yourselves with thinking what you are to do with the pippins. It may be desirable for us to have much art, or little will examine that by and by, but just now, let us keep to the simple consideration how to get plenty of good art if we want it. Perhaps it might be just as well that a man of moderate income should be able to possess a good picture, as that any work of real merit should cost 500 or 1,000. At all events, it is certainly one of the branches of political economy to ascertain how, if we like, we can get things in quantities, plenty of corn, plenty of wine, plenty of gold, or plenty of pictures. It has just been said that the first great secret is to produce work that will last. Now, the conditions of work lasting are twofold. It must not only be in materials that will last, but it must be itself of a quality that will last. It must be good enough to bear the test of time. If it is not good, we shall tire of it quickly, and throw it aside. We shall have no pleasure in the accumulation of it. So that the first question of a good art economist respecting any work is, will it lose its flavor by keeping? It may be very amusing now, and look much like a work of genius, but what will be its value 100 years hence? You cannot always ascertain this. You may get what you fancy to be work of the best quality, and yet find to your astonishment that it will not keep. But of one thing you may pg-33 be sure, that art which is produced hastily will also perish hastily, and that what is cheapest to you now is likely to be dearest in the end. I am sorry to say, the great tendency of this age is to expend its genius in perishable art of this kind, as if it were a triumph to burn its thoughts away in bonfires. There is a vast quantity of intellect and of labor consumed annually in our cheap illustrated publications. You triumph in them, and you think it is so grand a thing to get so many woodcuts for a penny. Why, woodcuts, penny and all, are as much lost to you as if you had invested your money in gossamer. More lost, for the gossamer could only tickle your face and glitter in your eyes. It could not catch your feet and trip you up, but the bad art can and does, for you cannot like good woodcuts as long as you look at the bad ones. If we were at this moment to come across a Titian woodcut, or a Dürer woodcut, we should not like it, those of us at least who are accustomed to the cheap work of the day. We do not like and cannot like that long, but when we are tired of one bad cheap thing, we throw it aside and buy another bad cheap thing, and so keep looking at bad things all our lives. Now, the very men who do all that quick bad work for us are capable of doing perfect work. Only perfect work cannot be hurried, and therefore it cannot be cheap beyond a certain point. But suppose you pay 12 times as much as you do now, and you have one woodcut for a shilling instead of 12, and the one woodcut for a shilling is as good as art can be, so that you will never tire of looking at it, and is struck on good paper with good ink, so that you will never wear it out by handling it, while you are sick of your penny each cuts by the end of the week, and have torn them mostly in half too. Is not your shillings worth the best bargain? It is not, however, only in getting prints or woodcuts of the best kind that you will practice economy. There is a certain quality about an original drawing which you cannot get in a woodcut, and the best part of the genius of many men is only expressible in original work, whether with pen and ink, pencil, or colours. This is not always the case, but in general, the best men are those who can only express themselves on paper or canvas, and you will therefore in the long run get pg-34 most for your money by buying original work, proceeding on the principle already laid down, that the best is likely to be the cheapest in the end. Of course, original work cannot be produced under a certain cost. If you want a man to make you a drawing which takes him 6 days, you must, at all events, keep him for 6 days in bread and water, fire and lodging. That is the lowest price at which he can do it for you, but that is not very dear. And the best bargain which can possibly be made honestly in art, the very ideal of a cheap purchase to the purchaser, is the original work of a great man fed for as many days as are necessary on bread and water, or perhaps we may say with as many onions as will keep him in good humour. That is the way by which you will always get most for your money. No mechanical multiplication or ingenuity of commercial arrangements will ever get you a better penny's worth of art than that. Without, however, pushing our calculations quite to this prison discipline extreme, we may lay it down as a rule in art economy that original work is, on the whole, cheapest and best worth having. But precisely in proportion to the value of it as a production becomes the importance of having it executed in permanent materials. And here we come to note the second main error of the day, that we not only ask our workmen for bad art, but we make them put it into bad substance. We have, for example, put a great quantity of genius within the last 20 years into watercolor drawing, and we have done this with the most reckless disregard whether either the colors or the paper will stand. In most instances, neither will. By accident, it may happen that the colors in a given drawing have been of good quality, and its paper uninjured by chemical processes. But you take not the least care to ensure these being so. I have myself seen the most destructive changes take place in watercolor drawings within 20 years after they were painted. And from all I can gather respecting the recklessness of modern paper manufacture, my belief is that though you may still handle an Albert Dürer engraving, 200 years old, fearlessly, not one half of that time will have passed over your modern watercolors, before most of them will be reduced to mere PG-35 white or brown rags, and your descendants, twitching them contemptuously into fragments between finger and thumb, will mutter against you, half in scorn and half in anger, those wretched 19th century people. They kept vaporing and fuming about the world, doing what they called business, and they could not make a sheet of paper that was not rotten. And note that this is no unimportant portion of your art economy at this time. Your watercolor painters are becoming every day capable of expressing greater and better things, and their material is especially adapted to the turn of your best artists' minds. The value which you could accumulate in work of this kind would soon become a most important item in the national art wealth, if only you would take the little pains necessary to secure its permanence. I am inclined to think myself that watercolor ought not to be used on paper at all, but only on vellum, and then, if properly taken care of, the drawing would be almost imperishable. Still, paper is a much more convenient material for rapid work, and it is an infinite absurdity not to secure the goodness of its quality, when we could do so without the slightest trouble. Among the many favors which I am going to ask from our paternal government when we get it, will be that it will supply its little boys with good paper. You have nothing to do but to let the government establish a paper manufactory, under the superintendence of any of our leading chemists, who should be answerable for the safety and completeness of all the processes of the manufacture. The government stamp on the corner of your sheet of drawing paper, made in the perfect way, should cost you a shilling, which would add something to the revenue. And when you bought a watercolor drawing for 50 or 100 guineas, you would have merely to look in the corner for your stamp, and pay your extra shilling for the security that your 100 guineas were given really for a drawing, and not for a coloured rag. There need be no monopoly or restriction in the matter. Let the paper manufacturers compete with the government, and if people like to save their shilling and take their chance, let them. Only the artist and purchaser might then be sure of good material if they liked, and now they cannot be. PG-36. I should like also to have a government colour manufactory, though that is not so necessary, as the quality of colour is more within the artist's power of testing, and I have no doubt that any painter may get permanent colour from the respectable manufacturers, if he chooses. I will not attempt to follow the subject out at all as it respects architecture, and our methods of modern building, respecting which I have had occasion to speak before now. But I cannot pass without some brief notice our habit continually, as it seems to me, gaining strength off putting a large quantity of thought and work, annually, into things which are either in their nature necessarily perishable, as dress, or else into compliances with the fashion of the day, in things not necessarily perishable, as plate. I am afraid almost the first idea of a young rich couple setting up house in London is that they must have new plate. Their father's plate may be very handsome, but the fashion is changed. They will have a new service from the leading manufacturer, and the old plate, except a few apostle spoons, and a cup which Charles II drank a health in to their pretty ancestress, is sent to be melted down, and made up with new flourishes and fresh lustre. Now, so long as this is the case, so long observe, as fashion has influence on the manufacture of plate, so long you cannot have a goldsmith's art in this country. Do you suppose any workman worthy the name will put his brains into a cup or an urn, which he knows is to go to the melting pot in 50 years? He will not. You do not ask or expect it of him. You ask of him nothing but a little quick handicraft, a clever twist of a handle here, and a foot there, a convolvulus from the newest school of design, a pheasant from Landseer's game cards, a couple of sentimental figures for supporters, in the style of the signs of insurance offices, then a clever touch with the burnisher, and there's your apern, the admiration of all the footmen at the wedding breakfast, and the torment of some unfortunate youth who cannot see the pretty girl opposite to him, through its tyrannous branches. But you do not suppose that that's goldsmith's work. Goldsmith's work is made to last, and made with the man's whole pg-37 heart and soul in it. True goldsmith's work, when it exists, is generally the means of education of the greatest painters and sculptors of the day. Francia was a goldsmith. Francia was not his own name but that of his master the jeweller, and he signed his pictures almost always Francia the goldsmith for love of his master. Ghirlandajo was a goldsmith and was the master of Michelangelo. Verrocchio was a goldsmith and was the master of Leonardo da Vinci. Ghiberti was a goldsmith and beat out the bronze gates which Michelangelo said might serve for gates of paradise. But if ever you want work like theirs again, you must keep it, though it should have the misfortune to become old-fashioned. You must not break it up nor melt it any more. There is no economy in that. You could not easily waste intellect more grievously. Nature may melt her goldsmith's work at every sunset if she chooses, and beat it out into chaste bars again at every sunrise, but you must not. The way to have a truly noble service of plate is to keep adding to it, not melting it. At every marriage and at every birth get a new piece of gold or silver if you will, but with noble workmanship on it, done for all time, and put it among your treasures. That is one of the chief things which gold was made for, and made incorruptible for. When we know a little more of political economy, we shall find that none but partially savage nations need, imperatively, gold for their currency. But gold has been given us, among other things, that we might put beautiful work into its imperishable splendor, and that the artists who have the most willful fancies may have a material which will drag out, and beat out, as their dreams require, and will hold itself together with pg-38 fantastic tenacity, whatever rare and delicate service they set it upon. So here is one branch of decorative art in which rich people may indulge themselves unselfishly. If they ask for good art in it, they may be sure in buying gold and silver plate that they are enforcing useful education on young artists. But there is another branch of decorative art in which I am sorry to say we cannot, at least under existing circumstances, indulge ourselves, with the hope of doing good to anybody. I mean the great and subtle art of dress. And here I must interrupt the pursuit of our subject for a moment or two, in order to state one of the principles of political economy, which, though it is, I believe, now sufficiently understood and asserted by the leading masters of the science, is not yet, I grieve to say, acted upon by the plurality of those who have the management of riches. Whenever we spend money, we of course set people to work. That is the meaning of spending money. We may indeed lose it without employing anybody. But whenever we spend it, we set a number of people to work, greater or less, of course, according to the rate of wages, but in the long run proportioned to the sum we spend. Well, you're shallow people, because they see that however they spend money they are always employing somebody, and therefore, doing some good, think and say to themselves that it is all one how they spend it, that all their apparently selfish luxury is, in reality, unselfish, and is doing just as much good as if they gave all their money away, or perhaps more good. And I have heard foolish people even declare it as a principle of political economy, that whoever invented a new want conferred a good on the community. I have not words strong enough, at least I could not, without shocking you, use the words which would be strong enough to express my estimate of the absurdity and the mischievousness of this popular fallacy. So, putting a great restraint upon myself, and using no hard words, I will simply try to state the nature of it, and the extent of its influence. Granted that whenever we spend money for whatever purpose, we set people to work, and passing by, for the pg-39 moment, the question whether the work we set them to is all equally healthy and good for them, we will assume that whenever we spend a guinea, we provide an equal number of people with healthy maintenance for a given time, but by the way in which we spend it, we entirely direct the labor of those people during that given time. We become their masters or mistresses, and we compel them to produce within a certain period a certain article. Now that article may be a useful and lasting one, or it may be a useless and perishable one. It may be one useful to the whole community, or useful only to ourselves. And our selfishness and folly, or our virtue and prudence, are shown, not by our spending money, but by our spending it for the wrong or the right thing. And we are wise and kind, not in maintaining a certain number of people for a given period, but only in requiring them to produce, during that period, the kind of things which shall be useful to society, instead of those which are only useful to ourselves. Thus, for instance, if you are a young lady and employ a certain number of sempstresses for a given time, in making a given number of simple and serviceable dresses, suppose 7, of which you can wear one yourself for half the winter, and give 6 away to poor girls who have none, you are spending your money unselfishly. But if you employ the same number of sempstresses for the same number of days, in making 4 or 5 or 6 beautiful flounces for your own baldress flounces, which will clothe no one but yourself, and which you will yourself be unable to wear at more than one bal, you are employing your money selfishly. You have maintained, indeed in each case, the same number of people, but in the one case you have directed their labour to the service of the community, in the other case you have consumed it wholly upon yourself. I do not say you are never to do so. I do not say you ought not sometimes to think of yourselves only, and to make yourselves as pretty as you can. Only do not confuse coquettishness with benevolence, nor cheat yourselves into thinking that all the finery you can wear is so much put into the hungry mouths of those beneath you. It is not so. It is what you yourselves, whether you will or no, must sometimes instinctively feel it to bait, is what those who stand shivering in the streets, forming PG-40 a line to watch you as you step out of your carriages, know it to be. Those fine dresses do not mean that so much has been put into their mouths, but that so much has been taken out of their mouths. The real politico-economical signification of every one of those beautiful toilettes is just this, that you have had a certain number of people put for a certain number of days wholly under your authority, by the sternest of slave Mr. Shunger and cold, and you have said to them, I will feed you indeed and clothe you and give you fuel for so many days, but during those days you shall work for me only. Your little brothers need clothes, but you shall make none for them. Your sick friend needs clothes, but you shall make none for her. You yourself will soon need another and a warmer dress, but you shall make none for yourself. You shall make nothing but lace and roses for me. For this fortnight to come, you shall work at the patterns and petals, and then I will crush and consume them away in an hour. You will perhaps answer it may not be particularly benevolent to do this, and we will not call it so, but at any rate we do no wrong in taking their labour when we pay them their wages. If we pay for their work we have a right to it. No, 1,000 times no. The labour which you have paid for does indeed become, by the act of purchase, your own labour. You have bought the hands and the time of those workers. They are, by right and justice, your own hands, your own time. But have you a right to spend your own time, to work with your own hands, only for your own advantage, much more, when by purchase you have invested your own person with the strength of others, and added to your own life a part of the life of others? You may indeed, to a certain extent, use their labour for your delight. Remember, I am making no general assertions against splendour of dress, or pomp of accessories of life. On the contrary, there are many reasons for thinking that we do not at present attach enough importance to beautiful dress, as one of the means of influencing general taste and character. But I do say that you must weigh the value of what you ask these workers to produce for you in its own distinct balance, that on its own worthiness or desirableness rests the question of your kindness, and not PG-41 merely on the fact of your having employed people in producing it. And I say farther, that as long as there are cold and nakedness in the land around you, so long there can be no question at all but that splendour of dress is a crime. In due time, when we have nothing better to set people to work at, it may be right to let them make lace and cut jewels, but as long as there are any who have no blankets for their beds, and no rags for their bodies, so long it is blanket-making and tailoring we must set people to work at, not lace. And it would be strange, if at any great assembly which, while it dazzled the young and the thoughtless, beguiled the gentler hearts that beat beneath the embroidery, with a placid sensation of luxurious benevolencias, if by all that they wore in waywardness of beauty, comfort had been first given to the distressed, and aid to the indigent, it would be strange, I say, if for a moment the spirits of truth and of terror, which walk invisibly among the masks of the earth, would lift the dimness from our erring thoughts, and show us how inasmuch as the sums exhausted for that magnificence would have given back the failing breath to many an unsheltered outcast on moor and street thee, who where it have literally entered into partnership with death, and dressed themselves in his spoils. Yes, if the veil could be lifted not only from your thoughts, but from your human sight, you would see the angels do see on those gay white dresses of yours, strange dark spots and crimson patterns that you knew not, off spots of the inextinguishable red that all the seas cannot wash away. Yes, and among the pleasant flowers that crown your fair heads, and glow on your wreathed hair, you would see that one weed was always twisted, which no one thought of, the grass that grows on graves. It was not, however, this last, this clearest and most appalling view of our subject, that I intended to ask you to take this evening. only it is impossible to set any part of the matter in its true light until we go to the root of it. But the point which it is our special business to consider is, not whether costliness of dress is contrary to charity, but whether it is not contrary to mere worldly wisdom, whether, even supposing we knew that splendor of dress did not cost suffering or hunger, pg 42, we might not put the splendor better in other things than dress. And supposing our mode of dress were really graceful or beautiful, this might be a very doubtful question, for I believe true nobleness of dress to be an important means of education, as it certainly is a necessity to any nation which wishes to possess living art, concerned with portraiture of human nature. No good historical painting ever yet existed, or ever can exist, where the dresses of the people of the time are not beautiful, and had it not been for the lovely and fantastic dressing of the 13th to the 16th centuries, neither French nor Florentine nor Venetian art could have risen to anything like the rank it reached. Still, even then the best dressing was never the costliest, and its effect depended much more on its beautiful and, in early times, modest arrangement, and on the simple and lovely masses of its color, than on gorgeousness of clasp or embroidery. Whether we can ever return to any of those more perfect types of form is questionable, but there can be no question that all the money we spend on the forms of dress at present worn is, so far as any good purpose is concerned, wholly lost. Mind, in saying this, I reckon among good purposes the purpose which young ladies are said sometimes to entertain off being married, but they would be married quite as soon and probably to wiser and better husbands by dressing quietly as by dressing brilliantly, and I believe it would only be needed to lay fairly and largely before them the real good which might be effected by the sums they spend in toilettes, to make them trust at once only to their bright eyes and braided hair for all the mischief they have a mind to. I wish we could, for once, get the statistics of a London season. There was much complaining talk in Parliament last week of the vast sum the nation has given for the best Paul Veronese in Venice, 14000. I wonder what the nation meanwhile has given for its ball dresses. Suppose we could see the London milliners' bills, simply for unnecessary breadths of slip and flounce from April to July. I wonder whether 14,000 would cover them. But the breadths of slip and flounce are by this time as much lost and vanished as last year's snow. Only they have done less good, but the Paul Veronese will last for centuries if we take care of it, and yet we grumble at the price pg 43 given for the painting, while no one grumbles at the price of pride. Time does not permit me to go into any farther illustration of the various modes in which we build our statue out of snow, and waste our labor on things that vanish. I must leave you to follow out the subject for yourselves, as I said I should, and proceed in our next lecture to examine the two other branches of our subject, namely, how to accumulate our art and how to distribute it. But in closing, as we have been much on the topic of good government, both of ourselves and others, let me just give you one more illustration of what it means, from that old art of which, next evening, I shall try to convince you that the value, both moral and mercantile, is greater than we usually suppose. One of the frescoes by Ambrosio Lorenzetti in the Town Hall of Siena represents, by means of symbolical figures, the principles of good civic government and of good government in general. The figure representing this noble civic government is enthroned and surrounded by figures representing the virtues, variously supporting or administering its authority. Now, observe what work is given to each of these virtues. 3 winged ones: faith, hope, and charity surround the head of the figure, not in mere compliance with the common and heraldic laws of precedence among virtues, such as we moderns observe habitually, but with peculiar purpose on the part of the painter. Faith, as thus represented, ruling the thoughts of the good governor, does not mean merely religious faith, understood in those times to be necessary to all persons governed, no less than governors, but it means the faith which enables work to be carried out steadily, in spite of adverse appearances and expediencies, the faith in great principles, by which a civic ruler looks past all the immediate checks and shadows that would daunt a common man, knowing that what is rightly done will have a right issue, and holding his way in spite of pullings at his cloak and whisperings in his ear, enduring, as having in him a faith which is evidence of things unseen. And hope, in like manner, is here not the heavenward hope which ought to animate the hearts of all men, but she attends upon good government, to show that all such pg 44 government is expectant as well as conservative, that if it ceases to be hopeful of better things, it ceases to be a wise guardian of present things, that it ought never, as long as the world lasts, to be wholly content with any existing state of institution or possession, but to be hopeful still of more wisdom and power, not clutching at it restlessly or hastily, but feeling that its real life consists in steady ascent from high to higher, conservative indeed and jealously conservative of old things, but conservative of them as pillars, not as pinnacles, as aids, but not as idols, and hopeful chiefly and active in times of national trial or distress, according to those first and notable words describing the queenly nation: she riseth while it is yet night. And again, the winged charity which is attendant on good government has in this fresco a peculiar office. Can you guess what? If you consider the character of contest which so often takes place among kings for their crowns, and the selfish and tyrannous means they commonly take to aggrandize or secure their power, you will perhaps be surprised to hear that the office of charity is to crown the king. And yet, if you think of it a little, you will see the beauty of the thought which sets her in this function. Since, in the first place, all the authority of a good governor should be desired by him only for the good of his people, so that it is only love that makes him accept or guard his crown. In the second place, his chief greatness consists in the exercise of this love, and he is truly to be revered only so far as his acts and thoughts are those of kindness, so that love is the light of his crown, as well as the giver of it. Lastly, because his strength depends on the affections of his people, and it is only their love which can securely crown him, and forever, so that love is the strength of his crown as well as the light of it. Then, surrounding the king, or in various obedience to him, appear the dependent virtues, as fortitude, temperance, truth, and other attendant spirits, of all which I cannot now give account, wishing you only to notice the one to whom are entrusted the guidance and administration of the public revenues. Can you guess which it is likely to be? Charity, you would have thought, should have something to do with the business, but not so, for she is too hot to attend carefully pg 45 to it. Prudence, perhaps you think of in the next place. No, she is too timid and loses opportunities in making up her mind. Can it be liberality then? No, liberality is entrusted with some small sums, but she is a bad accountant and is allowed no important place in the exchequer. But the treasures are given in charge to a virtue of which we hear too little in modern times, as distinct from others: magnanimity, largeness of heart, not softness or weakness of heart, mind yao, but capacity of heart, great measuring virtue, which weighs in heavenly balances all that may be given and all that may be gained, and sees how to do noblest things in noblest ways, which of two goods comprehends and therefore chooses the greatest, which of two personal sacrifices dares and accepts the largest, which, out of the avenues of beneficence, treads always that which opens farthest into the blue fields of futurity, that character, in fine, which, in those words taken by us at first for the description of a queen among the nations, looks less to the present power than to the distant promise. Strength and honour are in her clothing, and she shall rejoice in time to come. pg 46. Lecture 2. The heads of our subject which remain for our consideration this evening are, you will remember, the accumulation and the distribution of works of art. Our complete inquiry fell into 4 divisions: first, how to get our genius, then how to apply our genius, then how to accumulate its results, and lastly how to distribute them. We considered last evening how to discover and apply it. We have tonight to examine the modes of its preservation and distribution. 3. Accumulation. And now in the outset it will be well to face that objection which we put aside a little while ago, namely, that perhaps it is not well to have a great deal of good art, and that it should not be made too cheap. Nay, I can imagine some of the more generous among you exclaiming, we will not trouble you to disprove that objection. Of course it is a selfish and base one. Good art, as well as other good things, ought to be made as cheap as possible, and put as far as we can within the reach of everybody. Pardon me, I am not prepared to admit that. I rather side with the selfish objectors, and believe that art ought not to be made cheap, beyond a certain point, for the amount of pleasure that you can receive from any great work depends wholly on the quantity of attention and energy of mind you can bring to bear upon it. Now, that attention and energy depend much more on the freshness of the thing than you would at all suppose, unless you very carefully studied the movements of your own minds. If you see things of the same kind and of equal value very frequently, your reverence for them is infallibly diminished, your powers of attention get gradually wearied, and your interest and enthusiasm worn out, and you cannot in that state bring to any given work the energy necessary to enjoy it. If indeed the question were only between enjoying a great many pictures each a little, PG 47 or one picture very much, the sum of enjoyment being in each case the same, you might rationally desire to possess rather the larger quantity than the small, both because one work of art always in some sort illustrates another, and because quantity diminishes the chances of destruction. But the question is not a merely arithmetical one of this kind. Your fragments of broken admirations will not, when they are put together, make up one whole admiration. 2 and 2 in this case do not make 4, nor anything like 4. Your good picture or book or work of art of any kind is always in some degree fenced and closed about with difficulty. You may think of it as of a kind of coconut, with very often rather an unseemly shell, but good milk and kernel inside. Now, if you possess 20 coconuts and being thirsty, go impatiently from one to the other, giving only a single scratch with the point of your knife to the shell of each, you will get no milk from all the 20. But if you leave 19 of them alone, and give 20 cuts to the shell of one, you will get through it, and at the milk of it. And the tendency of the human mind is always to get tired before it has made its 20 cuts, and to try another nut. And moreover, even if it has perseverance enough to crack its nuts, it is sure to try to eat too many and so choke itself. Hence, it is wisely appointed for us that few of the things we desire can be had without considerable labor, and at considerable intervals of time. We cannot generally get our dinner without working for it, and that gives us appetite for it. We cannot get our holiday without waiting for it, and that gives us zest for it. And we ought not to get our picture without paying for it, and that gives us a mind to look at it. Nay, I will even go so far as to say that we ought not to get books too cheaply. No book, I believe, is ever worth half so much to its reader as one that has been coveted for a year at a bookstall, and bought out of saved halfpence, and perhaps a day or two's fasting. That's the way to get at the cream of a book. And I should say more on this matter, and protest as energetically as I could against the plague of cheap literature, with which we are just now afflicted, but that I fear your calling me to order, as being unpractical, because I do not quite see my way at present to PG 48 making everybody fast for their books. But one may see that a thing is desirable and possible, even though one may not at once know the best way to it, and in my island of Barataria, when I get it well into order, I assure you no book shall be sold for less than £1. If it can be published cheaper than that, the surplus shall all go into my treasury, and save my subjects taxation in other directions. Only people really poor who cannot pay the £1 shall be supplied with the books they want for nothing, in a certain limited quantity. I have not made up my mind about the number yet, and there are several other points in the system yet unsettled. When they are all determined, if you will allow me, I will come and give you another lecture on the political economy of literature. Meantime, returning to our immediate subject, I say to my generous hearers, who want to shower Titians and Turners upon us like falling leaves, pictures ought not to be too cheap. But in much stronger tone, I would say to those who want to keep up the prices of pictorial property, that pictures ought not to be too dear, that is to say, not as dear as they are. For, as matters at present stand, it is wholly impossible for any man in the ordinary circumstances of English life to possess himself of a piece of great art. A modern drawing of average merit, or a first-class engraving, may perhaps, not without some self-reproach, be purchased out of his savings by a man of narrow income, but a satisfactory example of first-rate art Mr. Hand's work is wholly out of his reach. And we are so accustomed to look upon this as the natural course and necessity of things, that we never set ourselves in any wise to diminish the evil, and yet it is an evil perfectly capable of diminution. It is an evil precisely similar in kind to that which existed in the Middle Ages, respecting good books, and which everybody then, I suppose, thought as natural as we do now our small supply of good pictures. You could not then study the work of a great historian or great poet, any more than you can now study that of a great painter, but at heavy cost. If you wanted a book, you had to get it written out for you, or to write it out for yourself. But printing came, and the poor man may read his Dante and his Homer, and Dante PG 49 and Homer are none the worse for that. But it is only in literature that private persons of moderate fortune can possess and study greatness. They can study at home no greatness in art, and the object of that accumulation which we are at present aiming at, as our third object in political economy, is to bring great art in some degree within the reach of the multitude, and both in larger and more numerous galleries than we now possess, and by distribution, according to his wealth and wish in each man's home, to render the influence of art somewhat correspondent in extent to that of literature. Here, then, is the subtle balance which your economist has to strike. To accumulate so much art as to be able to give the whole nation a supply of it, according to its need, and yet to regulate its distribution so that there shall be no glut of it, nor contempt. A difficult balance indeed for us to hold, if it were left merely to our skill to poise. But the just point between poverty and profusion has been fixed for us accurately by the wise laws of Providence. If you carefully watch for all the genius you can detect, apply it to good service, and then reverently preserve what it produces, you will never have too little art. And if, on the other hand, you never force an artist to work hurriedly, for daily bread, nor imperfectly, because you would rather have showy works than complete ones, you will never have too much. Do not force the multiplication of art, and you will not have it too cheap. Do not wantonly destroy it, and you will not have it too dear. But who wantonly destroys it, you will ask, why we all do. Perhaps you thought, when I came to this part of our subject, corresponding to that set forth in our housewife's economy by the keeping her embroidery from the moth, that I was going to tell you only how to take better care of pictures, how to clean them and varnish them, and where to put them away safely when you went out of town. Ah, not at all. The utmost I have to ask of you is, that you will not pull them to pieces and trample them under your feet. What, you will say, when do we do such things? Have not we built a perfectly beautiful gallery for all the pictures we have to take care of? Yes, you have, for the pictures which are definitely sent to Manchester to be taken care of. But their PG50 are quantities of pictures out of Manchester which it is your business, and mine too, to take care of no less than of these, and which we are at this moment employing ourselves in pulling to pieces by deputy. I will tell you what they are, and where they are, in a minute. Only first let me state one more of those main principles of political economy on which the matter hinges. I must begin a little apparently wide of the mark, and ask you to reflect if there is any way in which we waste money more in England than in building fine tombs. Our respect for the dead when they are just dead is something wonderful, and the way we show it more wonderful still. We show it with black feathers and black horses, we show it with black dresses and bright heraldries, we show it with costly obelisks and sculptures of sorrow, which spoil half of our most beautiful cathedrals. We show it with frightful gratings and vaults, and lids of dismal stone, in the midst of the quiet grass. And last and not least, we show it by permitting ourselves to tell any number of lies we think amiable or credible, in the epitaph. This feeling is common to the poor as well as the rich, and we all know how many a poor family will nearly ruin themselves, to testify their respect for some member of it in his coffin, whom they never much cared for when he was out of it, and how often it happens that a poor old woman will starve herself to death, in order that she may be respectably buried. Now, this being one of the most complete and special ways of wasting money, no money being less productive of good, or of any percentage whatever, than that which we shake away from the ends of undertakers' plumacet, is of course the duty of all good economists, and kind persons to prove and proclaim continually, to the poor as well as the rich, that respect for the dead is not really shown by laying great stones on them to tell us where they are laid, but by remembering where they are laid without a stone to help us, trusting them to the sacred grass and saddened flowers, and still more that respect and love are shown to them, not by great monuments to them which we build with our hands, but by letting the monuments stand, which they built with their own. And this is the point now in question, pg 51. Observe, there are two great reciprocal duties concerning industry, constantly to be exchanged between the living and the dead. We, as we live and work, are to be always thinking of those who are to come after us, that what we do may be serviceable, as far as we can make it so, to them as well as to us. Then, when we die, it is the duty of those who come after us to accept this work of ours with thanks and remembrance, not thrusting it aside, or tearing it down the moment they think they have no use for it. And each generation will only be happy or powerful to the pitch that it ought to be, in fulfilling these two duties to the past and the future. Its own work will never be rightly done, even for itself never good or noble or pleasurable to its own eyes if it does not prepare it also for the eyes of generations yet to come. And its own possessions will never be enough for it, and its own wisdom never enough for it, unless it avails itself gratefully and tenderly of the treasures and the wisdom bequeathed to it by its ancestors. For be assured that all the best things and treasures of this world are not to be produced by each generation for itself, but we are all intended, not to carve our work in snow that will melt, but each and all of us to be continually rolling a great white gathering snowball, higher and higher larger, and larger along the Alps of human power. Thus the science of nations is to be accumulative from father to son, each learning a little more and a little more, each receiving all that was known and adding its own gain. The history and poetry of nations are to be accumulative, each generation treasuring the history and the songs of its ancestors, adding its own history and its own songs. And the art of nations is to be accumulative, just as science and history are. The work of living men not superseding, but building itself up. The work of the past. Nearly every great and intellectual race of the world has produced, at every period of its career, an art with some peculiar and precious character about it, wholly unattainable by any other race, and at any other time. And the intention of Providence concerning that art is evidently that it should all grow together into one mighty temple, the rough stones and the smooth all finding their place, and rising day by day in richer and higher pinnacles to heaven. Pg 52. Now just fancy what a position the world, considered as one great workroom, great factory in the form of a globe, would have been in by this time, if it had in the least understood this duty, or been capable of it. Fancy what we should have had around us now, if instead of quarrelling and fighting over their work, the nations had aided each other in their work, or if even in their conquests, instead of effacing the memorials of those they succeeded and subdued, they had guarded the spoils of their victories. Fancy what Europe would be now, if the delicate statues and temples of the Greeks, if the broad roads and massy walls of the Romans, if the noble and pathetic architecture of the Middle Ages, had not been ground to dust by mere human rage. You talk of the scythe of time and the tooth of time. I tell you, time is scytheless and toothless. It is we who gnaw like the worm, we who smite like the scythe. It is ourselves who abolish, ourselves who consume. We are the mildew and the flame, and the soul of man is to its own work as the moth, that frets when it cannot fly, and as the hidden flame that blasts where it cannot illumine. All these lost treasures of human intellect have been wholly destroyed by human industry of destruction. The marble would have stood its 2,000 years as well in the polished statue as in the Parian cliff, but we men have ground it to powder, and mixed it with our own ashes. The walls and the ways would have stood it, is we who have left not one stone upon another, and restored its pathlessness to the desert. The great cathedrals of old religion would have stood it, is we who have dashed down the carved work with axes and hammers, and bid the mounting grass bloom upon the pavement, and the sea winds chaunt in the galleries. You will perhaps think all this was somehow necessary for the development of the human race. I cannot stay now to dispute that, though I would willingly. But do you think it is still necessary for that development? Do you think that in this 19th century it is still necessary for the European nations to turn all the places where their principal art treasures are into battlefields? For that is what they are doing even while I speak. The great firm of the world is managing its business at this moment, just as it has done in past time. Pg 53. Imagine what would be the thriving circumstances of a manufacturer of some delicate producer, suppose glass, or china, in whose workshop and exhibition rooms all the workmen and clerks began fighting at least once a day, first blowing off the steam, and breaking all the machinery they could reach, and then making fortresses of all the cupboards, and attacking and defending the shotables, the victorious party finally throwing everything they could get hold of out of the window, by way of showing their triumph, and the poor manufacturer picking up and putting away at last a cup here and a handle there. A fine prosperous business that would be, would it not? And yet that is precisely the way the great manufacturing firm of the world carries on its business. It has so arranged its political squabbles for the last 600 or 700 years, that not one of them could be fought out, but in the midst of its most precious art. And it so arranges them to this day. For example, if I were asked to lay my finger in a map of the world, on the spot of the world's surface which contained at this moment the most singular concentration of art teaching and art treasure, I should lay it on the name of the town of Verona. Other cities, indeed, contain more works of carriageable art, but none contain so much of the glorious local art, and of the springs and sources of art, which can by no means be made subjects of package or porterage, nor, I grieve to say, of salvage. Verona possesses in the first place not the largest, but the most perfect and intelligible Roman amphitheatre that exists, still unbroken in circle of step, and strong in succession of vault and arch. It contains minor Roman monuments, gateways, theatres, baths, wrecks of temples, which give the streets of its suburbs a character of antiquity unexampled elsewhere, except in Rome itself. But it contains, in the next place, what Rome does not contain, perfect examples of the great 12th century Lombardic architecture, which was the root of all the medieval art of Italy, without which no Giottos, no Angelicos, no Raphaels would have been possible. It contains that architecture not in rude forms, but in the most perfect and loveliest types it ever attained, contains those, not in ruins, nor in altered and hardly decipherable fragments, but in churches. Perfect from PG 54 porch to apse, with all their carving fresh, their pillars firm, their joints unloosened. Besides these, it includes examples of the great 13th and 14th century Gothic of Italy, not merely perfect, but elsewhere unrivaled. At Rome, the Roman at Pisa, the Lombard architecture may be seen in greater or in equal nobleness, but not at Rome, nor Pisa, nor Florence, nor in any city of the world, is there a great medieval Gothic like the Gothic of Verona. Elsewhere it is either less pure in type or less lovely in completion. Only at Verona may you see it in the simplicity of its youthful power, and the tenderness of its accomplished beauty. And Verona possesses, in the last place, the loveliest Renaissance architecture of Italy, not disturbed by pride, nor defiled by luxury, but rising in fair fulfillment of domestic service, serenity of effortless grace, and modesty of home seclusion. Its richest work given to the windows that open on the narrowest streets and most silent gardens. All this she possesses, in the midst of natural scenery such as assuredly exists nowhere else in the habitable globe, a wild alpine river foaming at her feet, from whose shore the rocks rise in a great crescent, dark with cypress and misty with olive. Illimitably from before her southern gates, the tufted plains of Italy sweep and fade in golden light. Around her, north and west, the Alps crowd in crested troops, and the winds of Benacus bear to her the coolness of their snows. And this is the city such, and possessing such things as Thesite, whose gates the decisive battles of Italy are fought continually. 3 days her towers trembled with the echo of the cannon of Arcola. Heaped pebbles of the Mincio divide her fields to this hour with lines of broken rampart, whence the tide of war rolled back to Novara, and now on that crescent of her eastern cliffs, whence the full moon used to rise through the bars of the cypresses in her burning summer twilights, touching with soft increase of silver light the rosy marbles of her balconies along the ridge of that encompassing rock. Other circles are increasing now, white and pale, walled towers of cruel strength, sable-spotted with cannon courses. I tell you, I have seen, when the thunderclouds came down on those Italian hills, and all their crags were dipped in the dark, terrible PG 55 purple, as if the winepress of the wrath of God had stained their mountain raiment. I have seen the hail fall in Italy, till the forest branches stood stripped and bare as if blasted by the locust, but the white hail never fell from those clouds of heaven, as the black hail will fall from the clouds of hell, if ever one breath of Italian life stirs again in the streets of Verona. Sad as you will feel this to be, I do not say that you can directly prevent it. You cannot drive the Austrians out of Italy, nor prevent them from building forts where they choose. But I do say that you and I and all of us ought to be both acting and feeling with a full knowledge and understanding of these things, and that, without trying to excite revolutions or weaken governments, we may give our own thoughts and PG 56 help, so as in a measure to prevent needless destruction. We should do this, if we only realize the thing thoroughly. You drive out day by day through your own pretty suburbs, and you think only of making, with what money you have to spare, your gateways handsomer, and your carriage drives wider and your drawing-rooms more splendid, having a vague notion that you are all the while patronizing and advancing art, and you make no effort to conceal the fact that within a few hours' journey of you, there are gateways and drawing-rooms which might just as well be yours as these, all built already. Gateways built by the greatest masters of sculpture that ever struck marble, drawing-rooms painted by Titian and Veronese, and you will not accept nor save these as they are, but you will rather fetch the house-painter from over the way, and let Titian and Veronese house the rats. Yes, of course, you answer, we want nice houses here, not houses in Verona. What should we do with houses in Verona? And I answer, do precisely what you do with the most expensive part of your possessions here. Take pride in themanly a noble pride. You know well, when you examine your own hearts, that the greater part of the sums you spend on possessions are spent for pride. Why are your carriages nicely painted and finished outside? You do not see the outsides as you sit in them. The outsides are for other people to see. Why are your exteriors of houses so well finished, your furniture so polished and costly, but for other people to see? You are just as comfortable yourselves, writing on your old friend of a desk, with the white cloudings in his leather, and using the light of a window which is nothing but a hole in the brick wall. And all that is desirable to be done in this matter is merely to take pride in preserving great art, instead of in producing mean art. Pride in the possession of precious and enduring things, a little way off, instead of slight and perishing things near at hand. You know, in old English times, our kings liked to have lordships and dukedoms abroad, and why should not you merchant princes like to have lordships and estates abroad? Believe me, rightly understood, it would be a prouder, and in the full sense of our English word, more respectable thing to be lord of a palace at Verona, or of a cloister full of frescoes at Florence, pg 57, than to have a file of servants dressed in the finest liveries that ever tailor stitched, as long as would reach from here to Bolton. Yes, and a prouder thing to send people to travel in Italy, who would have to say every now and then of some fair piece of art, "Ah, this was kept here for us by the good people of Manchester," than to bring them travelling all the way here, exclaiming of your various art treasures, "These were brought here for us, not altogether without harm, by the good people of Manchester." Ah, but you say the art treasures exhibition will pay, but Veronese palaces will not. Pardon me. They would pay, less directly but far more richly. Do you suppose it is in the long run good for Manchester, or good for England, that the continent should be in the state it is? Do you think the perpetual fear of revolution, or the perpetual repression of thought and energy that clouds and encumbers the nations of Europe, is eventually profitable for us? Were we any the better of the course of affairs in '48, or has the stabling of the dragoon horses in the great houses of Italy any distinct effect in the promotion of the cotton trade? Not so. But every stake that you could hold in the stability of the continent, and every effort that you could make to give example of English habits and principles on the continent, and every kind deed that you could do in relieving distress and preventing despair on the continent, would have tenfold reaction on the prosperity of England, and open and urge, in 1,000 unforeseen directions, the sluices of commerce and the springs of industry. I could press, if I chose, both these motives upon you, of pride and self-interest, with more force, but these are not motives which ought to be urged upon you at all. The only motive that I ought to put before you is simply that it would be right to do this, that the holding of property abroad, and the personal efforts of Englishmen to redeem the condition of foreign nations, are among the most direct pieces of duty which our wealth renders incumbent upon us. I do note, and in all truth and deliberateness I say this, I do not know anything more ludicrous among the self-deceptions of well-meaning people than their notion of patriotism, as requiring them to limit their efforts to the good of their own country. pg 58, the notion that charity is a geographical virtue, and that what it is holy and righteous to do for people on one bank of a river, it is quite improper and unnatural to do for people on the other. It will be a wonderful thing, some day or other, for the Christian world to remember that it went on thinking for 2,000 years that neighbours were neighbours at Jerusalem, but not at Jericho. A wonderful thing for us English to reflect in after years how long it was before we could shake hands with anybody across that shallow salt wash, which the very chalk dust of its two shores whitens from Folkestone to Ambleteuse. Nor ought the motive of gratitude, as well as that of mercy, to be without its influence on you, who have been the first to ask to see, and the first to show to us, the treasures which this poor lost Italy has given to England. Remember, all these things that delight you here were Herschel's either in fact or in teaching. Hers, in fact, are all the most powerful and most touching paintings of old time that now glow upon your walls. Hers in teaching are all the best and greatest of descendant Solskjaer Reynolds, and your Gainsborough never could have painted but for Venice. And the energies which have given the only true life to your existing art were first stirred by voices of the dead, that haunted the sacred field of Pisa. Well, all these motives for some definite course of action on our part towards foreign countries rest upon very serious facts. Too serious, perhaps you will think, to be interfered with, for we are all of us in the habit of leaving great things alone, as if Providence would mind them, and attending ourselves only to little things which we know. Practically, Providence does not mind unless we do. We are ready enough to give care to the growing of pines and lettuces, knowing that they do not grow providentially sweet or large unless we look after them. But we do not give any care to the good of Italy or Germany, because we think that they will grow providentially happy without any of our meddling. Let us leave the great things then and think of little things, not of the destruction of whole provinces in war which it may not be any business of ours to prevent, but of the destruction of poor little pictures in peace, from which it surely would not pg 59 be much out of our way to save them. You know, I said just now, we were all of us engaged in pulling pictures to pieces by deputy, and you did not believe me. Consider, then, this similitude of ourselves. Suppose you saw, as I doubt not you often do see, a prudent and kind young lady sitting at work, in the corner of a quiet room, knitting comforters for her cousins, and that just outside in the hall you saw a cat and her kittens at play among the family pictures, amusing themselves especially with the best Van Dycks, by getting on the tops of the frames, and then scrambling down the canvases by their claws. And on someone's informing the young lady of these proceedings of the cat and kittens, suppose she answered that it was not her cat but her sister's, and the pictures were not hers but her uncle's, and she could not leave her work, for she had to make so many pairs of comforters before dinner. Would you not say that the prudent and kind young lady was, on the whole, answerable for the additional touches of claw on the Van Dycks? Now, that is precisely what we prudent and kind English are doing, only on a larger scale. Here we sit in Manchester, hard at work very properly, making comforters for our cousins all over the world. Just outside there in the hall that beautiful marble hall of Italythe cats and kittens and monkeys are at play among the pictures. I assure you, in the course of the 15 years in which I have been working in those places in which the most precious remnants of European art exist, a sensation, whether I would or no, was gradually made distinct and deep in my mind, that I was living and working in the midst of a den of monkeys, sometimes amiable and affectionate monkeys, with all manner of winning ways and kind intentions, more frequently selfish and malicious monkeys, but whatever their disposition, squabbling continually about nuts and the best places on the barren sticks of trees, and that all this monkey's den was filled, by mischance, with precious pictures and the witty and wilful beasts were always wrapping themselves up and going to sleep in pictures, or tearing holes in them to grin through, or tasting them and spitting them out again, or twisting them up into ropes and making swings of them, and that sometimes only by watching one's opportunity, and bearing PG 60 a scratch or a bite, one could rescue the corner of a tintoret or Paul Veronese and push it through the bars into a place of safety. Literally, I assure you, this was, and this is, the fixed impression on my mind of the state of matters in Italy. And see how the professors of art in Italy, having long followed a method of study peculiar to themselves, have at last arrived at a form of art peculiar to themselves, very different from that which was arrived at by Correggio and Titian. Naturally, the professors like their own form the best, and as the old pictures are generally not so startling to the eye as the modern ones, the dukes and counts who possess them, and who like to see their galleries look new and fine, and are persuaded also that a celebrated chef-d'oeuvre ought always to catch the eye at a quarter of a mile off, believe the professors who tell them their sober pictures are quite faded and good for nothing and should all be brought bright again, and accordingly give the sober pictures to the professors to be put right by rules of art. Then, the professors repaint the old pictures in all the principal places, leaving perhaps only a bit of background to set off their own work. And thus the professors come to be generally figured in my mind as the monkeys who tear holes in the pictures to grin through. Then the picture editors who live by the pictures cannot sell them to the English in their old and pure state. All the good work must be covered with new paint and varnished so as to look like one of the professorial pictures in the great gallery before it is saleable. And thus the dealers come to be imaged, in my mind, as the monkeys who make ropes of the pictures to swing by. Then, every now and then, in some old stable or wine cellar or timber shed, behind some forgotten vats or faggots, somebody finds a fresco of Peruginos or Giottos, but does not think much of it, and has no idea of having people coming into his cellar, or being obliged to move his faggots. And so he whitewashes the fresco and puts the faggots back again, and these kind of persons, therefore, come generally to be imaged in my mind, as the monkeys who taste the pictures and spit them out, not finding them nice. While finally the squabbling for nuts and apples called in Italy bella libertà goes on all day long, PG 61. Now all this might soon be put an end to, if we English, who are so fond of travelling in the body, would also travel a little in soul. We think it a great triumph to get our packages and our persons carried at a fast pace, but we never take the slightest trouble to put any pace into our perceptions. We stay usually at home in thought, or if we ever mentally see the world, it is at the old stagecoach or wagon rate. Do but consider what an odd sight it would be, if it were only quite clear to you how things are really going on, how, here in England, we are making enormous and expensive efforts to produce new art of all kinds, knowing and confessing all the while that the greater part of it is bad, but struggling still to produce new patterns of wallpapers, and new shapes of teapots, and new pictures and statues and architecture. And pluming and cackling if ever a teapot or a picture has the least good in it, all the while taking no thought whatever of the best possible pictures and statues and wall patterns already in existence, which require nothing but to be taken common care of and kept from damp and dust. But we let the walls fall that Giotto patterned, and the canvases rot that Tintoret painted, and the architecture be dashed to pieces that St. Louis built, while we are furnishing our drawing-rooms with prize upholstery and writing accounts of our handsome warehouses to the country papers. Do not think I use my words vaguely or generally. I speak of literal facts. Giotto's frescoes at Assisi are perishing at this moment for want of decent care. Tintoret's pictures in San Sebastian at Venice are at this instant rotting piecemeal into grey rags. St. Louis' Chapel at Carcassonne is at this moment lying in shattered fragments in the marketplace. And here we are all cawing and crowing, poor little half-fulged daws as we are, about the pretty sticks and wool in our own nests. There's hardly a day passes when I am at home, but I get a letter from some well-meaning country clergyman, deeply anxious about the state of his parish church, and breaking his heart to get money together that he may hold up some wretched remnant of Tudor tracery, with one niche in the corner and no statue, and all the while the mightiest piles of religious architecture and sculpture that ever the world saw are being blasted and withered away, without one glance pg 62 of pity or regret. The country clergyman does not care for them. He has a seasick imagination that cannot cross channel. What is it to him if the angels of Assisi fade from its vaults, or the queens and kings of Chartres fall from their pedestals? They are not in his parish. What, you will say, are we not to produce any new art, nor take care of our parish churches? No, certainly not, until you have taken proper care of the art you have got already, and of the best churches out of the parish. Your first and proper standing is not as churchwardens and parish overseers in an English county, but as members of the great Christian community of Europe. And as members of that community in which alone, observe, pure and precious ancient art exists, for there is none in America, none in Asia, none in Africa, you conduct yourselves precisely as a manufacturer would, who attended to his looms, but left his warehouse without a roof. The rain floods your warehouse, the rats frolic in it, the spiders spin in it, the choughs build in it, the wall plague frets and festers in it, and still you keep weaving at your wretched webs and thinking you are growing rich, while more is gnawed out of your warehouse in an hour than you can weave in a 12-month. Even this similitude is not absurd enough to set us rightly forth. The weaver would, or might at least, hope that his new woof was as stout as the old ones, and that therefore, in spite of rain and ravage, he would have something to wrap himself in when he needed it. But our webs rot as we spin. The very fact that we despise the great art of the past shows that we cannot produce great art now. If we could do it, we should love it when we saw it done. If we really cared for it, we should recognize it and keep it. But we do not care for it. It is not art that we want. It is amusement, gratification of pride, present gain anything in the world but art. Let it rot, we shall always have enough to talk about and hang over our sideboards. You will, I hope, finally ask me what is the outcome of all this, practicable tomorrow morning by us who are sitting here. These are the main practical outcomes of it. In the first place, do not grumble when you hear of a new picture being bought by government at a large price. There are pg 63 many pictures in Europe now in danger of destruction, which are, in the true sense of the word, priceless. The proper price is simply that which it is necessary to give to get, and to save them. If you can get them for £50, do. If not for less than 100, do. If not for less than 5,000, do. If not for less than 20,000, do. Never mind being imposed upon. There is nothing disgraceful in being imposed upon. The only disgrace is in imposing. And you cannot in general get anything much worth having in the way of continental art, but it must be with the help or connivance of numbers of people who, indeed, ought to have nothing to do with the matter, but who practically have, and always will have, everything to do with it. And if you do not choose to submit to be cheated by them out of a ducat here and a zecchin there, you will be cheated by them out of your picture. And whether you are most imposed upon in losing that or the zecchins, I think I may leave you to judge, though I know there are many political economists who would rather leave a bag of gold on a garrettable than give a porter 6 pence extra to carry it downstairs. That then is the first practical outcome of the matter. Never grumble, but be glad when you hear of a new picture being bought at a large price. In the long run, the dearest pictures are always the best bargains, and I repeat, for else you might think I said it in mere hurry of talk, and not deliberately, there are some pictures which are without price. You should stand nationally at the edge of Dover cliffs Shakespeare's and wave blank cheques in the eyes of the nations on the other side of the sea, freely offered for such and such canvases of theirs. Then the next practical outcome of it is, never buy a copy of a picture under any circumstances whatever. All copies are bad, because no painter who is worth a straw ever will copy. He will make a study of a picture he likes for his own use in his own way, but he will not and cannot copy. Whenever you buy a copy, you buy so much misunderstanding of the original, and encourage a dull person in following a business he is not fit for, besides increasing ultimately chances of mistake and imposture, and farthering as directly as money PG 64 can farther, the cause of ignorance in all directions. You may, in fact, consider yourself as having purchased a certain quantity of mistakes, and, according to your power, being engaged in disseminating them. I do not mean, however, that copies should never be made. A certain number of dull persons should always be employed by a government in making the most accurate copies possible of all good pictures. These copies, though artistically valueless, would be historically and documentarily valuable in the event of the destruction of the original picture. The studies also made by great artists for their own use should be sought after with the greatest eagerness. They are often to be bought cheap, and in connection with the mechanical copies would become very precious. Tracings from frescoes and other large works are also of great value, for though a tracing is liable to just as many mistakes as a copy, the mistakes in a tracing are of one kind only, which may be allowed for, but the mistakes of a common copyist are of all conceivable kinds. Finally, engravings, in so far as they convey certain facts about the pictures, without pretending adequately to represent or give an idea of the pictures, are often serviceable and valuable. I cannot, of course, enter into details in these matters just now. Only this main piece of advice I can safely give you: never to buy copies of pictures for your private possession, which pretend to give a facsimile that shall be in any wise representative of, or equal to, the original. Whenever you do so, you are only lowering your taste and wasting your money, and if you are generous and wise, you will be ready rather to subscribe as much as you would have given for a copy of a great picture, towards its purchase, or the purchase of some other like it, by the nation. There ought to be a great national society instituted for the purchase of pictures, presenting them to the various galleries in our great cities, and watching there over their safety. But in the meantime, you can always act safely and beneficially by merely allowing your artist friends to buy pictures for you when they see good ones. Never buy for yourselves nor go to the foreign dealers, but let any painter whom you know be entrusted, when he finds a neglected old picture in an old house, to try if he cannot get it for you. PG 65 then, if you like it, keep it. If not, send it to the hammer, and you will find that you do not lose money on pictures so purchased. And the third and chief practical outcome of the matter is this general one: wherever you go, whatever you do, act more for preservation and less for production. I assure you the world is, generally speaking, in calamitous disorder, and just because you have managed to thrust some of the lumber aside and get an available corner for yourselves, you think you should do nothing but sit spinning in it all day long. Well, as householders and economists, your first thought and effort should be to set things more square all about you. Try to set the ground floors in order and get the rottenness out of your granaries. Then sit and spin, but not till then. 4. Distribution. And now, lastly, we come to the fourth great head of our inquiry, the question of the wise distribution of the art we have gathered and preserved. It must be evident to us at a moment's thought that the way in which works of art are on the whole most useful to the nation to which they belong must be by their collection in public galleries, supposing those galleries properly managed. But there is one disadvantage attached necessarily to gallery exhibition, namely, the extent of mischief which may be done by one foolish curator. As long as the pictures which form the national wealth are disposed in private collections, the chance is always that the people who buy them will be just the people who are fond of them, and that the sense of exchangeable value in the commodity they possess will induce them, even if they do not esteem it themselves, to take such care of it as will preserve its value undiminished. At all events, so long as works of art are scattered through the nation, no universal destruction of them is possible. A certain average only are lost by accidents from time to time. But when they are once collected in a large public gallery, if the appointment of curator becomes in any way a matter of formality, or the post is so lucrative as to be disputed by place hunters, Let but one foolish or careless person get possession of it, and perhaps you may have all your fine. Pictures repainted, PG 66, and the national property destroyed in a month. That is actually the case at this moment, in several great foreign galleries. They are the places of execution of pictures. Over their doors you only want the Dantesque inscription, Lasciate ogni speranza, voi ci entrate. Supposing, however, this danger properly guarded against, as it would be always by a nation which either knew the value, or understood the meaning of painting, arrangement in a public gallery is the safest, as well as the most serviceable method of exhibiting pictures, and it is the only mode in which their historical value can be brought out, and their historical meaning made clear. But great good is also to be done by encouraging the private possession of pictures, partly as a means of study, much more being always discovered in any work of art by a person who has it perpetually near him, than by one who only sees it from time to time, and also as a means of refining the habits and touching the hearts of the masses of the nation in their domestic life. For these last purposes the most serviceable art is the living art of the time. The particular tastes of the people will be best met, and their particular ignorances best corrected, by painters labouring in the midst of them, more or less guided to the knowledge of what is wanted by the degree of sympathy with which their work is received. So then, generally, it should be the object of government, and of all patrons of art, to collect, as far as may be, the works of dead masters in public galleries, arranging them so as to illustrate the history of nations and the progress and influence of their arts, and to encourage the private possession of the works of living masters. And the first and best way in which to encourage such private possession is, of course, to keep down the prices of them as far as you can. I hope there are not a great many painters in the room. If there are, I entreat their patience for the next quarter of an hour. If they will bear with me for so long, I hope they will not, finally, be offended by what I am going to say. PG 67, I repeat, trusting to their indulgence in the interim, that the first object of our national economy, as respects the distribution of modern art, should be steadily and rationally to limit its prices, since by doing so you will produce two effects. You will make the painters produce more pictures, 2 or 3 instead of 1, if they wish to make money, and you will, by bringing good pictures within the reach of people of moderate income, excite the general interest of the nation in them, increase 1,000-fold the demand for the commodity, and therefore its wholesome and natural production. I know how many objections must arise in your minds at this moment to what I say, but you must be aware that it is not possible for me in an hour to explain all the moral and commercial bearings of such a principle as this. Only, believe me, I do not speak lightly. I think I have considered all the objections which could be rationally brought forward, though I have time at present only to glance at the main one, namely, the idea that the high prices paid for modern pictures are either honourable or serviceable to the painter. So far from this being so, I believe one of the principal obstacles to the progress of modern art to be the high prices given for good modern pictures. For observe, first, the action of this high remuneration on the artist's mind. If he gets on, as it is called, catches the eye of the public, and especially of the public of the upper classes, there is hardly any limit to the fortune he may acquire, so that in his early years his mind is naturally led to dwell on this worldly and wealthy eminence as the main thing to be reached by his art. If he finds that he is not gradually rising towards it, he thinks there is something wrong in his work. Or if he is too proud to think that, still the bribe of wealth and honour warps him from his honest labour into efforts to attract attention, and he gradually loses both his power of mind and his rectitude of purpose. This, according to the degree of avarice or ambition which exists in any painter's mind, is the necessary influence upon him of the hope of great wealth and reputation. But the harm is still greater, in so far as the possibility of attaining fortune of this kind tempts people continually to become painters who have no real gift for the work, and on whom these motives of mere worldly interest, PG 68, have exclusive influence, men who torment and abuse the patient workers, eclipse or thrust aside all delicate and good pictures by their own gaudy and coarse ones, corrupt the taste of the public, and do the greatest amount of mischief to the schools of art in their day which it is possible for their capacities to effect. And it is quite wonderful how much mischief may be done even by small capacity. If you could by any means succeed in keeping the prices of pictures down, you would throw all these disturbers out of the way at once. You may perhaps think that this severe treatment would do more harm than good, by withdrawing the wholesome element of emulation and giving no stimulus to exertion. But I am sorry to say that artists will always be sufficiently jealous of one another, whether you pay them large or low prices, and as for stimulus to exertion, believe me, no good work in this world was ever done for money, nor while the slightest thought of money affected the painter's mind. Whatever idea of pecuniary value enters into his thoughts as he works, will, in proportion to the distinctness of its presence, shorten his power. A real painter will work for you exquisitely if you give him, as I told you a little while ago, bread and water and salt, and a bad painter will work badly and hastily, though you give him a palace to live in and a princedom to live upon. Turner got, in his earlier years, 1/2 a crown a day and his supper not bad pay neither, and he learned to paint upon that. And I believe that there is no chance of art's truly flourishing in any country, until you make it a simple and plain business, providing its masters with an easy competence, but rarely with anything more. And I say this, not because I despise the great painter, but because I honor him, and I should no more think of adding to his respectability or happiness by giving him riches, than if Shakespeare or Milton were alive, I should think we added to their respectability, or were likely to get better work from them, by making them millionaires. But observe, it is not only the painter himself whom you injure, by giving him too high prices, you injure all the inferior painters of the day. If they are modest, they will be discouraged and depressed by the feeling that their doings are PG 69 worth so little, comparatively in your eyes. If proud, all their worst passions will be aroused, and the insult or opprobrium which they will try to cast on their successful rival will not only afflict and wound him, but at last sour and harden him. He cannot pass through such a trial without grievous harm. That then is the effect you produce on the painter of mark, and on the inferior ones of his own standing. But you do worse than this, you deprive yourselves, by what you give for the fashionable picture, of the power of helping the younger men who are coming forward. Be it admitted, for argument's sake if you are not convinced by what I have said, that you do no harm to the great man by paying him well. Yet certainly you do him no special good. His reputation is established and his fortune made. He does not care whether you buy or not. He thinks he is rather doing you a favor than otherwise by letting you have one of his pictures at all. All the good you do him is to help him to buy a new pair of carriage horses, whereas with that same sum which thus you cast away, you might have relieved the hearts and preserved the health of 20 young painters, and if among those 20, you but chanced on one in whom a true latent power had been hindered by his poverty, just consider what a far-branching, fair-embracing good you have wrought with that lucky expenditure of yours. I say consider it in vain. You cannot consider it, for you cannot conceive the sickness of heart with which a young painter of deep feeling toils through his first obscurity, his sense of the strong voice within him, which you will not hear, his vain, fond, wondering witness to the things you will not see, his far-away perception of things that he could accomplish if he had but peace, and time, all unapproachable and vanishing from him, because no one will leave him peace or grant him time, all his friends falling back from him, those whom he would most reverently obey rebuking and paralyzing him, and last and worst of all, those who believe in him the most faithfully suffering by him the most bitterly, the wife's eyes in their sweet ambition shining brighter as the cheek wastes away, and the little lips at his side parched and pale, which one day he knows, though he may never see it, will quiver so proudly when they name his name, calling him our father. You deprive PG 70 yourselves, by your large expenditure for pictures of mark, of the power of relieving and redeeming this distress. You injure the painter whom you pay so largely, and what, after all, have you done for yourselves, or got for yourselves? It does not in the least follow that the hurried work of a fashionable painter will contain more for your money than the quiet work of some unknown man. In all probability you will find, if you rashly purchase what is popular at a high price, that you have got one picture you do not care for a sum which would have bought 20 you would have delighted in. For remember always that the price of a picture by a living artist never can represent, the quantity of labor or value in it. Its price represents, for the most part, the degree of desire which the rich people of the country have to possess it. Once get the wealthy classes to imagine that the possession of pictures by a given artist adds to their gentility, and there is no price which his work may not immediately reach, and for years maintain, and in buying at that price, you are not getting value for your money, but merely disputing for victory in a contest of ostentation. And it is hardly possible to spend your money in a worse or more wasteful way, for though you may not be doing it for ostentation yourself, You are, by your pertinacity, nourishing the ostentation of others. You meet them in their game of wealth, and continue it for them. If they had not found an opposite player, the game would have been done. For a proud man can find no enjoyment in possessing himself of what nobody disputes with him. So that by every farthing you give for a picture beyond its fair price, that is to say, the price which will pay the painter for his time, you are not only cheating yourself and buying vanity, but you are stimulating the vanity of others, paying literally for the cultivation of pride. You may consider every pound that you spend above the just price of a work of art as an investment in a cargo of mental quicklime or guano, which, being laid on the fields of human nature, is to grow a harvest of pride. You are in fact ploughing and harrowing in a most valuable part of your land in order to reap the whirlwind. You are setting your hand stoutly to Job's agriculture. Let thistles grow instead of wheat, and cockle instead of barley. pg 71. Well, but you will say, there is one advantage in high prices, which more than counterbalances all this mischief, namely, that by great reward we both urge and enable a painter to produce rather one perfect picture than many inferior ones. And one perfect picture, so you tell us, and we believe it is worth a great number of inferior ones. It is so, but you cannot get it by paying for it. A great work is only done when the painter gets into the humour for it, likes his subject, and determines to paint it as well as he can, whether he is paid for it or not. But bad work, and generally the worst sort of bad work, is done when he is trying to produce a showy picture, or one that shall appear to have as much labour in it as shall be worth a high price. There is, however, another point, and a still more important one, bearing on this matter of purchase, than the keeping down of prices to a rational standard, and that is, that you pay your prices into the hands of living men, and do not pour them into coffins. For observe that, as we arrange our payment of pictures at present, no artist's work is worth half its proper value while he is alive. The moment he dies, his pictures, if they are good, reach double their former value, but that rise of price represents simply a profit made by the intelligent dealer or purchaser on his past purchases. So that the real facts of the matter are, that the British public, spending a certain sum annually in art, pg 72 determines that, of every 1,000 it pays, only 500 shall go to the painter, or shall be at all concerned in the production of art, and that the other 500 shall be paid merely as a testimonial to the intelligent dealer, who knew what to buy. Now, testimonials are very pretty and proper things, within due limits, but testimonial to the amount of 100% on the total expenditure is not good political economy. Do not therefore, in general, unless you see it to be necessary for its preservation, buy the picture of a dead artist. If you fear that it may be exposed to contempt or neglect, buy it. Its price will then probably not be high. If you want to put it into a public gallery, buy it. You are sure then that you do not spend your money selfishly. Or, if you loved the man's work while he was alive and bought it then, buy it also now, if you can see no living work equal to it. But if you did not buy it while the man was living, never buy it after he is dead. You are then doing no good to him, and you are doing some shame to yourself. Look around you for pictures that you really like, and in buying which you can help some genius yet unperished. That is the best atonement you can make to the one you have neglected, and give to the living and struggling painter at once wages and testimonial. So far then of the motives which should induce us to keep down the prices of modern art, and thus render it, as a private possession, attainable by greater numbers of people than at present. But we should strive to render it accessible to them in other ways, also chiefly by the permanent decoration of public buildings, and it is in this field that I think we may look for the profitable means of providing that constant employment for young painters of which we were speaking last evening. The first and most important kind of public buildings which we are always sure to want are schools, and I would ask you to consider very carefully whether we may not wisely introduce some great changes in the way of school decoration. Hitherto, as far as I know, it has either been so difficult to give all the education we wanted to our lads, that we have been obliged to do it, if at all, with cheap furniture and bare walls, or else we have considered that cheap furniture and bare walls are pg 73 a proper part of the means of education, and supposed that boys learned best when they sat on hard forms, and had nothing but blank plaster about and above them whereupon to employ their attention, also that it was as well they should be accustomed to rough and ugly conditions of things, partly by way of preparing them for the hardships of life, and partly that there might be the least possible damage done to floors and forms, in the event of their becoming, during the master's absence, the fields or instruments of battle. All this is so far well and necessary, as it relates to the training of country lads, and the first training of boys in general. But there certainly comes a period in the life of a well-educated youth, in which one of the principal elements of his education is, or ought to be, to give him refinement of habits, and not only to teach him the strong exercises of which his frame is capable, but also to increase his bodily sensibility and refinement, and show him such small matters as the way of handling things properly and treating them considerately. Not only so, but I believe the notion of fixing the attention by keeping the room empty is a wholly mistaken one. I think it is just in the emptiest room that the mind wanders most, for it gets restless like a bird for want of a perch, and casts about for any possible means of getting out and away. And even if it be fixed by an effort on the business in hand, that business becomes itself repulsive, more than it need be, by the vileness of its associations, and many a study appears dull or painful to a boy when it is pursued on a blotted deal desk, under a wall with nothing on it but scratches and pegs, which would have been pursued pleasantly enough in a curtained corner of his father's library, or at the lattice window of his cottage. Nay, my own belief is that the best study of all is the most beautiful, and that a quiet glade of forest or the nook of a lake shore are worth all the schoolrooms in Christendom, when once you are past the multiplication table. But be that as it may, there is no question at all but that a time ought to come in the life of a well-trained youth when he can sit at a writing table without wanting to throw the inkstand at his neighbour, and when also he will feel more capable of certain efforts of mind with beautiful and refined forms about him than with ugly ones. When PG 74 that time comes, he ought to be advanced into the decorated schools, and this advance ought to be one of the important and honourable epochs of his life. I have not time, however, to insist on the mere serviceableness to our youth of refined architectural decoration as such, for I want you to consider the probable influence of the particular kind of decoration which I wish you to get for them, namely, historical painting. You know we have hitherto been in the habit of conveying all our historical knowledge, such as it is, by the ear only, never by the eye, all our notions of things being ostensibly derived from verbal description, not from sight. Now I have no doubt that, as we grow gradually Weissrand, we are doing so every day who shall discover at last that the eye is a nobler organ than the ear, and that through the eye we must, in reality, obtain, or put into form, nearly all the useful information we are to have about this world. Even as the matter stands, you will find that the knowledge which a boy is supposed to receive from verbal description is only available to him so far as in any underhand way he gets a sight of the thing you are talking about. I remember well that, for many years of my life, the only notion I had of the look of a Greek knight was complicated between recollection of a small engraving in my pocket Pope's Homer and reverent study of the Horse Guards. And though I believe that most boys collect their ideas from more varied sources, and arrange them more carefully than I did, still, whatever sources they seek must always be ocular. If they are clever boys, they will go and look at the Greek vases and sculptures in the British Museum, and at the weapons in our armouristy will see what real armour is like in lustre, and what Greek armour was like in form, and so put a fairly true image together, but still not, in ordinary cases, a very living or interesting one. Now, the use of your decorative painting would be, in myriads of ways, to animate their history for them, and to put the living aspect of past things before their eyes as faithfully as intelligent invention can, so that the master shall have nothing to do but once to point to the schoolroom walls, and for ever afterwards the meaning of any word would be fixed in a boy's mind in the best possible way. Is it a question of classical dress PG 75, what a tunic was like, or a chlamys or a peplus? At this day you have to point to some vile woodcut in the middle of a dictionary page, representing the thing hung upon a stick, but then you would point to 100 figures, wearing the actual dress in its fiery colours in all actions of various stateliness or strength. You would understand at once how it fell round the people's limbs as they stood, how it drifted from their shoulders as they went, how it veiled their faces as they wept, how it covered their heads in the day of battle. Now, if you want to see what a weapon is like, you refer in like manner to a numbered page, in which there are spearheads in rows and sword hilts in symmetrical groups. And gradually the boy gets a dim mathematical notion how one cimeter is hooked to the right and another to the left, and one javelin has a knob to it and another none, while one glance at your good picture would show him, and the first rainy afternoon in the schoolroom would forever fix in his mind, the look of the sword and spear as they fell or flew, and how they pierced or bent or shattered, how men wielded them, and how men died by them. But far more than all this, is it a question not of clothes or weapons, but of men? How can we sufficiently estimate the effect on the mind of a noble youth, at the time when the world opens to him, of having faithful and touching representations put before him of the acts and presences of great men, how many a resolution, which would alter and exalt the whole course of his afterlife, might be formed, when in some dreamy twilight he met, through his own tears, the fixed eyes of those shadows of the great dead, unescapable and calm, piercing to his soul, or fancied that their lips moved in dread reproof or soundless exhortation. And if but for one out of many this were true, if yet in a few, you could be sure that such influence had indeed changed their thoughts and destinies, and turned the eager and reckless youth, who would have cast away his energies on the racehorse or the gambling table, to that noble life-race, that holy life-hazard, which should win all glory to himself and all good to his country, would not that, to some purpose, be political economy of art? And observe, there could be no monotony, no exhaustibleness, in the scenes required to be thus portrayed. Even if pg 76 there were, and you wanted for every school in the kingdom, one death of Leonidas, one battle of Marathon, one death of Cleobis and Beto, there need not therefore be more monotony in your art than there was in the repetition of a given cycle of subjects by the religious painters of Italy. But we ought not to admit a cycle at all. For though we had as many great schools as we have great cities, one day I hope we shall have, centuries of painting would not exhaust, in all the number of them, the noble and pathetic subjects which might be chosen from the history of even one noble nation. But besides this, you will not, in a little while, limit your youth studies to so narrow fields as you do now. There will come a time, I am sure of it, when it will be found that the same practical results, both in mental discipline and in political philosophy, are to be attained by the accurate study of medieval and modern as of ancient history, and that the facts of medieval and modern history are, on the whole, the most important to us. And among these noble groups of constellated schools which I foresee arising in our England, I foresee also that there will be divided fields of thought, and that while each will give its scholars a great general idea of the world's history, such as all men should possess, each will also take upon itself, as its own special duty, the closer study of the course of events in some given place or time. It will review the rest of history, but it will exhaust its own special field of it, and found its moral and political teaching on the most perfect possible analysis of the results of human conduct in one place, and at one epoch. And then, the galleries of that school will be painted with the historical scenes belonging to the age which it has chosen for its special study. So far, then, of art as you may apply it to that great series of public buildings which you devote to the education of youth, the next large class of public buildings in which we should introduce it is one which I think a few years more of national progress will render more serviceable to us than they have been lately. I mean, buildings for the meetings of guilds of trades. And here, for the last time, I must again interrupt the course of our chief inquiry, in order to state one other principle of political economy, which is perfectly simple and indisputable, pg 77, but which, nevertheless, we continually get into commercial embarrassments for want of understanding, and not only so, but suffer much hindrance in our commercial discoveries, because many of our business men do not practically admit it. Supposing half a dozen or a dozen men were cast ashore from a wreck on an uninhabited island and left to their own resources, one, of course, according to his capacity, would be set to one business and one to another, the strongest to dig and to cut wood, and to build huts for the rest, the most dexterous to make shoes out of bark and coats out of skins, the best educated to look for iron or lead in the rocks, and to plan the channels for the irrigation of the fields. But though their labours were thus naturally severed, that small group of shipwrecked men would understand well enough that the speediest progress was to be made by helping each other, not by opposing each other, and they would know that this help could only be properly given so long as they were frank and open in their relations, and the difficulties which each lay under properly explained to the rest, so that any appearance of secrecy or separateness in the actions of any of them would instantly, and justly, be looked upon with suspicion by the rest, as the sign of some selfish or foolish proceeding on the part of the individual. If, for instance, the scientific man were found to have gone out at night, unknown to the rest, to alter the sluices, the others would think, and in all probability rightly think, that he wanted to get the best supply of water to his own field, and if the shoemaker refused to show them where the bark grew which he made the sandals of, they would naturally think, and in all probability rightly think, that he did not want them to see how much there was of it, and that he meant to ask from them more corn and potatoes in exchange for his sandals than the trouble of making them deserved. And thus, although each man would have a portion of time to himself in which he was allowed to do what he chose without let or inquiry, so long as he was working in that particular business which he had undertaken for the common benefit, any secrecy on his part would be immediately supposed to mean mischief, and would require to be accounted for or put an end to, and this all the more because, whatever the work might be, certainly pg 78, there would be difficulties about it which, when once they were well explained, might be more or less done away with by the help of the rest, so that assuredly every one of them would advance with his labour not only more happily, but more profitably and quickly, by having no secrets and by frankly bestowing and frankly receiving such help as lay in his way to get or to give. And just as the best and richest result of wealth and happiness to the whole of them would follow on their perseverance in such a system of frank communication and of helpful labour, so precisely the worst and poorest result would be obtained by a system of secrecy and of enmity, and each man's happiness and wealth would assuredly be diminished in proportion to the degree in which jealousy and concealment became their social and economical principles. It would not in the long run bring good but only evil to the man of science, if instead of telling openly where he had found good iron, he carefully concealed every new bed of it, that he might ask in exchange for the rare ploughshare, more corn from the farmer, or in exchange for the rude needle, more labour from the sempstress, and it would not ultimately bring good but only evil to the farmers if they sought to burn each other's corn stacks, that they might raise the value of their grain, or if the sempstresses tried to break each other's needles, that each might get all the stitching to herself. Now, these laws of human action are precisely as authoritative in their application to the conduct of 1,000,000 of men as to that of 6 or 12. All enmity, jealousy, opposition, and secrecy are wholly, and in all circumstances, destructive in their nature and not productive, and all kindness, fellowship, and communicativeness are invariably productive in their operation, not destructive, and the evil principles of opposition and exclusiveness are not rendered less fatal, but more fatal by their acceptance among large masses of men, more fatal, I say, exactly in proportion as their influence is more secret. For though the opposition does always its own simple, necessary, direct quantity of harm, and withdraws always its own simple, necessary, measurable quantity of wealth from the sum possessed by the community, yet in proportion to the pg 79 size of the community, it does another and more refined mischief than this, by concealing its own fatality under aspects of mercantile complication and expediency, and giving rise to multitudes of false theories, based on a mean belief in narrow and immediate appearances of good done here and there, by things which have the universal and everlasting nature of evil. So that the time and powers of the nation are wasted, not only in wretched struggling against each other, but in vain complaints and groundless discouragements and empty investigations, and useless experiments in laws and elections and inventions, with hope always to pull wisdom through some news-haped slit in a ballot box, and to drag prosperity down out of the clouds along some new knot of electric wire, while wisdom stands calling at the corners of the streets, and the blessing of heaven waits ready to rain down upon us, deeper than the rivers and broader than the dew, if only we will obey the first plain principles of humanity and the first plain precepts of the skies, execute true judgment, and show mercy and compassion, every man to his brother, and let none of you imagine evil against his brother in your heart. Therefore, I believe most firmly, that as the laws of national prosperity get familiar to us, we shall more and more cast our toil into social and communicative systems, and that one of the first means of our doing so will be the re-establishing guilds of every important trade in a vital, not formal condition, that there will be a great council or government house for the members of every trade, built in whatever town of the kingdom occupies itself principally in such trade, with minor council pg 80 halls in other cities, and to each council hall officers attached, whose first business may be to examine into the circumstances of every operative in that trade, who chooses to report himself to them when out of work, and to set him to work, if he is indeed able and willing, at a fixed rate of wages, determined at regular periods in the council meetings, and whose next duty may be to bring reports before the council of all improvements made in the business, and means of its extension, not allowing private patents of any kind, but making all improvements available to every member of the guild, only allotting, after successful trial of them, a certain reward to the inventors. For these and many other such purposes, such halls will be again, I trust, fully established, and then in the paintings and decorations of them, a special effort ought to be made to express the worthiness and honourableness of the trade for whose members they are founded. For I believe one of the worst symptoms of modern society to be its notion of great inferiority and ungentlemanliness as necessarily belonging to the character of a tradesman. I believe tradesmen may be, ought to be often are, more gentlemen than idle and useless people, and I believe that art may do noble work by recording in the hall of each trade the services which men belonging to that trade have done for their country, both preserving the portraits and recording the important incidents in the lives of those who have made great advances in commerce and civilization. I cannot follow out this subject, it branches too far and in too many directions. Besides, I have no doubt page 81 you will at once see and accept the truth of the main principle, and be able to think it out for yourselves. I would fain also have said something of what might be done in the same manner for almshouses and hospitals, and for what, as I shall try to explain in notes to this lecture, we may hope to see some day, established with a different meaning in their name than that they now bear workhouses. But I have detained you too long already, and cannot permit myself to trespass further on your patience except only to recapitulate, in closing, the simple principles respecting wealth which we have gathered during the course of our inquiry, principles which are nothing more than the literal and practical acceptance of the saying, which is in all good men's mouths, namely, that they are stewards or ministers of whatever talents are entrusted to them. Only is it not a strange thing, that while we more or less accept the meaning of that saying, so long as it is considered metaphorical, we never accept its meaning in its own terms. You know the lesson is given us under the form of a story about money. Money was given to the servants to make use of. The unprofitable servant dug in the earth and hid his lord's money. Well, we in our poetical and spiritual application of this say that of course money does not mean money, it means wit, it means intellect, it means influence in high quarters, it means everything in the world except itself. And do not you see what a pretty and pleasant coming off there is for most of us in this spiritual application? Of course, if we had wit we would use it for the good of our fellow creatures, but we have not wit. Of course, if we had influence with the bishops we would use it for the good of the church, but we have not any influence with the bishops. Of course, if we had political power we would use it for the good of the nation, but we have no political power. We have no talents entrusted to us of any sort or kind. It is true we have a little money, but the parable cannot possibly mean anything so vulgar as money. Our money's our own. I believe, if you think seriously of this matter, you will feel that the first and most literal application is just as necessary a one as any other, that the story does very specially mean what it says, plain money, and that the reason we do not at once page 82 believe it does so, is a sort of tacit idea that while thought, wit, and intellect, and all power of birth and position, are indeed given to us and therefore to be laid out for the giver, our wealth has not been given to us, but we have worked for it and have a right to spend it as we choose. I think you will find that is the real substance of our understanding in this matter. Beauty, we say, is given by God, it is a talent. Strength is given by God, it is a talent. Position is given by God, it is a talent. But money is proper wages for our day's work, it is not a talent, it is a due. We may justly spend it on ourselves if we have worked for it. And there would be some shadow of excuse for this, were it not that the very power of making the money is itself only one of the applications of that intellect or strength which we confess to be talents. Why is one man richer than another? Because he is more industrious, more persevering, and more sagacious. Well, who made him more persevering or more sagacious than others? That power of endurance, that quickness of apprehension, that calmness of judgment, which enable him to seize the opportunities that others lose, and persist in the lines of conduct in which others fail, are these not talents? Are they not, in the present state of the world, among the most distinguished and influential of mental gifts? And is it not wonderful that while we should be utterly ashamed to use a superiority of body, in order to thrust our weaker companions aside from some place of advantage, we unhesitatingly use our superiorities of mind to thrust them back from whatever good that strength of mind can attain? You would be indignant if you saw a strong man walk into a theatre or a lecture room, and, calmly choosing the best place, take his feeble neighbour by the shoulder, and turn him out of it into the back seats or the street. You would be equally indignant if you saw a stout fellow thrust himself up to a table where some hungry children were being fed, and reach his arm over their heads and take their bread from them. But you are not the least indignant if, when a man has stoutness of thought and swiftness of capacity, and instead of being long-armed only, has the much greater gift of being long-headed, you think it perfectly just that he should use his intellect pg 83 to take the bread out of the mouths of all the other men in the town who are of the same trade with him, or use his breadth and sweep of sight to gather some branch of the commerce of the country into one great cobweb, of which he is himself to be the central spider, making every thread vibrate with the points of his claws, and commanding every avenue with the facets of his eyes. You see no injustice in this. But there is injustice, and let us trust, one of which honourable men will at no very distant period disdain to be guilty. In some degree, however, it is indeed not unjust, in some degree it is necessary and intended. It is assuredly just that idleness should be surpassed by energy, that the widest influence should be possessed by those who are best able to wield it, and that a wise man at the end of his career should be better off than a fool. But for that reason is the fool to be wretched, utterly crushed down, and left in all the suffering which his conduct and capacity naturally inflict? Not so. What do you suppose fools were made for? That you might tread upon them and starve them and get the better of them in every possible way? By no means. They were made that wise people might take care of them. That is the true and plain fact concerning the relations of every strong and wise man to the world about him. He has his strength given him, not that he may crush the weak, but that he may support and guide them. In his own household he is to be the guide and the support of his children. Out of his household he is still to be the father, that is, the guide and support of the weak and the poor, not merely of the meritoriously weak and the innocently poor, but of the guiltily and punishably poor. Of the men who ought to have known better off, the poor who ought to be ashamed of themselves. It is nothing to give pension and cartage to the widow who has lost her son. It is nothing to give food and medicine to the workman who has broken his arm, or the decrepit woman wasting in sickness. But it is something to use your time and strength to war with the waywardness and thoughtlessness of mankind, to keep the erring workman in your service till you have made him an unerring one, and to direct your fellow merchant to the opportunity which his dullness would have lost. This is much, pg 84, but it is yet more, when you have fully achieved the superiority which is due to you, and acquired the wealth which is the fitting reward of your sagacity, if you solemnly accept the responsibility of it, as it is the helm and guide of labour far and near, for you who have it in your hands are in reality the pilots of the power and effort of the state. It is entrusted to you as an authority to be used for good or evil, just as completely as kingly authority was ever given to a prince, or military command to a captain. And according to the quantity of it that you have in your hands you are the arbiters of the will and work of England, and the whole issue, whether the work of the state shall suffice for the state or not, depends upon you. You may stretch out your sceptre over the heads of the English labourers, and say to them as they stoop to its waving, subdue this obstacle that has baffled our fathers, put away this plague that consumes our children, water these dry places, plough these desert ones, carry this food to those who are in hunger, carry this light to those who are in darkness, carry this life to those who are in death, or on the other side you may say to her labourers, here am I, this power is in my hand, come. Build a mound here for me to be throned upon, high and wide. Come, make crowns for my head, that men may see them shine from far away. Come, weave tapestries for my feet, that I may tread softly on the silk and purple. Come, dance before me, that I may be gay, and sing sweetly to me, that I may slumber. So shall I live in joy and die in honour. And better than such an honourable death, it were that the day had perished wherein we were born, and the night in which it was said there is a child conceived. I trust that in a little while there will be few of our rich men who, through carelessness or covetousness, thus forfeit the glorious office which is intended for their hands. I said just now that wealth ill used was as the net of the spider, entangling and destroying, but wealth well used is as the net of the sacred fisher who gathers souls of men out of the deep. A time will come, I do not think even now it is far from us, when this golden net of the world's wealth will be spread abroad pg 85, as the flaming meshes of morning cloud are over the sky, bearing with them the joy of light and the dew of the morning, as well as the summons to honourable and peaceful toil. What less can we hope from your wealth than this, rich men of England, when once you feel fully how, by the strength of your possessions not observed by the exhaustion, but by the administration of them and the power you can direct the acts, command the energies, inform the ignorance, prolong the existence of the whole human race, and how, even of worldly wisdom which man employs faithfully, it is true not only that her ways are pleasantness, but that her paths are peace, and that, for all the children of men, as well as for those to whom she is given, length of days are in her right hand, as in her left hand riches and honor. O Magi of the east and of the west, your incense, gold, and myrrh are excellent. What gifts for Christ then bring ye with the rest? Your hands have worked well, is your courage spent? In handwork only, have you nothing best, which generous souls may perfect and present? And he shall thank the givers for no light of teaching liberal nations for the poor, who sit in darkness when it is not night. No cure for wicked children, Christ no cure. No help for women, sobbing out of sight. Because men made the laws, no brothelleur. Burnt out by popular lightnings, hast thou found no remedy, my England, for such woes? No outlet, Austria, for the scourged and bound? No call back for the exiled, no repose? Russia for knouted Poles worked underground, and gentle ladies bleached among the snows? No mercy for the slave, America? No hope for Rome, free France, chivalric France? Alas, great nations have great shames, I say. No pity, O world, no tender utterance of benediction and prayers stretched this way for poor Italia baffled by mischance. O gracious nations, give some ear to me. You all go to your fair, and I am one who at the roadside of humanity beseech your alms, God's justice to be done. So prosper. The Americans, who have been sending out ships with sham boltheads on their timbers, and only half their bolts, may meditate on that buildeth a town with blood. pg 86. Addenda. Note: fatherly authority. This statement could not, of course, be heard without displeasure by a certain class of politicians, and in one of the notices of these lectures given in the Manchester journals at the time, endeavour was made to get quit of it by referring to the divine authority as the only paternal power with respect to which men were truly styled brethren. Of course it is so, and, equally of course, all human government is nothing else than the executive expression of this divine authority. The moment government ceases to be the practical enforcement of divine law, it is tyranny, and the meaning which I attach to the words paternal government is, in more extended terms, simply this: the executive fulfillment, by formal human methods, of the will of the Father of mankind respecting his children. I could not give such a definition of government as this in a popular lecture, and even in written form it will necessarily suggest many objections, of which I must notice and answer the most probable. Only, in order to avoid the recurrence of such tiresome phrases as it may be answered in the second place, and it will be objected in the third place, etc., I will ask the reader's leave to arrange the discussion in the form of simple dialogue, letting O stand for objector, and R for response. O, you define your paternal government to be the executive fulfillment, by formal human methods, of the divine will. But assuredly, that will cannot stand in need of aid or expression from human laws. It cannot fail of its fulfillment. Or in the final sense it cannot. And in that sense men who are committing murder and stealing are fulfilling the will of God as much as the best and kindest people in the world. pg 87, but in the limited and present sense, the only sense with which we have anything to do, God's will concerning man is fulfilled by some men, and thwarted by others. And those men who either persuade or enforce the doing of it, stand towards those who are rebellious against it exactly in the position of faithful children in a family, who, when the father is out of sight, either compel or persuade the rest to do as their father would have them, were he present, and in so far as they are expressing and maintaining, for the time, the paternal authority they exercise, in the exact sense in which I mean the phrase to be understood, paternal government over the rest. Oh, but if Providence has left a liberty to man in many things in order to prove him, Why should human law abridge that liberty, and take upon itself to compel what the great lawgiver does not compel? It is confessed, in the enactment of any law whatsoever, that human lawgivers have a right to do this. For, if you have no right to abridge any of the liberty which Providence has left to man, you have no right to punish anyone for committing murder or robbery. You ought to leave them to the punishment of God and nature. But if you think yourself under obligation to punish, as far as human laws can, the violation of the will of God by those great sins, you are certainly under the same obligation to punish, with proportionately less punishment, the violation of his will in less sins. No, you must not attempt to punish less sins by law, because you cannot properly define nor ascertain them. Everybody can determine whether murder has been committed or not, but you cannot determine how far people have been unjust or cruel in minor matters, and therefore cannot make or execute laws concerning minor matters. I propose to you to punish faults which cannot be defined, or to execute laws which cannot be made equitable. Reject the laws I propose, but do not generally object to the principle of law. Oh yes, I generally object to the principle of law as applied to minor things, because, if you could succeed which you cannot in regulating the entire conduct of men by law in pg 88 little things as well as great, you would take away from human life all its probationary character, and render many virtues and pleasures impossible. You would reduce virtue to the movement of a machine, instead of the act of a spirit. You have just said, parenthetically, and I fully and willingly admit it, that it is impossible to regulate all minor matters by law. Is it not probable, therefore, that the degree in which it is possible to regulate them by it, is also the degree in which it is right to regulate them by it? Or what other means of judgment will you employ, to separate the things which ought to be formally regulated from the things which ought not? You admit that great sins should be legally repressed, but you say that small sins should not be legally repressed. How do you distinguish between great and small sins, and how do you intend to determine, or do you in practice of daily life determine, on what occasions you should compel people to do right, and on what occasions you should leave them the option of doing wrong? I think you cannot make any accurate or logical distinction in such matters, but that common sense and instinct have, in all civilized nations, indicated certain crimes of great social harmfulness, such as murder, theft, adultery, slander, and such like, which it is proper to repress legally, and that common sense and instinct indicate also the kind of crimes which it is proper for laws to let alone, such as miserliness, ill-natured speaking, and many of those commercial dishonesties, which I have a notion you want your paternal government to interfere with. Pray do not alarm yourself about what my paternal government is likely to interfere with, but keep to the matter in hand. You say that common sense and instinct have, in all civilized nations, distinguished between the sins that ought to be legally dealt with, and that ought not. Do you mean that the laws of all civilized nations are perfect? No, certainly not. That they are perfect at least in their discrimination of what crimes they should deal with, and what crimes they should let alone. No, not exactly, pg 89. What do you mean then? I mean that the general tendency is right in the laws of civilized nations, and that, in due course of time, natural sense and instinct point out the matters they should be brought to bear upon, and each question of legislation must be made a separate subject of inquiry as it presents itself. You cannot fix any general principles about what should be dealt with legally, and what should not. Supposing it to be so, do you think there are any points in which our English legislation is capable of amendment, as it bears on commercial and economical matters, in this present time? Of course I do. Well then, let us discuss these together quietly, and if the points that I want amended seem to you incapable of amendment, or not in need of amendment, say so. But do not object, at starting, to the mere proposition of applying law to things which have not had law applied to them before. You have admitted the fitness of my expression, paternal government. It only has been and remains a question between us, how far such government should extend. Perhaps you would like it only to regulate, among the children, the length of their lessons, and perhaps I should like it also to regulate the hardness of their cricket balls, but cannot you wait quietly till you know what I want it to do, before quarrelling with the thing itself? No, I cannot wait quietly. In fact, I do not see any use in beginning such a discussion at all, because I am quite sure from the first that you want to meddle with things that you have no business with, and to interfere with healthy liberty of action in all sorts of ways. And I know that you cannot propose any laws that would be of real use. If PG 90 you indeed know that, you would be wrong to hear me any farther. But if you are only in painful doubt about me, which makes you unwilling to run the risk of wasting your time, I will tell you beforehand what I really do think about this same liberty of action, namely, that whenever we can make a perfectly equitable law about any matter, or even a law securing, on the whole, more just conduct than unjust, we ought to make that law, and that there will yet, on these conditions, always remain a number of matters respecting which legalism and formalism are impossible, enough and more than enough, to exercise all human powers of individual judgment, and afford all kinds of scope to individual character. I think this, but of course it can only be proved by separate examination of the possibilities of formal restraint in each given field of action, and these 2 lectures are nothing more than a sketch of such a detailed examination in one field, namely, that of art. You will find, however, 1 or 2 other remarks on such possibilities in the next note. Note 2nd, right to public support. It did not appear to me desirable, in the course of the spoken lecture, to enter into details or offer suggestions on the questions of the regulation of labour and distribution of relief, as it would have been impossible to do so without touching in many disputed or disputable points, not easily handled before a general audience. But I must now supply what is wanting to make my general statement clear. I believe in the first place that no Christian nation has any business to see one of its members in distress without helping him, though perhaps at the same time punishing him. Help, of course, in 9 cases out of 10 meaning guidance, much more than gift, and therefore interference with liberty. When a peasant mother sees one of her careless children fall into a ditch, her first proceeding is to pull him out, her second to box his ears, her third ordinarily to lead him carefully a little way by the hand, or send him home for the rest of the day. The child usually cries, and very often would clearly prefer remaining in the ditch, and if he understood any of the terms of politics, would certainly express resentment at PG 90 the interference with his individual liberty, but the mother has done her duty. Whereas the usual call of the mother nation to any of her children under such circumstances has lately been nothing more than the fox hunters, stay still there, I shall clear you. And if we always could clear them, their requests to be left in muddy independence might be sometimes allowed by kind people, or their cries for help disdained by unkind ones. But we cannot clear them. The whole nation is in fact bound together, as men are by ropes on a glacier. If one falls, the rest must either lift him or drag him along with them as dead weight, not without much increase of danger to themselves. And the law of right being manifestly in this, as whether manifestly or not it is always the law of prudence, the only question is, how this wholesome help and interference are to be administered. PG 92. The first interference should be in education. In order that men may be able to support themselves when they are grown, their strength must be properly developed while they are young, and the state should always see to this, not allowing their health to be broken by too early labour, nor their powers to be wasted for want of knowledge. Some questions connected with this matter are noticed farther on under the head trial schools. One point I must notice here, that I believe all youths of whatever rank ought to learn some manual trade thoroughly, for it is quite wonderful how much a man's views of life are cleared by the attainment of the capacity of doing any one thing well with his hands and arms. For a long time, what right life there was in the upper classes of Europe depended in no small degree on the necessity which each man was under of being able to fence. At this day, the most useful things which boys learn at public schools are, I believe, riding, rowing, and cricketing. But it would be far better that members of Parliament should be able to plough straight, and make a horseshoe, than only to feather oars neatly or point their toes prettily in stirrups. Then, in literary and scientific teaching, the great point of economy is to give the discipline of it through knowledge which will immediately bear on practical life. Our literary work has long been economically useless to us because too much concerned with dead languages, and our scientific work will yet, for some time, be a good deal lost, because scientific men are too fond or too vain of their systems, and waste the student's time in endeavouring to give him large views and make him perceive interesting connections of facts, when there is not one student, no, nor one man in 1,000 who can feel the beauty of a system, or even take it clearly into his head. but nearly all men can understand, and most will be interested in, the facts which bear on daily life. Botanists have discovered some wonderful connection between nettles and figs, which a cowboy who will never see a ripe fig in his life need not be at all troubled about. But it will be interesting to him to know what effect nettles have on hay, and what taste they will give to porridge, and it will give him nearly a new life if he can be got but once in a springtime to look well at the beautiful circlet of the white nettle blossom, and work out with his schoolmaster the curves of its petals, and the way it is set on its central mast. So the principle of chemical equivalence, beautiful as it is, matters far less to a peasant boy, and even to most sons of gentlemen, than their knowing how to find whether the water is wholesome in the back kitchen cistern, or whether the 7-acre field wants sand or chalk. Having then directed the studies of our youth so as to make them practically serviceable men at the time of their entrance into life, that entrance should always be ready for them in cases where their private circumstances present no opening. There ought to be government establishments for every trade, in which all youths who desired it should be received as apprentices on their leaving school, and men thrown out of work received at all times. At these government manufactories the discipline should be strict, and the wages steady, not varying at all in proportion to the demand for the article, but only in proportion to the price of food. The commodities pg 93 produced being laid up in store to meet sudden demands, and sudden fluctuations in prices prevented, that gradual and necessary fluctuation only being allowed which is properly consequent on larger or more limited supply of raw material and other natural causes. When there was a visible tendency to produce a glut of any commodity, that tendency should be checked by directing the youth at the government schools into other trades, and the yearly surplus of commodities should be the principal means of government provision for the poor. That provision should be large, and not disgraceful to them. At present there are very strange notions in the public mind respecting the receiving of alms. Most people are willing to take them in the form of a pension from government, but unwilling to take them in the form of a pension from their parishes. There may be some reason for this singular prejudice, in the fact of the government pension being usually given as a definite acknowledgement of some service done to the country, but the parish pension is, or ought to be, given precisely on the same terms. A labourer serves his country with his spade, just as a man in the middle ranks of life serves it with his sword, pen, or lancet. If the service is less, and therefore the wages during health less, then the reward when health is broken may be less, but not therefore less honourable. And it ought to be quite as natural and straightforward a matter for a labourer to take his pension from his parish, because he has deserved well of his parish, as for a man in higher rank to take his pension from his country, because he has deserved well of his country. If there be any disgrace in coming to the parish, because it may imply improvidence in early life, much more is there disgrace in coming to the government, since improvidence is far less justifiable in a highly educated than in an imperfectly educated man, and far less justifiable in a high rank, where extravagance must have been luxury, than in a low rank, where it may only have been comfort. So that the real fact of the matter is, that people will take alms delightedly, consisting of a carriage and footmen, because those do not look like alms to the people in the street. But they will not take alms consisting only of bread and water and coals, because everybody would understand what those meant. pg 94 mind, I do not want any one to refuse the carriage who ought to have it, but neither do I want them to refuse the coals. I should indeed be sorry if any change in our views on these subjects involved the least lessening of self-dependence in the English mind, but the common shrinking of men from the acceptance of public charity is not self-dependence, but mere base and selfish pride. It is not that they are unwilling to live at their neighbour's expense, but that they are unwilling to confess they do. It is not dependence they wish to avoid, but gratitude. They will take places in which they know there is nothing to be don't they will borrow money they know they cannot repay they will carry on a losing business with other people's capital they will cheat the public in their shops, or sponge on their friends at their houses. But to say plainly they are poor men, who need the nation's help, and go into an almshouses they loftily repudiate, and virtuously prefer being thieves to being paupers. I trust that these deceptive efforts of dishonest men to appear independent, and the agonizing efforts of unfortunate men to remain independent, may both be in some degree checked by a better administration and understanding of laws respecting the poor. But the ordinances for relief and the ordinances for labour must go together. Otherwise distress caused by misfortune will always be confounded, as it is now, with distress caused by idleness, unthrift, and fraud. It is only when the state watches and guides the middle life of men that it can, without disgrace to them, protect their old age, acknowledging in that protection that they have done their duty, or at least some portion of their duty, in better days. I know well how strange, fanciful, or impracticable these suggestions will appear to most of the business men of this day. Men who conceive the proper state of the world to be simply that of a vast and disorganized mob, scrambling each for what he can get, trampling down its children and old men in the mire, and doing what work it finds must be done with any irregular squad of labourers it can bribe or inveigle together, and afterwards scatter to starvation. A great deal may, indeed, be done in this way by a nation strong-bowed and PG-95 strong-hearted, as we are not easily frightened by pushing, nor discouraged by falls. But it is still not the right way of doing things for people who call themselves Christians. Every so-named soul of man claims from every other such soul protection and education in childhood help or punishment in middle life reward or relief, if needed, in old age. All of these should be completely and unstintingly given, and they can only be given by the organization of such a system as I have described. Note third, trial schools. It may be seriously questioned by the reader how much of painting talent we really lose on our present system, and how PG-96 much we should gain by the proposed trial schools. For it might be thought that as matters stand at present, we have more painters than we ought to have, having so many bad ones, and that all youths who had true painters' genius forced their way out of obscurity. This is not so. It is difficult to analyze the characters of mind which cause youths to mistake their vocation, and to endeavor to PG-97 become artists when they have no true artist's gift. But the fact is that multitudes of young men do this, and that by far the greater number of living artists are men who have mistaken their vocation. The peculiar circumstances of modern life, which exhibit art in almost every form to the sight of the youths in our great cities, have a natural tendency to fill their imaginations with borrowed ideas, and their minds with imperfect science. The mere dislike of mechanical employments, either felt to be irksome or believed to be degrading, urges numbers of young men to become painters, in the same temper in which they would enlist or go to sea. Others, the sons of engravers or artists, taught the business of the art by their parents, and having no gift for it themselves, follow it as the means of livelihood in an ignoble patience, or, if ambitious, seek to attract regard or distance rivalry by fantastic, meretricious, or unprecedented applications of their mechanical skill, while finally many men earnest in feeling and conscientious in principle mistake their desire to be useful for a love of art, and their quickness of emotion for its capacity, and pass their lives in painting moral and instructive pictures, which might almost justify us in thinking nobody could be a painter but a rogue. On the other hand, I believe that much of the best artistical intellect is daily lost in other avocations. Generally, the temper which would make an admirable artist is humble and observant, capable of taking much interest in little things, and of entertaining itself pleasantly in the dullest circumstances. Suppose, added to these characters, a steady conscientiousness which seeks to do its duty wherever it may be placed, and the power, denied to few artistical minds, of ingenious invention in almost any practical department of human skill, and it can hardly be doubted that the very humility and conscientiousness which would have perfected the painter have in many instances prevented his becoming one, and that in the quiet life of our steady craftsmen sagacious manufacturers and uncomplaining clerks there may frequently be concealed more genius than ever is raised to the direction of our public works, or to be the mark of our public praises. It is indeed probable that intense disposition for art will PG-98 conquer the most formidable obstacles, if the surrounding circumstances are such as at all to present the idea of such conquest to the mind. But we have no ground for concluding that Giotto would ever have been more than a shepherd if Cimabue had not by chance found him drawing, or that among the shepherds of the Apennines there were no other Giottos undiscovered by Cimabue. We are too much in the habit of considering happy accidents as what are called special providences, and thinking that when any great work needs to be done, the man who is to do it will certainly be pointed out by Providence, be he shepherd or sea-boy, and prepared for his work by all kinds of minor providences, in the best possible way. Whereas all the analogies of God's operations in other matters prove the contrary of this, we find that of 1,000 seeds, he often brings but one to bear, often not one, and the one seed which he appoints to bear is allowed to bear crude or perfect fruit according to the dealings of the husbandman with it. And there cannot be a doubt in the mind of any person accustomed to take broad and logical views of the world's history, that its events are ruled by Providence in precisely the same manner as its harvests, that the seeds of good and evil are broadcast among men, just as the seeds of thistles and fruits are, and that, according to the force of our industry and wisdom of our husbandry, the ground will bring forth to us figs or thistles, so that when it seems needed that a certain work should be done for the world, and no man is there to do it, we have no right to say that God did not wish it to be done, and therefore sent no man able to do it. The probability, if I wrote my own convictions, I should say certainty is that he sent many men, hundreds of men, able to do it, and that we have rejected them or crushed them. By our previous folly of conduct or of institution, we have rendered it impossible to distinguish or impossible to reach them. And when the need for them comes and we suffer for the want of them, it is not that God refuses to send us deliverers and specially appoints all our consequent sufferings, but that he has sent and we have refused the deliverers, and the pain is then wrought out by his eternal law, as surely as famine is wrought out by eternal law for a nation which will pg 99 neither plough nor sow. No less are we in error in supposing, as we so frequently do, that if a man be found, he is sure to be in all respects fitted for the work to be done, as the key is to the lock, and that every accident which happened in the forging him only adapted him more truly to the wards. It is pitiful to hear historians beguiling themselves and their readers, by tracing in the early history of great men the minor circumstances which fitted them for the work they did, without ever taking notice of the other circumstances which as assuredly unfitted them for it, so concluding that miraculous interposition prepared them in all points for everything, and that they did all that could have been desired or hoped for from them, whereas the certainty of the matter is that, throughout their lives, they were thwarted and corrupted by some things as certainly as they were helped and disciplined by others, and that, in the kindliest and most reverent view which can justly be taken of them, they were but poor mistaken creatures, struggling with a world more profoundly mistaken than they assuredly sinned against, or sinning in thousands of ways, and bringing out at last a maimed result, not what they might or ought to have done, but all that could be done against the world's resistance, and in spite of their own sorrowful falsehood to themselves. And this being so, it is the practical duty of a wise nation, first to withdraw as far as may be its youth from destructive influences, then to try its material as far as possible, and to lose the use of none that is good. I do not mean by withdrawing from destructive influences the keeping of youths out of trials, but the keeping them out of the way of things purely and absolutely mischievous. I do not mean that we should shade our green corn in all heat, and shelter it in all frost, but only that we should dike out the inundation from it, and drive the fowls away from it. Let your youth labour and suffer, but do not let it starve, nor steal, nor blaspheme. It is not, of course, in my power here to enter into details of schemes of education, and it will be long before the results of experiments now in progress will give data for the solution of the most difficult questions connected with the subject. Of PG 100, which the principal one is the mode in which the chance of advancement in life is to be extended to all, and yet made compatible with contentment in the pursuit of lower avocations by those whose abilities do not qualify them for the higher. But the general principle of trial schools lies at the root of the matter of schools, that is to say, in which the knowledge offered and discipline enforced shall be all a part of a great assay of the human soul, and in which the one shall be increased, the other directed, as the tried heart and brain will best bear, and no otherwise. One thing, however, I must say, that in this trial I believe all emulation to be a false motive, and all giving of prizes a false means. All that you can depend upon in a boy, as significative of true power, likely to issue in good fruit, is his will to work for the work's sake, not his desire to surpass his schoolfellows, and the aim of the teaching you give him ought to be, to prove to him and strengthen in him his own separate gift, not to puff him into swollen rivalry with those who are everlastingly greater than he. Still less ought you to hang favours and ribbons about the neck of the creature who is the greatest, to make the rest envy him. Try to make them love him and follow him, not struggle with him. There must, of course, be examination to ascertain and attest both progress and relative capacity, but our aim should be to make the students rather look upon it as a means of ascertaining their own true positions and powers in the world, than as an arena in which to carry away a present victory. I have not, perhaps in the course of the lecture, insisted enough on the nature of relative capacity and individual character, as the roots of all real value in art. We are too much in the habit, in these days, of acting as if art worth a price in the market were a commodity which people could be generally taught to produce, and as if the education of the artist, not his capacity, gave the sterling value to his work. No impression can possibly be more absurd or false. Whatever people can teach each other to do, they will estimate, and ought to estimate, only as common industry. Nothing will ever fetch a high price but precisely that which cannot be taught, and which nobody can do but the man from whom pg 101 it is purchased. No state of society nor stage of knowledge ever does away with the natural preeminence of one man over another, and it is that preeminence, and that only, which will give work high value in the market, or which ought to do so. It is a bad sign of the judgment, and bad omen for the progress of a nation, if it supposes itself to possess many artists of equal merit. Noble art is nothing less than the expression of a great soul, and great souls are not common things. If ever we confound their work with that of others, it is not through liberality, but through blindness. Note fourth, public favour. There is great difficulty in making any short or general statement of the difference between great and ignoble minds in their behaviour to the public. It is by no means universally the case that a mean mind, as stated in the text, will bend itself to what you ask of it. On the contrary, there is one kind of mind, the meanest of all, which perpetually complains of the public, contemplates and proclaims itself as a genius, refuses all wholesome discipline or humble office, and ends in miserable and revengeful ruin. Also, the greatest minds are marked by nothing more distinctly than an inconceivable humility and acceptance of work or instruction in any form and from any quarter. They will learn from everybody, and do anything that anybody asks of them, so long as it involves only toil, or what other men would think degradation. But the point of quarrel, nevertheless, assuredly rises some day between the public and them, respecting some matter not of humiliation, but of fact. Your great man always at last comes to see something the public do not see. This something he will assuredly persist in asserting, whether with tongue or pencil, to be as he sees it, not as they see it, and all the world in a heap on the other side will not get him to say otherwise. Then if the world objects to the saying, he may happen to get stoned or burnt for it, but that does not in the least matter to him. If the world has no particular objection to the saying, he may get leave to mutter it to himself till he dies, and be merely taken for an idiot. That pg 102 also does not matter to him. Utter it he will, according to what he perceives to be fact, and not at all according to the roaring of the walls of red. See on the right hand or left of him. Hence the quarrel sure at some time or other to be started between the public and him, while your mean man, though he will spit and scratch spiritedly at the public, while it does not attend to him, will bow to it for its clap in any direction, and say anything when he has got its ear, which he thinks will bring him another clap. And thus, as stated in the text, he and it go on smoothly together. There are, however, times when the obstinacy of the mean man looks very like the obstinacy of the great one, but if you look closely into the matter, you will always see that the obstinacy of the first is in the pronunciation of I, and of the second, in the pronunciation of it. Note fifth, invention of new wants. It would have been impossible for political economists long to have endured the error spoken of in the text, had pg 103 they not been confused by an idea, in part well-founded, that the energies and refinements, as well as the riches of civilized life arose from imaginary wants. It is quite true that the savage who knows no needs but those of food, shelter and sleep, and after he has snared his venison and patched the rents of his hut, passes the rest of his time in animal repose, is in a lower state than the man who labours incessantly that he may procure for himself the luxuries of civilization. And true also that the difference between one and another nation in progressive power depends in great part on vain desires, but these idle motives are merely to be considered as giving exercise to the national body and mind. They are not sources of wealth, except so far as they give the habits of industry and acquisitiveness. If a boy is clumsy and lazy, we shall do good if we can persuade him to carve cherrystones and fly kites, and this use of his fingers and limbs may eventually be the cause of his becoming a wealthy and happy man, but we must not therefore argue that cherrystones are valuable property, or that kite-flying is a profitable mode of passing time. In like manner, a nation always wastes its time and labour directly, when it invents a new want of a frivolous kind, and yet the invention of such a want may be the sign of a healthy activity, and the labor undergone to satisfy the new want may lead indirectly to useful discoveries or to noble arts, so that a nation is not to be discouraged in its fancies when it is either too weak or foolish pg 104 to be moved to exertion by anything but fancies, or has attended to its serious business first. If a nation will not forge iron but likes distilling lavender, by all means give it lavender to distill, only do not let its economists suppose that lavender is as profitable to it as oats, or that it helps poor people to live, any more than the schoolboy's kite provides him his dinner. Luxuries, whether national or personal, must be paid for by labor withdrawn from useful things, and no nation has a right to indulge in them until all its poor are comfortably housed and fed. The enervating influence of luxury, and its tendencies to increase vice, are points which I keep entirely out of consideration in the present essay. But, so far as they bear on any question discussed, they merely furnish additional evidence on the side which I have taken. Thus, in the present case, I assume that the luxuries of civilized life are in possession harmless, and in acquirement serviceable as a motive for exertion. And even on these favorable terms, we arrive at the conclusion that the nation ought not to indulge in them except under severe limitations. Much less ought it to indulge in them if the temptation consequent on their possession, or fatality incident to their manufacture, more than counterbalances the good done by the effort to obtain them. Note 6. The economy of literature. I have been much impressed lately by one of the results of the quantity of our books, namely, the stern impossibility of getting anything understood that required patience to understand. I observe always, in the case of my own writings, that if ever I state anything which has cost me any trouble to ascertain, and which therefore will probably require a minute or two of reflection from the reader before it can be accepted, that statement will not only be misunderstood, but in all probability taken to mean something very nearly the reverse of what it does mean. Now, whatever faults there may be in my modes of expression, I know that the words I use will always be found, by Johnson's dictionary, to bear, first of all, the PG 105 sense I use them in, and that the sentences, whether awkwardly turned or not, will, by the ordinary rules of grammar, bear no other interpretation than that I mean them to bear, so that the misunderstanding of them must result, ultimately, from the mere fact that their matter sometimes requires a little patience, and I see the same kind of misinterpretation put on the words of other writers, whenever they require the same kind of thought. I was at first a little despondent about this, but on the whole I believe it will have a good effect upon our literature for some time to come, and then perhaps the public may recover its patience again, for certainly it is excellent discipline for an author to feel that he must say all he has to say in the fewest possible words, or his reader is sure to skip them, and in the plainest possible words, or his reader will certainly misunderstand them. Generally, also, a downright fact may be told in a plain way, and we want downright facts at present more than anything else. And though I often hear moral people complaining of the bad effects of want of thought, for my part, it seems to me that one of the worst diseases to which the human creature is liable is its disease of thinking. If it would only just look at a thing instead of thinking what it must be like, or do a thing instead of thinking it cannot be done, we should all get on far better. PG 106. Note 7. The pilots of the state. While, however, undoubtedly, these responsibilities attach to every person possessed of wealth, it is necessary both to avoid any stringency of statement respecting the benevolent modes of spending money, and to admit and approve so much liberty of spending it for selfish pleasures as may distinctly make wealth a personal reward for toil, and secure in the minds of all men the right of property. For although, without doubt, the purest pleasures it can procure are not selfish, it is only as a means of personal gratification that it will be desired by a large majority of workers, and it would be no less false ethics than false policy to check their energy by any forms of public opinion which bore hardly against the wanton expenditure of honestly got wealth. It would be hard if a man who had passed the greater part of his life at the desk or counter could not at last innocently gratify a caprice, and all the best and most sacred ends of almsgiving would be at once disappointed if the idea of a moral claim took the place of affectionate gratitude in the mind of the receiver. Some distinction is made by us naturally in this respect between earned and inherited wealth, that which is inherited appearing to involve the most definite responsibilities, especially when consisting in revenues derived from the soil. The form of taxation which constitutes rental of lands places annually a certain portion of the national wealth in the hands of the nobles, or other proprietors of the soil, under conditions peculiarly calculated to induce them to give their best care to its efficient administration. The want of instruction in even the simplest principles of commerce and economy, which hitherto has disgraced our schools and universities, has indeed been the cause of ruin or total inutility of life to multitudes of our men of estate. But this deficiency in our public education cannot exist much longer, and it appears to be highly advantageous for the state that a certain number of persons distinguished by race should be permitted to set examples of wise expenditure, whether in the advancement of science or in patronage of art and literature. Only they must see to it that they take their right standing more firmly than they have done. Pg 107 hitherto, for the position of a rich man in relation to those around him is, in our present real life, and is also contemplated generally by political economists as being precisely the reverse of what it ought to be. A rich man ought to be continually examining how he may spend his money for the advantage of others. At present, others are continually plotting how they may beguile him into spending it apparently for his own. The aspect which he presents to the eyes of the world is generally that of a person holding a bag of money with a staunch grasp, and resolved to part with none of it unless he is forced, and all the people about him are plotting how they may force him, that is to say, how they may persuade him that he wants this thing or that, or how they may produce things that he will covet and buy. One man tries to persuade him that he wants perfumes, another that he wants jewelry, another that he wants sugar plums, another that he wants roses at Christmas. Anybody who can invent a new want for him is supposed to be a benefactor to society, and thus the energies of the poorer people about him are continually directed to the production of covetable instead of serviceable things, and the rich man has the general aspect of a fool, plotted against by all the world, whereas the real aspect which he ought to have is that of a person wiser than others, entrusted with the management of a larger quantity of capital, which he administers for the profit of all, directing each man to the labor which is most healthy for him and most serviceable for the community. Note 8. Silk and purple. In various places throughout these lectures, I have had to allude to the distinction between productive and unproductive labor, and between true and false wealth. I shall here endeavor, as clearly as I can, to explain the distinction I mean. Property may be divided generally into two kinds, that which produces life, and that which produces the objects of life. That which produces or maintains life consists of food in so far as it is nourishing, of furniture and clothing in so far as they are protective or cherishing, of fuel, and of all land, instruments or materials necessary to produce food, pg 108 houses, clothes and fuel. It is specially and rightly called useful property. The property which produces the objects of life consists of all that gives pleasure or suggests and preserves thought, of food, furniture and land, in so far as they are pleasing to the appetite or the eye, of luxurious dress, and all other kinds of luxuries, of books, pictures and architecture. But the modes of connection of certain minor forms of property with human labor render it desirable to arrange them under more than these two heads. Property may therefore be conveniently considered as of 5 kinds. St. Property necessary to life, but not producible by labor, and therefore belonging of right in a due measure to every human being as soon as he is born, and morally unalienable. As for instance, his proper share of the atmosphere, without which he cannot breathe, and of water, which he needs to quench his thirst. As much land as he needs to feed from is also inalienable. But in well-regulated communities, this quantity of land may often be represented by other possessions, or its needs supplied by wages and privileges. Property necessary to life, but only producible by labor, and of which the possession is morally connected with labor, so that no person capable of doing the work necessary for its production has a right to it until he has done that work. He that will not work, neither should he eat. It consists of simple food, clothing and habitation, with their seeds and materials or instruments and machinery, and animals used for necessary draught or locomotion, etc. It is to be observed of this kind of property that its increase cannot usually be carried beyond a certain point, because it depends not on labor only, but on things of which the supply is limited by nature. The possible accumulation of corn depends on the quantity of corn-growing land possessed or commercially accessible, and that of steel, similarly, on the accessible quantity of coal and ironstone. It follows from this natural limitation of supply that the accumulation of property of this kind in large masses at one point, or in one person's hands, commonly involves, more or less, the scarcity of it at another point, and in other persons' hands, so that pg 109 the accidents or energies which may enable one man to procure a great deal of it may, and in all likelihood will partially prevent other men procuring a sufficiency of it, however willing they may be to work for it. Therefore, the modes of its accumulation and distribution need to be in some degree regulated by law and by national treaties, in order to secure justice to all men. Another point requiring notice respecting this sort of property is, that no work can be wasted in producing it, provided only the kind of it produced be preservable and distributable, since for every grain of such commodities we produce we are rendering so much more life possible on earth. But though we are sure thus that we are employing people well, we cannot be sure we might not have employed them better, for it is possible to direct labor to the production of life, until little or none is left for that of the objects of life, and thus to increase population at the expense of civilization, learning, and morality. On the other hand, it is just as possibly the error is one to which the world is, on the whole, more liable to direct labor to the objects of life, till too little is left for life, and thus to increase luxury or learning at the expense of population. Right political economy holds its aim poised justly between the two extremes, desiring neither to crowd its dominions with a race of savages, nor to found courts and colleges in the midst of a desert. pg 110, the third kind of property is that which conduces to bodily pleasures and conveniences, without directly tending to sustain life, perhaps sometimes indirectly tending to destroy it. All dainty as distinguished from nourishing food and means of producing it, all sense not needed for health, substances valued only for their appearance and rarity as gold and jewels, flowers of difficult culture, animals used for delight as horses for racing, and such like form property of this class, to which the term luxury or luxuries ought exclusively to belong. Respecting which we have to note first, that all such property is of doubtful advantage even to its possessor. Furniture tempting to indolence, sweet odors and luscious food, are more or less injurious to health, while jewels, liveries, and other such common belongings of wealthy people certainly convey no pleasure to their owners proportionate to their cost. Farther, such property for the most part perishes in the using. Jewels form a great exception, but rich food, fine dresses, horses, and carriages are consumed by the owner's use. It ought much oftener to be brought to the notice of rich men what sums of interest of money they are paying towards the close of their lives, for luxuries consumed in the middle of them. It would be very interesting, for instance, to know the exact sum which the money spent in London for ices, at its desserts and balls during the last 20 years, had it been saved and put out at compound interest, would at this moment have furnished for useful purposes. Also, in most cases, the enjoyment of such property is wholly selfish, and limited to its possessor. Splendid dress and equipage, however, when so arranged as to produce real beauty of effect, may often be rather a generous than a selfish channel of expenditure. They will, however, necessarily in such case involve some of the arts of design, and therefore take their place in a higher category than that of luxuries merely. pg 111. The fourth kind of property is that which bestows intellectual or emotional pleasure, consisting of land set apart for purposes of delight more than for agriculture, of books, works of art, and objects of natural history. It is, of course, impossible to fix an accurate limit between property of the last class and of this class, since things which are a mere luxury to one person are a means of intellectual occupation to another. Flowers in a London ballroom are a luxury, in a botanical garden a delight of the intellect, and in their native fields both, while the most noble works of art are continually made material of vulgar luxury or of criminal pride. But when rightly used, property of this fourth class is the only kind which deserves the name of real property. It is the only kind which a man can truly be said to possess. What a man eats or drinks or wears, so long as it is only what is needful for life, can no more be thought of as his possession than the air he breathes. The air is as needful to him as the food. But we do not talk of a man's wealth of air, and what food or clothing a man possesses more than he himself requires, must be for others to use and to him, therefore, not a real property in itself, but only a means of obtaining some real property in exchange. For it, whereas the things that give intellectual or emotional enjoyment may be accumulated and do not perish in using, but continually supply new pleasures and new powers of giving pleasures to others, and these, therefore, are the only things which can rightly be thought of as giving wealth or well-being. Food conduces only to being, but these to well-being, and there is not any broader general distinction between lower and higher orders of men than rests on their possession of this real property. The human race may be properly divided by zoologists into men who have gardens, libraries, or works of art, and who have none, and the former class will include all noble persons, except only a few who make the world their garden or museum, while the people who have not, or, which is the same thing, do not care for gardens or libraries, but care for nothing but money or luxuries, will include none but ignoble persons. Only it is necessary to understand that I mean by the term garden pg 112 as much the Carthusian's plot of ground 15 feet square between his monastery buttresses, as I do the grounds of Chatsworth or Kew, and I mean by the term art as much the old sailor's print of the Arethusa bearing up to engage the Belle Poule, as I do Raphael's Disputa, and even rather more, for when abundant, beautiful possessions of this kind are almost always associated with vulgar luxury, and become then anything but indicative of noble character in their possessors, the ideal of human life is a union of Spartan simplicity of manners with Athenian sensibility and imagination, but in actual results we are continually mistaking ignorance for simplicity and sensuality for refinement. The fifth kind of property is representative property, consisting of documents or money, or rather documents only, for money itself is only a transferable document, current among societies of men, giving claim at sight to some definite benefit or advantage, most commonly to a certain share of real property existing in those societies. The money is only genuine when the property it gives claim to is real, or the advantages it gives claim to certain. Otherwise, it is false money, and may be considered as much forged when issued by a government or a bank as when by an individual. Thus, if a dozen of men, cast ashore on a desert island, pick up a number of stones, put a red spot on each stone, and pass a law that every stone marked with a red spot shall give claim to a peck of wheat, so long as no wheat exists, or can exist on the island, the stones are not money. But the moment as much wheat exists as shall render it possible for the society always to give a peck for every spotted stone, the spotted stones would become money, and might be exchanged by their possessors for whatever other commodities they chose, to the value of the peck of wheat which the stones represented. If more stones were issued than the quantity of wheat could answer the demand of, the value of the stone coinage would be depreciated, in proportion to its increase above the quantity needed to answer it. Again, supposing a certain number of the men so cast ashore were set aside by lot, or any other convention, to do the rougher labour necessary for the whole society, they themselves being pg 113 maintained by the daily allotment of a certain quantity of food, clothing, etc. Then, if it were agreed that the stones spotted with red should be signs of a government order for the labour of these men, and that any person presenting a spotted stone at the office of the labourers should be entitled to a man's work for a week or a day, the red stones would be money, and might probably would immediately pass current in the island for as much food, or clothing, or iron, or any other article as a man's work for the period secured by the stone was worth. But if the government issued so many spotted stones that it was impossible for the body of men they employed to comply with the orders, as suppose, if they only employed 12 men, and issued 18 spotted stones daily, ordering a day's work each, then the 6 extra stones would be forged or false money, and the effect of this forgery would be the depreciation of the value of the whole coinage by 1/3, that being the period of shortcoming which would, on the average, necessarily ensue in the execution of each order. Much occasional work may be done in a state or society, by help of an issue of false money or false promises by way of stimulants, and the fruit of this work, if it comes into the promiser's hands, may sometimes enable the false promises at last to be fulfilled. Hence the frequent issue of false money by governments and banks, and the not unfrequent escapes from the natural and proper consequences of such false issues, so as to cause a confused conception in most people's minds of what money really is. I am not sure whether some quantity of such false issue may not really be permissible in a nation, accurately proportioned to the minimum average produce of the labor it excites. But all such procedures are more or less unsound, and the notion of unlimited issue of currency is simply one of the absurdest and most monstrous that ever came into disjointed human wits. The use of objects of real or supposed value for currency, as gold, jewelry, etc., is barbarous, and it always expresses either the measure of the distrust in the society of its own government, or the proportion of distrustful or barbarous nations with whom it has to deal. A metal not easily corroded or imitated is a desirable medium of currency for the sake of pg 114 cleanliness and convenience, but were it possible to prevent forgery, the more worthless the metal itself, the better. The use of worthless media, unrestrained by the use of valuable media, has always hitherto involved, and is therefore supposed to involve necessarily unlimited, or at least improperly extended, issue. But we might as well suppose that a man must necessarily issue unlimited promises because his words cost nothing. Intercourse with foreign nations must indeed, for ages yet to come, at the world's present rate of progress, be carried on by valuable currencies, but such transactions are nothing more than forms of barter. The gold used at present as a currency is not, in point of fact, currency at all, but the real property which the currency gives claim to, stamped to measure its quantity, and mingling with the real currency occasionally by barter. pg 115. The evils necessarily resulting from the use of baseless currencies have been terribly illustrated, while these sheets have been passing through the press. I have not had time to examine the various conditions of dishonest or absurd trading which have led to the late panic in America and England. This only I know, that no merchant deserving the name ought to be more liable to panic than a soldier should, for his name should never be on more paper than he can at any instant meet the call of, happen what will. I do not say this without feeling at the same time how difficult it is to mark, in existing commerce, the just limits between the spirit of enterprise and of speculation. Something of the same temper which makes the English soldier do always all that is possible, and attempt more than is possible, joins its influence with that of mere avarice in tempting the English merchant into risks which he cannot justify, and efforts which he cannot sustain, and the same passion for adventure which our travellers gratify every summer on perilous snow wreaths and cloud-encompassed precipices, surrounds with a romantic fascination the glittering of a hollow investment, and gilds the clouds that curl round gulfs of ruin. Nay, a higher and a more serious feeling frequently mingles in the motley temptation, and men apply themselves to the task of growing rich, as to a labour of providential appointment, from which they cannot pause without culpability, nor retire without dishonour. Our large trading cities bear to me very nearly the aspect of monastic establishments in which the roar of the mill-wheel and the crane takes the place of other devotional music, and in which the worship of Mammon or Moloch is conducted with a tender reverence and an exact propriety, the merchant rising to his Mammon matins with the self-denial of an anchorite, and expiating the frivolities into which he may be beguiled in the course of the day by late attendance at Mammon vespers. But with every allowance that can be made for these conscientious and romantic persons, the fact remains the same, that by far the greater number of the transactions which lead to these times of commercial embarrassment may be ranged simply under two great heads, gambling and stealing, and both of these in their most culpable form, namely, gambling with money which is not ours, and stealing from those who trust us. I have sometimes thought a day might come, when the nation would perceive that a well-educated man who steals £100,000, involving the entire means of subsistence of 100 families, deserves, on the whole, as severe a punishment as an ill-educated man who steals a purse from a pocket, or a mug from a pantry. But without hoping for this excess of clear-sightedness, we may at least labour for a system of greater honesty and kindness in the minor commerce of our daily life, since the great dishonesty of the great buyers and sellers is nothing more than the natural growth and outcome from the little dishonesty of the little buyers and sellers. Every person who tries to buy an article for less than its proper value, or who pg 116 tries to sell it at more than its proper value, every consumer who keeps a tradesman waiting for his money, and every tradesman who bribes a consumer to extravagance by credit, is helping forward, according to his own measure of power, a system of baseless and dishonourable commerce, and forcing his country down into poverty and shame. and people of moderate means and average powers of mind would do far more real good by merely carrying out stern principles of justice and honesty in common matters of trade, than by the most ingenious schemes of extended philanthropy or vociferous declarations of theological doctrine. There are three weighty matters of the law: justice, mercy, and truth, and of these the teacher puts truth last, because that cannot be known but by a course of acts of justice and love. But men put in all their efforts truth first, because they mean by it their own opinions. And thus, while the world has many people who would suffer martyrdom in the cause of what they call truth, it has few who will suffer even a little inconvenience in that of justice and mercy. Yes, gentlemen of the Common Council, but what has been doing in the time of the transfer? The spending of the fortune has taken a certain number of years, suppose 10, and during that time $1 million worth of work has been done by the people, who have been paid that sum for it. Where is the product of that work? By your own statement, wholly consumed, for the man for whom it has been done is now a beggar. You have given, therefore, as a nation, $1 million worth of work, and 10 years of time, and you have produced, as ultimate result, one beggar. Excellent economy, gentlemen, and sure to conduce in due sequence to the production of more than one beggar. Perhaps the matter may be made clearer to you, however, by a more familiar instance. If a schoolboy goes out in the morning with 5 shillings in his pocket, and comes home at night penniless, having spent his all in tarts, principal and interest are gone, and fruiterer and baker are enriched. So far so good. But suppose the schoolboy instead has bought a book and a knife, principal and interest are gone, and bookseller and cutler are enriched. But the schoolboy is enriched also, and may help his schoolfellows next day with knife and book, instead of lying in bed and incurring a debt to the doctor. Pg 117. Unto this last, 4 essays on the first principles of political economy. Pg 118. Pg 119. Friend, I do thee no wrong. Didst not thou agree with me for a penny? Take that thine is and go thy way. I will give unto this last even as unto thee. If ye think good, give me my price, and if not, forbear. So they weighed for my price 30 pieces of silver. Pg 120. Pg 121. Preface. The 4 following essays were published 18 months ago in the Cornhill magazine, and were reprobated in a violent manner, as far as I could hear, by most of the readers they met with. Not a whit the less I believe them to be the best, that is to say, the truest, rightest worded, and most serviceable things I have ever written, and the last of them, having had a special pains spent on it, is probably the best I shall ever write. This the reader may reply, it might be, yet not therefore well written. Which in no mock humility admitting, I yet rest satisfied with the work, though with nothing else that I have done, and purposing shortly to follow out the subjects opened in these papers, as I may find leisure, I wish the introductory statements to be within the reach of anyone who may care to refer to them. So I republish the essays as they appeared. One word only is changed, correcting the estimate of a weight, and no word is added. Although, however, I find nothing to modify in these papers, it is a matter of regret to me that the most startling of all the statements in them that respecting the necessity of the organization of labor, with fixed wages, should have found its way into the first essay, it being quite one of the least important, though by no means the least certain, of the positions to be defended. The real gist of these papers, their central meaning and aim, is to give, as I believe for the first Pg 122 time in plain English it has often been incidentally given in good Greek by Plato and Xenophon, and good Latin by Cicero and Horace, a logical definition of wealth, such definition being absolutely needed for a basis of economical science. The most reputed essay on that subject which has appeared in modern times, after opening with the statement that writers on political economy profess to teach, or to investigate, the nature of wealth, thus follows up the declaration of its thesis: every one has a notion, sufficiently correct for common purposes, of what is meant by wealth. It is no part of the design of this treatise to aim at metaphysical nicety of definition. Metaphysical nicety we assuredly do not need, but physical nicety and logical accuracy with respect to a physical subject we as assuredly do. Suppose the subject of inquiry, instead of being house law or economia, had been star law astronomia, and that, ignoring distinction between stars fixed and wandering, as here between wealth radiant and wealth reflective, the writer had begun thus: every one has a notion, sufficiently correct for common purposes, of what is meant by stars. Metaphysical nicety in the definition of a star is not the object of this treatise. The essay so opened might yet have been far more true in its final statements, and 1,000-fold more serviceable to the navigator than any treatise on wealth, which founds its conclusions on the popular conception of wealth, can ever become to the economist. It was, therefore, the first object of these following papers to give an accurate and stable definition of wealth. Their pg 123 second object was to show that the acquisition of wealth was finally possible only under certain moral conditions of society, of which quite the first was a belief in the existence, and even, for practical purposes, in the attainability of honesty. Without venturing to pronounce a since on such a matter, human judgment is by no means conclusive. Is, or is not, the noblest of God's works, we may yet admit so much of Pope's assertion as that an honest man is among his best works presently visible, and as things stand, somewhat rare one, but not an incredible or miraculous work, still less an abnormal one. Honesty is not a disturbing force which deranges the orbits of economy, but a consistent and commanding force, by obedience to which and by no other obedience those orbits can continue clear of chaos. It is true, I have sometimes heard Pope condemned for the lowness instead of the height of his standard. Honesty is indeed a respectable virtue, but how much higher may men attain? Shall nothing more be asked of us than that we be honest? For the present, good friends, nothing. It seems that in our aspirations to be more than that, we have to some extent lost sight of the propriety of being so much as that. What else we may have lost faith in, there shall be here no question, but assuredly we have lost faith in common honesty, and in the working power of it. And this faith, with the facts on which it may rest, it is quite our first business to recover and keep. Not only believing, but even by experience assuring ourselves, that there are yet in the world men who can be restrained from fraud otherwise than by the fear of losing employment. Nay, that it is even accurately in proportion to the number of such men in any state, that the said state does or can prolong its existence. pg 124. To these 2 points, then, the following essays are mainly directed. The subject of the organization of labor is only casually touched upon, because, if we once can get a sufficient quantity of honesty in our captains, the organization of labor is easy, and will develop itself without quarrel or difficulty. But if we cannot get honesty in our captains, the organization of labor is forevermore impossible. The several conditions of its possibility I purpose to examine at length in the sequel. Yet, lest the reader should be alarmed by the hints thrown out during the following investigation of first principles, as if they were leading him into unexpectedly dangerous ground, I will, for his better assurance, state at once the worst of the political creed at which I wish him to arrive. First, that there should be training schools for youth established at government cost, and under government discipline, over the whole country. That every child born in the country should, at the parents' wish, be permitted, and in certain cases, be under penalty required to pass through them, and that, in these schools, the child should, with other minor pieces of knowledge hereafter to be considered, imperatively be taught, with the best skill of teaching that the country could produce, the following 3 things: are the laws of health and the exercises enjoined by them, be habits of gentleness and justice, and see the calling by which he is to live. Secondly, that pg 125 in connection with these training schools, there should be established, also entirely under government regulation, manufactories and workshops, for the production and sale of every necessary of life, and for the exercise of every useful art. And that, interfering no whit with private enterprise, nor setting any restraints or tax on private trade, but leaving both to do their best and beat the government if they could, there should at these government manufactories and shops be authoritatively good and exemplary work done, and pure and true substance sold, so that a man could be sure, if he chose to pay the government price, that he got for his money bread that was bread, ale that was ale, and work that was work. Thirdly, that any man or woman or boy or girl out of employment should be at once received at the nearest government school, and set to such work as it appeared, on trial, they were fit for at a fixed rate of wages determinable every year, that being found incapable of work through ignorance, they should be taught, or being found incapable of work through sickness should be tended, but that being found objecting to work, they should be set under compulsion of the strictest nature to the more painful and degrading forms of necessary toil, especially to that in mines and other places of danger, such danger being, however, diminished to the utmost by careful regulation and discipline, and the due wages of such work be retained cost of compulsion, first abstractedto be at the workman's command, so soon as he has come to sounder mind respecting the laws of employment. Lastly, that for the old and destitute, comfort and home should be provided, which provision, when misfortune had been by the working of such a system sifted from guilt, would be honourable instead of disgraceful to the receiver. For I repeat this passage out of my Political Economy of Art, to which the pg 126 reader is referred for farther detail. A labourer serves his country with his spade, just as a man in the middle ranks of life serves it with sword, pen, or lancet. If the service is less, and therefore the wages during health less, then the reward when health is broken may be less, but not therefore less honourable, and it ought to be quite as natural and straightforward a matter for a labourer to take his pension from his parish, because he has deserved well of his parish, as for a man in higher rank to take his pension from his country, because he has deserved well of his country. To which statement I will only add for conclusion, respecting the discipline and pay of life and death, that for both high and low, Livy's last words touching Valerius Publicola, de publico est illatus, ought not to be a dishonourable close of epitaph. These things then I believe, and am about, as I find power, to explain and illustrate in their various bearings, following out also what belongs to them of collateral inquiry. Here I state them only in brief, to prevent the reader casting about in alarm for my ultimate meaning, yet requesting him, for the present to remember that in a science dealing with so subtle elements as those of human nature, it is only possible to answer for the final truth of principles, not for the direct success of plans, and that in the best of these last, what can be immediately accomplished is always questionable, and what can be finally accomplished inconceivable. Denmark Hill, 10th May, 1862. Essay 1. The Roots of Honour. Among the delusions which at different periods have possessed themselves of the minds of large masses of the human race, perhaps the most curious certainly, the least creditably is the modern soi-disant science of political economy, based on the idea that an advantageous code of social action may be determined irrespectively of the influence of social affection. Of course, as in the instances of alchemy, astrology, witchcraft, and other such popular creeds, political economy has a plausible idea at the root of it. The social affections, says the economist, are accidental and disturbing elements in human nature, but avarice and the desire of progress are constant elements. Let us eliminate the inconstants, and, considering the human being merely as a covetous machine, examine by what laws of labour, purchase and sale, the greatest accumulative result in wealth is obtainable. Those laws once determined, it will be for each individual afterwards to introduce as much of the disturbing affectionate element as he chooses, and to determine for himself the result on the new conditions supposed. This would be a perfectly logical and successful method of analysis, if the accidentals afterwards to be introduced were of the same nature as the powers first examined. Supposing a body in motion to be influenced by constant and inconstant forces, it is usually the simplest way of examining its course to trace it first under the persistent conditions, and afterwards introduce the causes of variation. But the disturbing elements in the social problem are not of the same nature as the constant pg 128 ones. They alter the essence of the creature under examination the moment they are added. They operate not mathematically, but chemically, introducing conditions which render all our previous knowledge unavailable. We made learned experiments upon pure nitrogen and have convinced ourselves that it is a very manageable gas, but behold, the thing which we have practically to deal with is its chloride, and this, the moment we touch it on our established principles, sends us and our apparatus through the ceiling. Observe, I neither impugn nor doubt the conclusions of the science, if its terms are accepted. I am simply uninterested in them, as I should be in those of a science of gymnastics, which assumed that men had no skeletons. It might be shown, on that supposition, that it would be advantageous to roll the students up into pellets, flatten them into cakes, or stretch them into cables, and that when these results were effected, the reinsertion of the skeleton would be attended with various inconveniences to their constitution. The reasoning might be admirable, the conclusions true, and the science deficient only in applicability. Modern political economy stands on a precisely similar basis. Assuming not that the human being has no skeleton, but that it is all skeleton, it founds an ossifiant theory of progress on this negation of a soul, and having shown the utmost that may be made of bones, and constructed a number of interesting geometrical figures with death's heads and humeri, successfully proves the inconvenience of the reappearance of a soul among these corpuscular structures. I do not deny the truth of this theory, I simply deny its applicability to the present phase of the world. This inapplicability has been curiously manifested during the embarrassment caused by the late strikes of our workmen. Here occurs one of the simplest cases, in a pertinent and positive form, of the first vital problem which political economy has to deal with, the relation between employer and employed. And at a severe crisis, when lives in multitudes and wealth in masses are at stake, the political economists are helpless, practically mute. No demonstrable solution of the difficulty can be given by them, such as may convince or calm the opposing parties. Obstinately the masters take one view of pg 129 the matter, obstinately the operatives another, and no political science can set them at one. It would be strange if it could, it being not by science of any kind that men were ever intended to be set at one. Disputant after disputant vainly strives to show that the interests of the masters are, or are not, antagonistic to those of the men, none of the pleaders ever seeming to remember that it does not absolutely or always follow that the persons must be antagonistic because their interests are. If there is only a crust of bread in the house, and mother and children are starving, their interests are not the same. If the mother eats it, the children want it. If the children eat it, the mother must go hungry to her work. Yet it does not necessarily follow that there will be antagonism between them, that they will fight for the crust, and that the mother, being strongest, will get it and eat it. Neither in any other case, whatever the relations of the persons may be, can it be assumed for certain that, because their interests are diverse, they must necessarily regard each other with hostility, and use violence or cunning to obtain the advantage. Even if this were so, and it were as just as it is convenient to consider men as actuated by no other moral influences than those which affect rats or swine, the logical conditions of the question are still indeterminable. It can never be shown generally either that the interests of master and labourer are alike, or that they are opposed, for according to circumstances they may be either. It is, indeed, always the interest of both that the work should be rightly done, and a just price obtained for it, but in the division of profits, the gain of the one may or may not be the loss of the other. It is not the master's interest to pay wages so low as to leave the men sickly and depressed, nor the workman's interest to be paid high wages if the smallness of the master's profit hinders him from enlarging his business, or conducting it in a safe and liberal way. A stoker ought not to desire high pay if the company is too poor to keep the engine wheels in repair. And the varieties of circumstance which influence these reciprocal interests are so endless that all endeavour to deduce rules of action from balance of expediency is in vain. And pg 130, it is meant to be in vain. For no human actions ever were intended by the Maker of men to be guided by balances of expediency, but by balances of justice. He has therefore rendered all endeavours to determine expediency futile for evermore. No man ever knew or can know what will be the ultimate result to himself or to others of any given line of conduct, but every man may know, and most of us do know, what is a just and unjust act, and all of us may know also that the consequences of justice will be ultimately the best possible, both to others and ourselves, though we can neither say what is best or how it is likely to come to pass. I have said balances of justice, meaning in the term justice to include affection, such affection as one man owes to another. All right relations between master and operative, and all their best interests, ultimately depend on these. We shall find the best and simplest illustration of the relations of master and operative in the position of domestic servants. We will suppose that the master of a household desires only to get as much work out of his servants as he can, at the rate of wages he gives. He never allows them to be idle, feeds them as poorly and lodges them as ill as they will endure, and in all things pushes his requirements to the exact point beyond which he cannot go without forcing the servant to leave him. In doing this, there is no violation on his part of what is commonly called justice. He agrees with the domestic for his whole time and service, and takes them, the limits of hardship in treatment being fixed by the practice of other masters in his neighbourhood, that is to say, by the current rate of wages for domestic labour. If the servant can get a better place, he is free to take one, and the master can only tell what is the real market value of his labour by requiring as much as he will give. This is the politico-economical view of the case, according to the doctors of that science, who assert that by this procedure the greatest average of work will be obtained from the servant, and therefore the greatest benefit to the community, and through the community, by reversion, to the servant himself. That, however, is not so. It would be so if the servant were pg 131, an engine of which the motive power was steam, magnetism, gravitation, or any other agent of calculable force. But he being, on the contrary, an engine whose motive power is a soul, the force of this very peculiar agent, as an unknown quantity, enters into all the political economists' equations without his knowledge, and falsifies every one of their results. The largest quantity of work will not be done by this curious engine for pay or under pressure, or by help of any kind of fuel which may be supplied by the chaldron. It will be done only when the motive force, that is to say, the will or spirit of the creature, is brought to its greatest strength by its own proper fuel, namely by the affections. It may indeed happen, and does happen often, that if the master is a man of sense and energy, a large quantity of material work may be done under mechanical pressure, enforced by strong will and guided by wise method. Also it may happen, and does happen often, that if the master is indolent and weak however good-natured, a very small quantity of work, and that bad, may be produced by the servant's undirected strength and contemptuous gratitude. But the universal law of the matter is that, assuming any given quantity of energy and sense in master and servant, the greatest material result obtainable by them will be, not through antagonism to each other, but through affection for each other, and that if the master, instead of endeavouring to get as much work as possible from the servant, seeks rather to render his appointed and necessary work beneficial to him, and to forward his interests in all just and wholesome ways, the real amount of work ultimately done, or of good rendered by the person so cared for, will indeed be the greatest possible. Observe, I say, of good rendered, for a servant's work is not necessarily or always the best thing he can give his master, but good of all kinds, whether in material service, in protective watchfulness of his master's interest and credit, or in joyful readiness to seize unexpected and irregular occasions of help. Nor is this one whit less generally true because indulgence will be frequently abused, and kindness met with ingratitude. For the servant who, gently treated, is ungrateful, treated pg 132 ungently, will be revengeful, and the man who is dishonest to a liberal master will be injurious to an unjust one. In any case and with any person, this unselfish treatment will produce the most effective return. Observe, I am here considering the affections wholly as a motive power, not at all as things in themselves desirable or noble, or in any other way abstractedly good. I look at them simply as an anomalous force, rendering every one of the ordinary political economist's calculations nugatory, while, even if he desired to introduce this new element into his estimates, he has no power of dealing with it, for the affections only become a true motive power when they ignore every other motive and condition of political economy. Treat the servant kindly with the idea of turning his gratitude to account, and you will get, as you deserve, no gratitude nor any value for your kindness, but treat him kindly without any economical purpose, and all economical purposes will be answered. In this, as in all other matters, whosoever will save his life shall lose it, whoso loses it shall find it. The next clearest and simplest example of relation between master and operative is that which exists between the commander of a regiment and his men. pg 133, supposing the officer only desires to apply the rules of discipline, so as, with least trouble to himself, to make the regiment most effective, he will not be able, by any rules or administration of rules, on this selfish principle, to develop the full strength of his subordinates. If a man of sense and firmness, he may, as in the former instance, produce a better result than would be obtained by the irregular kindness of a weak officer. But let the sense and firmness be the same in both cases, and assuredly the officer who has the most direct personal relations with his men, the most care for their interests, and the most value for their lives, will develop their effective strength through their affection for his own person and trust in his character to a degree wholly unattainable by other means. The law applies still more stringently as the numbers concerned are larger. A charge may often be successful, though the men dislike their officers. A battle has rarely been won unless they loved their general. Passing from these simple examples to the more complicated relations existing between a manufacturer and his workmen, we are met first by certain curious difficulties, resulting, apparently, from a harder and colder state of moral elements. It is easy to imagine an enthusiastic affection existing among soldiers for the colonel, not so easy to imagine an enthusiastic affection among cotton spinners for the proprietor of the 1099. A body of men associated for purposes of robbery, as a Highland clan in ancient times, shall be animated by perfect affection, and every member of it be ready to lay down his life for the life of his chief. But a band of men associated for purposes of legal production and accumulation is usually animated, it appears, by no such emotions, and none of them are in any wise willing to give his life for the life of his chief. Not only are we met by this apparent anomaly in moral matters, but by others connected with it, in administration pg 134 of system. For a servant or a soldier is engaged at a definite rate of wages, for a definite period, but a workman at a rate of wages variable according to the demand for labour, and with the risk of being at any time thrown out of his situation by chances of trade. Now, as under these contingencies, no action of the affections can take place, but only an explosive action of disaffections, 2 points offer themselves for consideration in the matter. The first, how far the rate of wages may be so regulated as not to vary with the demand for labour. The second, how far it is possible that bodies of workmen may be engaged and maintained at such fixed rate of wages, whatever the state of trade may be, without enlarging or diminishing their number, so as to give them permanent interest in the establishment with which they are connected, like that of the domestic servants in an old family, or an esprit de corps, like that of the soldiers in a crack regiment. The first question is, I say, how far it may be possible to fix the rate of wages irrespectively of the demand for labour. Perhaps one of the most curious facts in the history of human error is the denial by the common political economist of the possibility of thus regulating wages, while, for all the important and much of the unimportant labour on the earth, wages are already so regulated. We do not sell our prime ministership by Dutch auction, nor on the decease of a bishop, whatever may be the general advantages of simony, do we yet offer his diocese to the clergyman who will take the episcopacy at the lowest contract. We, with exquisite sagacity of political economy, do indeed sell commissions, but not openly generalships. We do not inquire for a physician who takes less than a guinea. Litigious, we never think of reducing 6 and 8pence to 4 and 6pence. Caught in a shower, we do not canvass the cabmen to find one who values his driving at less than a 6pence a mile. It is true that in all these cases there is, and in every conceivable case there must be, ultimate reference to the presumed difficulty of the work, or number of candidates for the office. If it were thought that the labour necessary to make a good PG 135 physician would be gone through by a sufficient number of students with the prospect of only half-guinea fees, public consent would soon withdraw the unnecessary half-guinea. In this ultimate sense, the price of labour is indeed always regulated by the demand for it, but so far as the practical and immediate administration of the matter is regarded, the best labour always has been, and is, as all labour ought to be, paid by an invariable standard. What, the reader perhaps answers amazedly, pay good and bad workmen alike? Certainly. The difference between one prelate's sermons and his successors, or between one physician's opinion and another's, is far greater, as respects the qualities of mind involved, and far more important in result to you personally, than the difference between good and bad laying of bricks, though that is greater than most people suppose. Yet you pay with equal fee, contentedly, the good and bad workmen upon your soul, and the good and bad workmen upon your body. Much more may you pay contentedly with equal fees, the good and bad workmen upon your house. Nay, but I choose my physician and my clergyman, thus indicating my sense of the quality of their work. By all means also choose your bricklayer, that is the proper reward of the good workman to be chosen. The natural and right system respecting all labor is that it should be paid at a fixed rate, but the good workman employed, and the bad workman unemployed. The false, unnatural, and destructive system is when the bad workman is allowed to offer his work at half price, and either take the place of the good, or force him by his competition to work for an inadequate sum. This equality of wages, then, being the first object towards which we have to discover the directest available road. The second is, as above stated, that of maintaining constant numbers of workmen in employment, whatever may be the accidental demand for the article they produce. I believe the sudden and extensive inequalities of demand which necessarily arise in the mercantile operations of an active nation constitute the only essential difficulty which has to be overcome in a just organization of labor. The pg 136 subject opens into too many branches to admit of being investigated in a paper of this kind, but the following general facts bearing on it may be noted. The wages which enable any workman to live are necessarily higher, if his work is liable to intermission, than if it is assured and continuous, and however severe the struggle for work may become, the general law will always hold that men must get more daily pay if, on the average, they can only calculate on work 3 days a week, than they would require if they were sure of work 6 days a week. Supposing that a man cannot live on less than £1 a day, his 7 shillings he must get, either for 3 days violent work, or 6 days deliberate work. The tendency of all modern mercantile operations is to throw both wages and trade into the form of a lottery, and to make the workman's pay depend on intermittent exertion, and the principal's profit on dexterously used chance. In what partial degree, I repeat, this may be necessary, in consequence of the activities of modern trade, I do not here investigate, contenting myself with the fact that in its fatalist aspects it is assuredly unnecessary, and results merely from love of gambling on the part of the masters, and from ignorance and sensuality in the men. The masters cannot bear to let any opportunity of gain escape them, and frantically rush at every gap and breach in the walls of fortune, raging to be rich and affronting with impatient covetousness every risk of ruin, while the men prefer 3 days of violent labor and 3 days of drunkenness to 6 days of moderate work and wise rest. There is no way in which a principal, who really desires to help his workmen, may do it more effectually than by checking these disorderly habits both in himself and them, keeping his own business operations on a scale which will enable him to pursue them securely, not yielding to temptations of precarious gain, and at the same time leading his workmen into regular habits of labor and life, either by inducing them rather to take low wages in the form of a fixed salary than high wages, subject to the chance of their being thrown out of work, or, if this be impossible, by discouraging the system of violent exertion for nominally high pg 137 day wages, and leading the men to take lower pay for more regular labor. In effecting any radical changes of this kind, doubtless there would be great inconvenience and loss incurred by all the originators of movement. That which can be done with perfect convenience and without loss is not always the thing that most needs to be done, or which we are most imperatively required to do. I have already alluded to the difference hitherto existing between regiments of men associated for purposes of violence and for purposes of manufacture, in that the former appear capable of self-sacrifice, the latter not, which singular fact is the real reason of the general lowness of estimate in which the profession of commerce is held, as compared with that of arms. Philosophically, it does not, at first sight, appear reasonable. Many writers have endeavored to prove it unreasonable that a peaceable and rational person, whose trade is buying and selling, should be held in less honor than an unpeaceable and often irrational person, whose trade is slaying. Nevertheless, the consent of mankind has always, in spite of the philosophers, given precedence to the soldier. And this is right. For the soldier's trade, verily and essentially, is not slaying but being slain. This, without well knowing its own meaning, the world honors it for. A bravo's trade is slaying, but the world has never respected bravos more than merchants. The reason it honors the soldier is because he holds his life at the service of the state. Reckless he may be fond of pleasure, or of adventuril kinds of bimotives and mean impulses, may have determined the choice of his profession, and may affect to all appearance exclusively his daily conduct in it. But our estimate of him is based on this ultimate fact of which we are well assured that, put him in a fortress breach, with all the pleasures of the world behind him, and only death and his duty in front of him, he will keep his face to the front, and he knows that this choice may be put to him at any moment, and has beforehand taken his part. Virtually takes such part continualidos, in reality die daily. Not less is the respect we pay to the lawyer and physician, pg 138, founded ultimately on their self-sacrifice. Whatever the learning or acuteness of a great lawyer, our chief respect for him depends on our belief that, set in a judge's seat, he will strive to judge justly, come of it what may. Could we suppose that he would take bribes, and use his acuteness and legal knowledge to give plausibility to iniquitous decisions, no degree of intellect would win for him our respect. Nothing will win it short of our tacit conviction that in all important acts of his life justice is first with him, his own interest second. In the case of a physician, the ground of the honor we render him is clearer still. Whatever his science, we should shrink from him in horror if we found him regard his patients merely as subjects to experiment upon, much more if we found that, receiving bribes from persons interested in their deaths, he was using his best skill to give poison in the mask of medicine. Finally, the principle holds with utmost clearness as it respects clergymen. No goodness of disposition will excuse want of science in a physician, or of shrewdness in an advocate, but a clergyman, even though his power of intellect be small, is respected on the presumed ground of his unselfishness and serviceableness. Now there can be no question but that the tact, foresight, decision, and other mental powers, required for the successful management of a large mercantile concern, if not such as could be compared with those of a great lawyer, general, or divine, would at least match the general conditions of mind required in the subordinate officers of a ship or of a regiment, or in the curate of a country parish. If therefore all the efficient members of the so-called liberal professions are still, somehow, in public estimate of honor, preferred before the head of a commercial firm, the reason must lie deeper than in the measurement of their several powers of mind. And the essential reason for such preference will be found to lie in the fact that the merchant is presumed to act always selfishly. His work may be very necessary to the community, but the motive of it is understood to be wholly personal. The merchant's first object in all his dealings must be the public believed to get as much for himself, and leave as little to his neighbor or customer as possible. Enforcing this pg 139 upon him, by political statute, as the necessary principle of his action, recommending it to him on all occasions, and themselves reciprocally adopting it, proclaiming vociferously for law of the universe, that buyer's function is to cheapen, and a seller's to cheat, the public nevertheless involuntarily condemn the man of commerce for his compliance with their own statement, and stamp him for ever as belonging to an inferior grade of human personality. This they will find eventually they must give up doing. They must not cease to condemn selfishness, but they will have to discover a kind of commerce which is not exclusively selfish. Or rather, they will have to discover that there never was, or can be, any other kind of commerce, that this which they have called commerce was not commerce at all, but cozening, and that a true merchant differs as much from a merchant according to laws of modern political economy, as the hero of the excursion from Autolycus. They will find that commerce is an occupation which gentlemen will every day see more need to engage in, rather than in the businesses of talking to men or slaying them. That in true commerce, as in true preaching or true fighting, it is necessary to admit the idea of occasional voluntary loss, that sixpences have to be lost as well as lives under a sense of duty, that the market may have its martyrdoms as well as the pulpit, and trade its heroisms as well as war. May having the final issue, must have and only has not had yet, because men of heroic temper have always been misguided in their youth into other fields, not recognizing what is in our days, perhaps, the most important of all fields, so that, while many a zealous person loses his life in trying to teach the form of a gospel, very few will lose £100 in showing the practice of one. The fact is that people never have had clearly explained to them the true functions of a merchant with respect to other people. I should like the reader to be very clear about this. 5 great intellectual professions, relating to daily necessities of life, have hitherto existed. 3 exist necessarily, in every civilized nation. The soldier's profession is to defend it, pg 140. The pastor's to teach it. The physician's to keep it in health. The lawyer's to enforce justice in it. the merchants to provide for it, and the duty of all these men is, on due occasion, to die for it. On due occasion, namely, the soldier rather than leave his post in battle, the physician rather than leave his post in plague, the pastor rather than teach falsehood, the lawyer rather than countenance injustice, the merchant. What is his due occasion of death? It is the main question for the merchant, as for all of us, for truly the man who does not know when to die does not know how to live. Observe the merchant's function or manufacturers, for in the broad sense in which it is here used the word must be understood to include both, is to provide for the nation. It is no more his function to get profit for himself out of that provision than it is a clergyman's function to get his stipend. The stipend is a due and necessary adjunct, but not the object of his life, if he be a true clergyman, any more than his fee or honorarium is the object of life to a true physician. Neither is his fee the object of life to a true merchant. All three, if true men, have a work to be done irrespective of fee, be done even at any cost, or for quite the contrary of fee. The pastor's function being to teach, the physician's to heal, and the merchant's, as I have said, to provide. That is to say, he has to understand to their very root the qualities of the thing he deals in, and the means of obtaining or producing it, and he has to apply all his sagacity and energy to the producing or obtaining it in perfect state, and distributing it at the cheapest possible price where it is most needed. And because the production or obtaining of any commodity involves necessarily the agency of many lives and hands, the merchant becomes in the course of his business the master and governor of large masses of men in a more direct, though less confessed way, than a military officer or pastor, so that on him falls in great part the responsibility for the kind of life pg 141 they lead, and it becomes his duty, not only to be always considering how to produce what he sells in the purest and cheapest forms, but how to make the various employments involved in the production, or transference of it, most beneficial to the men employed. And as into these two functions, requiring for their right exercise the highest intelligence, as well as patience, kindness, and tact, the merchant is bound to put all his energy, so for their just discharge he is bound, as soldier or physician is bound, to give up, if need be, his life, in such way as it may be demanded of him. Two main points he has in his providing function to maintain. First, his engagements, faithfulness to engagements being the real root of all possibilities in commerce, and secondly, the perfectness and purity of the thing provided, so that rather than fail in any engagement, or consent to any deterioration, adulteration, or unjust and exorbitant price of that which he provides, he is bound to meet fearlessly any form of distress, poverty, or labor, which may, through maintenance of these points, come upon him. Again, in his office as governor of the men employed by him, the merchant or manufacturer is invested with a distinctly paternal authority and responsibility. In most cases, a youth entering a commercial establishment is withdrawn altogether from home influence. His master must become his father, else he has, for practical and constant help, no father at hand. In all cases the master's authority, together with the general tone and atmosphere of his business, and the character of the men with whom the youth is compelled in the course of it to associate, have more immediate and pressing weight than the home influence, and will usually neutralize it either for good or evil, so that the only means which the master has of doing justice to the men employed by him is to ask himself sternly whether he is dealing with such subordinate as he would with his own son, if compelled by circumstances to take such a position. Supposing the captain of a frigate saw it right, or were by any chance obliged, to place his own son in the position of a common sailor, as he would then treat his son, he is bound always to treat every one of the men under him. So also, pg 142, supposing the master of a manufactory saw it right, or were by any chance obliged, to place his own son in the position of an ordinary workman, as he would then treat his son, he is bound always to treat every one of his men. This is the only effective true, or practical rule which can be given on this point of political economy. And as the captain of a ship is bound to be the last man to leave his ship in case of wreck, and to share his last crust with the sailors in case of famine, so the manufacturer in any commercial crisis or distress is bound to take the suffering of it with his men, and even to take more of it for himself than he allows his men to feel, as a father would in a famine, shipwreck, or battle, sacrifice himself for his son. All which sounds very strange, the only real strangeness in the matter being nevertheless that it should so sound. For all this is true, and that not partially nor theoretically, but everlastingly and practically. All other doctrine than this respecting matters political being false in premises, absurd in deduction, and impossible in practice, consistently with any progressive state of national life, all the life which we now possess as a nation showing itself in the resolute denial and scorn by a few strong minds and faithful hearts of the economic principles taught to our multitudes, which principles, so far as accepted, lead straight to national destruction, respecting the modes and forms of destruction to which they lead, and on the other hand, respecting the farther practical working of true polity, I hope to reason further in a following paper. The essential value and truth of Dickens's writings have been unwisely lost sight of by many thoughtful persons, merely because he presents his truth with some colour of caricature. Unwisely, because Dickens's caricature, though often gross, is never mistaken. Allowing for his manner of telling them, the things he tells us are always true. I wish that he could think it right to limit his brilliant exaggeration to works written only for public amusement, and when he takes up a subject of high national importance, such as that which he handled in Hard Times, that he would use severer and more accurate analysis. The usefulness of that work to my mind, in several respects, the greatest he has written, is with many persons seriously diminished because Mr. Bounderby is a dramatic monster, instead of a characteristic example of a worldly master, and Stephen Blackpool a dramatic perfection, instead of a characteristic example of an honest workman. But let us not lose the use of Dickens's wit and insight, because he chooses to speak in a circle of stage fire. He is entirely right in his main drift and purpose in every book he has written, and all of them, but especially Hard Times, should be studied with close and earnest care by persons interested in social questions. They will find much that is partial, and because partial apparently unjust. But if they examine all the evidence on the other side, which Dickens seems to overlook, it will appear after all their trouble that his view was the finally right one, grossly and sharply told. pg 143. Essay 2, The Veins of Wealth. The answer which would be made by any ordinary political economist to the statements contained in the preceding paper is in few words as follows. It is indeed true that certain advantages of a general nature may be obtained by the development of social affections, but political economists never professed, nor profess, to take advantages of a general nature into consideration. Our science is simply the science of getting rich. So far from being a fallacious or visionary one, it is found by experience to be practically effective. Persons who follow its precepts do actually become rich, and persons who disobey them become poor. Every capitalist of Europe has acquired his fortune by following the known laws of our science, and increases his capital daily by an adherence to them. It is vain to bring forward tricks of logic, against the force of accomplished facts. Every man of business knows by experience how money is made, and how it is lost. Pardon me, men of business do indeed know how they themselves made their money, or how on occasion they lost it. Playing a long-practised game, they are familiar with the chances of its cards, and can rightly explain their losses and gains. But they neither know who keeps the bank of the gambling house, nor what other games may be played with the same cards, nor what other losses and gains, far away among the dark streets, are essentially, though invisibly, dependent on theirs in the lighted rooms. They have learned a few, and only a few, of the laws of mercantile economy, but not one of those of political economy. pg 144. Primarily, which is very notable and curious, I observe that men of business rarely know the meaning of the word rich. At least if they know, they do not in their reasonings allow for the fact that it is a relative word, implying its opposite poor as positively as the word north implies its opposite south. Men nearly always speak and write as if riches were absolute, and it were possible, by following certain scientific precepts, for everybody to be rich. Whereas riches are a power like that of electricity, acting only through inequalities or negations of itself. The force of the guinea you have in your pocket depends wholly on the default of a guinea in your neighbour's pocket. If he did not want it, it would be of no use to you. The degree of power it possesses depends accurately upon the need or desire he has for it, and the art of making yourself rich, in the ordinary mercantile economist's sense, is therefore equally and necessarily the art of keeping your neighbour poor. I would not contend in this matter, and rarely in any matter, for the acceptance of terms. But I wish the reader clearly and deeply to understand the difference between the two economies, to which the terms political and mercantile might not unadvisedly be attached. Political economy, the economy of a state, or of citizens, consists simply in the production, preservation, and distribution, at fittest time and place, of useful or pleasurable things. The farmer who cuts his hay at the right time, the shipwright who drives his bolts well home in sound wood, the builder who lays good bricks in well-tempered mortar, the housewife who takes care of her furniture in the parlour, and guards against all waste in her kitchen, and the singer who rightly disciplines and never overstrains her voice, are all political economists in the true and final sense, adding continually to the riches and well-being of the nation to which they belong. But mercantile economy, the economy of mercies or of pay, signifies the accumulation, in the hands of individuals, of legal or moral claim upon, or power over, the labour of others, every such claim implying precisely as much poverty or debt on one side, as it implies riches or right on the other. It does not, therefore, necessarily involve an addition to pg 145 the actual property, or well-being, of the state in which it exists. But since this commercial wealth, or power over labour, is nearly always convertible at once into real property, while real property is not always convertible at once into power over labour, the idea of riches among active men in civilized nations, generally, refers to commercial wealth, and in estimating their possessions, they rather calculate the value of their horses and fields by the number of guineas they could get for them, than the value of their guineas by the number of horses and fields they could buy with them. There is, however, another reason for this habit of mind, namely that an accumulation of real property is of little use to its owner, unless, together with it, he has commercial power over labour. Thus, suppose any person to be put in possession of a large estate of fruitful land, with rich beds of gold in its gravel, countless herds of cattle in its pastures, houses and gardens and storehouses full of useful stores, but suppose, after all, that he could get no servants. In order that he may be able to have servants, someone in his neighbourhood must be poor, and in want of his gold or his corn. Assume that no one is in want of either, and that no servants are to be had. He must therefore bake his own bread, make his own clothes, plough his own ground, and shepherd his own flocks. His gold will be as useful to him as any other yellow pebbles on his estate. His stores must rot, for he cannot consume them. He can eat no more than another man could eat, and wear no more than another man could wear. He must lead a life of severe and common labour to procure even ordinary comforts. He will be ultimately unable to keep either houses in repair or fields in cultivation, and forced to content himself with a poor man's portion of cottage and garden, in the midst of a desert of waste land, trampled by wild cattle, and encumbered by ruins of palaces, which he will hardly market himself by calling his own. The most covetous of mankind would, with small exultation, I presume, accept riches of this kind on these terms. What is really desired under the name of riches is essentially power over men. In its simplest sense, the power of obtaining for our own advantage the labour of servant, tradesman, and pg 146 artist. In wider sense, authority of directing large masses of the nation to various ends good, trivial, or hurtful, according to the mind of the rich person. And this power of wealth, of course, is greater or less in direct proportion to the poverty of the men over whom it is exercised, and in inverse proportion to the number of persons who are as rich as ourselves, and who are ready to give the same price for an article of which the supply is limited. If the musician is poor, he will sing for small pay, as long as there is only one person who can pay him, but if there be 2 or 3, he will sing for the one who offers him most. And thus the power of the riches of the patron, always imperfect and doubtful, as we shall see presently, even when most authoritative, depends first on the poverty of the artist, and then on the limitation of the number of equally wealthy persons, who also want seats at the concert. So that, as above stated, the art of becoming rich in the common sense is not absolutely nor finally the art of accumulating much money for ourselves, but also of contriving that our neighbours shall have less. In accurate terms, it is the art of establishing the maximum inequality in our own favour. Now the establishment of such inequality cannot be shown in the abstract to be either advantageous or disadvantageous to the body of the nation. The rash and absurd assumption that such inequalities are necessarily advantageous lies at the root of most of the popular fallacies on the subject of political economy. For the eternal and inevitable law in this matter is that the beneficialness of the inequality depends first on the methods by which it was accomplished, and secondly on the purposes to which it is applied. Inequalities of wealth, unjustly established, have assuredly injured the nation in which they exist during their establishment, and unjustly directed, injure it yet more during their existence. But inequalities of wealth justly established benefit the nation in the course of their establishment, and nobly used, aid it yet more by their existence. That is to say, among every active and well-governed people, the various strength of individuals, tested by full exertion and specially applied to various need, issues in unequal but harmonious results, receiving pg 147 reward or authority according to its class and service. While the inactive or ill-governed nation, the gradations of decay and the victories of treason work out also their own rugged system of subjection and success, and substitute, for the melodious inequalities of concurrent power, the iniquitous dominances and depressions of guilt and misfortune. Thus the circulation of wealth in a nation resembles that of the blood in the natural body. There is one quickness of the current which comes of cheerful emotion or wholesome exercise, and another which comes of shame or of fever. There is a flush of the body which is full of warmth and life, and another which will pass into putrefaction. The analogy will hold, down even to minute particulars. For as diseased local determination of the blood involves depression of the general health of the system, all morbid local action of riches will be found ultimately to involve a weakening of the resources of the body politic. pg 148. The mode in which this is produced may be at once understood by examining one or two instances of the development of wealth in the simplest possible circumstances. Suppose two sailors cast away on an uninhabited coast, and obliged to maintain themselves there by their own labor for a series of years. If they both kept their health and worked steadily, and in amity with each other, they might build themselves a convenient house, and in time come to possess a certain quantity of cultivated land, together with various stores laid up for future use. All these things would be real riches or property, and supposing the men both to have worked equally hard, they would each have right to equal share or use of it. Their political economy would consist merely in careful preservation and just division of these possessions. Perhaps, however, after some time one or other might be dissatisfied with the results of their common farming, and they might in consequence agree to divide the land they had brought under the spade into equal shares, so that each might thenceforward work in his own field and live by it. Suppose that after this arrangement had been made, one of them were to fall ill, and be unable to work on his land at a critical time, say of sowing or harvest. He would naturally ask the other to sow or reap for him. Then his companion might say with perfect justice, "I will do this additional work for you, but if I do it, you must promise to do as much for me at another time. I will count how many hours I spend on your ground, and you shall give me a written promise to work for the same number of hours on mine, whenever I need your help and you are able to give it." Suppose the disabled man's sickness to continue, and that under various circumstances, for several years, requiring the help of the other, he on each occasion gave a written pledge to work, as soon as he was able, at his companion's orders, for the same number of hours which the other had given up to him. pg 149. What will the positions of the two men be when the invalid is able to resume work? Considered as a polis, or state, they will be poorer than they would have been otherwise, poorer by the withdrawal of what the sick man's labor would have produced in the interval. His friend may perhaps have toiled with an energy quickened by the enlarged need, but in the end his own land and property must have suffered by the withdrawal of so much of his time and thought from them, and the united property of the two men will be certainly less than it would have been if both had remained in health and activity. But the relations in which they stand to each other are also widely altered. The sick man has not only pledged his labor for some years, but will probably have exhausted his own share of the accumulated stores, and will be in consequence for some time dependent on the other for food, which he can only pay or reward him for by yet more deeply pledging his own labor. Supposing the written promises to be held entirely valid among civilized nations, their validity is secured by legal measures. The person who had hitherto worked for both might now, if he chose, rest altogether, and pass his time in idleness, not only forcing his companion to redeem all the engagements he had already entered into, but exacting from him pledges for further labor, to an arbitrary amount, for what food he had to advance to him. PG 150 There might not from first to last be the least illegality in the ordinary sense of the word in the arrangement, but if a stranger arrived on the coast at this advanced epoch of their political economy, he would find one man commercially rich, the other commercially poor. He would see, perhaps with no small surprise, one passing his days in idleness, the other laboring for both and living sparely in the hope of recovering his independence at some distant period. This is, of course, an example of one only out of many ways in which inequality of possession may be established between different persons, giving rise to the mercantile forms of riches and poverty. In the instance before us, one of the men might from the first have deliberately chosen to be idle, and to put his life in pawn for present ease, or he might have mismanaged his land, and been compelled to have recourse to his neighbor for food and help, pledging his future labor for it. But what I want the reader to note especially is the fact, common to a large number of typical cases of this kind, that the establishment of the mercantile wealth which consists in a claim upon labor signifies a political diminution of the real wealth which consists in substantial possessions. Take another example, more consistent with the ordinary course of affairs of trade. Suppose that 3 men instead of 2 formed the little isolated republic, and found themselves obliged to separate in order to farm different pieces of land at some distance from each other along the coast, each estate furnishing a distinct kind of produce, and each more or less in need of the material raised on. The other, suppose that the 3rd man, in order to save the time of all 3, undertakes simply to superintend the transference of commodities from one farm to the other, on condition of receiving some sufficiently remunerative share of every parcel of goods conveyed, or of some other parcel received in exchange for it. If this carrier or messenger always brings to each estate, from the other what is chiefly wanted, at the right time, the operations of the 2 farmers will go on prosperously, and the largest possible result in produce or wealth will be attained by the little community. But suppose no intercourse between the landowners is possible, except through the traveling agent, and that after a time, this agent, watching the course of each PG 151 man's agriculture, keeps back the articles with which he has been entrusted until there comes a period of extreme necessity for them, on one side or other, and then exacts in exchange for them all that the distressed farmer can spare of other kinds of produce. It is easy to see that by ingeniously watching his opportunities, he might possess himself regularly of the greater part of the superfluous produce of the 2 estates, and at last, in some year of severest trial or scarcity, purchase both for himself, and maintain the former proprietors thenceforward as his labourers or servants. This would be a case of commercial wealth acquired on the exactest principles of modern political economy. But more distinctly even than in the former instance, it is manifest in this that the wealth of the state, or of the 3 men considered as a society, is collectively less than it would have been had the merchant been content with juster profit. The operations of the 2 agriculturists have been cramped to the utmost, and the continual limitations of the supply of things they wanted at critical times, together with the failure of courage consequent on the prolongation of a struggle for mere existence, without any sense of permanent gain, must have seriously diminished the effective results of their labor, and the stores finally accumulated in the merchant's hands will not in any wise be of equivalent value to those which, had his dealings been honest, would have filled at once the granaries of the farmers and his own. The whole question, therefore, respecting not only the advantage, but even the quantity of national wealth, resolves itself finally into one of abstract justice. It is impossible to conclude of any given mass of acquired wealth merely by the fact of its existence, whether it signifies good or evil to the nation in the midst of which it exists. Its real value depends on the moral sign attached to it, just as sternly as that of a mathematical quantity depends on the algebraical sign attached to it. Any given accumulation of commercial wealth may be indicative, on the one hand, of faithful industries, progressive energies, and productive ingenuities, or on the other, it may be indicative of mortal luxury, merciless tyranny, ruinous chicane. Some treasures are heavy with human PG 152 tears, as an ill-stored harvest with untimely rain, and some gold is brighter in sunshine than it is in substance. And these are not, observe, merely moral or pathetic attributes of riches, which the seeker of riches may, if he chooses, despise. They are, literally and sternly, material attributes of riches, depreciating or exalting incalculably the monetary signification of the sum in question. One mass of money is the outcome of action which has created another, of action which has annihilated 10 times as much in the gathering of it. Such and such strong hands have been paralyzed, as if they had been numbed by nightshade, so many strong men's courage broken, so many productive operations hindered. This and the other false direction given to labor and lying image of prosperity set up on duraplanes dug into 7 time-shiated furnaces. That which seems to be wealth may in verity be only the gilded index of far-reaching ruin, a wrecker's handful of coin gleaned from the beach to which he has beguiled an argosy, a camp-follower's bundle of rags unwrapped from the breasts of goodly soldiers dead, the purchase epices of potter's fields, wherein shall be buried together the citizen and the stranger. And therefore, the idea that directions can be given for the gaining of wealth, irrespectively of the consideration of its moral sources, or that any general and technical law of purchase and gain can be set down for national practice, is perhaps the most insolently futile of all that ever beguiled men through their vices. So far as I know, there is not in history record of anything so disgraceful to the human intellect as the modern idea that the commercial text, buy in the cheapest market and sell in the dearest, represents, or under any circumstances could represent, an available principle of national economy. Buy in the cheapest market, yes, but what made your market cheap? Charcoal may be cheap among your roof timbers after a fire, and bricks may be cheap in your streets after an earthquake, but fire and earthquake may not therefore be national benefits. Sell in the dearest, yes, truly, but what made your market dear? You sold your PG 153 bread well today. Was it to a dying man who gave his last coin for it, and will never need bread more, or to a rich man who tomorrow will buy your farm over your head, or to a soldier on his way to pillage the bank in which you have put your fortune? None of these things you can know. One thing only you can know, namely, whether this dealing of yours is a just and faithful one, which is all you need concern yourself about respecting it, sure thus to have done your own part in bringing about ultimately in the world a state of things which will not issue pillage or in death, and thus every question concerning these things merges itself ultimately in the great question of justice, which, the ground being thus far cleared for it, I will enter upon in the next paper, leaving only in this 3 final points for the reader's consideration. It has been shown that the chief value and virtue of money consists in its having power over human beings, that without this power, large material possessions are useless, and to any person possessing such power, comparatively unnecessary. But power over human beings is attainable by other means than by money. As I said a few pages back, the money power is always imperfect and doubtful. There are many things which cannot be reached with it, others which cannot be retained by it. Many joys may be given to men which cannot be bought for gold, and many fidelities found in them which cannot be rewarded with it. Trite enough, the reader thinks. Yes, but it is not so trite. I wish it were that in this moral power, quite inscrutable and immeasurable though it be, there is a monetary value just as real as that represented by more ponderous currencies. A man's hand may be full of invisible gold, and the wave of it or the grasp shall do more than another's with a shower of bullion. This invisible gold also does not necessarily diminish in spending. Political economists will do well some day to take heed of it, though they cannot take measure. But farther, since the essence of wealth consists in its authority over men, if the apparent or nominal wealth fail in this power, it fails in essence, in fact ceases to be wealth at all. PG 154, it does not appear lately in England that our authority over men is absolute. The servants show some disposition to rush riotously upstairs, under an impression that their wages are not regularly paid. We should augur ill of any gentleman's property to whom this happened every other day in his drawing-room. So also, the power of our wealth seems limited as respects the comfort of the servants, no less than their quietude. The persons in the kitchen appear to be ill-dressed, squalid, half-starved. One cannot help imagining that the riches of the establishment must be of a very theoretical and documentary character. Finally, since the essence of wealth consists in power over men, will it not follow that the nobler and the more in number the persons are over whom it has power, the greater the wealth? Perhaps it may even appear after some consideration that the persons themselves are the wealth, that these pieces of gold with which we are in the habit of guiding them are, in fact, nothing more than a kind of Byzantine harness or trappings, very glittering and beautiful in barbaric sight, wherewith we bridle the creatures. But that if these same living creatures could be guided without the fretting and jingling of the byzants in their mouths and ears, they might themselves be more valuable than their bridles. In fact, it may be discovered that the true veins of wealth are purplined not in rock, but in flesh, perhaps even that the final outcome and consummation of all wealth is in the producing as many as possible full-breathed, bright-eyed, and happy-hearted human creatures. Our modern wealth, I think, has rather a tendency the other way, most political economists appearing to consider multitudes of human creatures not conducive to wealth, or at best conducive to it, only by remaining in a dymied and narrow-chisted state of being. Nevertheless, it is open, I repeat, to serious question, which I leave to the reader's pondering, whether, among national manufactures, that of souls of a good quality may not at last turn out a quite leadingly lucrative one. Nay, in some faraway and yet undreamed-of hour, I can even imagine that England may cast all thoughts of possessive wealth back to PG 155, the barbaric nations among whom they first arose, and that, while the sands of the Indus and adamant of Golconda may yet stiffen the housings of the charger, and flash from the turban of the slave, she, as a Christian mother, may at last attain to the virtues and the treasures of a heathen one, and be able to lead forth her sons, saying, "These are my jewels." We will consider of this presently. Remember that the administration of a complete system of national commerce and industry cannot be explained in full detail within the space of 12 pages. Meantime, consider whether, there being confessedly some difficulty in dealing with rogues and idlers, it may not be advisable to produce as few of them as possible. If you examine into the history of rogues, you will find they are as truly manufactured articles as anything else, and it is just because our present system of political economy gives so large a stimulus to that manufacture that you may know it to be a false one. We had better seek for a system which will develop honest men, than for one which will deal cunningly with vagabonds. Let us reform our schools, and we shall find little reform needed in our prisons. PG 156. Essay 3, Qui Judicatis Terram. Some centuries before the Christian era, a Jew merchant, largely engaged in business on the Gold Coast, and reported to have made one of the largest fortunes of his time, held also in repute for much practical sagacity, left among his ledgers some general maxims concerning wealth, which have been preserved, strangely enough, even to our own days. They were held in considerable respect by the most active traders of the Middle Ages, especially by the Venetians, who even went so far in their admiration as to place a statue of the old Jew on the angle of one of their principal public buildings. Of late years these writings have fallen into disrepute, being opposed in every particular to the spirit of modern commerce. Nevertheless, I shall reproduce a passage or two from them here, partly because they may interest the reader by their novelty, and chiefly because they will show him that it is possible for a very practical and acquisitive tradesman to hold, through a not unsuccessful career, that principle of distinction between well-gotten and ill-gotten wealth, which, partially insisted on in my last paper, it must be our work more completely to examine in this. He says, for instance, in one place, "The getting of treasures by a lying tongue is a vanity tossed to and fro of them that seek death," adding in another, with the same meaning he has a curious way of doubling his sayings, "Treasures of wickedness profit nothing, but justice delivers from death." Both these passages are notable for their assertion of death as the only real issue and sum of attainment by any unjust scheme of wealth. If we read, instead of lying tongue, PG 157 lying label, title, pretense or advertisement, we shall more clearly perceive the bearing of the words on modern business. The seeking of death is a grand expression of the true course of men's toil in such business. We usually speak as if death pursued us, and we fled from him, but that is only so in rare instances. Ordinarily he masks himself, makes himself beautiful or glorious, not like the king's daughter, or glorious within but outwardly, his clothing of wrought gold. We pursue him frantically all our days, he flying or hiding from us. Our crowning success at 70 is utterly and perfectly to seize, and hold him in his eternal integrity robes, ashes and sting. Again, the merchant says, "He that oppresseth the poor to increase his riches shall surely come to want." And again, more strongly, "Rob not the poor because he is poor, neither oppress the afflicted in the place of business, for God shall spoil the soul of those that spoiled them. This robbing the poor because he is poor is especially the mercantile form of theft, consisting in taking advantage of a man's necessities in order to obtain his labor or property at a reduced price. The ordinary highwayman's opposite form of robbery off the rich, because he is rich, does not appear to occur so often to the old merchant's mind, probably because, being less profitable and more dangerous than the robbery of the poor, it is rarely practiced by persons of discretion. But the two most remarkable passages in their deep general significance are the following. The rich and the poor have met, God is their maker. The rich and the poor have met, God is their light. They have met, more literally, have stood in each other's way, obviaverunt. That is to say, as long as the world lasts, the action and counteraction of wealth and poverty, the meeting face to face of rich and poor, is just as appointed and necessary a law of that world as the flow of stream to sea, or the interchange of power among the electric clouds. God is their maker, but also this action may be either gentle and just or convulsive and destructive. It may be by rage of devouring flood, or by lapse of serviceable wave, in blackness of thunderstroke, or continual force of vital fire, pg 158 soft, and shapeable into love syllables from far away. And which of these it shall be depends on both rich and poor knowing that God is their light, that in the mystery of human life, there is no other light than this by which they can see each other's faces, and live, light, which is called in another of the books among which the merchant's maxims have been preserved, the sun of justice, of which it is promised that it shall rise at last with healing, health-giving or helping, making whole or setting at one in its wings. For truly this healing is only possible by means of justice. No love, no faith, no hope will do it. Men will be unwisely fondly faithful, unless primarily they are just. And the mistake of the best men through generation after generation has been that great one of thinking to help the poor by almsgiving, and by preaching of patience or of hope, and by every other means, emollient or consolatory, except the one thing which God orders for them, justice. But this justice, with its accompanying holiness or helpfulness, being even by the best men denied in its trial time, is by the mass of men hated wherever it appears. So that, when the choice was one day fairly put to them, they denied the helpful one and the just, and desired a murderer, sedition raiser, and robber to be granted to them, the murderer instead of the Lord of life, the sedition raiser instead of the Prince of Peace, and the robber instead of the just judge of all the world. pg 159, I have just spoken of the flowing of streams to the sea as a partial image of the action of wealth. In one respect it is not a partial, but a perfect image. The popular economist thinks himself wise in having discovered that wealth, or the forms of property in general, must go where they are required, that where demand is, supply must follow. He farther declares that this course of demand and supply cannot be forbidden by human laws. Precisely in the same sense, and with the same certainty, the waters of the world go where they are required. Where the land falls, the water flows. The course neither of clouds nor rivers can be forbidden by human will, but the disposition and administration of them can be altered by human forethought. Whether the stream shall be a curse or a blessing depends upon man's labor and administrating intelligence. For centuries after centuries, great districts of the world, rich in soil and favored in climate, have lain desert under the rage of their own rivers, not only desert but plague-struck. The stream which, rightly directed, would have flowed in soft irrigation from field to field would have purified the air, given food to man and beast, and carried their burdens for them on its bosom. No overwhelms the plain, and poisons the wind, its breath pestilence and its work famine. In like manner this wealth goes where it is required. No human laws can withstand its flow. They can only guide it, but this the leading trench and limiting mound can do so thoroughly, that it shall become water of lifeth riches of the hand of wisdom, or, on the contrary, by leaving it to its own lawless flow, they may make it, what it has been too often, the last and deadliest of national plagues, water of Maroth, water which feeds the roots of all evil. pg 160, the necessity of these laws of distribution or restraint is curiously overlooked in the ordinary political economist's definition of his own science. He calls it, shortly, the science of getting rich. But there are many sciences, as well as many arts, of getting rich. Poisoning people of large estates was one employed largely in the Middle Ages. Adulteration of food of people of small estates is one employed largely now. the ancient and honourable Highland method of blackmail, the more modern and less honourable system of obtaining goods on credit, and the other variously improved methods of appropriation which, in major and minor scales of industry, down to the most artistic pocket-picking, we owe to recent genius, all come under the general head of sciences or arts of getting rich. So that it is clear the popular economist, in calling his science the science par excellence of getting rich, must attach some peculiar ideas of limitation to its character. I hope I do not misrepresent him, by assuming that he means his science to be the science of getting rich by legal or just means. In this definition is the word just or legal finally to stand, for it is possible among certain nations, or under certain rulers, or by help of certain advocates, that proceedings may be legal which are by no means just. If therefore we leave at last only the word just in that place of our definition, the insertion of this solitary and small word will make a notable difference in the grammar of our science. For then it will follow that, in order to grow rich scientifically, we must grow rich justly, and therefore know what is just, so that our economy will no longer depend merely on prudence, but on jurisprudence that of divine, not human law. Which prudence is indeed of no mean order, holding itself, as it were, high in the air of heaven, and gazing for ever on the light of the sun of justice. Hence the souls which have excelled in it are represented by Dante as stars forming in heaven, for ever the figure of the eye of an eagle, they having been in life the discerners of light from darkness, or to the whole human race as the light of the body which is the eye, while those souls which form the wings of the bird giving power and dominion to justice, healing in its wings trace also in light the inscription in heaven, Diligite justitiam qui judicatis terram, ye who judge the earth, give not, observe, merely love but diligent love to justice, the love which seeks diligently, that is to say, choosingly, and by preference to all things else. Which judging or doing judgment in the earth is, according pg 161 to their capacity and position, required not of judges only, nor of rulers only, but of all men, a truth sorrowfully lost sight of even by those who are ready enough to apply to themselves passages in which Christian men are spoken of as called to be saints one, to helpful or healing functions, and chosen to be kings one, to knowing or directing functions, the true meaning of these titles having been long lost through the pretenses of unhelpful and unable persons to saintly and kingly character, also through the once popular idea that both the sanctity and royalty are to consist in wearing long robes and high crowns instead of in mercy and judgment, whereas all true sanctity is saving power, as all true royalty is ruling power, and injustice is part and parcel of the denial of such power, which makes men as the creeping things, as the fishes of the sea, that have no ruler over them. Absolute justice is indeed no more attainable than absolute truth, but the righteous man is distinguished from the unrighteous by his desire and hope of justice, as the true man from the false by his desire and hope of truth. And though absolute justice be unattainable, as much justice as we need for all practical use is attainable by all those who make it their aim. We have to examine, then, in the subject before us, what are the laws of justice respecting payment of labor no small part, these of the foundations of all jurisprudence. I reduced in my last paper the idea of money payment to its simplest or radical terms. In those terms its nature, and the conditions of justice respecting it, can be best ascertained. pg 162 money payment, as there stated, consists radically in a promise to some person working for us, that for the time and labor he spends in our service today, we will give or procure equivalent time and labor in his service at any future time when he may demand it. If we promise to give him less labor than he has given us, we underpay him. If we promise to give him more labor than he has given us, we overpay him. In practice, according to the laws of demand and supply, when two men are ready to do the work, and only one man wants to have it done, the two men underbid each other for it, and the one who gets it to do is underpaid. But when two men want the work done, and there is only one man ready to do it, the two men who want it done overbid each other, and the workman is overpaid. I will examine these 2 points of injustice in succession, but first I wish the reader to clearly understand the central principle lying between the two, of right or just payment. When we ask a service of any man, he may either give it us freely or demand payment for it. Respecting free gift of service, there is no question at present, that being a matter of affection, not of traffic. But if he demand payment for it, and we wish to treat him with absolute equity, it is evident that this equity can only consist in giving time for time, strength for strength, and skill for skill. If a man works an hour for us, and we only promise to work half an hour for him in return, we obtain an unjust advantage. If, on the contrary, we promise to work an hour and a half for him in return, he has an unjust advantage. The justice consists in absolute exchange, or if there be any respect to the stations of the parties, it will not be in favor of the employer. There is certainly no equitable reason in a man's being poor, that if he give me a pound of bread today, I should return him less than a pound of bread tomorrow. Or any equitable reason in a man's being uneducated, that if he uses a certain quantity of skill and knowledge in my service, I should use a less quantity of skill and knowledge in his. Perhaps ultimately it may appear desirable, or to say the least gracious, that I should give in return somewhat more than I received. But at present, we are concerned on the law of justice only, which is that of perfect and accurate exchange, one circumstance only interfering with the simplicity of this radical idea, of just payment that inasmuch as labour rightly directed is fruitful just as seed is, the fruit or interest as it is called of the labour first given, or advanced, ought to be taken into account, and balanced by an additional quantity of labour in the subsequent repayment. Supposing the repayment to take place at the end of a year, or of any other given time, this calculation could be approximately made. But as money, that is to say, cash payment, involves no reference to time, it being optional with the person paid to spend what he receives at once or after any number of years, we can only assume generally that some slight advantage must in equity be allowed to the person who advances the labour, so that the typical form of bargain will be, if you give me an hour today, I will give you an hour and 5 minutes on demand. If you give me a pound of bread today, I will give you 17 ounces on demand, and so on. All that is necessary for the reader to note is that the amount returned is at least in equity not to be less than the amount given. pg 163. The abstract idea, then, of just or due wages, as respects the labourer, is that they will consist in a sum of money which will at any time procure for him at least as much labour as he has given, rather more than less. And this equity or justice of payment is, observe, wholly independent of any reference to the number of men who are willing to do the work. I want a horseshoe for my horse. 20 smiths or 20,000 smiths may be ready to forge it. Their number does not in one atom's weight affect the question of the equitable payment, pg 164, of the one who does forge it. It costs him a quarter of an hour of his life, and so much skill and strength of arm to make that horseshoe for me. Then at some future time I am bound in equity to give a quarter of an hour, and some minutes more, of my life or of some other person's at my disposal, and also as much strength of arm and skill, and a little more, in making or doing what the smith may have need of. Such being the abstract theory of just remunerative payment, its application is practically modified by the fact that the order for labour given in payment is general, while the labour received is special. The current coin or document is practically an order on the nation for so much work of any kind, and this universal applicability to immediate need renders it so much more valuable than special labour can be, that an order for a less quantity of this general toil will always be accepted as a just equivalent for a greater quantity of special toil. Any given craftsman will always be willing to give an hour of his own work in order to receive command over half an hour, or even much less, of national work. This source of uncertainty, together with the difficulty of determining the monetary value of skill, renders the ascertainment even approximate of the proper wages of any given labour in terms of currency, matter of considerable complexity. But they do not affect the principle of exchange. The worth of the work may not be easily known, but it has a worth just as fixed and real as the specific gravity of a substance, though such specific gravity may not be easily ascertainable when the substance is united with many others. Nor is there so much difficulty or chance in determining it, as in determining the ordinary maxima and minima of vulgar political economy. There are few bargains in which the buyer can ascertain with anything like precision that the seller would have taken no less, or the seller acquire more than a comfortable faith that the purchaser would have given no more. This impossibility of precise knowledge prevents neither from striving to attain the desired point of greatest vexation and injury to the other, nor from accepting it for a scientific principle that he is to buy for the least and sell for the most possible, though what the real least or most may be he cannot tell. In like manner, a just person lays it down for a scientific principle that he is to pay a just price, and without being able precisely to ascertain the limits of such a price, will nevertheless strive to attain the closest possible approximation to them. A practically serviceable approximation he can obtain. It is pg 165 easier to determine scientifically what a man ought to have for his work than what his necessities will compel him to take for it. His necessities can only be ascertained by empirical, but his do by analytical, investigation. In the one case, you try your answer to the sum like a puzzled schoolboy till you find one that fits. In the other, you bring out your result within certain limits, by process of calculation. pg 166. Supposing then the just wages of any quantity of given labour to have been ascertained, let us examine the first results of just and unjust payment, when in favour of the purchaser or employer. 1. When two men are ready to do the work, and only one wants to have it done. The unjust purchaser forces the two to bid against each other, till he has reduced their demand to its lowest terms. Let us assume that the lowest bidder offers to do the work at half its just price. The purchaser employs him, and does not employ the other. The first or apparent result is therefore that one of the two men is left out of employ, or to starvation, just as definitely as by the just procedure of giving fair price to the best workman. The various writers who endeavoured to invalidate the positions of my first paper never saw this, and assumed that the unjust hirer employed both. He employs both no more than the just hirer. The only difference in the outset is that the just man pays sufficiently, the unjust man insufficiently, for the labour of the single person employed. I say in the outset, for this first or apparent difference is not the actual difference. By the unjust procedure, half the proper price of the work is left in the hands of the employer. This enables him to hire another man at the same unjust rate on some other kind of work, and the final result is that he has two men working for him at half price, and two are out of employ. By the just procedure, the whole price of the first piece of work goes into the hands of the man who does it. No surplus being left in the employer's hands, he cannot hire another man for another piece of labour. But by precisely so much as his power is diminished, the hired workman's power is increased. That is to say, by the additional half of the price he has received, which additional half he has the power of using to employ another man in his service. I will suppose, for the moment the least favourable though quite probable pg 167 casseth that, though justly treated himself, he yet will act unjustly to his subordinate, and hire at half price if he can. The final result will then be that one man works for the employer at just price, one for the workman at half price, and two, as in the first case, are still out of employ. These two, as I said before, are out of employ in both cases. The difference between the just and unjust procedure does not lie in the number of men hired, but in the price paid to them, and the persons by whom it is paid. The essential difference, that which I want the reader to see clearly, is that in the unjust case, two men work for one, the first hirer. In the just case, one man works for the first hirer, one for the person hired, and so on, down or up through the various grades of service, the influence being carried forward by justice and arrested by injustice. The universal and constant action of justice in this matter is therefore to diminish the power of wealth, in the hands of one individual, over masses of men, and to distribute it through a chain of men. The actual power exerted by the wealth is the same in both cases, but by injustice it is put all into one man's hands, so that he directs at once and with equal force the labour of a circle of men about him. By the just procedure, he is permitted to touch the nearest only, through whom, with diminished force modified by new minds, the energy of the wealth passes on to others, and so till it exhausts itself. The immediate operation of justice in this respect is, therefore, to diminish the power of wealth, first in acquisition of luxury, and, secondly, in exercise of moral influence. The employer cannot concentrate so multitudinous labour on his own interests, nor can he subdue so multitudinous mind to his own will. But the secondary operation of justice is not less important. The insufficient payment of the group of men working for one places each under a maximum of difficulty in rising above his position. The tendency of the system is to check advancement. But the sufficient or just payment, distributed through a descending series of offices or grades of labour, gives each subordinated person fair and sufficient means of rising in the social scale, if he chooses to use them, and thus not only diminishes the immediate power of wealth, but removes the worst disabilities of poverty. pg 168. It is on this vital problem that the entire destiny of the laborer is ultimately dependent. Many minor interests may sometimes appear to interfere with it, but all branch from it. For instance, considerable agitation is often caused in the minds of the lower classes when they discover the share which they nominally, and to all appearance actually, pay out of their wages in taxation, I believe 35 or 40%. This sounds very grievous, but in reality the laborer does not pay it but his employer. If the workman had not to pay it, his wages would be less by just that sum. Competition would still reduce them to the lowest rate at which life was possible. Similarly, the lower orders agitated for the repeal of the corn laws, thinking they would be better off if bread were cheaper, never perceiving that as soon as bread was permanently cheaper, wages would permanently fall in precisely that proportion. The corn laws were rightly repealed, not, however, because they directly oppressed the poor, but because they indirectly oppressed them in causing a large quantity of their labor to be consumed unproductively. So also unnecessary taxation oppresses them, through destruction of capital, but the destiny of the poor depends primarily always on this one question of dueness of wages. Their distress, irrespectively of that caused by sloth, minor error, or crime, arises on the grand scale from the two reacting forces of competition and oppression. There is not yet, nor will yet for ages be, any real overpopulation in the world, but a local overpopulation, or more accurately, a degree of pg 169 population locally unmanageable under existing circumstances for want of forethought and sufficient machinery, necessarily shows itself by pressure of competition, and the taking advantage of this competition by the purchaser to obtain their labor unjustly cheap, consummates at once their suffering and his own. For in this, as I believe in every other kind of slavery, the oppressor suffers at last more than the oppressed, and those magnificent lines of Pope, even in all their force, fall short of the truth. Yet, to be just to these poor men of pelf, each does but hate his neighbour as himself. Damned to the mines, an equal fate betides the slave that digs it and the slave that hides. pg 170. The collateral and reversionary operations of justice in this matter I shall examine hereafter, it being needful first to define the nature of value, proceeding then to consider within what practical terms a juster system may be established, and ultimately the vexed question of the destinies of the unemployed workmen, lest, however, the reader should be alarmed at some of the issues to which our investigations seem to be tending, as if in their bearing against the power of wealth they had something in common with those of socialism. I wish him to know, in accurate terms, one or two of the main points which I have in view. pg 171. Whether socialism has made more progress among the army and navy where payment is made on my principles, or among the manufacturing operatives who are paid on my opponent's principles, I leave it to those opponents to ascertain and declare. Whatever their conclusions may be, I think it necessary to answer for myself only this, that if there be any one point insisted on throughout my works more frequently than another, that one point is the impossibility of equality. My continual aim has been to show the eternal superiority of some men to others, sometimes even of one man to all others, and to show also the advisability of appointing such persons or person to guide, to lead, or on occasion even to compel and subdue, their inferiors, according to their own better knowledge and wiser will. My principles of political economy were all involved in a single phrase spoken 3 years ago at Manchester, soldiers of the ploughshare as well as soldiers of the sword, and they were all summed in a single sentence in the last volume of Modern Painter's Government and Cooperation, are in all things the laws of life, anarchy and competition the laws of death. And with respect to the mode in which these general principles affect the secure possession of property, so far am I from invalidating such security, that the whole gist of these papers will be found ultimately to aim at an extension in its range. And whereas it has long been known and declared that the poor have no right to the property of the rich, I wish it also to be known and declared that the rich have no right to the property of the poor. But that the working of the system which I have undertaken to develop would in many ways shorten the apparent pg 172 and direct, though not the unseen and collateral, power both of wealth as the lady of pleasure, and of capital as the lord of toil, I do not deny. On the contrary, I affirm it in all joyfulness. knowing that the attraction of riches is already too strong, as their authority is already too weighty, for the reason of mankind. I said in my last paper that nothing in history had ever been so disgraceful to human intellect as the acceptance among us of the common doctrines of political economy as a science. I have many grounds for saying this, but one of the chief may be given in few words. I know no previous instance in history of a nation's establishing a systematic disobedience to the first principles of its professed religion. The writings which we verbally esteem as divine not only denounce the love of money as the source of all evil, and as an idolatry abhorred of the deity, but declare mammon's service to be the accurate and irreconcilable opposite of God's service, and whenever they speak of riches absolute and poverty absolute, declare woe to the rich and blessing to the poor. Whereupon we forthwith investigate a science of becoming rich as the shortest road to national prosperity. Tai Christian danere l'Etiope. Quando si parteranno I due colleghi. E l'uno in eterno ricco, e l'altro inope. It is highly singular that political economists should not yet have perceived, if not the moral, at least the passionate element, to be an inextricable quantity in every calculation. I cannot conceive, for instance, how it was possible that Mr. Mill should have followed the true clue so far as to write. No limit can be set to the importance even in a purely productive and material point of view off mere thought, without seeing that it was logically necessary to add also, and of mere feeling. And this the more, because in his first definition of labour, he includes in the idea of it all feelings of a disagreeable kind, connected with the employment of one's thoughts in a particular occupation. True, but why not also feelings of an agreeable kind? It can hardly be supposed that the feelings which retard labour are more essentially a part of the labour than those which accelerate it. The first are paid for as pain, the second as power. The workman is merely indemnified for the first, but the second both produce a part of the exchangeable value of the work, and materially increase its actual quantity. Fritz is with us. He is worth 50,000 men. Truly, a large addition to the material force, consisting, however, be it observed, not more in operations carried on in Fritz's head than in operations carried on in his army's heart. No limit can be set to the importance of mere thought. Perhaps not. Nay, suppose some day it should turn out that mere thought was in itself a recommendable object of production, and that all material production was only a step towards this more precious immaterial one. It will be observed that I do not admit even the idea of reciprocity. Let other nations, if they like, keep their ports shut. Every wise nation will throw its own open. It is not the opening them, but a sudden, inconsiderate, and blunderingly experimental manner of opening them, which does harm. If you have been protecting a manufacture for a long series of years, you must not take the protection off in a moment, so as to throw every one of its operatives at once out of employ, any more than you must take all its wrappings off a feeble child at once in cold weather, though the cumber of them may have been radically injuring its health. Little by little, you must restore it to freedom and to air. Most people's minds are in curious confusion on the subject of free trade, because they suppose it to imply enlarged competition. On the contrary, free trade puts an end to all competition. Protection, among various other mischievous functions, endeavours to enable one country to compete with another in the production of an article at a disadvantage. When trade is entirely free, no country can be competed with in the articles for the production of which it is naturally calculated, nor can it compete with any other in the production of articles for which it is not naturally calculated. Tuscany, for instance, cannot compete with England in steel, nor England with Tuscany in oil. They must exchange their steel and oil, which exchange should be as frank and free as honesty and the sea winds can make it. Competition, indeed, arises at first, and sharply, in order to prove which is strongest in any given manufacture possible to both. This point once ascertained, competition is at an end. Pg 173. Essay-4 ad valorem. In the last paper, we saw that just payment of labour consisted in a sum of money which would approximately obtain equivalent labour at a future time. We have now to examine the means of obtaining such equivalence, which question involves the definition of value, wealth, price, and produce. None of these terms are yet defined so as to be understood by the public, but the last, produce, which one might have thought the clearest of all, is in use the most ambiguous, and the examination of the kind of ambiguity attendant on its present employment will best open the way to our work. In his chapter on capital, Mr. J. S. Mill instances as a capitalist a hardware manufacturer who, having intended to spend a certain portion of the proceeds of his business in buying plate and jewels, changes his mind and pays it as wages to additional workpeople. The effect is stated by Mr. Mill to be that more food is appropriated to the consumption of productive laborers. Now I do not ask, though, had I written this paragraph, it would surely have been asked of me, what is to become of the silversmiths? If they are truly unproductive persons, we will acquiesce in their extinction. And though in another part of the same passage, the hardware merchant is supposed also to dispense with a number of servants, whose food is thus set free for productive purposes, I do not inquire what will be the effect, painful or otherwise, upon the servants of this emancipation of their food. But I very seriously inquire, pg 174, why ironware is produce, and silverware is not. That the merchant consumes the one and sells the other certainly does not constitute the difference, unless it can be shown, which indeed I perceive it to be becoming daily more and more the aim of tradesmen, to show that commodities are made to be sold, and not to be consumed. The merchant is an agent of conveyance to the consumer in one case, and is himself the consumer in the other. But the laborers are in either case equally productive, since they have produced goods to the same value, if the hardware and the plate are both goods. And what distinction separates them? It is indeed possible that in the comparative estimate of the moralist, with which Mr. Mill says political economy has nothing to do, 3.1, a steel fork might appear a more substantial production than a silver one. We may grant also that knives, no less than forks, are good produce, and scythes and ploughshares serviceable articles. But how of bayonets? Supposing the hardware merchant to effect large sales of these, by help of the setting free of the food of his servants and his silversmith, is he still employing productive laborers, or, in Mr. Mill's words, laborers who increase the stock of permanent means of enjoyment? 1. 3. Or if, instead of bayonets, he supply bombs, will not the absolute and final enjoyment of even these energetically productive articles, each of which costs £10, be dependent on a proper choice of time, pg 175, and place for their enfantment? Choice, that is to say, depending on those philosophical considerations with which political economy has nothing to do. I should have regretted the need of pointing out inconsistency in any portion of Mr. Mill's work, had not the value of his work proceeded from its inconsistencies. He deserves honor among economists by inadvertently disclaiming the principles which he states, and tacitly introducing the moral considerations with which he declares his science has no connection. Many of his chapters are therefore true and valuable, and the only conclusions of his which I have to dispute are those which follow from his premises. Thus, the idea which lies at the root of the passage we have just been examining, namely, that labor applied to produce luxuries will not support so many persons as labor applied to produce useful articles, is entirely true. But the instance given failsend in 4 directions of failure at Ansebekos Mr. Mill has not defined the real meaning of usefulness. The definition which he has given capacity to satisfy a desire or serve a purpose. 3. 1 applies equally to the iron and silver, while the true definition which he has not given, but which nevertheless underlies the false verbal definition in his mind, and comes out once or twice by accident, as in the words any support to life or strength in 1 applies to some articles of iron, but not to others, and to some articles of silver, but not to others. It applies to ploughs, but not to bayonets, and to forks, but not to filigree. The eliciting of the true definition will give us the reply to our first question, what is value? Respecting which, however, we must first hear the popular statements. pg 176. The word value, when used without adjunct, always means in political economy, value in exchange mill, 3.1. So that, if 2 ships cannot exchange their rudders are, in politico-economic language, of no value to either. But the subject of political economy is wealth, preliminary remarks, page 1. And wealth consists of all useful and agreeable objects which possess exchangeable value, preliminary remarks, page 10. It appears then, according to Mr. Mill, that usefulness and agreeableness underlie the exchange value, and must be ascertained to exist in the thing, before we can esteem it an object of wealth. Now the economical usefulness of a thing depends not merely on its own nature, but on the number of people who can and will use it. A horse is useless, and therefore unsaleable if no one can ride, a sword if no one can strike, and meat if no one can eat. Thus every material utility depends on its relative human capacity. Similarly, the agreeableness of a thing depends not merely on its own likableness, but on the number of people who can be got to like it. The relative agreeableness, and therefore saleableness, of a pot of the smallest ale, and of Adonis painted by a running brook, depends virtually on the opinion of Demas, in the shape of Christopher Sly. That is to say, the agreeableness of a thing depends on its relative human disposition. Therefore, political economy, being a science of pg 177 wealth, must be a science respecting human capacities and dispositions, but moral considerations have nothing to do with political economy 3.1. Therefore, moral considerations have nothing to do with human capacities and dispositions. I do not wholly like the look of this conclusion from Mr. Mill's statements. Let us try Mr. Ricardo's. Utility is not the measure of exchangeable value, though it is absolutely essential to it. Chap. 1 sect. 1 essential to what degree, Mr. Ricardo? There may be greater and less degrees of utility. Meat, for instance, may be so good as to be fit for anyone to eat, or so bad as to be fit for no one to eat. What is the exact degree of goodness which is essential to its exchangeable value, but not the measure of it? How good must the meat be, in order to possess any exchangeable value, and how bad must it be? I wish this were a settled question in London markets in order to possess none. There appears to be some hitch, I think, in the working even of Mr. Ricardo's principles, but let him take his own example. Suppose that in the early stages of society, the bows and arrows of the hunter were of equal value with the implements of the fisherman. Under such circumstances, the value of the deer, the produce of the hunter's day's labor, would be exactly mine equal to the value of the fish, the product of the fisherman's day's labor. The comparative value of the fish and game would be entirely regulated by the quantity of labor realized in each. Ricardo, chap. 3, on value. Indeed, therefore, if the fisherman catches 1 sprat and the huntsman 1 deer, 1 sprat will be equal in value to 1 deer. But if the fisherman catches no sprat and the huntsman 2 deer, no sprat will be equal in value to 2 deer. Nay, but Mr. Ricardo's supporters may say he means, on an average, if the average product of a day's work of pg 178 fisher and hunter be 1 fish and 1 deer, the 1 fish will always be equal in value to the 1 deer. Might I inquire the species of fish, whale or whitebait? It would be waste of time to pursue these fallacies farther. We will seek for a true definition. Much store has been set for centuries upon the use of our English classical education. It were to be wished that our pg 179 well-educated merchants recalled to mind always this much of their Latin schooling, that the nominative of valorum, a word already sufficiently familiar to them, is valor. A word which, therefore, ought to be familiar to them. Valor from valor, to be well or strong, strong in life if a man, or valiant, strong for life if a thing, or valuable. To be valuable, therefore, is to avail towards life. A truly valuable or availing thing is that which leads to life with its whole strength. In proportion as it does not lead to life, or as its strength is broken, it is less valuable. In proportion as it leads away from life, it is unvaluable or malignant. The value of a thing, therefore, is independent of opinion and of quantity. Think what you will of it, gain how much you may of it, the value of the thing itself is neither greater nor less. For ever it avails or avails not. No estimate can raise, no disdain depress, the power which it holds from the maker of things and of men. The real science of political economy, which has yet to be distinguished from the bastard science, as medicine from witchcraft, and astronomy from astrology, is that which teaches nations to desire and labor for the things that lead to life, and which teaches them to scorn and destroy the things that lead to destruction. And if in a state of infancy they suppose indifferent things, such as excrescences of shellfish, and pieces of blue and red stone, to be valuable, and spend large measure of the labor which ought to be employed for the extension and ennobling of life, in diving, digging for them and cutting them into various shapes, or if in the same state of infancy they imagine precious and beneficent things, such as air, light, and cleanliness, to be valueless, or if, finally, they imagine the conditions of their own existence, by which alone they can truly possess or use anything, such for instance as peace, trust, and love, to be prudently exchangeable, When the market offers for gold, iron, or excrescences of shells, great and only science of political economy teaches them, in all these cases, what is vanity and what substance, and how the service of death, the lord of waste and of eternal emptiness, differs from the service of wisdom, the lady of saving and of eternal fullness. She who pg 180 has said, I will cause those that love me to inherit substance, and I will fill their treasures. The lady of saving in a profounder sense than that of the savings bank, though that is a good one. Madonna della Salute, lady of health, which, though commonly spoken of as if separate from wealth, is indeed a part of wealth. This word wealth, it will be remembered, is the next we have to define. To be wealthy, says Mr. Mill, is to have a large stock of useful articles. I accept this definition, only let us perfectly understand it. My opponents often lament my not giving them enough logic. I fear I must at present use a little more than they will like, but this business of political economy is no light one, and we must allow no loose terms in it. We have therefore to ascertain in the above definition, first, what is the meaning of having or the nature of possession, then, what is the meaning of useful or the nature of utility. And first of possession. At the crossing of the transepts of Milan Cathedral has lain, for 300 years, the embalmed body of St. Carlo Borromeo. It holds a golden crozier and has a cross of emeralds on its breast. Admitting the crozier and emeralds to be useful articles, is the body to be considered as having them? Do they, in the politic-economical sense of property, belong to it? If not, and if we may therefore conclude generally that a dead body cannot possess property, what degree and period of animation in the body will render possession possible? As thus, lately in a wreck of a Californian ship, one of the passengers fastened a belt about him with 200 pounds of gold in it, with which he was found afterwards at the bottom. Now, as he was sinking, had he the gold, or had the gold him? And if, instead of sinking him in the sea by its weight, the gold had struck him on the forehead, and thereby caused incurable disease, suppose palsy or insanity, would the gold pg 181 in that case have been more a possession than in the first? Without pressing the inquiry up through instances of gradually increasing vital power over the gold, which I will, however, give if they are asked for, I presume the reader will see that possession, or having, is not an absolute, but a gradated power, and consists not only in the quantity or nature of the thing possessed, but also and in a greater degree in its suitableness to the person possessing it, and in his vital power to use it. And our definition of wealth expanded becomes the possession of useful articles which we can use. This is a very serious change, for wealth, instead of depending merely on a have, is thus seen to depend on a can, gladiators' death on a habit, but soldiers' victory and state's salvation on a quo plurimum posset. 54. Romans 7, and what we reasoned of only as accumulation of material is seen to demand also accumulation of capacity. So much for our verb. Next for our adjective. What is the meaning of useful? The inquiry is closely connected with the last, for what is capable of use in the hands of some persons is capable in the hands of others of the opposite of use, called commonly framuse or abuse, and it depends on the person, much more than on the article, whether its usefulness or abusefulness will be the quality developed in it. Thus wine, which the Greeks in their Bacchus made rightly the type of all passion, and which when used cheereth God and man, that is to say, strengthens both the divine life or reasoning power and the earthly or carnal power of man, yet when abused becomes Dionysos, hurtful especially to the divine part of man or reason. And again the body itself being equally liable to use and to abuse, and when rightly disciplined, serviceable to the state, both for war and labor, but when not disciplined or abused, valueless to the state, and capable only of continuing the private or single existence of the individual, and that but feeblithe Greeks called such a body an idiotic or private body, from their word signifying a person employed in no way directly useful pg 182 to the state. Whence, finally, our idiot, meaning a person entirely occupied with his own concerns. Hence it follows that if a thing is to be useful, it must be not only of an availing nature, but in availing hands. Or in accurate terms, usefulness is value in the hands of the valiant, so that this science of wealth being, as we have just seen, when regarded as the science of accumulation, accumulative of capacity as well as of material, when regarded as the science of distribution, is distribution not absolute but discriminate, not of everything to every man, but of the right thing to the right man. A difficult science, dependent on more than arithmetic. Wealth, therefore, is the possession of the valuable by the valiant, and in considering it as a power existing in a nation, the two elements, the value of the thing and the valor of its possessor, must be estimated together. Whence it appears that many of the persons commonly considered wealthy are in reality no more wealthy than the larks of their own strong boxes are, they being inherently and eternally incapable of wealth, and operating for the nation in an economical point of view, either as pools of dead water and eddies in a stream which, so long as the stream flows, are useless or serve only to drown people, but may become of importance in a state of stagnation should the stream dry, or else as dams in a river of which the ultimate service depends not on the dam but the miller, or else as mere accidental stays and impediments, acting not as wealth, but for we ought to have a correspondent term as ilth, causing various devastation and trouble around them in all directions, or lastly act not at all, but are merely animated conditions of delay, no use being possible of anything they have until they are dead, in which last condition they are nevertheless often useful as delays, and impedimenta, if a nation is apt to move too fast. This being so, the difficulty of the true science of political economy lies not merely in the need of developing manly character to deal with material value, but in the fact that while the manly character and material value only form wealth by their conjunction, they have nevertheless a mutually pg 183 destructive operation on each other. For the manly character is apt to ignore, or even cast away, the material value, whence that of Pope. Sure of qualities demanding praise, more go to ruin fortunes than to raise. And on the other hand, the material value is apt to undermine the manly character, so that it must be our work in the issue to examine what evidence there is of the effect of wealth on the minds of its possessors, also what kind of person it is who usually sets himself to obtain wealth and succeeds in doing so, and whether the world owes more gratitude to rich or to poor men, either for their moral influence upon it, or for chief goods, discoveries, and practical advancements. I may, however, anticipate future conclusions so far as to state that in a community regulated only by laws of demand and supply, but protected from open violence, the persons who become rich are, generally speaking, industrious, resolute, proud, covetous, prompt, methodical, sensible, unimaginative, insensitive, and ignorant. The persons who remain poor are the entirely foolish, the entirely wise, the idle, the reckless, the humble, the thoughtful, the dull, the imaginative, the sensitive, the well-informed, the improvident, the irregularly and impulsively wicked, the clumsy knave, the open thief, and the entirely merciful, just, and godly person. Thus far then of wealth. Next we have to ascertain the nature of price, that is to say of exchange value and its expression by currencies. Note first of exchange, there can be no profit in it. It is only in labor there can be profit, that is to say a making in advance or making in favor of from proficio. In exchange there is only advantage, a bringing of vantage or power to the exchanging persons. Thus one man by sowing and reaping turns one measure of corn into 2 measures, that is profit. Another by digging and forging turns 1 spade into 2 spades, that is profit. But the man who has 2 measures of corn wants sometimes to dig, and pg 180 for the man who has 2 spades wants sometimes to eat. They exchange the gained grain for the gained tool, and both are the better for the exchange, but though there is much advantage in the transaction, there is no profit. Nothing is constructed or produced. Only that which had been before constructed is given to the person by whom it can be used. If labor is necessary to effect the exchange, that labor is in reality involved in the production, and like all other labor bears profit. Whatever number of men are concerned in the manufacture, or in the conveyance, have share in the profit, but neither the manufacture nor the conveyance are the exchange, and in the exchange itself there is no profit. There may, however, be acquisition, which is a very different thing. If in the exchange one man is able to give what cost him little labor for what has cost the other much, he acquires a certain quantity of the produce of the other's labor, and precisely what he acquires the other loses. In mercantile language, the person who thus acquires is commonly said to have made a profit, and I believe that many of our merchants are seriously under the impression that it is possible for everybody, somehow, to make a profit in this manner. Whereas, by the unfortunate constitution of the world we live in, the laws both of matter and motion have quite rigorously forbidden universal acquisition of this kind. Profit or material gain is attainable only by construction or by discovery, not by exchange. Whenever material gain follows exchange, for every plus there is a precisely equal minus. Unhappily for the progress of the science of political economy, the plus quantities, or if I may be allowed to coin an awkward plural, pluses, make a very positive and venerable appearance in the world, so that everyone is eager to learn the science which produces results so magnificent, whereas the minuses have, on the other hand, a tendency to retire into back streets and other places of shade, or even to get themselves wholly and finally put out of sight in graves, which renders the algebra of this science peculiar and difficultly legible, a large number of its negative signs being written by the account-keeper in a kind of red ink, which starvation pg 185 thins, and makes strangely pale or even quite invisible ink for the present. The science of exchange, or as I hear it has been proposed to call it of catalactics, considered as one of gain, is therefore simply nugatory, but considered as one of acquisition, it is a very curious science, differing in its data and basis from every other science known. Thus, if I can exchange a needle with a savage for a diamond, my power of doing so depends either on the savage's ignorance of social arrangements in Europe, or on his want of power to take advantage of them, by selling the diamond to anyone else for more needles. If farther I make the bargain as completely advantageous to myself as possible, by giving to the savage a needle with no eye in it reaching, thus, a sufficiently satisfactory type of the perfect operation of catalactic science, the advantage to me in the entire transaction depends wholly upon the ignorance, powerlessness, or heedlessness of the person dealt with. Do away with these, and catalactic advantage becomes impossible. So far, therefore, as the science of exchange relates to the advantage of one of the exchanging persons only, it is founded on the ignorance or incapacity of the opposite person. Where these vanish, it also vanishes. It is therefore a science founded on nescience, and an art founded on artlessness. But all other sciences and arts except this have for their object the doing away with their opposite nescience and artlessness. This science alone of sciences must by all available means promulgate and prolong its opposite nescience, otherwise the science itself is impossible. It is, therefore, peculiarly and alone the science of darkness, probably a bastard science and not by any means a divina scientia, but one begotten of another father, that father who, advising his children to turn stones into bread, is himself employed in turning bread into stones, and who, if you ask a fish of him, fish not being producible on his estate, can but give you a serpent. The general law, then, respecting just or economical exchange, is simply this: there must be advantage on both sides, or if only advantage on one, at least no disadvantage on the other to the persons exchanging, and just payment pg 186 for his time, intelligence and labour to any intermediate person, effecting the transaction commonly called a merchant, and whatever advantage there is on either side, and whatever pay is given to the intermediate person, should be thoroughly known to all concerned. All attempt at concealment implies some practice of the opposite, or undivine science, founded on nescience. Whence another saying of the Jew merchants, as a nail between the stone joints, so doth sin stick fast between buying and selling. Which peculiar riveting of stone and timber, in men's dealing with each other, is again set forth in the house which was to be destroyed timber, and stones toe, though when Zechariah's roll more probably curved sword flew over it. The curse that goeth forth over all the earth upon every one that stealeth and holdeth himself guiltless, instantly. Followed by the vision of the great measure, the measure of the injustice of them in all the earth with the weight of lead for its lid, and the woman the spirit of wickedness within it, that is to say, wickedness hidden by dullness, and formalized outwardly into ponderously established cruelty. It shall be set upon its own base in the land on Babel. I have hitherto carefully restricted myself in speaking of exchange to the use of the term advantage, but that term includes two ideas, the advantage namely of getting what we need, and that of getting what we wish for. 3/4 of the demands existing in the world are romantic, founded on visions, idealisms, hopes, and affections, and the regulation of the purse is, in its essence, regulation of the imagination and the heart. Hence, the right discussion of the nature of price is a very high metaphysical and psychical problem, sometimes to be solved only in a passionate manner, as by David in his counting the price of the water of the well by the gate of Bethlehem, but its first conditions are the following. The price of anything is the quantity of labor given by the person desiring it in order to obtain possession of it. This price depends on 4 variable quantities. A. The quantity of wish the purchaser has for the thing, opposed pg 187 to the quantity of wish the seller has to keep it. B. The quantity of labor the purchaser can afford to obtain the thing, opposed to the quantity of labor the seller can afford to keep it. These quantities are operative only in excess. 1. E. The quantity of wish means the quantity of wish for this thing, above wish for other things, and the quantity of work B means the quantity which can be spared to get this thing from the quantity needed to get other things. Phenomena of price, therefore, are intensely complex, curious, and interesting too complex, however, to be examined yet, every one of them, when traced far enough, showing itself at last as a part of the bargain of the poor of the flock or flock of slaughter. If ye think good, give me my price, and if not, forbear zech. 11. But as the price of everything is to be calculated finally in labor, it is necessary to define the nature of that standard. Labor is the contest of the life of man with an opposite, the term life including his intellect, soul, and physical power, contending with question, difficulty, trial, or material force. Labor is of a higher or lower order, as it includes more or fewer of the elements of life, and labor of good quality in any kind includes always as much intellect and feeling as will fully and harmoniously regulate the physical force. In speaking of the value and price of labor, it is necessary always to understand labor of a given rank and quality, as we should speak of gold or silver of a given standard. Bad, that is, heartless, inexperienced, or senseless labor cannot be valued. It is like gold of uncertain alloy or flawed iron. The quality and kind of labor being given, its value, like that of all other valuable things, is invariable. But the pg 188 quantity of it, which must be given for other things, is variable, and in estimating this variation, the price of other things must always be counted by the quantity of labor, not the price of labor by the quantity of other things. Thus, if we want to plant an apple sapling in rocky ground, it may take 2 hours' work, in soft ground perhaps only half an hour. Grant the soil equally good for the tree in each case. Then the value of the sapling planted by 2 hours' work is nowise greater than that of the sapling planted in half an hour. One will bear no more fruit than the other. Also, 1/2 hour of work is as valuable as another 1/2 hour. Nevertheless, the one sapling has cost 4 such pieces of work, the other only 1. Now the proper statement of this fact is not that the labor on the hard ground is cheaper than on the soft, but that the tree is dearer. The exchange value may, or may not, afterwards depend on this fact. If other people have plenty of soft ground to plant in, they will take no cognizance of our 2 hours' labor, in the price they will offer for the plant on the rock. And if, through want of sufficient botanical science, we have planted an upas tree instead of an apple, the exchange value will be a negative quantity, still less proportionate to the labor expended. What is commonly called cheapness of labor signifies, therefore, in reality, that many obstacles have to be overcome by it, so that much labor is required to produce a small result. But this should never be spoken of as cheapness of labor, but as dearness of the object wrought for. It would be just as rational to say that walking was cheap, because we had 10 miles to walk home to our dinner, as that labor was cheap, because we had to work 10 hours to earn it. The last word which we have to define is production. I have hitherto spoken of all labor as profitable, because it is impossible to consider under one head the quality or value of labor and its aim, but labor of the best quality may be various in aim. It may be either constructive pg 189 gathering, from corn and strew as agriculture, nugatory as jewel cutting, or destructive scattering from dew and strew as war. It is not, however, always easy to prove labor, apparently nugatory, to be actually so. Generally the formula holds good, he that gathereth not scattereth. Thus the jeweller's art is probably very harmful in its ministering to a clumsy and inelegant pride. So that finally I believe nearly all labor may be shortly divided into positive and negative labor. Positive, that which produces life; negative, that which produces death, the most directly negative labor being murder, and the most directly positive, the bearing and rearing of children. So that in the precise degree in which murder is hateful, on the negative side of idleness, in that exact degree child-rearing is admirable, on the positive side of idleness. For which reason, and because of the honor that there is in rearing children, while the wife is said to be as the vine for cheering, the children are as the olive branch for praise, nor for praise only, but for peace, because large families can only be reared in times of peace. Though since in their spreading and voyaging in various directions, they distribute strength, they are to the home strength, as arrows in the hand of the giant striking here and there, far away. Labor being thus various in its result, the prosperity of pg 190 any nation is in exact proportion to the quantity of labor which it spends in obtaining and employing means of life. Observe, I say obtaining and employing, that is to say, not merely wisely producing, but wisely distributing and consuming. Economists usually speak as if there were no good in consumption absolute. So far from this being so, consumption absolute is the end, crown, and perfection of production, and wise consumption is a far more difficult art than wise production. 20 people can gain money for one who can use it, and the vital question, for individual and for nation, is never how much do they make, but to what purpose do they spend. The reader may perhaps have been surprised at the slight reference I have hitherto made to capital, and its functions. It is here the place to define them. Capital signifies head, or source, or root material. It is material by which some derivative or secondary good is produced. It is only capital proper caput vivum, not caput mortuum, when it is thus producing something different from itself. It is a root, which does not enter into vital function till it produces something else than a root, namely fruit. That fruit will in time again produce roots, and so all living capital issues in reproduction of capital. But capital which produces nothing but capital is only root producing root, bulb issuing in bulb, never in tulip, seed issuing in seed, never in bread. The political economy of Europe has hitherto devoted itself wholly to the multiplication, or less even the aggregation of bulbs. It never saw, nor conceived such a thing as a tulip. Nay, boiled bulbs they might have Binglas bulbs, Prince Rupert's drops, consummated in powder well if it were glass powder and not gunpowder, for any end or meaning the economists had in defining the laws of aggregation. We will try and get a clearer notion of them. The best and simplest general type of capital is a well-made ploughshare. Now, if that ploughshare did nothing but beget pg 191 other ploughshares, in a polypus manner, however the great cluster of polypus plough might glitter in the sun, it would have lost its function of capital. It becomes true capital only by another kind of splendor, when it is seen splendicere sulco, to grow bright in the furrow, rather with diminution of its substance than addition, by the noble friction. And the true home question to every capitalist and to every nation is not how many ploughs have you, but where are your furrows? Not quickly will this capital reproduce itself, but what will it do during reproduction? What substance will it furnish good for life? What work construct protective of life? If none, its own reproduction is useless. If worse than none, for capital may destroy life as well as support it, its own reproduction is worse than useless. It is merely an advance from Tisiphone, on mortgage, not a profit by any means. Not a profit as the ancients truly saw and showed in the type of Iction, for capital is the head or fountain-head of wealth, wellhead of wealth, as the clouds are the wellheads of rain. But when clouds are without water and only beget clouds, they issue in wrath at last instead of rain, and in lightning instead of harvest. Whence Ixion is said first to have invited his guests to a banquet, and then made them fall into a pit filled with fire, which is the type of the temptation of riches issuing in imprisoned torment in a pit, as also Damas' silver mine, after which, to show the rage of riches passing from lust of pleasure to lust of power, yet power not truly understood, Ixion is said to have desired Juno, and instead embracing a cloud or phantasm, to have begotten the centaurs, the power of mere wealth being in itself as the embrace of a shadow, comfortless so. Also Ephraim feedeth on wind and followeth after the east wind, or that which is not Prov. 23, and again Dante's Geryon, the type of avaricious fraud as he flies, gathers the air up with retractile claws elera si racals, but in its offspring, pg 192 a mingling of the brutal with the human nature. Human in sagacitucing both intellect and ero, but brutal in its body and hoof, for consuming and trampling down. For which sin Ixion is at last bound upon a wheel fury and toothed, and rolling perpetually in the air, the type of human labour when selfish and fruitless kept far into the Middle Ages in their wheel of fortune, the wheel which has in it no breath or spirit, but is whirled by chance only. Whereas of all true work the Ezekiel vision is true, that the spirit of the living creature is in the wheels, and where the angels go, the wheels go by them, but move no otherwise. This being the real nature of capital, it follows that there are two kinds of true production, always going on in an active state, one of seed and one of food or production for the ground and for the mouth, both of which are by covetous persons thought to be production only for the granary, whereas the function of the granary is but intermediate and conservative, fulfilled distribution, else it ends in nothing but mildew and nourishment of rats and worms. And since production for the ground is only useful with future hope of harvest, all essential production is for the mouth, and is finally measured by the mouth. Hence, as I said above, consumption is the crown of production, and the wealth of a nation is only to be estimated by what it consumes. The want of any clear sight of this fact is the capital error, issuing in rich interest and revenue of error among the political economists. Their minds are continually set on money gain, not on mouth gain, and they fall into every sort of net and snare, dazzled by the cowing glitter as birds by the fowler's glass. Or rather, for there is not much else like birds in them, they pg 193 are like children trying to jump on the heads of their own shadows, the money gain being only the shadow of the true gain, which is humanity. The final object of political economy, therefore, is to get good method of consumption and great quantity of consumption, in other words, to use everything and to use it nobly, whether it be substance, service, or service perfecting substance. The most curious error in Mr. Mill's entire work provided for him originally by Ricardo is his endeavor to distinguish between direct and indirect service, and consequent assertion that a demand for commodities is not demand for labor 1.5, et seq. He distinguishes between laborers employed to lay out pleasure grounds and to manufacture velvet, declaring that it makes material difference to the laboring classes in which of these two ways a capitalist spends his money, because the employment of the gardeners is a demand for labor, but the purchase of velvet is not. Error colossal as well as strange. It will indeed make a difference to the laborer whether we bid him swing his scythe in the spring winds, or drive the loom in pestilential air. But so far as his pocket is concerned, it makes to him absolutely no difference whether we order him to make green velvet, with seed and a scythe, or red velvet with silk and scissors. Neither does it anywise concern him whether, pg 194 when the velvet is made, we consume it by walking on it, or wearing it, so long as our consumption of it is wholly selfish. But if our consumption is to be in any wise unselfish, not only our mode of consuming the articles we require interests him, but also the kind of article we require with a view to consumption. As thus returning for a moment to Mr. Mill's great hardware theory, it matters, so far as the labourer's immediate profit is concerned, not an iron filing whether I employ him in growing a peach or forging a bombshell, but my probable mode of consumption of those articles matters seriously. Admit that it is to be in both cases unselfish, and the difference to him is final, whether when his child is ill, I walk into his cottage and give it the peach, or drop the shell down his chimney and blow his roof off. The worst of it for the peasant is that the capitalist's consumption of the peach is apt to be selfish, and of the shell distributive, but in all cases this is the broad and general fact, that on due catalactic commercial principles, somebody's pg 195 roof must go off in fulfillment of the bomb's destiny. You may grow for your neighbour at your liking grapes or grapeshot. He will also catalactically grow grapes or grapeshot for you, and you will each reap what you have sown. It is, therefore, the manner and issue of consumption which are the real tests of production. Production does not consist in things laboriously made, but in things serviceably consumable, and the question for the nation is not how much labour it employs, but how much life it produces. For as consumption is the end and aim of production, so life is the end and aim of consumption. I left this question to the reader's thought 2 months ago, choosing rather that he should work it out for himself than have it sharply stated to him. But now, the ground being sufficiently broken, and the details into which the several questions here opened must lead us, being too complex for discussion in the pages of a periodical, so that I must pursue them elsewhere, I desire, in closing the series of introductory papers, to leave this one great fact clearly stated. There is no wealth but life. Life, including all its powers of love, of joy, and of admiration. That country is the richest which nourishes the greatest number of noble and happy human beings. That man is richest who, having perfected the functions of his own life to the utmost, has also the widest helpful influence, both personal and by means of his possessions, over the lives of others. A strange political economy, the only one nevertheless that ever was or can be, all political economy founded on self-interest being but the fulfillment of that which once brought schism into the policy of angels, and ruin into the economy of heaven. The greatest number of human beings noble and happy, but is the nobleness consistent with the number? Yes, not only consistent with it, but essential to it. The maximum of life can only be reached by the maximum of virtue. In this respect, the law of human population differs wholly from pg 196, that of animal life. The multiplication of animals is checked only by want of food, and by the hostility of races. The population of the gnat is restrained by the hunger of the swallow, and that of the swallow by the scarcity of gnats. Man, considered as an animal, is indeed limited by the same laws. Hunger or plague or war are the necessary and only restraints upon his increase, effectual restraints hitherto, his principal study having been how most swiftly to destroy himself, or ravage his dwelling places, and his highest skill directed to give range to the famine, seed to the plague, and sway to the sword. But considered as other than an animal, his increase is not limited by these laws. It is limited only by the limits of his courage and his love. Both of these have their bounds, and ought to have. His race has its bounds also, but these have not yet been reached, nor will be reached for ages. In all the ranges of human thought I know none so melancholy as the speculations of political economists on the population question. It is proposed to better the condition of the labourer by giving him higher wages. Nay, says the economist, if you raise his wages, he will either drag people down to the same point of misery at which you found him, or drink your wages away. He will, I know it. Who gave him this will? Suppose it were your own son of whom you spoke, declaring to me that you dared not take him into your firm, nor even give him his just labourer's wages, because if you did, he would die of drunkenness and leave 50 of children to the parish. Who gave your son these dispositions, I should inquire? Has he them by inheritance or by education? By one or other they must come, and as in him, so also in the poor. Either these poor are of a race essentially different from ours, and unredeemable, which, however often implied, I have heard none yet openly say, or else by such care as we have ourselves received, we may make them continent and sober as ourselves wise, and dispassionate as we models. Arduous of imitation, but it is answered they cannot receive education. Why not? That is precisely the point at issue. Charitable persons suppose the worst fault of the rich is to refuse the people meat, and the pg 197 people cry for their meat, kept back by fraud, to the Lord of multitudes. Alas, it is not meat of which the refusal is cruelest, or to which the claim is validest. The life is more than the meat. The rich not only refuse food to the poor, they refuse wisdom, they refuse virtue, they refuse salvation. Ye sheep without shepherd, it is not the pasture that has been shut from you but the presence. Meat, perhaps your right to that may be pleadable, but other rights have to be pleaded first. Claim your crumbs from the table if you will, but claim them as children, not as dogs. Claim your right to be fed, but claim more loudly your right to be holy, perfect, and pure. Strange words to be used of working people. What? Holy, without any long robes nor anointing oils, these rough-jacketed, rough-wooded persons set to nameless and dishonoured service. Perfect, these with dim eyes and cramped limbs and slowly wakening minds. Pure. These pg 198 with sensual desire and grovelling thought, foul of body and coarse of soul. It may be so. Nevertheless, such as they are the holiest, perfectest, purest persons the earth can at present show. They may be what you have said, but if so, they yet are holier than we who have left them thus. But what can be done for them? Who can clothe, who teach, who restrain their multitudes? What end can there be for them at last but to consume one another? I hope for another end, though not indeed from any of the 3 remedies for overpopulation commonly suggested by economists. These 3 are, in brief, colonization, bringing in of waste lands, or discouragement of marriage. The first and second of these expedients merely evade or delay the question. It will, indeed, be long before the world has been all colonized, and its deserts all brought under cultivation. But the radical question is not how much habitable land is in the world, but how many human beings ought to be maintained on a given space of habitable land. Observe, I say ought to be, not how many can be. Ricardo, with his usual inaccuracy, defines what he calls the natural rate of wages as that which will maintain the labourer. Maintain him? Yes, but how? The question was instantly thus asked of me by a working girl, to whom I read the passage. I will amplify her question for her. Maintain him how, as first to what length of life? Out of a given number of fed persons, how many are to be old, how many young? That is to say, will you arrange their maintenance so as to kill them early at 30 or 35 on the average, including deaths of weakly or ill-fed children? Or so as to enable them to live out a natural life? You will feed a greater number in the first case by rapidity of succession, probably a happier number in the second. Which does Mr. Ricardo mean to be their natural state, and to which state belongs the natural rate of wages? Again, a piece of land which will only support 10 idle, ignorant and improvident persons, will support 30 or 40 pg 199 intelligent and industrious ones. Which of these is their natural state, and to which of them belongs the natural rate of wages? Again, if a piece of land support 40 persons in industrious ignorance, and if tired of this ignorance, they set apart 10 of their number to study the properties of cones, and the sizes of stars, the labour of these 10 being withdrawn from the ground, must either tend to the increase of food, some transitional manner, or the persons set apart for sidereal and conic purposes must starve, or someone else starve instead of them. What is, therefore, the natural rate of wages of the scientific persons, and how does this rate relate to, or measure, their reverted or transitional productiveness? Again, if the ground maintains at first 40 labourers in a peaceable and pious state of mind, but they become in a few years so quarrelsome and impious that they have to set apart 5, to meditate upon and settle their disputes, 10, armed to the teeth with costly instruments to enforce the decisions, and 5 to remind everybody in an eloquent manner of the existence of a God, what will be the result upon the general power of production, and what is the natural rate of wages of the meditative, muscular, and oracular labourers? Leaving these questions to be discussed, or waived at their pleasure, by Mr. Ricardo's followers, I proceed to state the main facts bearing on that probable future of the labouring classes which has been partially glanced at by Mr. 1099. That chapter and the preceding one differ from the common writing of political economists in admitting some value in the aspect of nature, and expressing regret at the probability of the destruction of natural scenery. But we may spare our anxieties on this head. Men can neither drink steam nor eat stone. The maximum of population on a given space of land implies also the relative maximum of edible vegetable, whether for men or cattle. It implies a maximum of pure air and of pure water. Therefore, a maximum of wood to transmute the air, and of sloping ground, protected by herbage from the extreme heat of the sun, to feed the streams. All England may, if it so chooses, become one manufacturing PG 200 town, and Englishmen, sacrificing themselves to the good of general humanity, may live diminished lives in the midst of noise, of darkness, and of deadly exhalation. But the world cannot become a factory, nor a mine. No amount of ingenuity will ever make iron digestible by the million, nor substitute hydrogen for wine. Neither the avarice nor the rage of men will ever feed them, and however the apple of Sodom and the grape of Gomorrah may spread their table for a time with dainties of ashes, and nectar of asps, so long as men live by bread, the far-away valleys must laugh as they are covered with the gold of God, and the shouts of his happy multitudes ring round the winepress and the well. Nor need our more sentimental economists fear the too wide spread of the formalities of a mechanical agriculture. The presence of a wise population implies the search for felicity as well as for food, nor can any population reach its maximum but through that wisdom which rejoices in the habitable parts of the earth. The desert has its appointed place and work. The eternal engine, whose beam is the earth's axle, whose beat is its year and whose breath is its ocean, will still divide imperiously to their desert kingdoms, bound with unfurrowable rock and swept by unarrested sand, their powers of frost and fire. But the zones and lands between habitable will be loveliest in habitation. The desire of the heart is also the light of the eyes. No scene is continually and untiringly loved, but one rich by joyful human labour, smooth in field, fair in garden, full in orchard, trim, sweet and frequent in homestead, ringing with voices of vivid existence. No air is sweet that is silent. It is only sweet when full of low currents of undersound triplets of birds, and murmur and chirp of insects, and deep-toned words of men, and wayward trebles of childhood. As the art of life is learned, it will be found at last that all lovely things are also necessary, the wild flower by the wayside as well as the tended corn, and the wild birds and creatures of the forest as well as the tended cattle, because man doth not live by bread only, but also by the desert manna, by every wondrous word and unknowable work of God. Happy in that he knew them not, nor did his pg 201 fathers know, and that round about him reaches yet into the infinite, the amazement of his existence. Note finally that all effectual advancement towards this true felicity of the human race must be by individual, not public effort. Certain general measures may aid, certain revised laws guide such advancement, but the measure and law which have first to be determined are those of each man's home. We continually hear it recommended by sagacious people to complaining neighbours usually less well placed in the world than themselves, that they should remain content in the station in which Providence has placed them. There are perhaps some circumstances of life in which Providence has no intention that people should be content. Nevertheless, the maxim is on the whole a good one, but it is peculiarly for home use. That your neighbour should or should not remain content with his position is not your business, but it is very much your business to remain content with your own. What is chiefly needed in England at the present day is to show the quantity of pleasure that may be obtained by a consistent, well-administered competence, modest, confessed, and laborious. We need examples of people who, leaving heaven to decide whether they are to rise in the world, decide for themselves that they will be happy in it, and have resolved to see not greater wealth but simpler pleasure, not higher fortune but deeper felicity, making the first of possessions self-possession, and honouring themselves in the harmless pride and calm pursuits of peace. Of which lowly peace it is written that justice and peace have kissed each other, and that the fruit of justice is sown in peace of them that make peace, not peacemakers in the common understanding reconcilers of quarrels, though that function also follows on the greater one, but peace creators, givers of calm, which you cannot give unless you first gain, nor is this gain one which will follow assuredly on any course of business, commonly so called. No form of gain is less probable, business being as is shown in the language of all nations from venia, vendor and venal, from venio, etc. Essentially restless and probably contentious, having a raven-like pg 202 mind to the motion to and fro, as to the carrion food, whereas the olive-feeding and bearing birds look for rest for their feet. Thus it is said of wisdom that she hath builded her house and hewn out her 7 pillars, and even when, though apt to wait long at the doorposts, she has to leave her house and go abroad, her paths are peace also. For us, at all events, her work must begin at the entry of the doors. All true economy is law of the house. Strive to make that law strict, simple, generous, waste nothing and grudge nothing. Care in no wise to make more of money, but care to make much of it, remembering always the great, palpable, inevitable fact, the rule and root of all economy, that what one person has, another cannot have, and that every atom of substance of whatever kind, used or consumed, is so much human life spent, which, if it issue in the saving present life or gaining more, is well spent, but if not, is either so much life prevented or so much slain. In all buying, consider, first, what condition of existence you cause in the producers of what you buy. Secondly, whether the sum you have paid is just to the producer, and in due proportion lodged in his hands. Thirdly, to how much clear use for food, knowledge, or joy this that you have bought can be put. And fourthly, to whom and in what way it can be most speedily and serviceably distributed, in all dealings whatsoever. Insisting on entire openness and stern fulfillment, and in all doings on perfection and loveliness of accomplishment, especially on fineness and purity of all marketable commodity, watching at the same time for all ways of gaining, or teaching, powers of simple pleasure, and of showing Hassan enes fodulf, jeg honir the sum of enjoyment depending not on the quantity of things tasted, but on the vivacity and patience of taste. pg 203, and if on due and honest thought over these things, it seems that the kind of existence to which men are now summoned by every plea of pity and claim of right, may, for some time at least, not be a luxurious one. Consider whether even, supposing it guiltless, luxury would be desired by any of us, if we saw clearly at our sides the suffering which accompanies it in the world. Luxury is indeed possible in the future innocent and exquisite, luxury for all and by the help of all, but luxury at present can only be enjoyed by the ignorant. The cruelest man living could not sit at his feast, unless he sat blindfold. Raise the veil boldly, face the light, and if as yet the light of the eye can only be through tears, and the light of the body through sackcloth, go thou forth weeping, bearing precious seed until the time come, and the kingdom when Christ's gift of bread and bequest of peace shall be unto this last as unto thee. And when, for earth's severed multitudes of the wicked and the weary, there shall be holier reconciliation than that of the narrow home, and calm economy, where the wicked cease not from trouble, but from troubling and the weary are at rest. pg 204. It must be kept in mind, however, that I use the word demand in a somewhat different sense from economists usually. They mean by it the quantity of a thing sold. I mean by it the force of the buyer's capable intention to buy. In good English, a person's demand signifies not what he gets but what he asks for. Economists also do not notice that objects are not valued by absolute bulk or weight, but by such bulk and weight as is necessary to bring them into use. They say, for instance, that water bears no price in the market. It is true that a cupful does not, but a lake does, just as a handful of dust does not, but an acre does, and were it possible to make even the possession of the cupful or handful permanent one, to find a place for them, the earth and sea would be bought up by handfuls and cupfuls. pg 205. Essays on Political Economy. Contributed to Fraser's magazine in 1862 and 1863, being a sequel to papers which appeared in the Cornhill magazine, under the title of Unto This Last. pg 206. pg 207. Essays on Political Economy. 1. Maintenance of life, wealth, money and riches. As domestic economy regulates the acts and habits of a household, political economy regulates those of a society or state, with reference to its maintenance. Political economy is neither an art nor a science, but a system of conduct and legislature, founded on the sciences, directing the arts and impossible, except under certain conditions of moral culture. By the maintenance of a state is to be understood the support of its population in healthy and happy life, and the increase of their numbers, so far as that increase is consistent with their happiness. It is not the object of political economy to increase the numbers of a nation at the cost of common health or comfort, nor to increase indefinitely the comfort of individuals by sacrifice of surrounding lives or possibilities of life. pg 208. The assumption which lies at the root of nearly all erroneous reasoning on political economy, namely, that its object is to accumulate money or exchangeable property, may be shown in few words to be without foundation. For no economist would admit national economy to be legitimate which proposed to itself only the building of a pyramid of gold. He would declare the gold to be wasted, were it to remain in the monumental form, and would say it ought to be employed. But to what end? Either it must be used only to gain more gold and build a larger pyramid, or to some purpose other than the gaining of gold. And this other purpose, however at first apprehended, will be found to resolve itself finally into the service of man, that is to say, the extension, defence, or comfort of his life. The golden pyramid may perhaps be providently built, perhaps improvidently, but at all events the wisdom or folly of the accumulation can only be determined by our having first clearly stated the aim of all economy, namely, the extension of life. If the accumulation of money or of exchangeable property were a certain means of extending existence, it would be useless in discussing economical questions to fix our attention upon the more distant object life instead of the immediate one, money. But it is not so. Money may sometimes be accumulated at the cost of life, or by limitations of it, that is to say, either by hastening the deaths of men or preventing their births. It is therefore necessary to keep clearly in view the ultimate object of economy, and to determine the expediency of minor operations with reference to that ulterior end. It has been just stated that the object of political economy is the continuance not only of life, but of healthy and happy life. But all true happiness is both a consequence and cause of life. It is a sign of its vigour and means of its continuance. All true suffering is in like manner a consequence and cause of death. I shall therefore in future use the word life singly, but let it be understood to include in its signification the happiness and power of the entire human nature, body and soul. That human nature, as its Creator made it, and maintains it wherever His laws are observed, is entirely harmonious. pg 209. No physical error can be more profound, no moral error more dangerous than that involved in the monkish doctrine of the opposition of body to soul. No soul can be perfect in an imperfect body, no body perfect without perfect soul. Every right action and true thought sets the seal of its beauty on person and face, every wrong action and foul thought its seal of distortion, and the various aspects of humanity might be read as plainly as a printed history, were it not that the impressions are so complex that it must always in some case and, in the present state of our knowledge, in all cases impossible to decipher them completely. Nevertheless, the face of a consistently just and of a consistently unjust person may always be rightly discerned at a glance, and if the qualities are continued by descent through a generation or two, there arises a complete distinction of race. Both moral and physical qualities are communicated by descent, far more than they can be developed by education, though both may be destroyed for want of education, and there is as yet no ascertained limit to the nobleness of person and mind which the human creature may attain, by persevering observance of the laws of God respecting its birth and training. We must therefore yet farther define the aim of political economy to be the multiplication of human life at the highest standard. It might at first seem questionable whether we should endeavor to maintain a small number of persons of the highest type of beauty and intelligence, or a larger number of an inferior class. But I shall be able to show in the sequel that the way to maintain the largest number is first to aim at the highest standard. Determine the noblest type of man, and aim simply at maintaining the largest possible number of persons of that class, and it will be found that the largest possible number of every healthy subordinate class must necessarily be produced also. The perfect type of manhood, as just stated, involves the perfections whatever we may hereafter determine these to be of his body, affections, and intelligence. The material things, therefore, which it is the object of political economy to produce and use or accumulate for use, are things which serve either to sustain and comfort the body, or exercise pg 210 rightly the affections and form the intelligence. Whatever truly serves either of these purposes is useful to man, wholesome, healthful, helpful, or holy. By seeking such things, man prolongs and increases his life upon the earth. On the other hand, whatever does not serve either of these purposes, much more whatever counteracts them, is in like manner useless to man, unwholesome, unhelpful, or unholy, and by seeking such things man shortens and diminishes his life upon the earth. And neither with respect to things useful or useless can man's estimate of them alter their nature. Certain substances being good for his food and others noxious to him, what he thinks or wishes respecting them can neither change their nature, nor prevent their power. If he eats corn he will live, if nightshade he will die. If he produce or make good and beautiful things, they will recreate him. Note the solemnity and weight of the word. If bad and ugly things, they will corrupt or break in pieces that is, in the exact degree of their power, kill him. For every pg 211 hour of labor, however enthusiastic or well-intended, which he spends for that which is not bread, so much possibility of life is lost to him. His fancies, likings, beliefs, however brilliant, eager, or obstinate, are of no avail if they are set on a false object. Of all that he has labored for, the eternal law of heaven and earth measures out to him for reward, to the utmost atom, that part which he ought to have labored for, and withdraws from him or enforces on him, it may be pg 212 inexorably that part which he ought not to have labored for. The dust and chaff are all to the last speck winnowed away, and on his summer threshing floor stands his heap of corn, little or much not according to his labor but to his discretion. No commercial arrangements, no painting of surfaces nor alloying of substances will avail him a pennyweight. Nature asks of him calmly and inevitably, what have you found or formed, the right thing or the wrong? By the right thing you shall live, by the wrong you shall die. To thoughtless persons it seems otherwise. The world looks to them as if they could cozen it out of some ways and means of life, but they cannot cozen it, they can only cozen their neighbors. The world is not to be cheated of a grain, not so much as a breath of its air can be drawn surreptitiously. For every piece of wise work done, so much life is granted, for every piece of foolish work nothing, for every piece of wicked work so much death. This is as sure as the courses of day and night. But when the means of life are once produced, men, by their various struggles and industries of accumulation or exchange, may variously gather, waste, restrain, or distribute them, necessitating, in proportion to the waste or restraint, accurately so much more death. The rate and range of additional death is measured by the rate and range of waste, and is inevitable, The only question determined mostly by fraud in peace and force in war is who is to die and how. Such being the everlasting law of human existence, the essential work of the political economist is to determine what are in reality useful and life-giving things, and by what degrees and kinds of labor they are attainable and distributable. This investigation divides itself under three great heads: first, of wealth; secondly, of money; and thirdly, of riches. These terms are often used as synonymous, but they signify entirely different things. Wealth consists of things in themselves valuable, money of documentary claims to the possession of such things, and riches is a relative term, expressing the magnitude of the possessions of one person or society as compared with those of other persons or societies. Pg 213. The study of wealth is a province of natural science. It deals with the essential properties of things. The study of money is a province of commercial science. It deals with conditions of engagement and exchange. The study of riches is a province of moral science. It deals with the due relations of men to each other in regard of material possessions, and with the just laws of their association for purposes of labor. I shall in this paper shortly sketch out the range of subjects which will come before us as we follow these three branches of inquiry. Pg 214. Section 1. Wealth. Wealth, it has been said, consists of things essentially valuable. We now therefore need a definition of value. Value signifies the strength or availing of anything towards the sustaining of life, and is always twofold, that is to say, primarily intrinsic and, secondarily, effectual. The reader must by anticipation be warned against confusing value with cost or with price. Value is the life-giving power of anything, cost the quantity of labor required to produce it, price the quantity of labor which its possessor will take in exchange for it. Cost and price are commercial conditions to be studied under the head of money. Intrinsic value is the absolute power of anything to support life. A sheaf of wheat of given quality and weight has in it a measurable power of sustaining the substance of the body. A cubic foot of pure air, a fixed power of sustaining its warmth, and a cluster of flowers of given beauty, a fixed power of enlivening or animating the senses and heart. It does not in the least affect the intrinsic value of the wheat, the air, or the flowers, that men refuse or despise them. Used or not, their own power is in them, and that particular power is in nothing else. But in order that this value of theirs may become effectual, a certain state is necessary in the recipient of it. The digesting, the breathing, and perceiving functions must be perfect in the human creature before the food, air, or flowers can become their full value to it. The production of effectual value, therefore, always involves two needs. First, the production of a thing essentially useful, then the production of the capacity to use it. Where the intrinsic value and Pg 215 acceptant capacity come together, there is effectual value or wealth. Where there is either no intrinsic value or no acceptant capacity, there is no effectual value, that is to say, no wealth. A horse is no wealth to us if we cannot ride, nor a picture if we cannot see, nor can any noble thing be wealth, except to a noble person. As the aptness of the user increases, the effectual value of the thing used increases, and in its entirety can coexist only with perfect skill of use, or harmony of nature. The effectual value of a given quantity of any commodity existing in the world at any moment is therefore a mathematical function of the capacity existing in the human race to enjoy it. Let its intrinsic value be represented by x, and the recipient faculty by y. Its effectual value is xy, in which the sum varies as either coefficient varies, is increased by either's increase, and cancelled by either's absence. Valuable material things may be conveniently referred to 5 heads. Land with an associated air, water, and organisms. Houses, furniture, and instruments. Stored or prepared food and medicine, and articles of bodily luxury, including clothing. Books, works of art. We shall enter into separate inquiry as to the conditions of value under each of these heads. The following sketch of the entire subject may be useful for future reference. Land, its value is twofold. A. As producing food and mechanical power. B. As an object of sight and thought, producing intellectual power. pg 216, a. Its value, as a means of producing food and mechanical power, varies with its form as mountain or plain, with its substance in soil or mineral contents, and with its climate. All these conditions of intrinsic value, in order to give effectual value, must be known and complied with by the men who have to deal with it. But at any given time or place, the intrinsic value is fixed. Such and such a piece of land, with its associated lakes and seas, rightly treated in surface and substance, can produce precisely so much food and power and no more. Its surface treatment, agriculture and substance treatment, practical geology and chemistry, are the first roots of economical science. By surface treatment, however, I mean more than agriculture as commonly understood. I mean land and sea culture, dominion over both the fixed and the flowing fields, perfect acquaintance with the laws of climate, and of vegetable and animal growth in the given tracts of earth or ocean, and of their relations regulating especially the production of those articles of food which, being in each particular spot producible in the highest perfection, will bring the best price in commercial exchanges. B. The second element of value in land is its beauty, united with such conditions of space and form as are necessary for exercise, or pleasant to the eye, associated with vital organism. Land of the highest value in these respects is that lying in temperate climates, and boldly varied in form, removed from unhealthy or dangerous influences as of miasm or volcano, and capable of sustaining a rich fauna and flora. Such land, carefully tended by the hand of man, so far as to remove from it unsightlinesses and evidences of decay, guarded from violence, and inhabited under man's affectionate protection by every kind of living creature that can occupy it in peace, forms the most precious property that human beings can possess. The determination of the degree in which these two elements of value can be united in land, or in which either element must, or should in particular cases, be sacrificed to the other, forms the most important branch of economical inquiry respecting preferences of things. Pg 217. Buildings, furniture, and instruments. The value of buildings consists in permanent strength, with convenience of form, of size, and of position, so as to render employment peaceful, social intercourse easy, temperature and air healthy. The advisable or possible magnitude of cities and mode of their distribution in squares, streets, courts, etc., the relative value of sites of land, and the modes of structure which are healthiest and most permanent, have to be studied under this head. B. The value of buildings consists, secondarily, in historical association and architectural beauty, of which we have to examine the influence on manners and life. The value of instruments consists a. In their power of shortening labour, or otherwise accomplishing as ships what human strength unaided could not. The kinds of work which are severally best accomplished by hand or by machine, the effect of machinery in gathering and multiplying population, and its influence on the minds and bodies of such population, together with the conceivable uses of machinery on a colossal scale in accomplishing mighty and useful works, hitherto unthought of, such as the deepening of large river channels, changing the surface of mountainous districts, irrigating tracts of desert in the torrid zone, breaking up, and thus rendering capable of quicker fusion edges of ice in the northern and southern Arctic seas, etc., so rendering parts of the earth habitable which hitherto have not been so, are to be studied under this head. B. The value of instruments is, secondarily, in their aid to abstract sciences, the degree in which the multiplication of such instruments should be encouraged, so as to make them, if large, easy of access to numbers as costly telescopes, or so cheap as that they might, in a serviceable form, become a common part of the furniture of households, is to be considered under this head. Food, medicine, and articles of luxury. Under this head, we shall have to examine the possible methods of obtaining pure and nourishing food in such security and equality, pg 218 of supply, as to avoid both waste and famine, then the economy of medicine and just range of sanitary law. Finally, the economy of luxury, partly an aesthetic and partly an ethical question. Books. The value of these consists a. In their power of preserving and communicating the knowledge of facts, b. In their power of exciting vital or noble emotion and intellectual action. They have also their corresponding negative powers of disguising and effacing the memory of facts, and killing the noble emotions or exciting base ones. Under these two heads, we have to consider the economical and educational value, positive and negative, of literature, the means of producing and educating good authors, and the means and advisability of rendering good books generally accessible and directing the reader's choice to them. Works of art. The value of these is of the same nature as that of books, but the laws of their production and possible modes of distribution are very different and require separate examination. Pg 219. Section 2. Money. Under this head, we shall have to examine the laws of currency and exchange, of which I will note here the first principles. Money has been inaccurately spoken of as merely a means of circulation. It is, on the contrary, an expression of right. It is not wealth, being the sign of the relative quantities of it, to which, at a given time, persons or societies are entitled. If all the money in the world, notes and gold, were destroyed in an instant, it would leave the world neither richer nor poorer than it was, but it would leave the individual inhabitants of it in different relations. Money is, therefore, correspondent in its nature to the title deed of an estate. Though the deed be burned, the estate still exists, but the right to it has become disputable. The worth of money remains unchanged, as long as the proportion of the quantity of existing money to the quantity of existing wealth, or available labor which it professes to represent, remains unchanged. If the wealth increases but not the money, the worth of the money increases. If the money increases but not the worth of the money diminishes. Money, therefore, cannot be arbitrarily multiplied, any more than title deeds can. So long as the existing wealth or available labor is not fully represented by the currency may be increased without diminution of the assigned worth of its pieces. But when the existing wealth or available labor is once fully represented, every piece of money thrown into circulation diminishes the worth of every Pg 220 other existing piece, in the proportion it bears to the number of them, provided the new piece be received with equal credit. If not, the depreciation of worth takes place exclusively in the new piece, according to the inferiority of its credit. When, however, new money, composed of some substance of supposed intrinsic value as of gold, is brought into the market, or when new notes are issued which are supposed to be deserving of credit, the desire to obtain money will, under certain circumstances, stimulate industry. An additional quantity of wealth is immediately produced, and if this be in proportion to the new claims advanced, the value of the existing currency is undepreciated. If the stimulus given be so great as to produce more goods than are proportioned to the additional coinage, the worth of the existing currency will be raised. Arbitrary control and issues of currency affect the production of wealth by acting on the hopes and fears of men, and are, under certain circumstances, wise. But the issue of additional currency to meet the exigencies of immediate expense is merely one of the disguised forms of borrowing or taxing. It is, however, in the present low state of economical knowledge, often possible for governments to venture on an issue of currency, when they could not venture on an additional loan or tax, because the real operation of such issue is not understood by the people, and the pressure of it is irregularly distributed, and with an unperceived gradation. Finally, the use of substances of intrinsic value as the materials of a currency is a barbarism, a remnant of the conditions of barter, which alone can render commerce possible among savage nations. It is, however, still necessary, partly as a mechanical check on arbitrary issues, partly as a means of exchanges with foreign nations. In proportion to the extension of civilization and increase of trustworthiness in governments, it will cease. So long as it exists, the phenomena of the cost and price of the articles used for currency are mingled with those of currency itself in an almost inextricable manner, and the worth of money in the market is affected by multitudinous accidental circumstances, which Pg 221 have been traced, with more or less success, by writers on commercial operations. But with these variations, the true political economist has no more to do than an engineer fortifying a harbour of refuge against Atlantic tide, has to concern himself with the cries or quarrels of children who dig pools with their fingers for its ebbing currents among the sand. Pg 222. Section 3. Riches. According to the various industry, capacity, good fortune, and desires of men, they obtain greater or smaller share of, and claim upon the wealth of the world. The inequalities between these shares, always in some degree just and necessary, may be either restrained by law or circumstance within certain limits, or may increase indefinitely. Where no moral or legal restraint is put upon the exercise of the will and intellect of the stronger, shrewder, or more covetous men, these differences become ultimately enormous. But as soon as they become so distinct in their extremes as that, on one side, there shall be manifest redundance of possession, and on the other manifest pressure of need, the terms riches and poverty are used to express the opposite states, being contrary only in the manner of the terms warmth and cold, which neither of them imply an actual degree, but only a relation to other degrees of temperature. Respecting riches, the economist has to inquire first into the advisable modes of their collection, secondly, into the advisable modes of their administration. Respecting the collection of national riches, he has to inquire first whether he is justified in calling the nation rich, if the quantity of money it possesses relatively to that possessed by other nations be large, irrespectively of the manner of its distribution. Or does the mode of distribution in any wise affect the nature of the riches? Thus, if the king alone be rich, suppose Cyrsus or Mausolus, the Lydians and Carians therefore a rich nation, or if one or two slave masters be rich, and the nation be otherwise composed of slaves, is it to be called a rich nation? For if not, and the ideas of a certain mode of pg 223 distribution or operation in the riches, and of a certain degree of freedom in the people, enter into our idea of riches as attributed to a people, we shall have to define the degree of fluency or circulative character which is essential to their vitality, and the degree of independence of action required in their possessors, questions which look as if they would take time in answering. And farther, since there are two modes in which the inequality, which is indeed the condition and constituent of riches, may be established, namely, by increase of possession on the one side, and by decrease of it on the other, we have to inquire, with respect to any given state of riches, precisely in what manner the correlative poverty was produced, that is to say, whether by being surpassed only or being depressed, what are the advantages, or the contrary, conceivable in the depression. For instance, it being one of the commonest advantages of being rich to entertain a number of servants, we have to inquire on the one side, what economical process produced the poverty of the persons who serve him, and what advantage each on his own side derives from the result. These being the main questions touching the collection of riches, the next or last part of the inquiry is into their administration. They have in the main three great economical powers which require separate examination, namely, the powers of selection, direction, and provision. Their power of selection relates to things of which the supply is limited, as the supply of best things is always. When it becomes matter of question to whom such things are to belong, the richest person has necessarily the first choice, unless some arbitrary mode of distribution be otherwise determined upon. The business of the economist is to show how this choice may be a wise one. Their power of direction arises out of the necessary relation of rich men to poor, which ultimately, in one way or another, involves the direction of or authority over the labor of the poor, and this nearly as much over their mental as pg 220 for their bodily labor. The business of the economist is to show how this direction may be a just one. 100. Their power of provision or preparatory site for procumulation is by no means necessarily provision, is dependent upon their redundance, which may of course by active persons be made available in preparation for future work or future profit, in which function riches have generally received the name of capital, that is to say, of head or source material. The business of the economist is to show how this provision may be a distant one. The examination of these three functions of riches will embrace every final problem of political economy and, above or before all, this curious and vital problem, whether, since the wholesome action of riches in these three functions will depend, it appears, on the wisdom, justice, and farsightedness of the holders, and it is by no means to be assumed that persons primarily rich must therefore be just and wise, it may not be ultimately possible so, or somewhat so, to arrange matters as that persons primarily just and wise should therefore be rich. Such being the general plan of the inquiry before us, I shall not limit myself to any consecutive following of it, having hardly any good hope of being able to complete so laborious a work as it must prove to me. but from time to time, as I have leisure, shall endeavour to carry forward this part or that, as may be immediately possible, indicating always with accuracy the place which the particular essay will or should take in the completed system. pg 225. 2. Nature of wealth, variations of value, the national store, nature of labour, value and price, the currency. The last paper having consisted of little more than definition of terms, I purpose in this to expand and illustrate the given definitions, so as to avoid confusion in their use when we enter into the detail of our subject. The view which has been taken of the nature of wealth, namely, that it consists in an intrinsic value developed by a vital power, is directly opposed to two nearly universal conceptions of wealth. In the assertion that value is primarily intrinsic, it opposes the idea that anything which is an object of desire to numbers, and is limited in quantity, may be called, or virtually become, wealth. And in the assertion that value is secondarily dependent upon power in the possessor, it opposes the idea that wealth consists of things exchangeable at rated prices. Before going farther, we will make these two positions clearer. First, all wealth is intrinsic, and is not constituted by the judgment of men. This is easily seen in the case of things affecting the body. We know that no force of fantasy will make stones nourishing or poison innocent, but it is less apparent in things affecting the mind. We are easily perhaps willingly misled by the appearance of beneficial results obtained by industries addressed wholly to the gratification of fanciful desire, and apt to suppose that whatever is widely coveted, dearly bought and pleasurable in possession, must be included in our definition of wealth. It is the more difficult to quit ourselves of this error because many things which are true wealth in moderate use, yet become false wealth in immoderate, and many things are mixed of good and evil, as mostly books and works of art, out of which pg 226 one person will get the good and another the evil, so that it seems as if there were no fixed good or evil in the things themselves, but only in the view taken and use made of them. But that is not so. The evil and good are fixed in essence and in proportion. They are separable by instinct and judgment, but not interchangeable, and in things in which evil depends upon excess, the point of excess, though indefinable, is fixed, and the power of the thing is on the hither side for good, and on the farther side for evil, and in all cases this power is inherent, not dependent on opinion or choice. Our thoughts of things neither make, nor mar their eternal force, nor, which is the most serious point for future consideration, can they prevent the effect of it upon ourselves. Therefore, the object of special analysis of wealth into which we have presently to enter will be not so much to enumerate what is serviceable, as to distinguish what is destructive, and to show that it is inevitably destructive, that to receive pleasure from an evil thing is not to escape from or alter the evil of it, but to be altered by it, that is, to suffer from it to the utmost, having our own nature in that degree made evil also. And it will be shown farther that, through whatever length of time or subtleties of connection, the harm is accomplished, being also less or more, according to the fineness and worth of the humanity on which it is wrought, still, nothing but harm ever comes of a bad thing. So that, finally, wealth is not the accidental object of a morbid desire, but the constant object of a legitimate one. By the fury of ignorance and fitfulness of caprice, large interests may be continually attached to things unserviceable or hurtful. If their nature could be altered by our passions, the science of political economy would be but as the weighing pg 227 of clouds, and the portioning out of shadows. But of ignorance there is no science, and of caprice no law. Their disturbing forces interfere with the operations of economy, but have nothing in common with them. The calm arbiter of national destiny regards only essential power for good in all it accumulates, and alike disdains the wanderings of imagination and the thirsts of disease. Secondly, the assertion that wealth is not only intrinsic, but dependent in order to become effectual on a given degree of vital power in its possessor, is opposed to another popular view of wealth, namely, that though it may always be constituted by caprice, it is, when so constituted, a substantial thing, of which given quantities may be counted as existing here or there, and exchangeable at rated prices. In this view there are three errors. The first and chief is the overlooking the fact that all exchangeableness of commodity, or effective demand for it, depends on the sum of capacity for its use existing, here or elsewhere. the book we cannot read or picture we take no delight in, may indeed be called part of our wealth, in so far as we have power of exchanging either for something we like better. But our power of effecting such exchange, and yet more of effecting it to advantage, depends absolutely on the number of accessible persons who can understand the book, or enjoy the painting, and who will dispute the possession of them. Thus the pg 228 actual worth of either, even to us, depends no less on their essential goodness than on the capacity consisting somewhere for the perception of it. And it is vain in any completed system of production to think of obtaining one without the other. So that, though the great political economist knows that coexistence of capacity for use with temporary possession cannot be always secured, the final fact, on which he bases all action and administration, is that in the whole nation or group of nations he has to deal with, for every grain of intrinsic value produced, he must with exactest chemistry produce its twin grain of governing capacity. Or in the degrees of his failure he has no wealth. Nature's challenge to us is in earnest, as the Assyrians mark, I will give you 2,000 horses, if thou be able on thy part to set riders upon them. Bavieka's paces are brave if the Cid backs him, but woe to us if we take the dust of capacity, wearing the armour of it for capacity itself, for so all procession, however goodly in the show of it, is to the tomb. The second error in this popular view of wealth is that, in estimating property which we cannot use as wealth, because it is exchangeable, we in reality confuse wealth with money. The land we have no skill to cultivate, the book which is sealed to us, or dress which is superfluous, may indeed be exchangeable, but as such are nothing more than a cumbrous form of banknote, of doubtful and slow convertibility. As long as we retain possession of them, we merely keep our banknotes in the shape of gravel or clay, of book leaves, or of embroidered tissue. Circumstances may perhaps render such forms the safest, or a certain complacency may attach to the exhibition of them. Into both these advantages we shall inquire afterwards. I wish the reader only to observe here that exchangeable property which we cannot use is, to us personally, merely one of the forms of money, not of wealth. The third error in the popular view is the confusion of guardianship with possession, the real state of men of property being, too commonly that of curators, not possessors of wealth. For a man's power of use, administration, ostentation, destruction, or bequest, and possession is in use only, which for each man is sternly limited, so that such things, pg 229 and so much of them, are well for him or wealth, and more of them or any other things are ill for him or ilth. Plunged to the lips in Orinoco, he shall drink to his thirst measure more at his peril, with 1,000 oxen on his lands, he shall eat to his hunger measure more at his peril. He cannot live in 2 houses at once. A few bales of silk or wool will suffice for the fabric of all the clothes he can ever wear, and a few books will probably hold all the furniture good for his brain. Beyond these, in the best of us but narrow, pg 230 capacities, we have but the power of administering, or if for harm, maladministering wealth, that is to say, distributing, lending, or increasing it, of exhibiting it as in magnificence of retinue or furniture, of destroying or, finally, of bequeathing it. And with multitudes of rich men, administration degenerates into curatorship. They merely hold their property in charge as trustees, for the benefit of some person or persons to whom it is to be delivered upon their death, and the position, explained in clear terms, would hardly seem a covetable one. What would be the probable decision of a youth on his entrance into life, to whom the career hoped for him was proposed in terms such as these? You must work unremittingly, and with your utmost intelligence during all your available years. You will thus accumulate wealth to a large amount, but you must touch none of it, beyond what is needful for your support. Whatever sums you may gain beyond those required for your decent and moderate maintenance shall be properly taken care of, and on your deathbed you shall have the power of determining to whom they shall belong, or to what purposes be applied. The labour of life under such conditions would probably be neither zealous nor cheerful. Yet the only difference between this position and that of the ordinary capitalist is the power which the latter delights in supposing himself to possess, and which is attributed to him by others, of spending his money at any moment. This pleasure, taken in the imagination of power to part with that which we have no intention of parting with, is one of the most curious though commonest forms of eidolon, or phantasm of wealth. But the political economist has nothing to do with this idealism, and looks only to the practical issue of it, namely, that the holder of wealth in such temper may be regarded simply as a mechanical means of collection, or as a monarchist with a slit in it, set in the public thoroughfare chest of which pg 231 only death has the key, and probably chance the distribution of contents. In his function of lender, which, however, is one of administration, not use as far as he is himself concerned, the capitalist takes indeed a more interesting aspect. But even in that function, his relations with the state are apt to degenerate into a mechanism for the convenient contraction of debt, a function the more mischievous, because a nation invariably appeases its conscience with respect to an unjustifiable expense by meeting it with borrowed funds, expresses its repentance of a foolish piece of business by letting its tradesmen wait for their money, and always leaves its descendants to pay for the work which will be of the least service to them. Quit of these three sources of misconception, the reader will have little farther difficulty in apprehending the real nature of effectual value. He may, however, at first not without surprise, perceive the consequences involved in the acceptance of our definition. For if the actual existence of wealth be dependent on the power of its possessor, it follows that the sum of wealth held by the nation, instead of being constant or calculable, varies hourly, nay momentarily, with the number and character of its holders, and that in changing hands it changes in quantity. And farther, since the worth of the currency is proportioned to the sum of material wealth which it represents, if the sum of the wealth changes, the worth of the currency changes. And thus both the sum of the property and power of the currency of the state vary momentarily, as the character and number of the holders. And not only so, but a different rate and manner of variation is caused by the character of the holders of different kinds of wealth. The transitions of value caused by the character of the holders of land differ in mode from those caused by character in holders of works of art, and these again from those caused by character in holders of machinery or other working capital. But we cannot examine these pg 232 special phenomena of any kind of wealth until we have a clear idea of the way in which true currency expresses them, and of the resulting modes in which the cost and price of any article are related to its value. To obtain this, we must approach the subject in its first elements. Let us suppose a national store of wealth, real or imaginary, that is to say, composed of material things either useful or believed to be so, presided over by a government, and that every workman, having produced any article involving labor in its production, and for which he has no immediate use, pg 233 brings it to add to this store, receiving from the government, in exchange, an order either for the return of the thing itself, or of its equivalent in other things, such as he may choose out of the store at any time when he needs them. Now, supposing that the laborer speedily uses this general order, or, in common language, spends the money, he has neither changed the circumstances of the nation nor his own, except in so far as he may have produced useful and consumed useless articles, or vice versa. But if he does not use, or uses in part only, the order he receives, and lays aside some portion of it, and thus every day bringing his contribution to the national store, lays by some percentage of the order received in exchange for it, he increases the national wealth daily by as much as he does not use of the received order, and to the same amount accumulates a monetary claim on the government. It is of course always in his power, as it is his legal right, to bring forward this accumulation of claim, and at once to consume, to destroy or distribute the sum of his wealth. Supposing he never does so, but dies, leaving his claim to others, he has enriched the state during his life by the quantity of wealth over which that claim extends, or has, in other words, rendered pg 234 so much additional life possible in the state, of which additional life he bequeaths the immediate possibility to those whom he invests with his claim. He would distribute this possibility of life among the nation at large. We hitherto consider the government itself as simply a conservative power, taking charge of the wealth entrusted to it. But a government may be far other than a conservative power. It may be on the one hand constructive, on the other destructive. If a constructive or improving power, using all the wealth entrusted to it to the best advantage, the nation is enriched in root and branch at once, and the government is enabled for every order presented to return a quantity of wealth greater than the order was written for, according to the fructification obtained in the interim. This ability may be either concealed, in which case the currency does not completely represent the wealth of the country, or it may be manifested by the continual payment of the excess of value on each order, in which case there is irrespectively, observe, of collateral results afterwards to be examined a perpetual rise in the worth of the currency, that is to say, a fall in the price of all articles represented by it. But if the government be destructive, or a consuming power, it becomes unable to return the value received on the presentation of the order. This inability may either A. be concealed by meeting demands to the full, until it issue in bankruptcy, or in some form of national debt, or B. it may be concealed during oscillatory movements between destructiveness and productiveness, which result on the whole in stability, or C. it may be manifested by the consistent return of less than value received on each presented order, in which case there is a consistent fall in the worth of the currency, or rise in the price of the things represented by it. Now, if for this conception of a central government, we substitute that of another body of persons occupied in pg 235 industrial pursuits, of whom each adds in his private capacity to the common store, so that the store itself, instead of remaining a public property of ascertainable quantity, for the guardianship of which a body of public men are responsible, becomes disseminated private property, each man giving in exchange for any article received from another, a general order for its equivalent in whatever other article the claimant may desire, such general order being payable by any member of the society in whose possession the demanded article may be found, we at once obtain an approximation to the actual condition of a civilized mercantile community, from which approximation we might easily proceed into still completer analysis. I purpose, however, to arrive at every result by the gradual expansion of the simpler conception, but I wish the reader to observe in the meantime that both the social conditions thus supposed, and I will by anticipation say also all possible social conditions agree in two great points, namely, in the primal importance of the supposed national store or stock, and in its destructibility or improvability by the holders of it. 1. Observe that in both conditions, that of central government holding and diffused privateer holding, the quantity of stock is of the same national moment. In the one case, indeed, its amount may be known by examination of the persons to whom it is confided, in the other it cannot be known but by exposing the private affairs of every individual. But known or unknown, its significance is the same under each condition. The riches of the nation consist in the abundance, and their wealth depends on the nature of this store. 2. In the second place, both conditions and all other possible ones agree in the destructibility or improvability of the store by its holders. Whether in private hands or under government charge, the national store may be daily consumed or daily enlarged by its possessors, and while the currency remains apparently unaltered, the property it represents may diminish or increase. pg 236. The first question, then, which we have to put under our simple conception of central government, namely, what store has it, is one of equal importance whatever may be the constitution of the state, while the second question, namely, who are the holders of the store, involves the discussion of the constitution of the state itself. The first inquiry resolves itself into three heads. What is the nature of the store? What is its quantity in relation to the population? What is its quantity in relation to the currency? The second inquiry into two. Who are the holders of the store, and in what proportions? Who are the claimants of the store, that is to say, the holders of the currency, and in what proportions? We will examine the range of the first three questions in the present paper, of the two following in the sequel. Question first, what is the nature of the store? Has the nation hitherto worked for and gathered the right thing or the wrong? On that issue rest the possibilities of its life. For example, let us imagine a society, of no great extent, occupied in procuring and laying up store of corn, wine, wool, silk, and other such preservable materials of food and clothing, and that it has a currency representing them. Imagine farther, that on days of festivity, the society, discovering itself to derive satisfaction from pyrotechnics, gradually turns its attention more and more to the manufacture of gunpowder, so that an increasing number of labourers, giving what time they can spare to this branch of industry, bring increasing quantities of combustibles into the store, and use the general orders received in exchange to obtain such wine, wool, or corn as they may have need of. The currency remains the same, and represents precisely the pg 237 same amount of material in the store, and of labor spent in producing it. But the corn and wine gradually vanish, and in their place as gradually appear sulfur and saltpeter, till at last the laborers who have consumed corn and supplied nitre, presenting on a festal morning some of their currency to obtain materials for the feast, discover that no amount of currency will command anything festive, except fire. The supply of rockets is unlimited, but that of food limited in a quite final manner, and the whole currency in the hands of the society represents an infinite power of detonation, but none of existence. The statement, caricatured as it may seem, is only exaggerated in assuming the persistence of the folly to extremity, unchecked, as in reality it would be, by the gradual rise in price of food. But it falls short of the actual facts of human life in expression of the depth and intensity of the folly itself. For a great part, the reader would not believe how great until he saw the statistics in detail of the most earnest and ingenious industry of the world is spent in producing munitions of war, gathering, that is to say, the materials, not of festive, but of consuming fire, filling its stores with all power of the instruments of pain, and all affluence of the ministries of death. It was no true triumpho della mort which men have seen and feared, sometimes scarcely feared so long, wherein he brought them rest from their labours. We see and share another and higher form of his triumph now. Taskmaster instead of releaser, he rules the dust of the arena no less than of the tomb. And content once in the grave whither man went, to make his work cease and his devices to vanish, now in the busy city and on the serviceable sea, makes his work to increase, and his devices to multiply. To this doubled loss or negative power of labour, spent in producing means of destruction, we have to add in our estimate of the consequences of human folly, whatever more insidious waste of toil there is in the production of unnecessary luxury. Such and such an occupation, it is said, supports so many labourers, because so many obtain wages in following it. But it is never considered that unless there be a supporting power in the product of the occupation, the wages given to pg 238 one man are merely withdrawn from another. We cannot say of any trade that it maintains such and such a number of persons, unless we know how and where the money, now spent in the purchase of its produce, would have been spent if that produce had not been manufactured. The purchasing funds truly support a number of people in making this, but probably leave unsupported an equal number who are making, or could have made that. The manufacturers of small watches thrive in Geneva, it is well, but where would the money spent on small watches have gone, had there been no small watches to buy? If the so frequently uttered aphorism of mercantile economy labour is limited by capital were true, this question would be a definite one. But it is untrue, and that widely. Out of a given quantity of wages, more or less labour is to be had, according to the quantity of will with which we can inspire the workman, and the true limit of labour is only in the limit of this moral stimulus of the will and the bodily power. In an ultimate but entirely practical sense, labour is limited by capital, as it is by matter, that is to say, where there is no material, there can be no work, but in the practical sense, labour is limited only by the great original capital of head, heart and hand. Even in the most artificial relations of commerce, it is to capital as fire to fuel. Out of so much fuel you shall have so much fire, not in proportion to the mass of combustibles, but to the force of wind that fans and water that quenches, and the appliance of both. And labour is furthered, as conflagration is, not so much by added fuel as by admitted air. For which reasons, I had to insert above the qualifying probably, for it can never be said positively that the purchase money or wages fund of any trade is withdrawn from some other trade. The object itself may be the stimulus of the production of the money which buys it. That is to say, the work by which the purchaser obtained the means of buying it would not have been done by him, unless he had pg 239 wanted that particular thing. And the production of any article not intrinsically nor in the process of manufacture injurious is useful if the desire of it causes productive labour in other directions. In the national store, therefore, the presence of things intrinsically valueless does not imply an entirely correlative absence of things valuable. We cannot be certain that all the labour spent on vanity has been diverted from reality, and that for every bad thing produced, a precious thing has been lost. In great measure, the vain things represent the results of roused indolence. They have been carved as toys in extra time, and if they had not been made, nothing else would have been made. Even to munitions of war this principle applies. They partly represent the work of men who, if they had not made spears, would never have made pruning hooks, and who are incapable of any activities but those of contest. Thus then, finally, the nature of the store has to be considered under two main lights, the one, that of its immediate and actual utility, the other, that of the past national character which it signifies by its production, and future character which it must develop by its uses. And the issue of this investigation will be to show us that economy does not depend merely on principles of demand and supply, but primarily on what is demanded and what is supplied. Question second. What is the quantity of the store in relation to the population? It follows from what has been already stated that the accurate form in which this question has to be put is what quantity of each article composing the store exists in proportion to the real need for it by the population. But we shall for the time assume, in order to keep all our terms at the simplest, that the store is wholly composed of useful articles and accurately proportioned to the several needs of them. Now it does not follow, because the store is large in proportion to the number of people, that the people must be in comfort, nor because it is small, that they must be in distress. An active and economical race always produces pg 240 more than it requires, and lives if it is permitted to do so in competence on the produce of its daily labour. The quantity of its store, great or small, is therefore in many respects indifferent to it, and cannot be inferred by its aspect. Similarly, an inactive and wasteful population, which cannot live by its daily labour, but is dependent, partly or wholly, on consumption of its store, may be by various difficulties hereafter to be examined, in realization of getting at such store retained in a state of abject distress, though its possessions may be immense. But the results always involved in the magnitude of store are the commercial power of the nation, its security, and its mental character. Its commercial power, in that according to the quantity of its store, may be the extent of its dealings. Its security, in that according to the quantity of its store are its means of sudden exertion or sustained endurance, and its character, in that certain conditions of civilization cannot be attained without permanent and continually accumulating store, of great intrinsic value, and of peculiar nature. Now, seeing that these three advantages arise from largeness of store in proportion to population, the question arises immediately, given the stores the nation enriched by diminution of its numbers, are a successful national speculation and a pestilence economically the same thing? This is in part a sophistical question, such as it would be to ask whether a man was richer when struck by disease, which must limit his life within a predicable period, than he was when in health. He is enabled to enlarge his current expenses, and has for all purposes a larger sum at his immediate disposal for, given the fortune, the shorter the life the larger the annuity. Yet no man considers himself richer because he is condemned by his physician. The logical reply is that, since wealth is by definition only the means of life, a nation cannot be enriched by its own mortality. Or in shorter words, the life is more than the meat, and existence itself more wealth than the means of existence. Whence of two nations who have equal store, the more numerous is to be considered the richer, provided the type of the inhabitant be as high for, though the relative bulk of their store be less, its relative pg 241 efficiency, or the amount of effectual wealth, must be greater. But if the type of the population be deteriorated by increase of its numbers, we have evidence of poverty in its worst influence. And then, to determine whether the nation in its total may still be justifiably esteemed rich, we must set or weigh the number of the poor against that of the rich. To effect which piece of scalework, it is of course necessary to determine first who are poor and who are rich, nor this only but also how poor and how rich they are, which will prove a curious thermometrical investigation, for we shall have to do for gold and for silver what we have done for quicksilver determine, namely their freezing point, their zero, their temperate and fever heat points, finally their vaporescent point at which riches, sometimes explosively as lately in America, make to themselves wings, and correspondently the number of degrees below zero at which poverty, ceasing to brace with any wholesome cold, burns to the bone. For the performance of these operations, in the strictest sense scientific, we will first look to the existing so-called science of political economy. We will ask it to define for us the comparatively and superlatively rich, and the comparatively and superlatively poor, and on its own terms, if any terms it can pronounce, mean, in our prosperous England, how many rich and how many poor people. There are, and whether the quantity and intensity of the poverty is indeed so overbalanced by the quantity and intensity of wealth that we may permit ourselves a luxurious blindness to it, and call ourselves, complacently, a rich country. And if we find no clear definition in the existing science, we will endeavor for ourselves to fix the true degrees of the Plutonic scale, and to apply them. Question 3. What is the quantity of the store in relation to the currency? We have seen that the real worth of the currency, so far as dependent on its relation to the magnitude of the store, may vary within certain limits, without affecting its worth in exchange. The diminution or increase of the represented wealth may be unperceived, and the currency may be taken either for more or less than it is pg 242 truly worth. Usually it is taken for more, and its power in exchange or credit power is thus increased or retained up to a given strain upon its relation to existing wealth. This credit power is of chief importance in the thoughts, because most sharply present to the experience of a mercantile community, but the conditions of its stability and all other relations of the currency to the material store are entirely simple in principle, if not in action. Far other than simple are the relations of the currency to that available labor, which by our definition it also represents. For this relation is involved not only with that of the magnitude of the store to the number, but with that of the magnitude of the store to the mind, of the population. Its proportion to their number and the resulting worth of currency are calculable, but its proportion to their will for labor is not. The worth of the piece of money which claims a given quantity of the store is, in exchange, less or greater according to the facility of obtaining the same quantity of the same thing without having recourse to the store. In other words, it depends on the immediate cost and price of the thing. We must now, therefore, complete the definition of these terms. All cost and price are counted in labor. We must know first, therefore, what is to be counted as labor. I have already defined labor to be the contest of the life of man with an opposite. Literally, it is the quantity of lapse, loss, or failure of human life caused by any effort. It is usually confused with effort itself, or the application of pg 243 power opera, but there is much effort which is merely a mode of recreation, or of pleasure. The most beautiful actions of the human body and the highest results of the human intelligence are conditions or achievements of quite unlaborious, nay, of recreative effort. But labor is the suffering in effort. It is the negative quantity, or quantity of defeat which has to be counted against every feat, and of defect which has to be counted against every fact or deed of men. In brief, it is that quantity of our toils which we die in. We might therefore a priori conjecture, as we shall ultimately find, that it cannot be bought nor sold. Everything else is bought and sold for labor, but labor itself cannot be bought nor sold for anything, being priceless. The idea that it is a commodity to be bought or sold is the alpha and omega of politico-economic fallacy. This being the nature of labor, the cost of anything is the quantity of labor necessary to obtain it, the quantity for which or at which it stands constat. It is literally the constancy of the thing. You shall win it, move it, come at it for no less than this. Cost is measured and measurable only in labor, not in opera. It does not matter how much power a thing needs to produce it, it matters only how much distress. pg 244, generally the more power it requires, the less the distress, so that the noblest works of man cost less than the meanest. True labor or spending of life is either of the body in fatigue or pain, of the temper or heart as in perseverance of search for things, patience in waiting for them, fortitude or degradation in suffering for them, and the like, or of the intellect. All these kinds of labor are supposed to be included in the general term, and the quantity of labor is then expressed by the time it lasts, so that a unit of labor is an hour's work or a day's work, as we may determine. Cost, like value, is both intrinsic and effectual. Intrinsic cost is that of getting the thing in the right way, effectual cost is that of getting the thing in the way we set about it, but intrinsic cannot be made a subject of analytical investigation, being only partially discoverable, and that by long experience. Effectual cost is all that the political economist can deal with, that is to say, the cost of the thing under existing circumstances and by known processes. Cost, irrespectively of any question of demand or supply, varies with the quantity of the thing wanted, and with the number of persons who work for it. It is easy to get a little of some things, but difficult to get much. It is impossible to get some things with few hands, but easy to get them with many. The cost and value of things, however difficult to determine accurately, are thus both dependent on ascertainable physical circumstances. Pg 245, but their price is dependent on the human will. Such and such a thing is demonstrably good for so much, and it may demonstrably be bad for so much. Pg 246, but it remains questionable, and in all manner of ways questionable, whether I choose to give so much. This choice is always a relative one. It is a choice to give a price for this, rather than for that, a resolution to have the thing, if getting it does not involve the loss of a better thing. Price depends, therefore, not only on the cost of the commodity itself, but on its relation to the cost of every other attainable thing. Farther, the power of choice is also a relative one. It depends not merely on our own estimate of the thing, but on everybody else's estimate, therefore on the number and force of the will of the concurrent buyers, and on the existing quantity of the thing in proportion to that number and force. Hence the price of anything depends on 4 variables: its cost, its attainable quantity at that cost, the number and power of the persons who want it, the estimate they have formed of its desirableness. Its value only affects its price so far as it is contemplated in this estimate, perhaps therefore not at all. Now, in order to show the manner in which price is expressed in terms of a currency, we must assume these 4 quantities to be known, and the estimate of desirableness, commonly called the demand, to be certain. We will take the number of persons at the lowest. Let A and B be 2 labourers who demand, that is to say, have resolved to Pg 247 labour for 2 articles, and B their demand for these articles if the reader likes better. He may say their need is to be absolute, existence depending on the getting these 2 things. Suppose, for instance, that they are bread and fuel in a cold country, and let A represent the least quantity of bread, and B the least quantity of fuel, which will support a man's life for a day. Let A be producible by an hour's labour, but B only by 2 hours' labour. Then the cost of A is 1 hour, and of B 2 cost by our definition, being expressible in terms of time. If therefore each man worked both for his corn and fuel, each would have to work 3 hours a day. But they divide the labour for its greater ease. Then if A works 3 hours, he produces 3A, which is 1 more than both the men want. And if B works 3 hours, he produces only 112B, or half of B less than both want. But if A works 3 hours and B 6, A has 3A and B has 3B, a maintenance in the right proportion for both for a day and a half, so that each might take a half a day's rest. But as B has worked double time, the whole of this day's rest belongs in equity to him. Therefore the just exchange should be, A giving 2A for 1B has 1A and 1B, maintenance for a day. B giving 1B for 2A has 2A and 2B, maintenance for 2 days. But B cannot rest on the second day, or would be left without the article which B produces. Nor is there any means of making the exchange just, unless a third labourer is called in. Then 1 workman A produces A and 2 B and C produce B. A working 3 hours has 3A, B 3 hours 112B, C 3 hours 112B. B and C each give half of B for A, and all have their equal daily maintenance for equal daily work. To carry the example a single step farther, let 3 articles A, B and C be needed. Let A need 1 hour's work be 2 and C 4, then the day's work must be 7 hours, and 1 man in a day's Pg 248 work can make 7A or 312B or 134C. Therefore 1A works for A producing 7A, 2 B's work for B producing 7B, 4 C's work for C producing 7C. A has 6A to spare, and gives 2A for 1B and 4A for 100. Each B has 212B to spare, and gives 12B for 1A and 2B for 100. Each C has 34 of C to spare, and gives 12C for 1B, and 14 of C for 1A, and all have their day's maintenance. Generally, therefore, it follows that, if the demand is constant, the relative prices of things are as their costs, or as the quantities of labour involved in production. Then, in order to express their prices in terms of a currency, we have only to put the currency into the form of orders for a certain quantity of any given article with us. It is in the form of orders for gold, and all quantities of other articles are priced by the relation they bear to the article which the currency claims. But the worth of the currency itself is not in the slightest degree founded more on the worth of the article for which the gold is exchangeable. It is just as accurate to say, so many pounds are worth an acre of land, as an acre of land is worth so many pounds. The worth of gold, of land, of houses, and of food, and of all other things, depends at any moment on the existing quantities and relative demands for all and each, and a change in the worth of, or demand for, anyone involves an instantaneously correspondent change in the worth and demand for all the rest. Change as inevitable, and as accurately balanced though often in its process as untraceable as the change in volume of the outflowing river from some vast lake, caused by change in the volume of the inflowing streams, though no eye can trace, no instrument detect motion either on its surface or in the depth. Thus, then, the real working power or worth of the currency is founded on the entire sum of the relative estimates formed by the population of its possessions. A change in this estimate in any direction, and therefore every change in the national character, instantly alters the value of money in its second great function of commanding labor. But pg 249, we must always carefully and sternly distinguish between this worth of currency, dependent on the conceived or appreciated value of what it represents, and the worth of it, dependent on the existence of what it represents. A currency is true or false in proportion to the security with which it gives claim to the possession of land, house, horse, or picture, but a currency is strong or weak, worth much or worth little, in proportion to the degree of estimate in which the nation holds the house, horse, or picture which is claimed. Thus the power of the English currency has been, till of late, largely based on the national estimate of horses and of wine, so that a man might always give any price to furnish choicely his stable or his cellar and receive public approval therefor. But if he gave the same sum to furnish his library, he was called mad or a bibliomaniac. And although he might lose his fortune by his horses, and his health or life by his cellar, and rarely lost either by his books, he was yet never called a hippomaniac nor an oinomaniac, but only bibliomaniac, because the current worth of money was understood to be legitimately founded on cattle and wine, but not on literature. The prices lately given at sales for pictures and MSS. indicate some tendency to change in the national character in this respect, so that the worth of the currency may even come in time to rest, in an acknowledged manner, somewhat on the state and keeping of the Bedford Missal, as well as on the health of Carricktaccus or Blink Barney, and old pictures be considered property no less than old port. They might have been so before now, but it is more difficult to choose the one than the other. Now observe, all these sources of variation in the power of the currency exist wholly irrespective of the influences of vice, indolence, and improvidence. We have hitherto supposed, throughout the analysis, every professing labourer to labour honestly, heartily, and in harmony with his fellows. We have now to bring farther into the calculation the effects of relative industry, honour, and forethought, and thus to follow out the bearings of our second inquiry. Who are the holders of the store and currency, and in what proportions? This, however, we must reserve for our next paper, noticing pg 250 here only that, however distinct the several branches of the subject are, radically, they are so interwoven in their issues that we cannot rightly treat anyone, till we have taken cognizance of all. Thus the quantity of the currency in proportion to number of population is materially influenced by the number of the holders in proportion to the non-holders, and this again by the number of holders of goods. For as, by definition, the currency is a claim to goods which are not possessed, its quantity indicates the number of claimants in proportion to the number of holders, and the force and complexity of claim. For if the claims be not complex, currency as a means of exchange may be very small in quantity. A sells some corn to B, receiving a promise from B to pay in cattle, which A then hands over to C to get some wine. C in due time claims the cattle from B, and B takes back his promise. These exchanges have, or might have been, all effected with a single coin or promise, and the proportion of the currency to the store would in such circumstances indicate only the circulating vitality of it, that is to say, the quantity and convenient divisibility of that part of the store which the habits of the nation keep in circulation. If a cattle breeder is content to live with his household chiefly on meat and milk, and does not want rich furniture or jewels or books, if a wine and corn grower maintains himself and his men chiefly on grapes and bread, if the wives and daughters of families weave and spin the clothing of the household, and the nation as a whole remains content with the produce of its own soil and the work of its own hands, it has little occasion for circulating media. It pledges and promises little and seldom, exchanges only so far as exchange is necessary for life. The store belongs to the people in whose hands it is found, and money is little needed either as an expression of right or practical means of division and exchange. But in proportion as the habits of the nation become complex and fantastic, and they may be both, without therefore being civilized, its circulating medium must increase in proportion to its store. If everyone wants a little of everything, if food must be of many kinds and dress of many fashions, if multitudes live by work which, ministering to pg 251 fancy, has its pay measured by fancy, so that large prices will be given by one person for what is valueless to another, if there are great inequalities of knowledge, causing great inequalities of estimate, and finally, and worst of all, if the currency itself, from its largeness and the power which the possession of it implies, becomes the sole object of desire with large numbers of the nation, so that the holding of it is disputed among them as the main object of life, in each and all these cases, the currency enlarges in proportion to the store, and as a means of exchange and division, as a bond of right, and as an expression of passion, plays a more and more important part in the nation's dealings, character, and life. Against which part, when, as a bond of right, it becomes too conspicuous and too burdensome, the popular voice is apt to be raised in a violent and irrational manner, leading to revolution instead of remedy. Whereas all possibility of economy depends on the clear assertion and maintenance of this bond of right, however burdensome. The first necessity of all economical government is to secure the unquestioned and unquestionable working of the great law of property, that a man who works for a thing shall be allowed to get it, keep it, and consume it in peace, and that he who does not eat his cake today shall be seen, without grudging, to have his cake tomorrow. This, I say, is the first point to be secured by social law. Without this, no political advance, nay, no political existence, is in any sort possible. Whatever evil, luxury, iniquity may seem to result from it, this is nevertheless the first of all equities, and to the enforcement of this, by law and by police truncheon, the nation must always primarily set its mind that the cupboard door may have a firm lock to it, and no man's dinner be carried off by the mob, on its way home from the baker's, which thus fearlessly asserting, we shall endeavour in the next paper to consider how far it may be practicable for the mob itself, also in due breadth of dish, to have dinners to carry home. Si quis emat Cytheras, emptas comportet in anum, nec studio Cytheri, nec musi deditus ali. Si scalperet formas non suda, nautica vila. Aversus mercaturis, deleris et amens. Undic dicatur merido, qui discrepat istis. Qui nummos orumque recondit, nesius iudi. Compositis metunsk velut contingere sacrum. With which it is perhaps desirable also to give Xenophon's statement, it being clearer than any English one can be, owing to the power of the general Greek term for wealth usable things. There is a strange fallacy running at this time through all talk about free trade. It is continually assumed that every kind of government interference takes away liberty of trade, whereas liberty is lost only when interference hinders, not when it helps. You do not take away a man's freedom by showing him his roadner, by making it smoother for him, not that it is always desirable to do so, but it may be, nor even by fencing it for him, if there is an open ditch at the side of it. The real mode in which protection interferes with liberty, and the real evil of it, is not in its protecting one person, but in its hindering another. A form of interference which invariably does most mischief to the person it is intended to serve, which the Northern Americans are about discomfortably to discover unless they think better of it. There is also a ludicrous confusion in many persons' minds between protection and encouragement. They differ materially. Protection is saying to the commercial schoolboy, nobody shall hit you. Encouragement is saying to him, that's the way to hit. Quali dal vento bigonfiat vil. Cagano avult poici el alber fiaca. Tal cad a terra la fiera crudel. The image may be followed out, like all of Dante's, into as close detail as the reader chooses. Thus the stress of the sail must be proportioned to the strength of mast, and it is only in unforeseen danger that a skilful seaman ever carries all the canvas his spars will bear. States of mercantile languor are like the flap of the sail in a calm of mercantile precaution, like taking in reefs, and the mercantile ruin is instant on the breaking of the mast. There is indeed a condition of apparent cheapness, which we confuse in practice and in reasoning with the other, namely, the real reduction in cost of articles by right application of labor. But in this case the article is only cheap with reference to its former price. The so-called cheapness is only our expression for the sensation of contrast between its former and existing prices. So soon as the new methods of producing the article are established, it ceases to be esteemed either cheap or dear at the new price, as at the old one, and is felt to be cheap only when accident enables it to be purchased beneath this new value. And it is to no advantage to produce the article more easily, except as it enables you to multiply your population. Cheapness of this kind is merely the discovery that more men can be maintained on the same ground, and the question, how many you will maintain in proportion to your means, remains exactly in the same terms that it did before. A form of immediate cheapness results, however, in many cases without distress, from the labor of a population where food is redundant, or where the labor by which the food is produced leaves much idle time on their hands, which may be applied to the production of cheap articles. All such phenomena indicate to the political economist places where the labor is unbalanced. In the first case, the just balance is to be effected by taking laborers from the spot where the pressure exists, and sending them to that where food is redundant. In the second, the cheapness is a local accident, advantageous to the local purchaser, disadvantageous to the local producer. It is one of the first duties of commerce to extend the market, and thus give the local producer his full advantage. Cheapness caused by natural accidents of harvest, weather, etc., is always counterbalanced in due time by natural scarcity similarly caused. It is the part of wise government and healthy commerce so to provide in times and places of plenty for times and places of dearth, as that there shall never be waste nor famine. Cheapness caused by gluts of the market is merely a disease of clumsy and wanton commerce. Page 252. 3. The currency holders and storeholders, the disease of desire. It will be seen by reference to the last paper that our present task is to examine the relation of holders of store to holders of currency, and of both to those who hold neither. In order to do this, we must determine on which side we are to place substances such as gold, commonly known as bases of currency. By aid of previous definitions, the reader will now be able to understand closer statements than have yet been possible. The currency of any country consists of every document acknowledging debt, which is transferable in the country. This transferableness depends upon its intelligibility and credit. Its intelligibility depends chiefly on the difficulty of forging anything like it, its credit much on national character, but ultimately always on the existence of substantial means of meeting its demand. As the degrees of transferableness are variable, some documents passing only in certain places, and others passing, if at all, for less than their inscribed value, both the mass and, so to speak, fluidity of the currency are variable. True or perfect currency flows freely, like a pure stream. It becomes sluggish or stagnant in proportion to the quantity of less transferable matter which mixes with it, adding to its bulk, but diminishing its purity. Substances of intrinsic value, such as gold, mingle also with the currency, and increase while they modify its power. These are carried by it as stones are carried by a torrent, sometimes momentarily impeding, sometimes concentrating its force, but not affecting its purity. Pg 253. These substances of intrinsic value may be also stamped or signed so as to become acknowledgments of debt, and then become, so far as they operate independently of their intrinsic value, part of the real currency. Deferring consideration of minor forms of currency, consisting of documents bearing private signature, we will examine the principle of legally authorized or national currency. This, in its perfect condition, is a form of public acknowledgement of debt, so regulated and divided that any person presenting a commodity of tried worth in the public market shall, if he please, receive in exchange for it a document giving him claim for the return of its equivalent, in any place at any time, and in any kind. When currency is quite healthy and vital, the persons entrusted with its management are always able to give on demand either A. The assigning document for the assigned quantity of goods, or B. The assigned quantity of goods for the assigning document. If they cannot give document for goods, the national exchange is at fault. If they cannot give goods for document, the national credit is at fault. The nature and power of the document are therefore to be examined under the three relations which it bears to place, time, and kind. It gives claim to the return of equivalent wealth in any place. Its use in this function is to save carriage, so that parting with a bushel of corn in London, we may receive an order for a bushel of corn for the Antipodes or elsewhere. To be perfect in this use, the substance of currency must be to the maximum portable, credible, and intelligible. Its non-acceptance or discredit results always from some form of ignorance or dishonor. So far as such interruptions rise out of differences in denomination, there is no ground pg 254 for their continuance among civilized nations. It may be convenient in one country to use chiefly copper for coinage, in another silver, and in another gold, reckoning accordingly in centimes, francs, or sequins. But that a French franc should be different in weight from an English shilling, and an Austrian zwanziger vary in weight and alloy from both, is wanton loss of commercial power. It gives claim to the return of equivalent wealth at any time. In this second use, currency is the exponent of accumulation. It renders the laying up of store at the command of individuals unlimitedly possible, whereas, but for its intervention, all gathering would be confined within certain limits by the bulk of poverty, or by its decay, or the difficulty of its guardianship. I will pull down my barns and build greater cannot be a daily saying, and all material investment is enlargement of care. The national currency transfers the guardianship of the store to many, and preserves to the original producer the right of re-entering on its possession at any future period. It gives claim practical, though not legal, to the return of equivalent wealth in any kind. It is a transferable right, not merely to this or that but to anything, and its power in this function is proportioned to the range of choice. If you give a child an apple or a toy, you give him a determinate pleasure, but if you give him a penny, an indeterminate one, proportioned to the range of selection offered by the shops in the village. The power of the world's currency is similarly in proportion to the openness of the world's fair, and commonly enhanced by the brilliancy of external aspect, rather than solidity of its wares. We have said that the currency consists of orders for equivalent goods. If equivalent, their quality must be guaranteed. The kinds of goods chosen for specific claim must therefore be capable of test, while also that a store may be kept in hand to meet the call of the currency. Smallness of bulk, with great relative value, is desirable, and indestructibility over at least a certain period essential. Such indestructibility and facility of being tested are pg 255 united in gold. Its intrinsic value is great, and its imaginary value is greater, so that, partly through indolence, partly through necessity and want of organization, most nations have agreed to take gold for the only basis of their currencies, with this grave disadvantage, that its portability enabling the metal to become an active part of the medium of exchange, the stream of the currency itself becomes opaque, with gold half currency and half commodity, in unison of functions which partly neutralize, partly enhance each other's force. They partly neutralize, since in so far as the gold is commodity, it is bad currency, because liable to sale, and in so far as it is currency, it is bad commodity, because its exchange value interferes with its practical use. Especially its employment in the higher branches of the arts becomes unsafe on account of its liability to be melted down for exchange. Again, they partly enhance, since in so far as the gold has acknowledged intrinsic value, it is good currency because everywhere acceptable, and in so far as it has legal exchangeable value, its worth as a commodity is increased. We want no gold in the form of dust or crystal, but we seek for it coined because in that form it will pay baker and butcher. And this worth in exchange not only absorbs a large quantity in that use, but greatly increases the effect on the imagination of the quantity used in the arts. Thus, in brief, the force of the functions is increased, but their precision blunted by their unison. These inconveniences, however, attach to gold as a basis pg 256 of currency on account of its portability and preciousness, but a far greater inconvenience attaches to it as the only legal basis of currency. Imagine gold to be only attainable in masses weighing several pounds each, and its value, like that of a malachite or marble, proportioned to its largeness of bulk. It could not then get itself confused with the currency in daily use, but it might still remain as its basis, and this second inconvenience would still affect it, namely, that its significance as an expression of debt varies as that of every other article would, with the popular estimate of its desirableness, and with the quantity offered in the market. My power of obtaining other goods for gold depends always on the strength of public passion for gold, and on the limitation of its quantity, so that when either of two things happen, that the world esteems gold less, or finds it more easily, my right of claim is in that degree effaced, and it has been even gravely maintained that a discovery of a mountain of gold would cancel the national debt. In other words, that men may be paid for what costs much in what costs nothing. Now, if it is true that there is little chance of sudden convulsion in this respect, the world will not rapidly increase in wisdom so as to despise gold, and perhaps may even desire it more eagerly the more easily it is obtained. Nevertheless, the right of debt ought not to rest on a basis of imagination, nor should the frame of a national currency vibrate with every miser's panic and every merchant's imprudence. There are two methods of avoiding this insecurity, which would have been fallen upon long ago if, instead of calculating the conditions of the supply of gold, men had only considered how the world might live and manage its affairs. Without gold at all, one is to base the currency on substances of pg 257 truer intrinsic value, the other to base it on several substances instead of one. If I can only claim gold, the discovery of a continent of cornfields need not trouble me. If, however, I wish to exchange my bread for other things, a good harvest will for the time limit my power in this respect. But if I can claim either bread, iron, or silk at pleasure, the standard of value has 3 feet instead of 1, and will be proportionally firm. Thus, ultimately, the steadiness of currency depends upon the breadth of its base, but the difficulty of organization increasing with this breadth, the discovery of the condition at once safest and most convenient can only be by long analysis, which must for the present be deferred. Gold or silver may always be retained in limited use, as a luxury of coinage and questionless standard, of one weight and alloy among nations, varying only in the dye. The purity of coinage when metallic is closely indicative of the honesty of the system of revenue, and even of the general dignity of the state. Whatever the article or articles may be which the national currency promises to pay, a premium on that article indicates bankruptcy of the government in that proportion, the division of the assets being restrained only by the remaining confidence of the holders of notes in the return of prosperity to the firm. Incontrovertible currencies, those of forced acceptance or of unlimited issue, are merely various modes of disguising taxation, and delaying its pressure until it is too late to interfere with its causes. To do away with the possibility of such disguise would have been among the pg 258 first results of a true economical science, had any such existed, but there have been too many motives for the concealment, so long as it could by any artifices be maintained, to permit hitherto even the founding of such a science. And indeed it is only through evil conduct, wilfully persisted in, that there is any embarrassment either in the theory or the working of currency. No exchequer is ever embarrassed, nor is any financial question difficult of solution, when people keep their practice honest and their heads cool. But when governments lose all office of pilotage, protection, scrutiny, and witness, and live only in magnificence of proclaimed larceny, effulgent mendacity, and polished mendicity, or when the people choosing speculation, the usual redundant in the spelling instead of toil, pursue no dishonesty with chastisement, that each may with impunity take his dishonest turn, and enlarge their lust of wealth through ignorance of its use, making their harlot of the dust and setting. Earth, the mother at the mercy of earth, the destroyer so that she has to seek in hell the children she left playing in the meadows, there are no tricks of financial terminology that will save them. All signature and mintage do but magnify the ruin they retard, and even the riches that remain, stagnant or current, change only from the slime of Avernus to the sand of Phlegethon, quicksand at the embouchure, land fluently recommended by recent auctioneers as eligible for building leases. Finally, then, the power of true currency is fourfold. Credit power, its worth in exchange, dependent on public opinion of the stability and honesty of the issuer. Real worth, supposing the gold or whatever else the currency expressly promises to be required from the issuer for all his notes, and that the call cannot be met in full, then the actual worth of the document, whatever its credit power would be, and its actual worth at any moment, is to be defined as being what the division of the assets of the issuer and his subsequent will work would produce for it. The exchange power of its base. Granting that we can get £5 in gold for our note, it remains a question how much of other things we can get for £5 in gold. Pg 259, the more of other things exist, and the less gold, the greater this power. The power over labour, exercised by the given quantity of the base, or of the things to be got for it. The question in this case is, how much work, and question of questions whose work, is to be had for the food which £5 will buy. This depends on the number of the population, on their gifts, and on their dispositions, with which, down to their slightest humours and up to their strongest impulses, the power of the currency varies, and in this last of its ranges, the range of passion, price, or praise converso in pretium dio, is at once least and greatest. Such being the main conditions of national currency, we proceed to examine those of the total currency, under the broad definition, transferable acknowledgement of debt, among the many forms of which there are in effect only two, distinctly opposed, namely the acknowledgements of debts Pg 260 which will be paid, and of debts which will not. Documents, whether in whole or part of bad debt, being to those of good debt as bad money to bullion, we put for the present these forms of imposture aside, as in analysing a metal we should wash it clear of dross, and then range in their exact quantities the true currency of the country on one side, and the store or property of the country on the other. We place gold, and all such substances, on the side of documents as far as they operate by signature, on the side of store as far as they operate by value. Then the currency represents the quantity of debt in the country, and the store the quantity of its possession. The ownership of all the property is divided between the holders of currency and holders of store, and whatever the claiming value of the currency is at any moment, that value is to be deducted from the riches of the storeholders, the deduction being practically made in the payment of rent for houses and lands, of interest on stock, and in other ways to be hereafter examined. At present I wish only to note the broad relations of the two great classes, currency holders and storeholders. Of course they are partly united, most moneyed men having Pg 261 possessions of land or other goods, but they are separate in their nature and functions. The currency holders as a class regulate the demand for labour, and the storeholders the laws of it. The currency holders determine what shall be produced, and the storeholders the conditions of its production. Farther, as true currency represents by definition debts which will be paid, it represents either the debtor's wealth, or his ability and willingness. That is to say, either wealth existing in his hands transferred to him by the creditor, or wealth which, as he is at some time surely to return it, he is either increasing, or, if diminishing, has the will and strength to reproduce. A sound currency, therefore, as by its increase it represents enlarging debt, represents also enlarging means, but in this curious way, that a certain quantity of it marks the deficiency of the wealth of the country from what it would have been if that currency had not existed. In this respect it is like the detritus of a mountain. Assume that it lies at a fixed angle, and the more the detritus, the larger must be the mountain, but it would have been larger still had there been none. Finally, though, as above stated, every man possessing money has usually also some property beyond what is necessary for his immediate wants, and men possessing property usually also hold currency beyond what is necessary for their immediate exchanges, it mainly determines the class to which they belong, whether in their eyes the money is an adjunct of Pg 262 the property, or the property of the money. In the first case the holder's pleasure is in his possessions, and in his money subordinately, as the means of bettering or adding to them. In the second, his pleasure is in his money, and in his possessions only as representing it. In the first case the money is as an atmosphere surrounding the wealth, rising from it and raining back upon it, but in the second, it is a deluge, with the wealth floating, and for the most part perishing in it. The shortest distinction between the men is that the one wishes always to buy and the other to sell. Such being the great relations of the classes, their several characters are of the highest importance to the nation, for on the character of the storeholders depends the preservation, display, and serviceableness of its wealth, on that of the currency holders its nature, and in great part its distribution, and on both its production. The storeholders are either constructive or neutral or destructive, and in subsequent papers we shall, with respect to every kind of wealth, examine the relative power of the storeholder for its improvement or destruction, and we shall then find it to be of incomparably greater importance to the nation in whose hands the thing is put than how much of it is got, and that the character of the holders may be conjectured by the quality of the store for such and such a thing, nor only asks for it, but if to be bettered, betters it, so that possession and possessor reciprocally act on each other through the entire sum of national possession. The base nation asking for base things sinks daily to deeper vileness of nature and of use, while the noble nation asking for noble things rises daily into diviner eminence in both, the tendency to degradation being surely marked by carelessness as to the hands in which things are put, competition for the acquisition of them, disorderliness in accumulation, inaccuracy in reckoning, and bluntness in conception as to the entire nature of possession. Now, the currency holders always increase in number and influence in proportion to the bluntness of nature and clumsiness of the storeholders, for the less use people can make of things the more they tire of them, and want to change pg 263 them for something else, and all frequency of change increases the quantity and power of currency, while the large currency holder himself is essentially a person who never has been able to make up his mind as to what he will have, and proceeds therefore in vague collection and aggregation, with more and more infuriate passion, urged by complacency in progress, and pride in conquest. While, however, there is this obscurity in the nature of possession of currency, there is a charm in the absoluteness of it, which is to some people very enticing. In the enjoyment of real property others must partly share. The groom has some enjoyment of the stud, and the gardener of the garden, but the money is or seems shut up. It is wholly enviable. No one else can have part in any complacencies arising from it. The power of arithmetical comparison is also a great thing to unimaginative people. They know always they are so much better than they were in money, so much better than others in money. Wit cannot be so compared, nor character. My neighbour cannot be convinced I am wiser than he is, but he can that I am worth so much more, and the universality of the conviction is no less flattering than its clearness. Only a few can understand, none measure, superiorities in other things, but everybody can understand money and count it. Now, these various temptations to accumulation would be politically harmless, if what was vainly accumulated had any fair chance of being wisely spent. For as accumulation cannot go on forever, but must some day end in its reverse, if this reverse were indeed a beneficial distribution and use, as irrigation from reservoir, the fever of gathering, though perilous to the gatherer, might be serviceable to the community. But it constantly happens so constantly, that it may be stated as a political law having few exceptions, that what is unreasonably gathered is also unreasonably spent by the persons into whose hands it finally falls. Very frequently it is spent in war, or else in stupefying luxury, twice hurtful, both in being indulged by the rich and witnessed by the poor. So that the mal tenor and mal dare are as correlative as complementary colours, and the circulation of wealth, which ought to be pg 264 soft, steady, strong, far-sweeping and full of warmth, like the Gulf Stream being narrowed into an eddy, and concentrated on a point, changes into the alternate suction and surrender of Charybdis, which is indeed, I doubt not, the true meaning of that marvellous fable, infinite as Bacon said of it, in matter of meditation. pg 265, this disease of desire having a special relation to the great art of exchange, or commerce, we must, in order to complete our code of first principles, shortly state the nature and limits of that art. As the currency conveys right of choice out of many things in exchange for one, so commerce is the agency by which the power of choice is obtained, and countries producing pg 266 only timber can obtain for their timber silk and gold, or naturally producing only jewels and frankincense, can obtain for them cattle and corn. In this function commerce is of more importance to a country in proportion to the limitations of its products and the restlessness of its fancy, generally of greater importance towards northern latitudes. pg 267 commerce is necessary, however, not only to exchange local products but local skill. Labour requiring the agency of fire can only be given abundantly in cold countries, labour requiring suppleness of body and sensitiveness of touch only in warm ones, labor involving accurate vivacity of thought only in temperate ones, while peculiar imaginative actions are produced by extremes of heat and cold, and of light and darkness. The production of great art is limited to climates pg 268, warm enough to admit of repose in the open air, and cool enough to render such repose delightful. Minor variations in modes of skill distinguish every locality. The labor which at any place is easiest, is in that place cheapest, and it becomes often desirable that products raised in one country should be wrought in another. Hence have arisen discussions pg 269 on international values, which will be one day remembered as highly curious exercises of the human mind, for it will be discovered, in due course of tide and time, that international value is regulated just as interprovincial or interparishnal value is. Coals and hops are exchanged between Northumberland and Kent on absolutely the same principles as iron and wine between Lancashire and Spain. The greater breadth of an arm of the sea increases the cost, but does not modify the principle of exchange, and a bargain written in two languages will have no other economical results than a bargain written in one. The distances of nations are measured not by seas, but by ignorances, and their divisions determined not by dialects, but by enmities. Of course, a system of international values may always be constructed if we assume a relation of moral law to physical geography, as, for instance, that it is right to cheat across a river, though not across a road, or across a lake, though not across a river, or over a mountain, though not across a lake, etc. Again, a system of such values may be constructed by assuming similar relations of taxation to physical geography, as, for instance, that an article should be taxed in crossing a river, but not in crossing a road, or in being carried over a mountain, but not over a ferry, etc. Such positions are indeed not easily maintained when once put in logical form, but one law of international value is maintainable in any form, namely, that the farther your neighbor lives from you, and the less he understands you, the more you are bound to be true in your dealings with him, because your pg 270 power over him is greater in proportion to his ignorance, and his remedy more difficult in proportion to his distance. I have just said the breadth of sea increases the cost of exchange. Exchange or commerce as such is always costly, the sum of the value of the goods being diminished by the cost of their conveyance, and by the maintenance of the persons employed in it, so that it is only when there is advantage to both producers in getting the one thing for the other, greater than the loss in conveyance, that the exchange is expedient. And it is only justly conducted when the porters kept by the producers, commonly called merchants, look only for pay, and not for profit. For in just commerce there are but three parties, two persons or societies exchanging, and the agent or agents of exchange. The value of the things to be exchanged is known by both the exchangers, and each receives equivalent value, neither gaining nor losing, for whatever one gains the other loses. The intermediate agent is paid an equal and known percentage by both, partly for labor in conveyance, partly for care, knowledge, and risk. Every attempt at concealment of the amount of the pay indicates either effort on the part of the agent to obtain exorbitant percentage, or effort on the part of the exchangers to refuse him a just one. But for the most part it is the first, namely, the effort on the part of the merchant to obtain larger profit, so called by buying cheap and selling dear. Some part indeed of this larger gain is deserved, and might be openly demanded, because it is the reward of the merchant's knowledge, and foresight of probable necessity. But the greater part of such gain is unjust, and unjust in this most fatal way, that it depends first on keeping the exchangers ignorant of the exchange value of the articles, and secondly, on taking advantage of the buyer's need and the seller's poverty. It is, therefore, one of the essential, and quite the most fatal forms of usury, for usury means merely taking an exorbitant sum for the use of anything, and it is no matter whether the exorbitance is on loan or exchange, in rent or in price the essence of. The usury being that it is obtained by advantage of opportunity or necessity, and not as due reward for labor. All the great thinkers, therefore, have pg 271 held it to be unnatural and impious, in so far as it feeds on the distress of others, or their folly. Nevertheless attempts to repress it by law, in other words, to regulate prices by law so far as their variations depend on iniquity, and not on nature, must forever be ineffective. Though Plato, Bacon, and the first Napoleon, all three of them men who knew somewhat more of humanity than the British merchant, usually dostried their hands at it, and have left some probably good moderative forms of law, which we will examine in their place. but the only final check upon it must be radical purifying of the national character, for being, as Bacon calls it, concessum propter duratim cordis, it is to be done away with by touching the heart only, not, however, without medicinal lowers in the case of the other permission, propter duratim. But in this, more than in anything, though much in all, and though in this he would not himself allow of their application, for his own laws against usury are sharp enough, Plato's words are true in the 4th book of the Polity, that neither drugs nor charms nor burnings will touch a deeplying political sore, any more than a deep bodily one, but only right and utter change of constitution, and that they do but lose their labour who think that by any tricks of law they can get the better of these mischiefs of intercourse, and see not that they hew at a hydra. And indeed this hydra seems so unslayable, and sin sticks so fast between the joinings of the stones of buying and selling, that to trade in things, or literally cross-give them, has warped itself, by the instinct of nations, into their worst word for fraud. For because in trade there cannot but be trust, and it seems also that there cannot but also be injury in answer to it, what is merely fraud between enemies becomes treachery among friends, and trader, traditor, and traitor are but the same word. For which simplicity of language there is more reason than at first appears, for as in true commerce there is no profit, so in true commerce there is no sale. The idea of sale is that of an interchange pg 272 between enemies respectively endeavouring to get the better of one another, but commerce is an exchange between friends, and there is no desire but that it should be just, any more than there would be between members of the same family. The moment there is a bargain over the pottage, the family relation is dissolved. Typically, the days of mourning for my father are at hand, whereupon follows the resolve, then will I slay my brother. This inhumanity of mercenary commerce is the more notable because it is a fulfillment of the law that the corruption of the best is the worst. For as, taking the body natural for symbol of the body politic, the governing and forming powers may be likened to the brain, and the labouring to the limbs, the mercantile, presiding over circulation and communication of things in changed utilities, is symbolized by the heart, which, if it harden, all is lost. And this is the ultimate lesson which the leader of English intellect meant for us, a lesson indeed not all his own, but part of the old wisdom of humanity, in the tale of the Merchant of Venice, in which the true and incorrupt merchant, kind and free, beyond every other Shakespearean conception of men, is opposed to the corrupted merchant or usurer, the lesson being deepened by the expression of the strange hatred which the corrupted merchant bears to the pure one, mixed with intense scorn. This is the fool that lent out money gratis. Look to him, jailer, as to lunatic no less than criminal. The enmity, observe, having its symbolism literally carried out by being aimed straight at the heart, and finally foiled by a literal appeal to the great moral law that flesh and blood cannot be weighed, enforced by portion, the type of divine fortune, found, not in gold nor in silver but in lead, that pg 273 is to say, in endurance and patience, not in splendour, and finally taught by her lips also, declaring instead of the law and quality of mercies, the greater law and quality of mercy which is not strained, but drops as the rain, blessing him that gives and him that takes. And observe that this mercy is not the mean misericordia, but the mighty gratia, answered by gratitude. Observe Shylock's leaning on the, to him detestable, word gratis, and compare the relation of grace to equity given in the 2nd chapter of the 2nd book of the Memorabilia. That is to say, it is the gracious or loving, instead of the strained or competing manner, of doing things answered, not only with mercies or pay, but with merci or thanks. And this is indeed the meaning of the great benediction, grace, mercy, and peace, for there can be no peace without grace, not even by help of rifled cannon, nor even without triplicity of graciousness, for the Greeks, who began with but one grace, had to open their scheme into 3 before they had done. With the usual tendency of long-repeated thought to take the surface for the deep, we have conceived their goddesses as if they only gave loveliness to gesture, whereas their true function is to give graciousness to deed, the other loveliness arising naturally out of that. In which function charis becomes charitas, and has a name and praise even greater pg 274 than that of faith or truth, for these may be maintained sullenly and proudly, but charis is in her countenance always gladdening Aglaia, and in her service instant and humble, and the true wife of Vulcan or Labour. And it is not until her sincerity of function is lost, and her mere beauty contemplated instead of her patience, that she is born again of the foam flake, and becomes Aphrodite, then only capable of joining herself to war and to the enmities of men, instead of to labor and their services. Therefore the fable of Mars and Venus is, chosen by Homer, picturing himself as Demodocus, to sing at the games in the court of Alcinous. Phasia is the Homeric island of Atlantis, an image of noble and wise government, concealed how slightly, merely by the change of a short vowel for a long one in the name of its queen, yet misunderstood by all later writers, even by Horace in his PG 275 Pinguis, Fax, etc. That fable expresses the perpetual error of men, thinking that grace and dignity can only be reached by the soldier, and never by the artisan, so that commerce and the useful arts have had the honor and beauty taken away, and only the fraud and pain left to them with the lucre. Which is, indeed, one great reason of the continual blundering about the offices of government with respect to commerce. The higher classes are ashamed to deal with it, and though ready enough to fight for or occasionally against the people, to preach to them, or judge them, will not break bread for them. The refined upper servant who has willingly looked after the burnishing of the armory and ordering of the library, not liking to set foot into the larder. Farther still, as Charis becomes Charitas on the one side, she becometh bitter still Chara joy on the other, or rather this is her very mother's milk and the beauty of her childhood, for God brings no enduring love nor any other good, out of PG 276 pain, nor out of contention, but out of joy and harmony. And in this sense, human and divine music and gladness and the measures of both come into her name, and share becomes full-voweled cheer and cheerful, and Chara companioned opens into choir and choral. And lastly, as grace passes into freedom of action, Charis becomes Eleutheria or liberality, a form of liberty quite curiously and intensely different from the thing usually understood by liberty in modern language, indeed, much more like what some people would call slavery, for a Greek always understood primarily by liberty. Deliverance from the law of his own passions, or from what the Christian writers call bondage of corruption, and this a complete liberty, not having to resist the passion, but making it fawn upon, and follow hymthais may be again partly the meaning of the fawning beasts about the Circean cave. So again, George Herbert. Correct thy passion's spite. Then may the beasts draw thee to happy light, not being merely safe from the siren, but also unbound from the mast. And it is only in such generosity that any man becomes capable of so governing others as to take true part in any system of national economy. Nor is there any other eternal distinction between the upper and lower classes than this form of liberty, Eleutheria or benignity in the one, and its opposite of slavery, douleia or malignity in the other. The separation of these two orders of men, and the firm government of the lower by the higher, being the first conditions of possible wealth and economy in any state, the gods giving it no greater gift than the power to discern its freemen, and malignum spurner vulgus. PG 277. The examination of this form of charis must therefore lead us into the discussion of the principles of government in general, and especially of that of the poor by the rich, discovering how the graciousness joined with the greatness, or love with majestas, is the true Dei Gratia, or divine right of every form and manner of king. 1. Specifically of the thrones, dominations, princedoms, virtues and powers of the earth of the thrones, stable or ruling, literally right-doing powers rex eris, recti facies, of the dominations, lordly, edifying, dominant and harmonious powers, chiefly domestic over the built thing domus or house, and inherently twofold dominus and domina, lord and lady, of the princedoms, preeminent, incipient, creative and demonstrative powers, thus poetic and mercantile, in the princeps Carmen Deduxis and the merchant prince, of the virtues or courages, militant, guiding or ducal powers, and finally of the strengths and forces pure, magistral powers of the more over the less, and the forceful and free over the weak and servile elements of life. Subject enough for the next paper involving economical principles of some importance, of which for theme here is a sentence which I do not care to translate, for it would sound harsh in English, though truly it is one of the tenderest ever uttered by man, which may be meditated over, or rather through in the meanwhile, by anyone who will take the pains. His Grace will gamito whites a bull he led, etc. Trust is the passive of true saying, as faith is the passive of doing, and the right learning of these etymologies, which are in the strictest sense only to be learned by heart, is of considerably more importance to the youth of a nation than its reading and ciphering. La scone sent vita. ad agni canascenza or lifa bruni. On the other hand, the redeemable sins of avarice and prodigality are in Dante's sight, those which are without deliberate or calculated operation. The lust or lavishness of riches can be purged, so long as there has been no servile consistency of dispute and competition for them. The sin is spoken of as that of degradation by the love of earth. It is purified by deeper humiliation. Souls crawl on their bellies, their chant, "My soul cleaveth unto the dust." But the spirits here condemned are all recognizable, and even the worst examples of the thirst for gold, which they are compelled to tell the histories of during the night, are of men swept by the passion of avarice into violent crime, but not sold to its steady work. The precept given to each of these spirits for its deliverance is turn thine eyes to the lucre lure which the eternal king rolls with the mighty wheels, otherwise the wheels of the greater fortune, of which the constellation is ascending when Dante's dream begins. Compare George Herbert. Lift up thy head. Take stars for money, stars not to be told. Buy any art yet to be purchased. And Plato's notable sentence in the third book of Polity, tell them they have divine gold and silver in their souls forever, that they need no money stamped of many there may they otherwise than impiously mingle the gathering of the divine with the mortal treasure, for through that which the law of the multitude has coined, endless crimes have been done and suffered, but in theirs is neither pollution nor sorrow. At the entrance of this place of punishment, an evil spirit is seen by Dante, quite other than the Gran Nemico. The great enemy is obeyed knowingly and willingly, but this spirit feminine called a Cyrenes, the deceitfulness of riches, of the Gospels, winning obedience by guile. This is the idol of riches, made doubly phantasmal by Dante's seeing her in a dream. She is lovely to look upon, and enchants by her sweet singing, but her womb is loathsome. Now Dante does not call her one of the sirens carelessly, any more than he speaks of Charybdis carelessly, and though he had only got at the meaning of the Homeric fable through Virgil's obscure tradition of it, the clue he has given us is quite enough. Bacon's interpretation, the sirens or pleasures which has become universal since his time, is opposed alike to Plato's meaning and Homer's. The sirens are not pleasures but desires. In the Odyssey they are the phantoms of vain desire, but in Plato's vision of destiny, phantoms of constant desire, singing each a different note on the circles of the distaff of necessity, but forming one harmony, to which the three great fates put words. Dante, however, adopted the Homeric conception of them, which was that they were demons of the imagination, not carnal desire of the eyes, not lust of the flesh, therefore said to be daughters of the Muses. Yet not of the Muses, heavenly or historical, but of the Muse of pleasure. And they are at first winged, because even vain hope excites and helps when first formed, but afterwards, contending for the possession of the imagination with the Muses themselves, they are deprived of their wings, and thus we are to distinguish the siren power from the power of Circe, who is no daughter of the Muses, but of the strong elements sun and sea. Her power is that of frank and full vital pleasure, which if governed and watched nourishes men, but unwatched and having no moly, bitterness or delay mixed with it, turns men into beasts but does not slay them, leaves them, on the contrary, power of revival. She is herself indeed an enchantress, pure animal life. Transforming her, degrading but always wonderful, she puts the stores on board the ship invisibly, and is gone again like a ghost. Even the wild beasts rejoice and are softened around her cave. To men she gives no rich feast, nothing but pure and right nourishment, Pramnian wine, cheese and flour, that is corn, milk and wine, the three great sustainers of life. It is their own fault if these make swine of them, and swine are chosen merely as the type of consumption, as Plato's in the second book of the Polity, and perhaps chosen by Homer with a deeper knowledge of the likeness of nourishment, and internal form of body. Et quel est, essil vus plate, cet Odyssea animal qui si permit detrabati o dedans comme une jolie petite fille. Hellas, cheer infant j I haunt de l'anama, et il ni faudra par emen vouloir, c'est le cachan. Si en est par précisement flatteur pour vous, mais nous en sommes tous là, et si cela vous contrarie par trop, il faut aller vous plaindre au bon Dieu qui a voulu, quelles choses facent arranges ainsi. Sûrement le cachan, qui ni pense que manger, a el estomac. Bien plus vaste que nous et c'est taudres une consolation, histoire d'une bouche de pain, letter 9, but the deadly sirens are all things opposed to the Circean power. They promise pleasure but never give it, they nourish in no wise, but slay by slow death. And whereas they corrupt the heart and the head, instead of merely betraying the senses, there is no recovery from their power. They do not tear nor snatch like Scylla, but the men who have listened to them are poisoned and waste away. Note that the siren's field is covered, not merely with the bones, but with the skins of those who have been consumed there. They address themselves, in the part of the song which Homer gives, not to the passions of Ulysses, but to his vanity, and the only man who ever came within hearing of them, and escaped untempted, was Orpheus, who silenced the vain imaginations by singing the praises of the gods. It is, then, one of these sirens whom Dante takes as the phantasm or deceitfulness of riches, but note further that she says it was her song that deceived Ulysses. Look back to Dante's account of Ulysses' death, and we find it was not the love of money but pride of knowledge that betrayed him, whence we get the clue to Dante's complete meaning, that the souls whose love of wealth is pardonable have been first deceived into pursuit of it by a dream of its higher uses, or by ambition. His siren is therefore the Philotime of Spenser, daughter of Mammon, whom all that folk with such contention do flock about. My dear, my daughter is honour and dignity from her alone derived art. By comparing Spenser's entire account of this Philotime with Dante's of the wealth siren, we shall get at the full meaning of both poets, but that of Homer lies hidden much more deeply. For his sirens are indefinite, and they are desires of any evil thing. Power of wealth is not specially indicated by him, until, escaping the harmonious danger of imagination, Ulysses has to choose between two practical ways of life, indicated by the two rocks of Scylla and Charybdis. The monsters that haunt them are quite distinct from the rocks themselves, which, having many other subordinate significations, are in the main labour and idleness, or getting and spending, each with its attendant monster or betraying demon. The rock of gaining has its summit in the clouds, invisible and not to be climbed. That of spending is low but marked by the cursed fig tree, which has leaves but no fruit. We know the type elsewhere, and there is a curious lateral allusion to it by Dante when Jacopo di Sant'Andrea, who had ruined himself by profusion and committed suicide, scatters the leaves of the bush of Lato Digliagli, endeavouring to hide himself among them. We shall hereafter examine the type completely. Here I will only give an approximate rendering of Homer's words, which have been obscured more by translation than even by tradition. They are overhanging rocks. The great waves of blue water break round them, and the blessed gods call them the wanderers. By one of them no winged thing can pass, not even the wild doves that bring ambrosia to their father Jove, but the smooth rock seizes its sacrifice of them, not even ambrosia to be had without labour. The word is peculiar as a part of anything offered for sacrifice, especially used of heavy offering. It reaches the wide heaven with its top, and a dark blue cloud rests on it, and never passes, neither does the clear sky hold it in summer nor in harvest, nor can any man climb it not if he had 20 feet and hands, for it is smooth as though it were hewn. And in the midst of it is a cave which is turned the way of hell. And therein dwells Scylla whining for prey. Her cry indeed is no louder than that of a newly born whelp, but she herself is an awful thing. Nor can any creature see her face and be glad, no, though it were a god that rose against her. For she has 12 feet, all 4 feet, and 6 necks, and terrible heads on them, and each has 3 rows of teeth, full of black death. But the opposite rock is lower than this, though but a bowshot distant, and upon it there is a great fig tree full of leaves, and under it the terrible Charybdis sucks it down and thrice casts it up again. Be not thou there when she sucks down, for Neptune himself could not save thee. The reader will find the meaning of these types gradually elicited as we proceed. 4 laws and governments, labour and riches. It remains, in order to complete the series of our definitions, that we examine the general conditions of government, and fix the sense in which we are to use, in future, the terms applied to them. The government of a state consists in its customs, laws, and councils, and their enforcements. 1. Customs. As one person primarily differs from another by fineness of nature, and secondarily by fineness of training, so also a polite nation differs from a savage one, first by the refinement of its nature, and secondly by the delicacy of its customs. In the completeness or accomplishment of custom, which is the nation's self-government, there are 3 stages. First, fineness in method of doing or of being, called the manner or moral of acts. Secondly, firmness in holding such method after adoption, so that it shall become a habit in the character. 1. a constant having or behaving, and lastly practice or ethical power in performance and endurance, which is the skill following on habit and the ease reached by frequency of right doing. The sensibility of the nation is indicated by the fineness of its customs, its courage, patience, and temperance by its persistence in them. By sensibility I mean its natural perception of beauty, fitness, and rightness, or of what is lovely, decent, and just, pg 279 faculties dependent much on race, and the primal signs of fine breeding in man, but cultivable also by education, and necessary perishing without it. True education has, indeed, no other function than the development of these faculties, and of the relative will. It has been the great error of modern intelligence to mistake science for education. You do not educate a man by telling him what he knew not, but by making him what he was not. And making him what he will remain forever, for no wash of weeds will bring back the faded purple. And in that dyeing there are two processes: first, the cleansing and wringing out, which is the baptism with water, and then the infusing of the blue and scarlet colors, gentleness and justice, which is the baptism with fire. The customs and manners of a sensitive and highly trained race are always vital. That is to say, they are orderly manifestations of intense life, like the habitual action of the fingers of a musician. The customs and manners of a vile and rude race, on the contrary, are conditions of decay. They are not, properly speaking, habits but incrustations, not restraints or forms of life, but gangrenes noisome and the beginnings of death. And generally, so far as custom attaches itself to indolence instead of action, and to prejudice instead of perception, it takes this deadly character, so that thus custom hangs upon us with a weight heavy as frost and deep almost as life. This power and depth are, however, just what give value to custom when it works with life instead of against it. The high ethical training of a nation being threefold, of body, heart, and practice, compare the statement in the preface to unto this last, involves exquisiteness in all its perceptions of circumstance, all its occupations of thought. It implies perfect grace, pitifulness, and peace. It is irreconcilably inconsistent with filthy or mechanical employments, with the desire of money, and with mental states of anxiety, jealousy, and indifference to pain. The present insensibility of the upper classes of Europe to the aspects of suffering, uncleanness, and crime binds them not only into one responsibility with pg 280 the sin, but into one dishonor with the foulness, which rot at their thresholds. The crimes daily recorded in the police courts of London and Paris, and much more those which are unrecorded, are a disgrace to the whole body politic. They are, as in the body natural, stains of disease on a face of delicate skin, making the delicacy itself frightful. Similarly, the filth and poverty permitted or ignored in the midst of us are as dishonorable to the whole social body, as in the body natural it is to wash the face, but leave the hands and feet foul. Christ's way is the only true one. Begin at the feet, the face will take care of itself. Yet since necessarily in the frame of a nation nothing but the head can be of gold, and the feet, for the work they have to do, must be part of iron, part of clay, foul or mechanical work is always reduced by a noble race to the minimum in quantity, and even then performed and endured, not without sense of degradation, as a fine temper is wounded by the sight of the lower offices of the body. The highest conditions of human society reached hitherto have cast such work to slaves. Supposing slavery of a politically defined kind to be done away with, mechanical and foul employment must in all highly organized states take the aspect either of punishment or probation. All criminals should at once be set to the most dangerous and painful forms of it, especially to work in mines and at furnaces, so as to relieve the innocent population as far as possible. Of merely rough, not mechanical manual labor, especially agricultural, a large portion should be done by the upper classes, bodily health and sufficient contrast and repose for the mental functions being unattainable without it. What necessarily inferior labor remains to be done, as especially in manufactures, should, and always will, when the relations of society are reverent and harmonious, fall to the lot of those who, for the time, are fit for nothing better. For as, whatever the perfectness of the educational system, there must remain infinite differences between the natures and capacities of men, and these differing natures are generally rangeable under the two qualities of lordly or tending towards rule, construction and harmony, and servile or tending towards misrule, destruction and discord. And since the lordly part is only in a state of profitableness while ruling, and the servile only in a state of redeemableness while serving, the whole health of the state depends on the manifest separation of these two elements of its mind. For, if the servile part be not separated and rendered visible in service, it mixes with and corrupts the entire body of the state, and if the lordly part be not distinguished and set to rule, it is crushed and lost, being turned to no account, so that the rarest qualities of the nation are all given to it in vain. The effecting of which distinction is the first object, as we shall see presently, of national councils. Pg 282. 2 Laws. These are the definitions and bonds of custom, or of what the nation desires should become custom. Law is either archaic of direction, meristic of division, or critic of judgment. Archaic law is that of appointment and precept. It defines what is and is not to be done. Meristic law is that of balance and distribution. It defines what is and is not to be possessed. Critic law is that of discernment and award. It defines what is and is not to be suffered. If we choose to class the laws of precept and distribution under the general head of statutes, all law is simply either of statute or judgment. That is, first, the establishment of ordinance, and secondly, the assignment of the reward or penalty due to its observance or violation. Pg 283. To some extent these two forms of law must be associated, and with every ordinance, the penalty of disobedience to it be also determined. But since the degrees and guilt of disobedience vary, the determination of due reward and punishment must be modified by discernment of special fact, which is peculiarly the office of the judge, as distinguished from that of the lawgiver and law-sustainer or king. Not but that the two offices are always theoretically, and in early stages or limited numbers of society, are often practically, united in the same person or persons. Also, it is necessary to keep clearly in view the distinction between these two kinds of law, because the possible range of law is wider in proportion to their separation. There are many points of conduct, respecting which the nation may wisely express its will by a written precept or resolve, yet not enforce it by penalty, and the expedient degree of penalty is always quite a separate consideration from the expedience of the statute, for the statute may often be better enforced by mercy than severity, and is also easier in bearing, and less likely to be abrogated. Farther, laws of precept have reference especially to youth, and concern themselves with training, but laws of judgment to manhood, and concern themselves with remedy and reward. There is a highly curious feeling in the English mind against educational law. We think no man's liberty should be interfered with till he has done irrevocable wrong, whereas it is then just too late for the only gracious and kingly interference, which is to hinder him from doing it. Make your educational laws strict, and your criminal ones may be gentle, but leave youth its liberty and you will have to dig dungeons for age. And it is good for a man that he wear the yoke in his youth, for the yoke of youth, if you know how to hold it, may be of silken thread, and there is sweet chime of silver bells at that bridle rein, but for the captivity of age you must forge the iron fetter and cast the passing bell. Since no law can be in a final or true sense established, but by right all unjust laws involving the ultimate necessity of their own abrogation, the law-sustaining power in so far as it is royal or right-doing, in so far, that is, as Pg 284 it rules, not misrules, and orders, not disorders, the things submitted to it. Throned on this rock of justice, the kingly power becomes established and establishing, or divine, and therefore it is literally true that no ruler can err, so long as he is a ruler or perverted by careless thought, which has cost the world somewhat. Into the king can do no wrong, which is a divine right of kings indeed, and quite unassailable, so long as the terms of it are God and my right, and not Satan and my wrong, which is apt in some coinages to appear on the reverse of the die under a good lens. Meristic law, or that of tenure of property, first determines what every individual possesses by right and secures it to him, and what he possesses by wrong and deprives him of it. But it has a far higher provisory function. It determines what every man should possess and puts it within his reach on due conditions, and what he should not possess and puts this out of his reach conclusively. Every article of human wealth has certain conditions attached to its merited possession, which, when they are unobserved, possession becomes rapine. The object of meristic law is not only to secure every man his rightful share, the share, that is, which he has worked for, produced, or received by gift from a rightful owner, but to enforce the due conditions of possession, as far as law may conveniently reach. For instance, that land shall not be wantonly allowed to run to waste, that streams shall not be poisoned by the persons through whose properties they pass, nor air be rendered unwholesome beyond given limits. Laws of this kind exist already in rudimentary degree, but needing large development. The just laws respecting the possession of works of art have not hitherto been so much as conceived, and the daily loss of national wealth, and of its use in this respect, is quite incalculable. While finally, in certain conditions pg 285 of a nation's progress, laws limiting accumulation of property may be found expedient. Critic law determines questions of injury, and assigns due rewards and punishments to conduct. Therefore, in order to true analysis of it, we must understand the real meaning of this word injury. We commonly understand by it any kind of harm done by one man to another, but we do not define the idea of pg 286 harm. Sometimes we limit it to the harm which the sufferer is conscious of, whereas much the worst injuries are those he is unconscious of, and at other times we limit the idea to violence or restraint, whereas much the worst forms of injury are to be accomplished by carelessness and the withdrawal of restraint. Injury is, then, simply the refusal or violation of any man's right or claim upon his fellows, which claim, much talked of in modern times under the term right, is mainly resolvable into two branches: a man's claim not to be hindered from doing what he should, and his claim to be hindered from doing what he should not. These two forms of hindrance being intensified by reward, or help and fortune, or fors on one side, and punishment, impediment, and even final arrest, or mors on the other. Now, in order to a man's obtaining these two rights, it is clearly needful that the worth of him should be approximately known, as well as the want of worth, which has, unhappily, been usually the principal subject of study for critic law, careful hitherto only to mark degrees of demerit, instead of merit, assigning indeed to the deficiencies not always, alas, even to these just fine diminution, or with the broad vowels damnation, but to the efficiencies on the other side, which are by much the more interesting, as well as the only profitable part of its subject, assigning in any clear way neither measurement nor aid. Now it is in this higher and perfect function of critic law, enabling as well as disabling, that it becomes truly kingly or basilican, instead of draconic, what Providence gave the great, old, wrathful legislator his name. That is, it becomes the law of man and of life, instead of the law of the worm and of death, both of these laws being set in everlasting poise one against another, and the enforcement of both being the eternal function of the lawgiver, and true claim of every living soul, such claim being indeed as straight and earnest to be mercifully hindered, and even, if need be, abolished, when longer existence means only deeper destruction, as to be mercifully helped and recreated when longer existence and new creation mean nobler life. So that what we vulgarly pg 287 term reward and punishment will be found to resolve themselves mainly into help and hindrance, and these again will issue naturally from true recognition of deserving, and the just reverence and just wrath which follow instinctively on such recognition. I say follow, but in reality they are the recognition. Reverence is but the perceiving of the thing in its entire truth. Truth reverted is truth revered, veria and veritas having clearly the same root, so that Goethe is for once, and for a wonder, wrong in that part of the noble scheme of education in Wilhelm Meister, in which he says that reverence is not innate and must be taught. Reverence is as instinctive as anger, both of them instant on true vision. It is sight and understanding that we have to teach, and these are reverence. Make a man perceive worth, and in its reflection he sees his own relative unworth and worships thereupon inevitably, not with stiff courtesy but rejoicingly, passionately, and best of all restfully. For the inner capacity of awe and love is infinite in man, and when his eyes are once opened to the sight of beauty and honor, it is with him as with a lover, who, falling at his mistress's feet, would cast himself through the earth if it might be to fall lower, and find a deeper and humbler place. And the common insolences and petulances of the people, and their talk of equality, are not irreverence in them in the least, but mere blindness, stupefaction, and fog in the brains, which pass away in the degree that they are raised and purified. The first sign of which raising is, that they gain some power of discerning, and some patience in submitting to their true counselors and governors, the modes of such discernment forming the real constitution of the state, and not the titles or offices of the discerned person, for it is no matter, save in degree of mischief, to what office a man is appointed if he cannot fulfill it. And this brings us to the third division of our subject. pg 288. 3. Government by counsel. This is the determination, by living authority, of the national conduct to be observed under existing circumstances, and the modification or enlargement, abrogation or enforcement, of the code of national law according to present needs or purposes. This government is necessarily always by counsel, for though the authority of it may be vested in one person, that person cannot form any opinion on a matter of public interest, but by voluntarily or involuntarily submitting himself to the influence of others. This government is always twofold, visible and invisible. The visible government is that which nominally carries on the national business, determines its foreign relations, raises taxes, levies soldiers, fights battles, or directs that they be fought, and otherwise becomes the exponent of the national fortune. The invisible government is that exercised by all energetic and intelligent men, each in his sphere, regulating the inner will and secret ways of the people, essentially forming its character and preparing its fate. Visible governments are the toys of some nations, the diseases of others, the harness of some, the burdens of the more, the necessity of all. Sometimes their career is quite distinct from that of the people, and to write it as the national history is as if one should number the accidents which befall a man's weapons and wardrobe, and call the list his biography. Nevertheless, a truly noble and wise nation necessarily has a noble and wise visible government, for its wisdom issues in that conclusively. Not out of the oak nor out of the rock, but out of the temper of man is his polity. Where the temper inclines, it inclines as Samson by his pillar, and draws all down with it. Visible governments are, in their agencies, capable of three pure forms, and of no more than three. They are either monarchies where the authority is vested in one person, oligarchies when it is vested in a minority, or democracies when vested in a majority. But these three forms are not only, in practice, variously limited and combined, but capable of infinite difference in character and use, receiving specific names according to their pg 289 variations, which names being nowise agreed upon, nor consistently used either in thought or writing, no man can at present tell in speaking of any kind of government whether he is understood, nor in hearing whether he understands. Thus we usually call a just government by one person a monarchy, and an unjust or cruel one a tyranny. This might be reasonable if it had reference to the divinity of true government, but to limit the term oligarchy to government by a few rich people, and to call government by a few wise or noble people aristocracies, is evidently absurd, unless it were proved that rich people never could be wise or noble people rich, and farther absurd because there are other distinctions in character, as well as riches or wisdom, greater purity of race, or strength of purpose, for instance, which may give the power of government to the few. So that if we had to give names to every group or kind of minority, we should have verbiage enough, but there is one right name, oligarchy. So also the terms republic and democracy are confused, especially in modern use, and both of them are liable to every sort of misconception. A republic means properly a polity in which the state with its all is at every man's service, and every man with his all at the state's service. People are apt to lose sight of the last condition, but its government may nevertheless be oligarchic consular, or decemviral, for instance, or monarchic dictatorial. But a democracy means a state in which the government rests directly with the majority of the citizens. And both these conditions have been judged only by such accidents and aspects of them as each of us has had experience of, and sometimes both have been confused with anarchy, as it is the fashion at present to talk of the failure of republican institutions in America, when there has never yet been in America any such thing as an institution, neither any such thing as a respublica, but only a multitudinous res privata, every man for himself. It is not republicanism which fails now in America, it is your model science of political economy brought to its perfect practice. There you may see competition, and the law of demand and supply, especially in paper, in beautiful and pg 290 unhindered operation. Lust of wealth and trust in it, vulgar faith in magnitude and multitude instead of nobleness, besides that faith natural to backwoodsmen, lucum ligna, perpetual self-contemplation, issuing in passionate vanity, total ignorance of the finer and higher arts and of all that they teach and bestow, and the discontent of energetic minds unoccupied, frantic with hope of uncomprehended change and progress they know not whither. These are the things that they have failed with in America, and yet not altogether failed. It is not collapse but collision, the greatest railroad accident on record, with fire caught from the furnace, and Catiline's quenching non aqua sed ruina. But I see not, in any of our talk of them, justice enough done to their erratic strength of purpose, nor any estimate taken of the strength of endurance of domestic sorrow in what their women and children suppose a righteous cause. And out of that endurance and suffering, its own fruit will be borne with time, and Carlyle's prophecy of them June, 1850, as it has now come true in the first clause, will in the last. America too will find that caucuses, division lists, stump oratory and speeches to buncombe will not carry men to the immortal gods, that the Washington Congress and constitutional battle of Kilkenny cats is, there is here, not for such objects. pg 291 quite incompetent for such, and in fine that said sublime constitutional arrangement will require to be with terrible throes, and travail such as few expect yet remodelled, abridged, extended, suppressed, torn asunder, put together again, not without heroic labour and effort quite other than that of the stump orator and the revival preacher, one day. Understand, then, once for all, that no form of government, provided it be a government at all, is, as such, either to be condemned or praised, or contested for in any wise, but by fools. But all forms of government are good just so far as they attain this one vital necessity of policy, that the wise and kind, few or many, shall govern the unwise and unkind, and they are evil so far as they miss of this or reverse it. Nor does the form in any case signify one whit, but its firmness and adaptation to the need. For if there be many foolish persons in a state and few wise, then it is good that the few govern. And if there be many wise and few foolish, then it is good that many govern. And if many be wise yet one wiser, then it is good that one should govern, and so on. Thus we may have the ants' republic and the realm of bees, both good in their kind, one for groping and the other for building, and nobler still for flying, the ducal monarchy of those intelligent of seasons that set forth the airy caravan high over seas. Nor need we want examples among the inferior creatures of dissoluteness, as well as resoluteness in government. I once saw democracy finely illustrated by the beetles of North Switzerland, who, by universal suffrage and electric acclamation, one May twilight, carried it that they would fly over the Lake of Zug, and flew short, to the great disfigurement of the Lake of Zug over some leagues square, and to the close of the cockchafer democracy for that year. The old fable of the frogs and the stork finely touches one form of tyranny, but truth will touch it more nearly than fable, for tyranny is not complete when it is only over the idle, but when it is over the laborious and the blind. This description of pelicans and climbing perch, which I find quoted in one of our popular natural histories, out of Sir Emerson pg 292 Tennant's Salon, comes as near as may be to the true image of the thing. Heavy rains came on, and as we stood on the high ground we observed a pelican on the margin of the shallow pool gorging himself. Our people went towards him and raised a cry of fish. Fish! We hurried down, and found numbers of fish struggling upward through the grass, in the rills formed by the trickling of the rain. There was scarcely water to cover them, but nevertheless they made rapid progress up the bank, on which our followers collected about 2 baskets of them. They were forcing their way up the knoll, and had they not been interrupted, first by the pelican, and afterwards by ourselves, they would in a few minutes have gained the highest point, and descended on the other side into a pool which formed another portion of the tank. In going this distance, however, they must have used muscular exertion enough to have taken them half a mile on level ground, for at these places all the cattle and wild animals of the neighbourhood had latterly come to drink, so that the surface was everywhere indented with footmarks, in addition to the cracks in the surrounding baked mud, into which the fish tumbled in their progress. In those holes which were deep and the sides perpendicular, they remained to die and were carried off by kites and crows. But whether governments be bad or good, one general disadvantage seems to attach to them in modern times, that they are all costly. This, however, is not essentially the fault of the governments. If nations choose to play at war, they will always find their governments willing to lead the game, and soon coming under that term of Aristophanes, shield sellers. And when the shields take the form of iron ships, with apparatus for defence against liquid firers, I see by latest accounts they are now arranging the decks in English dockyards, they become costly biers enough for the grey convoy of chief mourner waves, wreathed with funereal foam, to bear back the dead upon, the massy shoulders of those corpse-bearers being intended for quite other work, and to bear the living if we would let them. Nor have we the least right to complain of our governments being expensive so long as we set the government to do precisely the work which brings no return. If our present doctrines of political economy be just, let us trust them to pg 293 the utmost, take that war business out of the government's hands, and test therein the principles of supply and demand. Let our future sieges of Sebastopol be done by contract no capture, no pay. I am prepared to admit that things might go better so, and let us sell the commands of our prospective battles with our vicarages to the lowest bidder, so may we have cheap victories and divinity. On the other hand, if we have so much suspicion of our science that we dare not trust it on military or spiritual business, it would be but reasonable to try whether some authoritative handling may not prosper in matters utilitarian. If we were to set our governments to do useful things instead of mischievous, possibly even the apparatus might in time come to be less costly. The machine, applied to the building of the house, might perhaps pay, when it seems not to pay, applied to pulling it down. If we made in our dockyard ships to carry timber and coals instead of cannon, and with provision for brightening of domestic solid culinary fire, instead of for the averting of hostile liquid fire, it might have some effect on the taxes. Or if the iron bottoms were to bring us home nothing better than ivory and peacocks, instead of martial glory, we might at least have gayer suppers, and doors of the right material for dreams after them. Or suppose that we tried the experiment on land instead of water carriage. Already the government, not unapproved, carries letters and parcels for us. Larger packages may in time follow, parcels, even general merchandise. Why not at last ourselves? Had the money spent in local mistakes and vain private litigation on the railroads of England been laid out instead under proper government restraint on really useful railroad work, and had no absurd expense been incurred in ornamenting stations, we might already have had, what ultimately will be found we must have, quadruple rails, 2 for passengers and 2 for traffic, on every great line, and we might have been carried in swift safety and watched and warded by well-paid pointsmen for half the present fares. Suppose it should turn out finally that a true government set to true work, instead of being a costly engine, was a paying one, that your government, rightly organized instead pg 294 of itself subsisting by an income tax, would produce its subjects some subsistence in the shape of an income dividend, police and judges duly paid besides, only with less work than the state at present provides for them. A true government set to true work, not easily imagined, still less obtained, but not beyond human hope or ingenuity. Only you will have to alter your election system somewhat first. Not by universal suffrage, nor by votes purchasable with beer, is such government to be had. That is to say, not by universal equal suffrage. Every man upwards of 20 who had been convicted of no legal crime should have his say in this matter, but afterwards a louder voice as he grows older and approves himself wiser. If he has 1 vote at 20, he should have 2 at 30, 4 at 40, and 10 at 50. For every 1 vote which he has with an income of 100 a year, he should have 10 with an income of 1,000, provided you first see to it that wealth is, as nature intended it to be, the reward of sagacity and industry, not of good luck in a scramble or a lottery. For every 1 vote which he had as subordinate in any business, he should have 2 when he became a master, and every office and authority nationally bestowed, inferring trustworthiness and intellect, should have its known proportional number of votes attached to it. But into the detail and working of a true system in these matters we cannot now enter. We are concerned as yet with definitions only, and statements of first principles, which will be established now sufficiently for our purposes when we have examined the nature of that form of government last on the list in the previous paper, the purely magistral, exciting at present its full share of public notice, under its ambiguous title of slavery. I have not, however, been able to ascertain in definite terms, from the declaimers against slavery, what they understand by it. If they mean only the imprisonment or compulsion being in many cases highly expedient, slavery, so defined, would be no evil in itself, but only in its abuse. That is, when men are slaves, who should not be, or masters, who should not be, or under conditions which should not be. It is not, for instance, a necessary condition of slavery, pg 295, nor a desirable one, that parents should be separated from children or husbands from wives, but the institution of war, against which people declaim with less violence, affects such separations not unfrequently. In a higher permanent manner, to press a sailor, seize a white youth by conscription for a soldier, or carry off a black one for a labourer, may all be right or all wrong, according to needs and circumstances. It is wrong to scourge a man unnecessarily, so it is to shoot him. Both must be done on occasion, and it is better and kinder to flog a man to his work, than to leave him idle till he robs and flog him afterwards. The essential thing for all creatures is to be made to do right. How they are made to do it, be pleasant promises, or hard necessities, pathetic oratory, or the whip, is comparatively immaterial. To be deceived is perhaps as incompatible with human dignity as to be whipped, and I suspect the last instrument to be not the worst, for the help of many individuals. The Jewish nation throve under it, in the hand of a monarch reputed not unwise. It is only the change of whip for scorpion which is expedient, and yet that change is as likely to come to pass on the side of license as of law, for the true scorpion whips are those of the nation's pleasant vices, which are to it as St. John's locust's crown on the head, raven in the mouth and sting in the tail. If it will not bear the rule of Athena and her brother, who shepherd without smiting, Athena at last calls no more in the corners of the streets, and then follows the rule of Tisiphone, who smites without shepherding. If, however, slavery instead of absolute compulsion is meant the purchase by money of the right of compulsion, such purchase is necessarily made whenever a portion of any territory is transferred, for money, from one monarch to another, which has happened frequently enough in history, without its being supposed that the inhabitants of the districts so transferred became their slaves. In this, as in the former case, the dispute seems about the fashion of the thing rather than the fact of it. There are 2 rocks in Midsea, on each of which, neglected equally by instructive and commercial powers, a handful of inhabitants live as they may. 2 pg 296 merchants bid for the 2 properties, but not in the same terms. One bids for the people, buys them, and sets them to work under pain of scourge. The other bids for the rock, buys it, and throws the inhabitants into the sea. The former is the American, the latter the English method of slavery. Much is to be said for, and something against, both, which I hope to say in due time and place. If, however, slavery mean not merely the purchase of the right of compulsion, but the purchase of the body and soul of the creature itself for money, it is not, I think, among the black races that purchases of this kind are most extensively made, or that separate souls of a fine make fetch the highest price. This branch of the inquiry we shall have occasion also to follow out at some length, for in the worst instance of the we are apt to get only Pirhan's answer. The fact is that slavery is not a political institution at all, but an inherent, natural, and eternal inheritance of a large portion of the human race, to whom the more you give of their own will, the more slaves they will make themselves. In common parlance, we idly confuse captivity with slavery, and are always thinking of the difference between pine trunks and cowslip bells, or between carrying wood and clothes stealing, instead of noting the far more serious differences between Ariel and Caliban, and the means by which practically that difference may be brought about. pg 297 I should dwell, even in these prefatory papers, at somewhat more length on this matter, had not all I would say been said already in vain by Carlyle in the first of the latter-day pamphlets, which I commend to the reader's gravest reading. pg 298 together with that as much neglected, and still more immediately needed on model prisons, and with the great chapter on permanence, 5th of the last section of Past and Present, which sums what is known and foreshadows, or rather forelights, all that is to be learned of national discipline. I have only here farther to examine the nature of one worldwide and everlasting form of slavery, wholesome in use, deadly in abused service of the rich by the poor. As in all previous discussions of our subject, we must study this relation in its simplest elements in order to reach its first principles. The simplest state of it is, then, this: a wise pg 299 and provident person works much, consumes little and lays by store. An improvident person works little, consumes all the produce and lays by no store. Accident interrupts the daily work, or renders it less productive. The idle person must then starve or be supported by the provident one, who, having him thus at his mercy, may either refuse to maintain him altogether, or, which will evidently be more to his own interest, say to him, I will maintain you indeed, but you shall now work hard instead of indolently, and instead of being allowed to lay by what you save as you might have done had you remained independent, I will take all the surplus. You would not lay it up yourself. It is wholly your own fault that has thrown you into my power, and I will force you to work or starve. Yet you shall have no profit, only your daily bread. This mode of treatment has now become so universal that it is supposed the only naturalne, the only possible one, and the market wages are calmly defined by economists as the sum which will maintain the labourer. The power of the provident person to do this is only checked by the correlative power of some neighbour of similarly frugal habits, who says to the labourer, I will give you a little more than my provident friend, come and work for me. The power of the provident over the improvident depends thus primarily on their relative numbers, secondarily, on the modes of agreement of the adverse parties with each other. The level of wages is a variable function of the number of provident and idle persons in the world, of the enmity between them as classes, and of the agreement between those of the same class. It depends, from beginning to end, on moral conditions. Supposing the rich to be entirely selfish, it is always for their interest that the poor should be as numerous as they can employ and restrain. For granting the entire population no larger than the ground can easily maintain, that the classes are stringently divided, and that there is sense or strength of hand enough with the rich to secure obedience, then, if 9/10 of a nation are poor, the remaining 10th have the PG 300 service of 9 persons each. But if 8/10 are poor, only of 4 each, if 7/10 are poor, of 2 1/3 each, but practically if the rich strive always to obtain more power over the poor instead of to raise them, and if on the other hand the poor become continually more vicious and numerous, through neglect and oppression, though the range of the power of the rich increases, its tenure becomes less secure, until at last, the measure of iniquity being full, revolution, civil war, or the subjection of the state to a healthier or stronger one, closes the moral corruption and industrial disease. It is rare, however, that things come to this extremity. Kind persons among the rich and wise among the poor modify the connection of the classes, the efforts made to raise and relieve on the one side, and the success and honest toil on the other, bind and blend the orders of society into the confused tissue of half-felt obligation, sullenly rendered obedience, and variously directed or misdirected toil, which form the warp of daily life. But this great law rules all the wild design of the weaving, that success while society is guided by laws of competition signifies always so much victory over your neighbour as to obtain the direction of his work, and to take the profits of it. This is the real source of all great riches. No man can become largely rich by his personal toil. The work of his own hands, wisely directed, will indeed always maintain himself and his family, and make fitting provision for his age. But it is only by the discovery of some method of taxing the labour of others that he can become opulent. Every increase of his capital enables him to extend this taxation more widely, that is, to invest larger funds in the maintenance PG 300 of his laboristo direct, accordingly, vaster and yet vaster masses of labour, and to appropriate its profits. There is much confusion of idea on the subject of this appropriation. It is, of course, the interest of the employer to disguise it from the persons employed, and for his own comfort and complacency he often desires no less to disguise it from himself. And it is matter of much doubt with me, how far the foolish arguments used habitually on this subject are indeed the honest expressions of foolish convictions, or rather, as I am sometimes forced to conclude from the irritation with which they are advanced, are resolutely dishonest, wilful sophisms, arranged so as to mask to the last moment the real state of economy and future duties of men. By taking a simple example, and working it thoroughly out, the subject may be rescued from all but determined misconception. Let us imagine a society of peasants living on a river shore, exposed to destructive inundation at somewhat extended intervals, and that each peasant possesses of this good, but imperilled ground, more than he needs to cultivate for immediate subsistence. We will assume farther, and with too great probability of justice, that the greater part of them indolently keep in tillage just as much land as supplies them with daily food, that they leave their children idle and untaught, and take no precautions against the rise of the stream. But one of them, we will say only one, for the sake of greater clearness cultivates carefully all the ground of his estate, makes his children work hard and healthily, uses his spare time and theirs in building a rampart against the river, and at the end of some years has in his storehouses large reserves of food and clothing, and in his stables a well-tended breed of cattle. The torrent rises at last, sweeps away the harvests and many of the cottages of the careless peasantry, and leaves them destitute. They naturally come for help to the Provident One, whose fields are unwasted and whose granaries are full. He has the right to refuse it them, no one disputes his right, but he will probably not refuse it. It is not his interest to do so, even were he entirely selfish and cruel. The only question with him will be on what terms his aid is to be granted, pg 302. Clearly not on terms of mere charity. To maintain his neighbours in idleness would be his ruin and theirs. He will require work from them in exchange for their maintenance, and whether in kindness or cruelty, all the work they can give. Not now the 3 or 4 hours they will want to spend on their own land, but the 8 or 10 hours they ought to have spent. But how will he apply this labour? The men are now his slaves, nothing less. On pain of starvation, he can force them to work in the manner and to the end he chooses. And it is by his wisdom in this choice that the worthiness of his mastership is proved, or its unworthiness. Evidently he must first set them to bank out the water in some temporary way, and to get their ground cleansed and resown, else in any case their continued maintenance will be impossible. That done, and while he has still to feed them, suppose he makes them raise a secure rampart for their own ground against all future flood, and rebuild their houses in safer places, with the best material they can find, being allowed time out of their working hours to fetch such material from a distance. And for the food and clothing advanced, he takes security in land that as much shall be returned at a convenient period. At the end of a few years we may conceive this security redeemed and the debt paid. The prudent peasant has sustained no loss, but is no richer than he was and has had all his trouble for nothing. But he has enriched his neighbours materially, bettered their houses, secured their land, and rendered them in worldly matters equal to himself. In all true and final sense, he has been throughout their lord and king. We will next trace his probable line of conduct, presuming his object to be exclusively the increase of his own fortune. After roughly recovering and cleansing the ground, he allows the ruined peasantry only to build huts upon it, such as he thinks protective enough from the weather to keep them in working health. The rest of their time he occupies first in pulling down and rebuilding on a magnificent scale his own house, and in adding large dependencies to it. This done, he follows the example of the first great Hebrew financier, and in exchange for his continued supply of corn, buys as much of his neighbours, pg 303 land, as he thinks he can superintend the management of, and makes the former owners securely embank and protect the ceded portion. By this arrangement he leaves to a certain number of the peasantry only as much ground as will just maintain them in their existing numbers. As the population increases, he takes the extra hands, who cannot be maintained on the narrow estates for his own servants, employs some to cultivate the ground he has bought, giving them of its produce merely enough for subsistence. With the surplus, which under his energetic and careful superintendence will be large, he supports a train of servants for state, and a body of workmen whom he educates. In ornamental arts, he now can splendidly decorate his house, lay out its grounds magnificently, and richly supply his table, and that of his household and retinue. And thus, without any abuse of right, we should find established all the phenomena of poverty and riches, which it is supposed necessarily accompany modern civilization. In one part of the district, we should have unhealthy land, miserable dwellings, and half-starved poor. In another, a well-ordered estate, well-fed servants, and refined conditions of highly educated and luxurious life. I have put the two cases in simplicity, and to some extremity, but though in more complex and qualified operation, all the relations of society are but the expansion of these two typical sequences of conduct and result. I do not say, observe, that the first procedure is entirely right, still less that the second is wholly wrong. Servants and artists and splendor of habitation and retinue have all their use, propriety, and office. I only wish the reader to understand clearly what they cost, that the condition of having them is the subjection to you of a certain number of imprudent or unfortunate persons, or, it may be, more fortunate than their master, over whose destinies you exercise a boundless control. Riches mean eternally and essentially this, and may heaven send at last a time when those words of our bestreputed economist shall be true, and we shall indeed all know what it is to be rich, that is to be slave-master over farthest earth, and over all ways and thoughts of men. Every operative you employ is your true servant, distant or near, subject to your immediate PG 304 orders, or ministering to your widely communicated caprice-effer the pay he stipulates, or the price he tempts, all are alike under this great dominion of the gold. The milliner who makes the dress is as much a servant more so, in that she uses more intelligence in the service as the maid who puts it on, the carpenter who smooths the door as the footman who opens it, the tradesmen who supply the table as the labourers and sailors who supply the tradesmen. Why speak of these lower services? Painters and singers, whether of note or rhyme, jesters and storytellers, moralists, historians, priests, so far as these in any degree paint or sing or tell their tale or charm their charm or perform their rite, for pay in so far they are all slaves, abject. Utterly if the service be for pay only, abject less and less in proportion to the degrees of love and wisdom which enter into their duty, or can enter into it, according as their function is to do the bidding and the work of a man, or to amuse, tempt, and deceive a child. There may be thus, and to a certain extent there always is, a government of the rich by the poor, as of the poor by the rich, but the latter is the prevailing and necessary one, and it consists, observe, of two distinct functions: the collection of the profits of labour from those who would have misused them, and the administration of those profits for the service either of the same person in future, or of others, or, as is more frequently the case in modern times, for the service of the collector himself. The examination of these various modes of collection and use of riches will form the third branch of our future inquiries, but the key to the whole subject lies in the clear understanding of the difference between selfish and unselfish expenditure. It is not easy, by any course of reasoning, to enforce this on the generally unwilling hearer, yet the definition of unselfish expenditure is brief and simple. It is expenditure which, if you are a capitalist, does not pay you but pays somebody else, and if you are a consumer, does not please you but pleases somebody else. Take one special instance, in further illustration of the general type given above. I did not invent that type, but spoke of a real river, and of real peasantry, the languid PG 305 and sickly race which inhabits, or haunts, for they are often more like spectres than living men, thorny desolation on the banks of the Arve. Some years ago, a society formed at Geneva offered to embank the river, for the ground which would have been recovered by the operation, but the offer was refused by the then Sardinian government. The capitalists saw that this expenditure would have paid, if the ground saved from the river was to be theirs. But if when the offer that had this aspect of profit was refused, they had nevertheless persisted in the plan, and, merely taking security for the return of their outlay, lent the funds for the work, and thus saved a whole race of human souls from perishing in a pestiferous fen, as, I presume, some among them would, at personal risk, have dragged any one drowning creature out of the current of the stream, and not expected payment therefor, such expenditure would have precisely corresponded to the use of his power made, in the first instance, by our supposed richest peasant. It would have been the kings, of grace instead of the usurers, for gain. Impossible, absurd, utopian, exclaim 9/10 of the few readers whom these words may find. No, good reader, this is not utopian, but I will tell you what would have seemed, if we had not seen it, utopian on the side of evil instead of good, that ever men should have come to value their money so much more than their lives, that if you call upon them to become soldiers and take chance of bullet for their pride's sake, they will do it gaily, without thinking twice. But if you ask them for their country's sake to spend £100, without security of getting back 105, they will laugh in your face. PG 306 not, but that also this game of life-driving and taking is, in the end, somewhat more costly than other forms of play might be. Rifle practice is indeed a not unhealthy pastime, and a feather on the top of the head is a pleasing appendage, but while learning the stops and fingering of the sweet instrument, does no one ever calculate the cost of an overture? What melody does Tityrus meditate on his tenderly spiral pipe? The leaden seed of it broadcast, true conical dense de lion seed kneading, lees allowance for the wind, than is usual with that kind of herb. What crop are you likely to have of it? Suppose, instead of this volunteer marching and countermarching, you were to do a little volunteer ploughing and counter-ploughing. It is more difficult to do it straight. The dust of the earth, so disturbed, is more grateful than for merely rhythmic footsteps. Golden cups also given for good ploughing would be more suitable in colour ruby glass, for the wine which giveth his colour on the ground, as well as in the cup, might be fitter for the rifle prize in the lady's hands. or conceive a little volunteer exercise with the spade, other than such as is needed for moat and breastwork, or even for the burial of the fruit of the leaden avanacide, subject to the shrill Lemury's criticism. Were hat des Haus so schlecht gebaut? If you were to embank Lincolnshire now more stoutly against the sea, or strip the peat of Solway, or plant Plinlimmon moors with larchthorn in due hour of year, some amateur reaping and thrashing. Nay, we reap and thresh by steam in these advanced days. PG 307. I know it, my wise and economical friends. The stout arms God gave you to win your bread by, you would fain shoot your neighbour and God's sweet singers with, then you invoke the friends to your farm service, and when young and old come forth to play, on a sulphurous holiday, tell how the darling goblin sweat, his feast of cinders duly set, and belching night where breathed the morn, his shadowy flail hath threshed the corn. That 10 day labourers could not end. But we will press the example closer. On a green knoll above that plain of the Arve between Clusses and Barneville, there was in the year 1860 a cottage, inhabited by a well-doing familyman and wife, 3 children and the grandmother. I call it a cottage, but in truth, it was a large chimney on the ground, wide at the bottom so that the family might live round the fire, with one broken window in it and an unclosing door. The family, I say, was well-doing, at least it was hopeful and cheerful. The wife healthy, the children, for Savoyards, pretty and active, but the husband threatened with decline, from exposure under the cliffs of the Mont Vergy by day, and to draughts between every plank of his chimney in the frosty nights. Why could he not plaster the PG 308 chinks? Asks the practical reader. For the same reason that your child cannot wash its face and hands till you have washed them many a day for it, and will not wash them when it can, till you force it. I passed this cottage often in my walks, had its window and door mended, sometimes mended also a little the meal of sour bread and broth, and generally got kind greeting and smile from the face of young or old, which greeting this year narrowed itself into the half-recognizing stare of the elder child and the old woman's tears, for the father and mother were both dead, one of sickness, the other of sorrow. It happened that I passed not alone, but with a companion, a practised English joiner, who, while these people were dying of cold, had been employed from 6 in the morning to 6 of the evening for 2 months, in fitting the panels without nails, of a single door in a large house in London. 3 days of his work taken at the right time from the oak panels and applied to the larch timbers would have saved these Savoyards' lives. He would have been maintained equally, I suppose him equally paid for his work by the owner of the greater house, only the work not consumed selfishly on his own walls, and the 2 peasants, and eventually, probably their children, saved. There are therefore, let me finally enforce and leave with the reader this broad conclusion, 3 things to be considered in employing any poor person. It is not enough to give him employment. You must employ him first to produce useful things. Secondly, of the several suppose equally useful things he can equally well produce, you must set him to make that which will cause him to lead the healthiest life. Lastly, of the things produced, it remains a question of wisdom and conscience how much you are to take yourself and how much to leave to others. A large quantity, remember, unless you destroy it, must always be so left at one time or another. The only questions you have to decide are, not what you will give and what you will keep, but when and how and to whom you will give. The natural law of human life is, of course, that in youth a man shall labour and lay by store for his old age, and when age comes, should use what he has laid PG 309 by, gradually slackening his toil, and allowing himself more frank use of his store, taking care always to leave himself as much as will surely suffice for him beyond any possible length of life. What he has gained, or by tranquil and unanxious toil, continues to gain, more than is enough for his own need, he ought so to administer, while he yet lives, as to see the good of it again beginning in other hands. For thus he has himself the greatest sum of pleasure from it, and faithfully uses his sagacity in its control. Whereas most men, it appears, dislike the sight of their fortunes going out into service again, and say to themselves, I can indeed nowise prevent this money from falling at last into the hands of others, nor hinder the good of it, such as it is, from becoming theirs, not mine. But at least let a merciful death save me from being a witness of their satisfaction. And may God so far be gracious to me as to let no good come of any of this money of mine before my eyes. Supposing this feeling unconquerable, the safest way of rationally indulging it would be for the capitalist at once to spend all his fortune on himself, which might actually, in many cases, be quite the rightest as well as the pleasantest thing to do, if he had just tastes and worthy passions. But whether for himself only, or through the hands and for the sake of others also, the law of wise life is, that the maker of the money should also be the spender of it, and spend it approximately all before he dies, so that his true ambition as an economist should be to die not as rich, but as poor as possible, calculating the ebb tide of possession in true and calm proportion to the ebb tide of life. Which law, checking the wing of accumulative desire in the mid-valley, and leading to peace of possession and fullness of fruition in old age, is also wholesome in that by the freedom of gift, together with present help and counsel, it at once endears and dignifies age in the sight of youth, which then no longer strips the bodies of the dead, but receives the grace of the living. Its chief use would or will be, for pg 310 men are indeed capable of attaining to this much use for their reason, that some temperance and measure will be put to the acquisitiveness of commerce. For as things stand, a man holds it his duty to be temperate in his food and of his body, but for no duty to be temperate in his riches and of his mind. He sees that he ought not to waste his youth and his flesh for luxury, but he will waste his age and his soul for money, and think it no wrong, nor the delirium tremens of the intellect any evil. But the law of life is, that a man should fix the sum he desires to make annually, as the food he desires to eat daily, and stay when he has reached the limit, refusing increase of business, and leaving it to others, so obtaining due freedom of time for better thoughts. How the gluttony of business is punished, a bill of health for the principals of the richest city houses, issued annually, would show in a sufficiently impressive manner. I know, of course, that these statements will be received by the modern merchant, as an active border rider of the 16th century would have heard of its being proper for men of the marches to get their living by the spade, instead of the spur. But my business is only to state veracities and necessities. I neither look for the acceptance of the one, nor promise anything for the nearness of the other. Near or distant, the day will assuredly come when the merchants of a state shall be its true ministers of exchange, its porters, in the double sense of carriers and gatekeepers, bringing all lands into frank and faithful communication, and knowing for their master of guild, Hermes the herald, instead of Mercury the gainguarder. And now, finally, for immediate rule to whom it concerns. The distress of any population means that they need food, house-room, clothes, and fuel. You can never, therefore, be wrong in employing any labourer to produce food, pg 311 house-room, clothes, or fuel, but you are always wrong if you employ him to produce nothing, for then some other labourer must be worked double time to feed him, and you are generally wrong at present if you employ him unless he can do nothing else to produce works of art or luxuries, because modern art is mostly on a false basis, and modern luxury is criminally great. The way to produce more food is mainly to bring in fresh ground, and increase facilities of carriage, to break rock, exchange earth, drain the moist and water the dry, to mend roads and build harbours of refuge. Taxation thus spent will annihilate taxation, but spent in war, it annihilates revenue. The way to produce house-room is to apply your force first to the humbler dwellings. When your bricklayers are out of employ, do not build splendid new streets, but better the old ones. Send your paviors and slaters to the poorest villages, and see that your poor are healthily lodged before you try your hand on stately architecture. You will find its stateliness rise better under the trowel afterwards, and we do pg 312 not yet build so well as that we need hasten to display our skill to future ages. Had the labour which has decorated the Houses of Parliament filled, instead, rents in walls and roofs throughout the county of Middlesex, and our deputies met to talk within massive walls that would have needed no stucco for 500 years, the decoration might have been better afterwards, and the talk now. And touching even our highly conscientious church building, it may be well to remember that in the best days of church plans, their masons called themselves logeurs du bon Dieu, and that since, according to the most trusted reports, God spends a good deal of his time in cottages as well as in churches, he might perhaps like to be a little better lodged there also. The way to get more clothes is not necessarily to get more cotton. There were words written 20 years ago which would have saved many of us some shivering had they been minded in time. Shall we read them? The continental people, it would seem, are importing our machinery, beginning to spin cotton and manufacture for themselves, to cut us out of this market and then out of that. Sad news indeed, but irremediable by no means. The saddest news is that we should find our national existence, as I sometimes hear it said, depend on selling manufactured cotton at a farthing an ell cheaper than any other people. A most narrow stand for a great nation to base itself on, a stand which, with all the Corn Law abrogations conceivable, I do not think will be capable of enduring. My friends, suppose we quitted that stand, suppose we came honestly down from it and said, this is our minimum cotton prices, we care not for the present to make cotton any cheaper. Do you, if it seems so blessed to you, make cotton cheaper? Fill your lungs with cotton fuzz, your hearts with copper ras fumes, with rage and mutiny. Become ye the general gnomes of Europe, slaves of the lamp. I admire a nation which fancies it will die if it do not undersell all other nations, to the end of the world. Brothers, we will cease to undersell them, we will be content to equal sell them, to be happy selling equally with them. I do not see the use of underselling them. Cotton cloth is already 2d PG 313 a yard or lower, and yet bare backs were never more numerous among us. Let inventive men cease to spend their existence incessantly contriving how cotton can be made cheaper, and try to invent, a little, how cotton at its present cheapness could be somewhat justlier divided among us. Let inventive men consider whether the secret of this universe and of man's life there does after all, as we rashly fancy it, consist in making money. With a hell which means failing to make money, I do not think there is any heaven possible that would suit one well, nor so much as an earth that can be habitable long. In brief, all this mammon gospel of supply and demand, competition, laissez-faire and devil take the hindmost foremost, is it not rather, Mr. Carlyle, begins to be one of the shabbiest gospels ever preached? In the matter of clothes, decidedly. The way to produce more fuel is first to make your coal mines safer, by sinking more shafts, then set all your convicts to work in them, and if, as is to be hoped, you succeed in diminishing the supply of that sort of labourer, consider what means there may be, first of growing forest where its growth will improve climate, then of splintering the forests which now make continents of fruitful land pathless and poisonous, into faggots for fire, so gaining at once dominion sunwards and icewards. Your steam power has been given you will find eventually for work such as that, and not for excursion trains, to give the labourer a moment's breath, at the peril of his breath forever, from amidst the cities which you have crushed into masses of corruption. When you know how to build cities and how to rule them, you will be able to breathe in their streets, and the excursion will be the afternoon's walk or game in the fields round them. Long ago, Claudian's peasant of Verona knew, and we must yet learn in his fashion the difference between via and vita, but nothing of this work will pay. No more than it pays to dust your rooms or wash your doorsteps. It will pay, not at first in currency, but in that which is the end and the source of currency, in life and in currency richly afterwards. It will pay in that which is more than life, in God's first creature, which was light, whose PG 314 true price has not yet been reckoned in any currency, and yet into the image of which all wealth, one way or other, must be cast. For your riches must either as the lightning which begot but in a cloud, though shining bright and speaking loud, whilst it begins, concludes its violent race, and where it gilds it wounds the place, or else as the lightning of the sacred sign, which shines from one part of the heaven to the other. There is no other choice. You must either take dust for deity, spectre for possession, fettered dream for life, and for epitaph, this reversed verse of the great Hebrew hymn of economy, Psalm 112. He hath gathered together, he hath stripped the poor, his iniquity remaineth for ever. Or else, having the sun for justice to shine on you, and the sincere substance of good in your possession, and the pure law and liberty of life within you, leave men to write this better legend over your grave. He hath dispersed abroad, he hath given to the poor, his righteousness remaineth for ever. The present paper completes the definitions necessary for future service. The next in order will be the first chapter of the body of the work. These introductory essays are as yet in imperfect form. I suffer them to appear, though they were not intended for immediate publication, for the sake of such chance service as may be found in them. Here the author indicated certain corrections, which have been carried out in this edition. He then went on to say that the note on Charis required a word or two in further illustration, as follows. The derivation of words is like that of rivers. There is one real source, usually small, unlikely, and difficult to find, far up among the hills. Then, as the word flows on and comes into service, it takes in the force of other words from other sources, and becomes itself quite another word, even more than one word. After the junction a word as it were of many waters, sometimes both sweet and bitter. Thus the whole force of our English charity depends on the guttural in charis getting confused with the sea of the Latin charis. Thenceforward throughout the Middle Ages, the two ideas ran on together, and both got confused with St. Paul's, which expresses a different idea in all sorts of ways. Our charity, having not only brought in the entirely foreign sense of almsgiving, but lost the essential sense of pg 315 contentment, and lost much more in getting too far away from the charis of the final gospel benedictions. For truly it is fine Christianity we have come to, which professing to expect the perpetual grace of its founder, has not itself grace enough to save it from overreaching its friends in sixpenny bargains, and which, supplicating evening and morning the forgiveness of its own debts, goes forth in the daytime to take its fellow servants by the throat, saying not pay me that thou owest, but pay me that thou owest me not. Not but that we sometimes wear Ophelia's rue with a difference and call it, Herb o' grace o' Sundays, taking consolation out of the offertory with look, what he layeth out, it shall be paid him again. Comfortable words indeed, and good to set against the old royalty of largesse, whose most joie was I wise, when that she gave and said, have this. Again, the first root of the word faith being far away in compare my note on this force of it in Modern Painters vol. 5. The Latins, as proved by Cicero's derivation of the word, got their facio, also involved in the idea, and so the word and the world with it gradually lose themselves in an arachnoid web of disputation concerning faith and works, no one ever taking the pains to limit the meaning of the term, which in earliest scriptural use is as nearly as possible our English obedience. Then the Latin fides, a quite different word, alternately active and passive in different uses, runs into foi, facere through ficere into fear at the end of words, and fider into fear absolute, and out of this endless reticulation of thought and word rise still more finely reticulated theories concerning salvation by faith, things which the populace expected to be saved from, being indeed carved for them in a very graphic manner in their cathedral porches, but the things they were expected to believe being carved for them not so clearly. Lastly, I debated with myself whether to make the note on Homer longer by examining the typical meaning of the shipwreck of Ulysses, and his escape from Charybdis by help of her fig tree, but as I should have had to go on to the lovely myth of Leucothea's veil, and did not care to spoil this by a hurried account of it, I left it for future examination, and 3 days after the paper was published, observed that the reviewers, with their usual useful ingenuity, were endeavouring to throw the whole subject back into confusion by dwelling on the single as they imagined oversight. I omitted also a note on the sense of the word, with respect to the pharmacy of Circe, and Herbfield's of Helen compare its use in Odyssey 17, etc., which would further have illustrated the nature of the Circean power, but not to be led too far into the subtleness of these myths, respecting them all pg 316 I have but this to say, even in very simple parables, it is not always easy to attach indisputable meaning to every part of them. I recollect some years ago, throwing an assembly of learned persons who had met to delight themselves with interpretations of the parable of the prodigal son interpretations, which had up to that moment gone very smoothly into high indignation, by inadvertently asking who the prodigal son was, and what was to be learned by his example. The leading divine of the company, still one of our great popular preachers, at last explained to me that the unprodigal son was a lay figure, put in for dramatic effect, to make the story prettier, and that no note was to be taken of him. Without, however, admitting that Homer put in the last escape of Ulysses merely to make his story prettier, this is nevertheless true of all Greek myths, that they have many opposite lights and shades. They are as changeful as opal, and like opal usually have one colour by reflected and another by transmitted light, but they are true jewels for all that, and full of noble enchantment for those who can use them. For those who cannot, I am content to repeat the words I wrote 4 years ago, in the appendix to the 2 paths. The entire purpose of a great thinker may be difficult to fathom, and we may be over and over again more or less mistaken in guessing at his meaning, but the real, profound, nay, quite bottomless and unredeemable mistake is the fool's thought that he had no meaning.